Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 8 in the second tour for the Western Europe Division 2, and welcome to the first day as well of the new patch 7.33. What a time to be alive for a Dota fan. We've got some exciting stuff in store for us. A brand new patch, crazy map changes, crazy hero changes, and 3 incredible series as well to bring us the action. Denog. Oh, dude, it's finally here. The patch is here.
Yeah, finally. You know, we've got some players, you know, putting out tweets saying, why do we have to play this on such short notice? But, I mean, come on. We've been begging it for so long. Every single interview that we ask, they're like, just drop it, man. So we're finally going to get it. And the important thing is, actually, that based on a few results over the past few days, there's actually... the gap has closed a lot between, you know, who might be taking one of those top 2 spots. You know, Secret, they're still in a pretty decent spot, but there are some other teams that have dropped some series that they probably weren't expecting to. Yeah,
that they have indeed, and we'll take a look at the results actually from the previous day and get a bit of a recap on what went wrong in those series in particular. Of course, kicking it off with Alliance up against Ivy. For them, that was a much-needed win just to get back in the... Get back in the winning column, because previously their series they lost. Yes, because they lost versus D2 Hustlers in 3 games.
What's this map? It seems so small. Is this a map for babies? I just don't understand what's going on here.
What a shame they had to play that patch. Sorry, that map. It's just disappointing. Honestly, I expected better from them.
It's like you know that. Did you ever have that playmat when you were a kid, and it was like? The city, and you could put your little toy cars on it and drive around, and it was like a real city. It kind of feels like that was what the old Dota is, and new Dota, it's for the big boys.
It's for the big boys. I did indeed have that mat actually, so I do know what you're speaking about. But but yes,
everyone had that mat.
It was a very, very enjoyable mat as a kid. It was get us through a lot of those childhood times with all the racing action as
Elias, they probably got taken to a later time than they were expecting, right? Like Ivy, they're sitting towards the bottom of the table, just the one series win so far, but both of these games went 45 plus minutes. And, you know, for a team with the caliber of Alliance, I'm sure they were expecting this to be a little bit more clinical than it was.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, it still needs to be said, you know, they got the dub. But like you said, probably hoping that it was a little bit cleaner for Ivy. Maybe there were some things that, you know, they could look to work on off the back of this, because for them, they're not guaranteed relegation just yet, but it's, you know, maybe this is some signs of life for some things that they could work on with their upcoming series.
Yeah, and you also have to wonder, like, how much is... Form is a big deal in Dota. You know, we were talking to Sipe, and he also talked about matchups being incredibly important, how Into the Breach, they started off this tour 0-3. But then since then, they've been able to pick up some big wins, including this one. They 2-0'd D2 Hustlers for the first series loss of the entire tour. Probably one that D2 Hustlers were looking to claim. So, I mean, they were losing before the patch came through. And now if the patch starts to happen, then maybe D2 Hustlers, their mojo will go away a little bit further, you know?
Yeah, if there's a lot of uncertainty, right? Because I'm now looking just at the rest of the games that Into the Breach have to play, and well, they've got to verse the 2 teams that are at the bottom of the table. So there's a potential for them to finish 4-3, and who would have expected that with the start that we saw out of them? It was just rocky start. There was 0-3 as well, but they're finally starting to get it going. This new roster without Kidara on the 5 and with Respect coming in, it seems like finally, you know, they're able to piece the puzzle together.
You gotta say as well, though, like, imagine if they, like you said, were just trying to piece it all together, and then suddenly it gets ripped away because there's a new patch and the way that you play Dota is completely different now, you know? We'll see. It's going to be dependent on the first team to be able to find, like, that secret formula. That's, and I'm used to seeing Roshan sitting up here in this spot now. The map, it's been just one day, but it's pretty quick how quickly you get adjusted to it. I mean, honestly, I've just played the one ranked game. There was a bug abuse in it, so not too happy about that, but it just felt like there was so much space that you needed to cover across the map these days, and so many things that you needed to do. So I think decisiveness is going to be incredibly important in the series moving forward. You can't have, like, too many cooks in the kitchen, basically.
Yeah, but it's going to take a while for these teams to be able to work those things out and how to play across the map and the perfect position to be in. So for them, it's going to take quite some time at least. You know, you do have maybe some games in between the days where you can practice the scrims and try and get as many reps under your belt. And for OG, they're probably hoping for that as well, considering who would have thought for them coming into the season they would be 2-4. I mean, everyone thought this would be a team that would be contending to be promoted, but there's just something's not working.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way I said it before was, you know, some of the ways that they played was a tiny bit predictable, but they've gone away from that ever since a few of those early losses, and they've taken some decent teams the distance, right? Like D2 Hustlers, they took them to Game 3 when they were on their undefeated hot streak. You can see here as well, they were playing with Always Wanna Fly instead of Resolution for this series. There's rumors that, you know, maybe Rezo will be having a bit of a stint for OG, depending on Visa's situation. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I mean, Secret, they're not a bad team again at the end of the day, right? Like, this is just a team that a lot of people were expecting. You know, OG, it was kind of wishful thinking. No, that's probably a bit harsh, but like, they wanted to see them in Div 1 again. Secret, they were like, we should be seeing these guys back in Div 1 because they're just incredibly solid.
Yeah, that they are, without a doubt. It's good to see them, though, still performing with this team. Like, there were high expectations for them, but sometimes how are you going to be able to gel? And what was the move like to the 3 as well for Boom? But overall, he's been looking very, very solid in the offlane. Of course, Armel as well in Western Europe is still doing Armel things, completely taking over games and dominating the mid lane.
I've been most impressed by Yamich, to be honest. He was never a bad player by any stretch, but like, look at this. In that previous fight, he got a triple kill off the back of a stolen overwhelming odds. Now he's blinking forward, getting duels off of a Rubik stolen. You know, big laughs having to be given over. And yeah, I'm really impressed to see how they're going to continue this momentum moving forward, because if they win their next series, which is tomorrow against Ivy, no, not tomorrow, the day after, they're guaranteed moving up. So you would love to be able to end out your Div 2 for tour number 2 with an easier matchup. Not that Ivy are bad. You know, they've taken a series off of people that they probably weren't expecting to. They've taken teams towards the very edge. We saw with Alliance, we nearly got 60-minute games off the back of Ivy. So they're very capable. It's just about how it all comes together. And when you've got the expert minds of people like Puppy and Heen to be able to bounce things off of, then you have to assume that they're going to have a pretty good grasp at this patch.
Yeah. Yeah, so Secret are ever so close to being promoted into Division 1, and there are some other teams who are also still fighting for that potential as well. As we'll take a look at the schedule and what teams we have in store for us today to battle it out on the new patch. We're starting off with Alliance versus Ancient Tribe, two teams currently tied in 3rd place and ever so close to being able to compete for that promotional slot. Then we've got Ivy versus Into the Breach, and then Hustlop versus PogChamp as well. So the action, it's going to be a long day here in Western Europe.
It is. I think I'm gonna. Should I give a hot take at the moment? Because I think they're probably going to be tiebreakers at the very end of this tour. I think the tiebreakers is going to be between Hustlers and one of Alliance or Ancient Tribe. You know, like obviously this match means so much. You saw just then that they're both sitting on 3 and 2. Winner goes to 4 and 1, loser goes to 3 and 3, and it's pretty much beyond them to be able to get promoted up to the next thing. But then you have to consider that D2 Hustlers are still yet to play Ancient Tribe as well. So that could really put a spanner into the works, you know, just to see who's going to be able to get that win. Because I think 5 and 2, you're not safe. There's still potential for tiebreakers to come through, and you could get knocked out at the very last meter.
Yeah, that's the thing with Western Europe. It's ever so close. You know, there's always this threat of tiebreakers, and I mean, tiebreaker action just makes a little bit more interesting as well. The stakes are raised that much more, but before we do kind of get further underway here with our first draft coming up shortly, of course, we've got to give a big shout out to esportsbet.io, our lovely partners who are releasing a new feature. It's a watch to earn feature on their platform, and you guys are able to earn 3,000 free tokens, which is worth $3 per hour just by simply watching your favorite matches. Of course, this one would definitely be one of your favorite matches as well. So make sure you guys head over there, again, esportsbet.io, to earn those free tokens and exclusive rewards as well. So now that we look towards our first series, Danog, like we were saying, this is really where it comes down to. These are two teams that I don't want to say like Secret are guaranteed, but I want to say it's like 90%. Highly likely, highly likely. So with that being said, we're pretty much fighting for one slot now. We're fighting for that second slot, and there are a couple teams that are very close to getting it. D2 Hustlers are in prime position, but Alliance and Ancient Tribe are close. And honestly, like I was saying before, Into the Breach, they could very much win their last 2 series, and they could be with a 4-3 series count, and with other results going their way, they could be involved in tiebreakers as well. So you've got to win every single series that is left for these teams.
Yeah, I'd say for Into the Breach, they're safe. You know, they're a mathematical possibility. I would say it's unlikely for them to force tiebreakers. I think you do need 5 wins to be able to force that. The good thing for Hustlers is that it's all in their hands, right? If they just win both of their series remaining, they're in. Cut and dry. No, don't need to worry about any other results going your way. The important one for them is going to be coming up against Ancient Tribe, because then that's just going to be knocking them potentially down a further peg. But, of course, their one against Puck Champ at the end of today, also important.
So, what do we feel like this one's... should I even ask that question? Let's not. Let's speak about the patch. Screw the question trying to predict who's going to be able to take this. We just had the opportunity to cast a couple of series over in Southeast Asia. I had no idea what was going on.
It seemed like the players didn't either, to be honest, based on the Winners interviews. They were just like, you know what, we just woke up, I had a look at like my couple of heroes, and then I just went into the game. I'm like, how could you possibly do that? Look at the map. It's 40% bigger. There's about 10 new neutral camps. There's 10 new items. There's new objectives to be able to get. Roshan goes to his holiday house on the other side of the map. Crazy stuff. But I would say probably Europe has had a bit of a longer time. They've had the full day to be able to have a look at a lot of these things. Maybe even at the end of last night, they were able to catch a quick glimpse of it. So we'll see. We'll see who's got the better grasp of things.
Were there any key takeaways for you after our 2 series we didn't see? Like anything that you really stood out?
The importance of BKB is not as much anymore. I'm not a big fan of TA. I think you need to know when to leave the lane as well. I think it's going to be so much more important just because there is so much more farm on the map as well. Like, just because you've been kicked out of bot lane doesn't need to say that you've been kicked out of the bottom side of the map, right? You could still look to farm that big line of creeps down towards the bottom side.
We saw in our first game there was a Chen on one side and a Enchantress on the other, and they both got incredibly farmed in that game one. And then in the following games they were banned out. No one even wanted to think about them. We got a Muerta game as well, but that was a very poor performance and didn't really get to highlight how strong that hero could truly be. But for me, I think the 2 supports looking into this particular series is how they're going to be able to play with the Chen and the Enchantress. I mean, already the Enchantress we saw have a very high win rate over in Dream League, and now, well, you've got the Chen as well. That's going to probably come very fast into this meta.
I mean, now we've got Power Ranger Meepo as well. We've got Venomancer back to his glory days. I'm excited to see it. I can't wait to see what the team's interpretation are. I had a quick look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker. There's no crazy heroes that people are trying or any item builds, at least for these first 2 series, but I'm sure it's going to come, like, there's about, 5 days left of the Div 2 when you consider tiebreakers as well, so I'm sure someone's going to be able to come up with something in that meantime.
And you know they're going to be spamming out games as well, working all the nerd shit. That's what's going to be going on. Just in the background, you've got the coaches, you've got the analysts, and they're going to be staying up long and hard trying to work out what they can do to get that little bit of an edge in these remaining series. Because again, there is a lot still on the line here. We're getting very close to getting underway for our first game. And I wonder overall what the favor is going to be in regards to the sides. And we spoke a little bit about maybe, you know, some heroes, and with the roast change, the map changes, but I wonder how this affects Radiant and Dire, because previously the Lima Major, Dire was like a 65% win rate, something like that, which is the highest I think it's ever been for a particular side. And I wonder now with the map changes, how is that going to affect it? Maybe it'll flip back into Radiant's favor. Yeah,
maybe. I mean, I'm a support player. I haven't analyzed, how the farming efficiency is, yada, 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 all this sort of stuff. And I mean, maybe it's just going to come down to something as simple as Roshan, right? Where the team that drafts the best lineup that suits when Roshan is on their preferred side of the map is going to be the one that comes out ahead, right? Like, if you're better at taking Roshan at 20 minutes and you're playing on the... Wait for it. Where you're wanting to play on the bottom side of the map where he's on Radiant side, then it's going to be more advantageous. But if you can get a slightly faster one, and between that 15 and 20 minutes take the top Roshan because you're on Radiant, you've taken the tower, etc., then, you're in a good spot to potentially take that one. But We'll see. Who knows? I'm just throwing stuff and hoping something sticks, and I wonder if these players are going to have that same sort of mentality.
I wonder how much the extra backing that Alliance might have could just be an extra person to go over notes or give them another idea. I know, of course, Ancient Tribe, they have their coach Mitch, who they sang a lot of praises to when we had interviews, in particular with LeBron in their first series victory. But I do wonder how maybe that extra backing from Alliance could maybe help out in this series and the following ones as well.
We'll see as well. I mean, with Ancient Tribe, we saw them start out 3-0, right? And you just have to wonder how much has that dip in form really affected the mentality. I mean, we were talking with a few of the players as well across those winners' interviews that they've had. And Mixer, for example, after that third win, was like, no, the job's not done. We got to keep it going. They've had to come up against a couple of teams that I'm sure they would have hoped that they would have beaten, but it just hasn't worked out that way. So now's the time they can potentially go for a bit of a reset, and they can say, right, new patch, they're on the exact same level playing field as us. Let's look to try and make it work. We saw with Boom, outside of, this is in the C region, Div 2, they went for a bounty hunter mid, but other than that, it was pretty standard Boom drafting. So I wonder if these two teams are going to go down a similar sort of route and say, look, let's not try and reinvent the wheel. Let's pick something if we feel it's really strong, but let's still play our game style.
We see Alliance so that game style with the Chen and the Enchantress not going to be there for Mr. Ponlo and Hanskin. Ponlo does like those heroes as well if he wants to try and play it as a 4, but don't reinvent the wheel, Mr. Denok says. So we go back into the Rubik. Gotta get those patch notes up.
Do they actually have it up in the background? I can't see.
No, I gotta get them up.
Okay. I thought the players were just looking like, wait, what's going to be strong here? Are there anything that you think we haven't seen picked yet that you do want to see? I know you mentioned the Legion Commander. Anything else?
I'm not even through the patch yet, so I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm like 2/3 through, so it's and off the top of my head, there's so many changes that I'm trying to think of. Sure, let's just say Meepo. Like I'd like to see what the hell goes on with his Power Ranger. I don't think we will, because I don't believe there's any Meepo plays. I don't think Charlie
can play it. Juan can play
okay.
it. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Disruptor picked up into the Rubik. A little odd, but Ancient Tribe don't exactly play the Disruptor in a traditional way. It's mostly Alex that ends up picking this one up. And, if there's more stuff for the rest of the team to be able to farm, maybe you get a little bit more of that, those lane creeps to be able to pick up, and you're able to get into some of those bigger items sooner.
And let's just go for the heroes that were super broken last patch and didn't really get nerfed too heavily, right? Sounds like not too bad of a plan.
So the one thing that makes you feel a little worse about the Disruptor is the change to how Aghanim shards are distributed out in the game. So for those that aren't aware, Roshan's second one doesn't drop the shard anymore. It drops from these things called the Tormentor. I call it Obelisk the Tormentor. And it goes to one of the 2 lowest net worth heroes on your team that don't have shard at the time. So most likely the first one that you take is going to go to your position 4 and 5. You really don't want that one going to Disruptor, because his Ag Shard is pretty woeful still. But, for Alliance, for example, you would love Rubik to have a free shard. It just lets him go into something like an Aether Lens or a Blink Dagger much earlier, and you can have a massive amount of impact.
No, this is... So Pango got hit kind of heavily. I mean, a hero that was changed to Universal attribute. So I really wonder how that's going to affect him early on, if he's going to be forced to go for a little bit more stats, like where do you fit the Diffusal Blade in, because that doesn't really give all stats. Like, what's the play? And also the stun getting reduced as well.
Not just that, being able to deal damage to Pango while he is rolling through magic damage. I think that's the biggest difference, right? Because he's still taking only 50% damage, but it's better than 0 for a lot of these heroes. You're not necessarily needing to directly counter it out with something like, a Bane or a Beastmaster, or even just like a Shadow Fiend, someone that can pop the BKB and start right-clicking him.
You do see, though, still some of the more traditional counters to the Pango are getting banned out here from Alliance, looking to take rid of the Ember, the Bloodseeker as well. So just going back into, of course, what has always been a big issue for this hero.
Wonder if they could bounty hunt into it. You never know. Doesn't matter how hard you hit him, as long as you're yoinking that gold, you're going to get out on top most of the time. And again, bounty, very high armor, so Swashbuckle ain't going to do that much. Also seen with Mobe, his heroes that he tends to prefer. He likes the Zeus mid, he likes the Viper mid as well, who got a little bit of a cast range increase to his Viper strike, which does feel quite nice as well if you're able to land that one onto the Pango while he's rolling through. What else have we got? All right, so they're just still looking to... The thing that I'm most puzzled about is Doom not getting any nerfs, right? Like, a very slight nerf to his Infernal Blade, but he is still a farming beast. He still makes use of all of these new neutrals, and so they're just going to secure his game, because why not? Mixer has shown that he's a very, very good player on a variety of heroes. You know, not just the standard ones like the Doom, but even Snapfire he's had a really good record with so far.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I'm not quite sure why Doom wasn't hit as heavily. I do think the Infernal Blade nerf is still something not to laugh at. I mean, that Ag Shard was really nice for the almost permanent chain control, but it's just not enough for the hero overall. Like, he's still other value. You're a hero that... Remember when, you know, Doom, you used to use the ultimate and it would be on cooldown for like 2+ minutes and then you'd have a big window. But now with like Octarine plus the 20 talent, then it's only 70 seconds. I will say, though, I think Octarine is a much worse build-up for a lot of people now. I think a big value on it was that Arcane Boots disassemble into 8th lens and then build into Octarine. I think without that, we're going to see it less. But, yeah, very interesting. Doom did not get hit as much.
10 seconds remaining.
Another thing, like, what's the little pleb pickup this series? Because for the games that we had the opportunity to cast for Ancient Tribe, he was demolishing people as their carry. Was very impressed with his performance overall in a vast majority of their games. So what do they want to give him as well? They do have the 18th and 24th pick, so he will get some pretty favorable matchups for the position 1 on Ancient Tribe.
I'm also wondering what they're going to give to S4, because they're targeting him a little bit, right? He likes playing the Doom, he likes playing the Centaur, they've taken those heroes away, even the DK, that's probably his big 3. Death Prophet's the one that's remaining, but you most likely... I was about to say you could be laning the Disruptor into it, and maybe they're going to switch it up on Ancient Tribe and make LeBron play the Disruptor if they are going to go down that sort of route, just because if DP runs at you, Glimpso back, easy done.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just thinking as well, like, I think Mirana's going to have quite high value in this patch, just because didn't really... Oh, okay, Bane. It didn't really receive that many nerfs. I mean, she actually had a mana cost reduction to her Starstorm as well, which is kind of nutty, considering how strong she was already. And her Ag Shard, which is pretty terrible, got buffed a little bit. But just being able to, you know, find a quick rotation, find a time to duck off into those twin rifts or whatever they're called, the portal that brings you from bottom to top or top to bottom, you can land an arrow from the tree line that might catch people off guard if you're just looking to avoid the Watcher vision.
And I feel like maybe some of the heroes that their stuns didn't get nerfed, and Arrow is one of them, might have a little bit more value now with the changes that we saw, and maybe Moonlight Shadow too, because it seems like the game might be a little bit more fast-paced, and I mean, Moonlight Shadow enables that, like a pseudo smoke for you to get across the map and help get pickoffs, so maybe that's going to provide some more value as well. Though we do get the Bane coming out from Alliance, so an incredibly strong laning support. Did get chained a decent chunk.
Mostly around the Enfeeble, right? Like, it deals the damage over time that you previously got on the Nightmare now, and... it still feels pretty good, right? The mana cost increase is pretty big. I think you could still get a lot of value with just putting 1 point into it, just for the 55% attack damage reduction. That really can't be undervalued. I think this is going to be the patch of... I know last patch kind of was, but I was having this discussion with a few friends of mine about how much are you going to lean into BKBs and how much are you going to say, look, stuns aren't quite as valuable. Let's just cop the damage and look to try and mitigate it as much as possible with things like the Pipe, like the Greaves, like the Crimson Guard. Because Crimson Guard got a pretty decent buff too.
It did. Yeah, and BKB got nerfed heavily, but the gold didn't get reduced at all, or the stats didn't get buffed up for it. So it was like a double thing in itself. So
the hero that I was thinking of when we went for this, sorry to interrupt, is just like Puck is the hero that I think of with this, because if you get coiled, level 1 coil, it's only 1.4 seconds that you get stunned for, and it's only 150 damage. If I'm getting coiled, I'm snapping that immediately and looking to try and get back to the rest of my team, because it really doesn't hold you in place or do enough damage early on for you to really be all that concerned about it. You're going to take more damage just by standing in a place for a good, 4 seconds, if you just, cop the coil, basically.
And it's looking like a pretty goddamn good puck game, right? I think the only big thing is like the Rubik telekinesis is instant, and being able to seal some of the puck's abilities is really nice for the extra silence and orb to wave clear. Fiend's Grip, I'm almost certain, is still instant as well. So if the Bane's able to catch him out in a tree line, that's another minor thing. But overall, like Puck and Doom, that's a great combo. Like, Doom really hates when people are able to easily disengage from his ultimate, and that's where the coil is able to come into play. And this hero also got changed too. Like, his shard adds passively 20 bonus damage. So, like, and now your coil, you've got the attack on it as well. So who knows, there's some, like, extra crazy, like, you still core Witchblade into, like, some other items that help with intel. Who knows, but we could get some more crazy builds out of the park.
The lane isn't amazing for the puck. I guess that's the other thing, right? Like, you've got low armor, so Pango run mid is going to be able to do a lot of damage into you, which never feels all that great. But yeah, especially once the game starts to break open. Again, like, puck can probably kill you during the Rolling Thunder just because you're still taking half of that damage towards it. Like, if you go a Witchblade, for example, that's going to be ticking out during the Rolling Thunder. You can orb through because it's kind of predictable trajectory. And the other area where I feel like Puck might get caught out is that this is the first day of a new patch. You don't know all of the ward spots yet. Nobody does. So maybe you're just not going to get that bit of information that you need where, Bane is able to actually find you from this little nook that he's been able to discover.
So, I believe we're looking for a S4 hero. With all the bans that we have currently, there's not a lot of offlaners left for him at the moment.
I'm going to need a Death Prophet coming out here. I think it's pretty decent, right? Like, a silence to be able to follow up on every bit of lockdown. Yeah, and they needed some push. They needed to open up this map for the Luna, and I think this is one of the better ways to do it. Luna did receive a little bit of a nerf as well to the Luna Blessing, although I believe she herself actually gets a buff towards the later levels, if I'm not wrong.
Can they sniper?
Yeah, just something that's able to stay at range would feel pretty nice. I wouldn't mind a sniper. Something the little pleb loves to play as well. They gotten rid of the Morphling. It's not a terrible Morphling game either.
Yeah, that's also another good. I mean, a little pleb staple. My dude, whenever he has the opportunity, would love to play the Morphling. But I'm pretty sure he's Grandmaster. So I'm just thinking, what do we got? They're gonna go PL. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. PL.
Bit of a blast from the past as well with the PL. They changed his Aghanim shard to his old one from like early Dota days and even Dota 1 days, where the juxtapose leaves you, not juxtapose, doppelganger leaves illusion there, and then you become invisible and you're able to just walk away. So I wonder if Little Pleb's going to prioritize that, or if he's going to go down a completely different route, just because they don't have amazing clear. Maybe Chuen's going to be forced to go into something like a Glipnir for this game, just to provide that little bit of extra lockdown to hold these targets like LeBron in place, or even Lil Pleb himself, because that's, I feel, going to be needed just for Charlie to have any impact to just stand his ground and fight.
Yeah, because his PL Luna matchup is not very Luna favored at all. So I don't even know. An offlane Death Prophet can even have difficulties of being able to itemize versus the Phantom Lancer. We've sometimes seen like a Witchblade into Scepter and Shivas, but at the moment you're kind of suggesting like you feel like even now more than ever, Aura is going to be very important in the offlane to try and help mitigate some of the damage that you can't really now with BKB. So I wonder what the build's going to be overall for S4. It definitely feels like a lot of the pressure is going to be on Chuen to help mitigate the effectiveness out of the Phantom Lancer, and he's got to get off to a good start. You said he probably should, though, on the Pango versus Puck matchup. So we'll see how he's able to play off the back of that. But no predictions. It's only game one for Western Europe on this new patch. An exciting day, of course, for everyone here as a Dota fan, as a Dota watcher as well. For the players, maybe a little bit more stressful doing it on a new patch, but it's all right. We get to laugh at them while they have, they'll live. Exactly right. Who cares about them? They entertain us, and we watch by and critique them. So we got our first draft done and dusted. Let's see what the players do straight away. You previously Pomlo, thank you, Ice Frog. Yeah, straight away it would 5N smoke out of the base. What do they do now? Where do they ward? Do they take the watches? Time to learn.
Time to learn. Seems pretty standard again, right? Don't try and reinvent the wheel. They're going for this really fast placement, perhaps towards the ancient camp area. Hanskin looking to get a little bit of that extra vision. I mean, I think he knows that Puck is going to look to make some sort of rotation up towards this top side, right? I think that's an area where Ancient Tribe could possibly look to come out ahead, because when you look at the supports on Alliance, not the highest damage dealers. You know, maybe once Hanskin gets into the Fiend's grip, you're able to secure a kill off of a Pango rotation, but up until that point, I'm assuming that Puck wants to go to wherever Mirana is, or even the Disruptor once he himself gets the ultimate as well, just for that glimpse back into the Static Storm. But early on, really looking to see Mobe and Alex play along together. Even just this Disruptor pick, I almost feel like it was intentional letting the DP through, right? Just something that isn't able to clear these waves. Tet set up for the PL, and again, early on, they've got the flexibility to put LeBron on that Disruptor in the lane so that he's never really going to be in too much danger of just getting run at. You can just get glimpse back.
Irish. It's funny how he spawns at a start. I mean, yes, it makes sense because it'd be nighttime, but he's just he's already gone. We're already leaving the map.
Relax aja, Brody. Relax aja, Brody.
Army Genius is getting a lot of love with the voice lines lately.
It's a great voice line. I don't blame him.
Now, I was told that where Roshan used to be, there was a little frog. But I can't see it, if there is ice frog hanging around that sort of area. I see a bunch of lily pads right there, but I don't see any frog. So maybe we'll have to keep an eye out towards that top side of the river. Ice frog letting us know he's back.
Do you have to cut a tree? I guess you don't know. Maybe you got to cut a tree. I'm not sure. We shall see. We'll keep tabs out if we can find Ice Frog, the man himself. Thank you, I believe, for coming back.
The International Man of Mystery.
He's giving us Christmas early, Danok. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Lots of prezzies to be able to open up. Not for me, though. Wyvern was not touched. Basically got a bit of a nerf as well. Attack damage in lane reduced. And I'm like, well, how the hell? Oh, no. Mixer top side. He's been able to get a Chain Lightning creep. They weren't able to block it up or kill it, so he should be in a fairly decent spot here. He's going into the Vanguard. Don't hate it for being able to stick in the lane, and even just for that Crimson Guard, it's going to feel pretty nice going into a lot of the damage coming through.
Bottom lane.
Ooh, S4.
S4. They might be able to turn it back around. Ponlo with the use of the telekinesis gets Lil Pleb out of attack range for the moment, and well, he's going to try and deny himself simultaneously. Top lane, we got some more action as well as Charlie and Hanskin were able to get a kill onto the Mirana too, so Alliance off to a flying start here in our first game.
I think they chose to go for that one on the top side as soon as Miranda revealed that she had the arrow leveled up. No points in leap just yet. Agonizingly close to that level 2 to potentially get the leap away, but obviously not going to be too impactful just yet. Bane, of course, for all of his weaknesses that we've seen, not exactly the most frequent pickup over the past, half year. He is great in the lane, very self-sustainable, great at trading, and of course that BKB piercing lockdown is going to be fantastic against the likes of the Puck and the Doom.
Yep. And it's going to be interesting to see as well how many points Charlie wants to put into this Lunar Blessing. Of course, did get changed slightly. You get 200% of the effectiveness out of it, but it does reduce the damage that all the allies were able to find, as you have that 3-minute mark coming up shortly. So the Lotus Balls looking to spawn their first seedlings of the game.
I also heard a thing about... Oh, Hanskin. Okay. Ends up taking it on the top side. I heard a thing, like, if you combine a crap ton of Lotuses together with a cheese, you get, like, a permanent, protection buff, like a permanent barrier that regenerates itself. I don't know how true that is. I may be getting trolled, but be interested to see if that is the case.
But a secret little addition added without any patch notes for it. Just a little Easter egg that we have to find.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, that'd be pretty cool if that was the case. Top lane, yeah, Mixer. Nicely done, though. We're going to be able to get him out of the Nightmare. He's still in a lot of trouble, though. Hanskin and Charlie going to chase down the Doom. They might even put some pressure onto Alex as well, but It doesn't have the Nightmare to maybe help them close the distance. Just happy with the kill they've gotten so far. This top lane off to a great start.
It's very important for them to get that kill as well. I mean, what's happening with Bane's courier at the moment? Is it just coming out to him now, I believe? Because it just regened, and he doesn't have any mana left to be able to play with. So he's actually just got the magic wand, and I'm not sure how much impact that's going to have for this lane. They're playing with the full mango complement, I believe, but you have to remember that they've got a set stock of mangoes now for both teams to be able to play with, maximum of 4. They're actually just going to start running at Charlie, seeing that Hanskin doesn't have any mana to play with.
And Hansen's probably going to go down. Alex able to catch him out in the tree line. They might consider about going for Charlie as well. What's really going to stop them? Charlie's got nowhere to run up here. I mean, they can go for miles and miles on. Another round of the chain lightning up pretty surely. Alex has got 2 points in the Star Storm as well. Just needs to land the arrow, and he will be able to do just that.
This was the downside. I mean, Bane, I feel like, wanted to die previously, just because, again, wasn't really playing with any mana previously. Luna, not so much. You know, I was thinking maybe it would work out a little bit more favorably for him just because he's got that quite fast movement speed to play around with on the Luna, but well, they were able to get him before the Bane looked to rejoin the lane, so very nicely done there. Hanskin's done a good job, though, of just keeping this lane as close as possible for Charlie, not removing any creeps before he's able to pick that one up. So enough about top lane. That's probably where a lot of the action's going to be. How are the other ones going? Mid seems like a little bit of a trade, just a farm trade for now, but it's really just going to be around that level 6 timing that I'm looking to see a little bit more action happen. Chuen doing his best to be able to harass out Mobe, who's, I believe, had to buy an extra set of tangos just to be able to sustain in this lane, but there's that level 6 for him. Really don't think he can go for a kill attempt, but if he was able to secure a power rune, then maybe he can look to make a rotation up towards that top side and regain control, and that's why Ponlo makes the move towards the mid lane to be able to protect this one. He might be putting himself in danger here if he jaunts. Is he going to lock out? Yeah, it's up top as well. But oh, actually, no, it's bot.
And that means S4's alone, and let's see if the Spirit Siphon's going to be enough. He's got a lot of one charges as well to work with. Still continuing to get some damage out. Spirit Lance, not going to be enough to kill him. Pleb's not going to go for the kill, but the Fade Bolt will be able to get rid of the illusion. So it looks like S4 is okay. His raindrops paying off dividends here. Telekinesis gets him out. No, wait. Are they going to turn? Oh my god. Pleb's in a lot of trouble now. Fade Bolt from Ponlo. This man's level 5. Oh no. Enough top lane too. And when the Doom is completely isolated, the Mirana's not here, so they recognize a sign of weakness, and Alliance will jump on that.
Yeah, they had to commit the TP towards mid for Alex to refill the bottle on the puck because of Chuen securing those power runes previously. I mean, it really does feel like mid is going to be the exciting lane of this patch to me, just because you've got so much potential for movement, right? You've still got the power runes, they're still the same distance from the mid lane, but you can just get from top to bot so easily with those twin gates to the top and bottom side of the tier 1 towers.
And we saw LeBron as well taking that path to steal the Wisdom Room as well from Dai, so both Radiant supports were able to pick that up, which is pretty important considering they haven't been involved in the kills. I mean, if Pomlo got that Wisdom Room, he probably would have been level 6 off the back of that, so...
Even just giving it to S4 to allow for an early exorcism, you know, would feel quite nice too. No more tomes of knowledge.
So now it's even more important, because the support were kind of guaranteed. Yeah, S4. That's right. Once again, though, going to see the rotations coming through from the support to look to play around the mid lane. We still have those ultimates at the ready, the Rolling Thunder along with the Coil. It's going to be another spawn bottom for Chuen, so once again getting pretty lucky here with the Diffusal.
I think Diffusal is still a very nice item to go early on. Yeah, you're a universal hero now, not necessarily relying on the agi quite so much, but the utility is just so amazing, especially with that swashbuckle. Where's Puck going to look to go is my real question. Is it just back mid to be able to address this? There's no siege creep for him to have to pressure out, but he knows that Chuen is going to just keep shoving that lane in while he's got that regen rune activated. So it means he can't make that rotation up top, and they'll know that. They'll know that he just came back to this lane off the back of the Observer Ward. What are we chuckling about?
Chuen just completely whiffed the swashbuckle onto a medium camp. For some reason, they spawned in a weird location. That's just when I see the early changes and not having that memory down pat of where they spawned.
So the Wisdom runes both taken by both teams. We've still got Bounty runes spawning every 3 minutes. We've got Lotuses spawning every 3 minutes as well. So I'm assuming that's where Handskins are moving up top. If they're going to go for these dives underneath the tower at bottom, I really want to see S4 prioritize picking up those Lotuses whenever possible, just because it's going to enable that dive. You can keep the Spirit Siphon up on someone and not really care as much about the tower even hitting you. He's doing a fairly good job in this bot lane so far. Ahead of Little Pleb in net worth. It's actually Pondload that ends up picking up the healing Lotus.
Lane might be in some trouble as Mixer. Chuen's actually going to look to try and TP up here.
He's got Vanguard though.
Again, they're going to miss on some of the spells on the Pango. Probably not going to matter though. He's got a couple walls to bounce up, but yeah, no detection with the Moonlight Shadow, and that's because he was able to get that Wisdom Rune from Alex, so had the ultimate pre-level 10.
Protecting the runes once more. Obey is going to be praying for one up top for a change. And it's not going to be top. It's going to be the shield rune at bottom. Feels pretty nice. I mean, especially if you're with a puck, right? You might be able to get, once you get into the Blink Dagger, avoid a lot of that damage. And be able to still blink out despite diving in super deep. Found out LeBron. Stolen Glimpse. I wonder if they're even going to consider popping the Exo here. Alex is going to do his best to bring this wave as far away as possible, just to slow things down a little bit. Looks like he'll succeed in that endeavor. Oh. Never mind. Really be on point.
Mixer top lane. Are they going to make the attempt? They're maybe trying to poke him down. Force him out of the lane, potentially. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the kill. Unless the body blocks are pretty on point. Hanskin doing an exceptional job to keep Mixer in front of the Luna. It was very close in the end.
Another glimpse back there by Pondload, just constantly
and another
chasing
solo kill.
The Mirana. Yep. Pondload's doing a great job so far this game. I think he placed down the sentry ward inside of the outpost radius. I think the outpost still has a radius. It's not really showing with the alt click, but you know, it is what it is. We'll see if someone chooses to get rid of it.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't anymore.
Okay. That opens up some new warning possibilities that feel pretty cool.
It means you don't have to make sure you run around it as well. Sometimes it can be a little bit awkward. You know, you're pathing, you forget occasionally, then all of a sudden they get a glimpse of you. We're seeing some timings come out. I mean, Ancient Tribe, they've really struggled to unlock the puck. He rotated down once to bottom, but the cliff ward that Dire currently have inside the jungle was able to scout him out. Then they looked to go for a smoke just then with the puck and the disruptor, and that didn't connect as well. So having a bit of a difficult time to get Mobe into this game.
Feeds grip.
And he's going to go for it still with the pogo stick. Alex should be able to cancel this from afar. And Mobe can hold the Pango into place. They've got the Static Storm as well to fault from LeBron under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. He's going to find a great position, but the damage is just not there. S4's going to show up to try and repair some of it off the back of the mechanism, but they'll still get the kill into the Pango. But the turnaround, that's going to be there well and truly from Alliance. And Apollo's even wanted to jump LeBron as well. He's got the Orb Solid and the max out Fade Bolt, so Ponlo's damage is a lot for LeBron. Let's see if it's going to be enough to by himself. Do it, Ponlo. Go for the dive. In fact, they don't even need it. S4 snipes him thanks to the Crypt Swarm. What a beautiful play from Alliance, being able to protect themselves inside the river.
S4 and Ponlo have been playing incredibly well so far this game. You know, perfect rotations at the right time. Didn't stick around in that bottom side. They've unlocked the bottom tier 1 tower already. So that rotation through with the mech makes sure that the team are able to, for the majority, survive. Obviously, Chueni's still going to work into a few of those value items like the Orb of Corrosion. But I'm really expecting him to get even more active than he has been so far off the back of that. Again, like, so many jungles, right? So Luna is going to thrive in this sort of situation. Every now and then, go back towards top just to make sure the creep wave isn't pushing in too aggressively, but have a look at Charlie. He just moves top. This big, long line of neutral camps is just food for him. Luna, TB, TA, these are heroes that I'm really expecting to come to the fore a lot more often.
Hey, what is happening?
Yeah, going for the 3-3-4 build as well for the Luna. Dragonlance, Mask, and Madness, so he is finding an immense amount of farm. I mean, still, there's always just a Doom. Like, you take a look at the carry, and then there's a Doom there, who has a Midas now completed. Maxed out Devour from Mixer as well. So even though he's had 2 deaths so far this game, he's going to be pretty happy with his progression currently, but really the person having the big hit in the net worth is Lil Pleb. I mean, the PL 2 deaths, it was shoved back into the jungle at level 5, and it's going to take quite some time to catch up. And he really cannot compete with the Luna in regards to farming speed.
No, I mean, you can get an okay amount, but yeah, like you said, Luna is just a step above. Just having a quick look at everyone's neutral items across the board, we've seen that there can be duplicates of neutral items, which people are looking to pick up. I see 2 Faded Brooches, I see 2 Arcane Rings, I see 2 Tumblr's Toys, some of them on the same team, some of them on opposite teams. The Occult Bracelet is the one that gives a lot of value, though, that I'm seeing lately. It just got an extra stat boost, and it also got 10% magic resistance on a tier 1 neutral item. That seems kind of strong.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What's Cloak Casual now? Is that 20%?
20. Costs, what, 350
300
more,
more,
though.
I think. On low. Pretty aggressive jump forward. He's got 2 ends to play with. A couple of ultimates expended, but they're going to get no value out of him. So again, Ancient Tribe off the mark,
big
but maybe
arrow.
Mixer's going to be the key component to turn it around. Doom's going to look to be utilized, targeting S4 down for the moment, but there's no follow-up. Chuen, the Rolling Thunder's going to help cover the retreat, so S4's out to safety. And then how do you take the fight on Ancient Tribe with everything committed and getting no kills off the back of it? Dire, they can look to play the long fight. Lil Pleb's falling pretty low here, and this is a PL that wanted to show up early with the Diffuser Blade, but even Charlie's going to be in the midst of it all as well as the spam from afar. The arrow clips onto Chuen. A big find from Alex helps secure the kill, and Mobe is going to be cautious, so telekinesis deep under the tower with a silence as well. Stops the escape, so everyone playing on a nice edge in that skirmish, but it's going to be Alliance that come out on top, and now the tower should go down as well.
I mean, you're playing with a Luna, right? Maxed out Luna Blessing. You don't even need the Exorcism to be able to take this one. So Alliance just get out with a slightly more beneficial trade. Of course, doesn't feel great losing your Pangolier for just a position 5, but to be able to get the enemy's mid laner plus the tier 1, you'll take that any day.
Seems like there's a big lack of damage currently that we're seeing out of Ancient Tribe, and I'm not quite sure what they're going to be able to do to fix that at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I was really expecting them to get... you called it out before, right? Puck didn't get quite as active as we were thinking he would be. You've got 2 good heroes that you can play around with, like the Disruptor once you've got Ultimate and the Mirana, even without it, just off of that Starstorm. It really, to me, just comes back to the power runes, right? They were able to secure so many more of those on Chuen, and that just allowed him to either make a rotation or force Puck to stay in that mid lane to address that tower.
Oh no, what are you trying to do here, brother? Gone for a solo kill? Just stole the silence instead of the orb. Maybe needed that extra little bit of nuke to blow up Mobe. I'm hearing a Fiend's Grip off to the left side. Looks like it's just onto Alex. Oh, and still nonetheless, it is a Mirana that's going to end up going down. Is Ponlo reading this?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
On some crack stuff right now. Charlie top lane's getting chased down. That nighttime vision, though, is going to help him duck into the tree line and look to TP out on the opposite side of the map.
So this is what I like about, you know, one of the new changes to the patch in those twin gates, right? Most of the time you'd be like, but you've still got a tier 1 tower to play around with. It's only got about 100 HP, but even if it did survive and you wanted to farm the next wave when heroes had revealed themselves, you could still do that, right? You don't have any tier 1 tower that you have to worry about the enemy team TPing to, so you could just come down here, wait for people to leave top, TP back up to that tower, and get even more efficiency out of his farm. Like, even if he just wanted to duck below the bottom lane and take all of those neutral creeps, he's got the potential to do that too, because most of the fighting is being done around this middle area of the map, not the very top or the very bottom. I think that's what Charlie might just do.
Oh, Mix. Oh, there's nowhere to go down there. Yeah, that place is a trap. We found out a little bit earlier in C that once you enter that low ground in the lane, you're going to have to go back up the stairs, and if you can't do that, then it is the meat grinder. Mixer's still making him work for the kill, but the rest of Radiant are not connecting to the Doom's location, so end up going down once again.
And they still haven't used the Exo either. Maybe just wanting to wait for S4 to get up to level 12. Maybe look to take Roshan off the back of that. Again, even during the daytime, if they wanted to, they might even just go for it now. But having to be very careful about going underneath that Watcher. I think they might be seeing if there's a way for them to path around it without revealing their position. But Ponlo, he's going to destroy it, but not before S4 and Charlie reveal their position underneath it. So let's see if they even can be in a position to respond to this. It looks like they're kind of caught around the middle of the map, so it doesn't seem like this will be contested. Good positioning by Ponlo as well. That's exactly where you want to be. Stand up on the high ground, make sure you can see if anyone's going to twin gate in, as well as give a little bit of information and vision towards that staircase down to the south.
There are some raiding heroes further to the right, starting to farm over, but it's... Even if they got a glimpse, they'd probably be killed off, and they'd still be able to get Roche as well, so a very early age is going to be given over to Alliance.
Giving it to Chuen. So allowing him to be, once again, that space creator.
Whoa, 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 hang on, Charlie. He's by himself right now.
A little deep there, Charlie, my man.
Like you said, they gave the ages over to the Pangolier. LeBron and Pleb, they're going to be able to get the kill to Charlie. So, all right, this is... And they're going to TP out as well. Ponlo.
Yep.
Meanwhile, it's just an Alex Marana, nothing crazy, not going to get it. I was watching LeBron farm with the Phantom Lancer for like 2 minutes straight. And I'm like, what the hell are these guys doing here? I didn't know what they're up to. And then they saw Roche and they scanned just to see if the Luna was farming there, and they were right. So in the end, it worked out that he was hanging out with the PL.
Yeah, I thought maybe LeBron was going to be walking around there, maybe dropping down like one of those deep observer wards right to the top of where the north twin gate is, just to be able to find that vision to see if he passed back towards that farming area, but they just had that sixth sense and found him anyway.
Mixer. But the Fiends group as well to look to work with. That's why they're going to TP in some extra members as well. And it's around that 20-minute mark as well, so you kind of want to be playing down at this bottom side. A nice attempt, but they already had a ward set up there, so... Let's see what the call is going to be from Alliance. You do have these obelisks that have now spawned the Tormentors. And, I mean, you still have that Wisdom Rune as well that Alliance are yet to claim.
Yep. Did you read up much of the lore on the Tormentors?
No, I did not.
Okay, so the guy that made them, his name was Kaiba. And, you know, it's known as being like an Egyptian-style structure. So, the Obelisk the Tormentor feels pretty strong. You're able to get it. I mean, again, who do you really want this shard to go over to? It's most likely going to be LeBron, and you know, it is him that ends up picking it up. So, not the greatest feeling. Again, even Mirana, with how not ideal her shard is, feels a bit better than this Disruptor's.
We'll see what's happening across the map, and they're putting pressure on a mid-tier 2 tower while S4 has an Exo activated, so I do think that Mobe did cut the creep wave. At least it is a catapult wave at the bottom. It's not going to have to be worried about the backdoor protection.
So I've talked in the past about how I felt that BKB doesn't feel quite as strong as it used to on this patch, but this is a game that for S4 specifically, it absolutely is. You know, you just want to make sure that you're not getting your mana burns, you want to make sure that the Dream Coil isn't stopping you, you want to make sure you're not getting glimpsed or kinetic fielded back, and as soon as you pop your Exorcism, you could just commit to going in. I feel like once that's picked up, all of the team fights are just going to be around S4's calls, and I mean, with someone as experienced as that.
Oh, they got a glimpse of him. He's just going to be forced to fight. Maybe trying to juke, but I don't think he's escaping this one. Alliance, great read. Beautiful smoke up top. Oh, did he? Yeah, classic. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Maybe he'll make sure he gets value out of the gold. Someone, they didn't read up on the patch notes then. This is 2 runes they're leaving now, and still the obelisk. Someone kill this thing.
Actually, yeah, I didn't see that there were 2 runes up on the top side. I wonder if one of Ancient Tribe are going to mosey on down and get the one that spawned next to their obelisk as well. It's every 7 minutes, by the way, for those that aren't aware. Can they see him right now? They can see those. They've got the Watcher activated.
What's Hanskin? What's going on bottom? Dive got a T1 tower, so they're going to be able to connect fast, and Ponlo as well is going to go through the rift. They don't have all the squad just yet, but everyone's starting to move on over.
Oh, it was a Bane.
The Bane's going to be the first casualty of war. Who else is going to follow into the afterlife? Alliance, do you want to consider about continue on in this team fight? And Looks like they choose not to, although S4 though.
Again, it's all on S4. They don't have the vision on Alliance's side, though, to be able to take this fight. They just placed down a fresh couple of wards, maybe looking to try and catch Charlie.
No way. Alex is gonna get both the runes, I'm sorry. No.
I mean, good on him. Yoink, yoink.
That's so much experience.
Yup. It's more than a full level.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They at least get the bottom tower while that's all happening. So Charlie has this jungle opened up even further for him. They can take away the outpost as well. So I saw as well, I think that bottom outpost next to the bottom twin gate is uncapturable. I'm not sure if that was a bug or not, but like the entire base was taken and I still couldn't take that outpost on Dire. So a little bit interesting.
Beta game. What can we say? Dota 3 just came out.
Yeah.
Gotta give it a little bit of time. A little bit of time until it works the shenanigans out. Really? Mobe went for the Philosopher's Stone instead of some of the other ones. I do kind of wish we got to see what some of the options were. Yeah, but... Right, Ancient Tribe, the name of the game for them is just completely avoid Alliance at all costs, but Pleb is not keeping up in farm. He's still the bottom net worth, and you'd expect by now we might see a change a little. Maybe with his Manta, like you can shove out some side lanes, farm an extra camp, but it's just,
Manta
is
level
it going to be
15.
up to the Doom?
Manta level 15 is what he needs. Like, he just needs those illusions to be a little bit tankier. I feel like he's going to go for the strength one. He's going into the heart as well, just to beef up. Because Alliance, they're still going to have late game PL issues if it gets that late, right? He's bottom of the core net worth right now. Well, I mean, Ponlo's pretty damn close to his actual net worth, but they don't have the greatest ways to be able to clear it.
Dire's bottom tower is
You know, Alex is fine. He's just wasting time. Again, this is just you're looking to stall. I mean, PL late game is going to feel very, very happy. They've got minimal ways to address him. I mean, now we're seeing Chuen start to itemize to deal with it, with the Scepter queued up, but again, didn't go Maelstrom.
Dire's middle tower
And
is under attack.
PL vs Luna is a very, very good late game matchup as well, but it's just the question, can you get there? You're going to have this Doom as well with all his team fight prowess. I mean, even LeBron has a Scepter queued up as well, but you are going to have to bleed a couple kills across the map for you to get there. It's just as simple as that. No one will... You cannot have every member alive.
Just moving from side to side of the map. They might be able to catch out Mixer. He passed underneath this ward, and he actually is going to be able to blink out. No Basher picked up either. No way to stop him. So they're doing a great job of Ancient Tribe just to stall this game out a little bit.
Dire's middle tower
I also wonder when Alliance is going to make the decision to take that Tormentor for them, because they've got some really good heroes for it to go on to. Like, Bane or the Rubik would be great. Bane for this game specifically, because that's a great way to clear out PL illusions if you just get that AoE brain cell.
Sure.
Ponlo has to be a bit careful here, though. All the boys looking to potentially find him. Maybe just having the nighttime. Ooh, leaps away.
No way, dude. How is he still not dead this game? He's 6-0 and 8.
Playing damn
He's
well.
such an annoying hero. So played a verse when he's off to a good start on the Rubik. You see how
I mean,
much
it's-
work he's truly putting in.
It's honestly even getting into the point where maybe they just do exactly what they're doing right now on Pleb, right? Tier 1 tower was low enough, let's just take it, and now it opens up a window to be able to go towards this Tormentor. The fact that the Watcher has been activated makes them feel a little bit more anxious about it. See, Mobe is looking to try and catch someone out, but they'll see his position, I believe, underneath it. I'm not sure if he pathed right there next to it, so they caught him out. They will see the illusory orb, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right. Alex has gone for a Solar Crest as well, so... PL is not really the greatest Solar Crest carrier, but it
It's to
seems
use
like they're going to...
aggressively, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Just slow down Luna from right-clicking, right? That's going to be the main use of the ability.
Do you feel like Solar Crest might be an item that we'll see a little bit more? Because we really don't see this item anymore, even Medallion as well, for that matter. So what are your thoughts on the kind of the changes we saw to it?
Medallion still feels kind of but if you can get into that Solar Crest, it really does bump up in effectiveness quite heavily. You know, the duration is less, the cooldown is more, yes, but it costs about 200 less, and also it gives 20 additional attack speed and 8 additional movement speed, as well as the reduction to the enemy team, so feels pretty nice. They're starting to ping out this this Tormentor here. It really does feel like Ancient Tribe are potentially positioning themselves to be able to steal it away. I mean, free net worth, why not?
Does.
Under attack.
They're going to be able to TP down and react really fast, though. It's not like they take it at a rapid rate. So with this Watcher, they're going to have the read. It's just a question of maybe they just get the Wisdom Room instead. They're happy with that. They're actually starting to TP top. This tower's almost gone down, just left standing on 20 health.
Can we get a glimpse back on S4? Ooh, just the fact that it's nighttime, leaving him not so vulnerable. He's got the BKB as well to be able to get the TP away. No bashes or anything like that on Ancient Tribe just yet. Just the Doom to be able to catch him out.
Radiant's top
Actually get the
tower
deny off.
has been denied.
So leaving their own Tormentor area a little bit more exposed. As we get into those tier 3 items, wonder what the choice is going to be across the board. I've been waiting for like an OP stack of items. You know, I mentioned in our previous cast, if we can get like 5 telescopes, that's an additional 500 cast range. You get 5 Fallen Skies, 5 Books of the Dead even. You know, Book of the Dead on its own, kind of trash. If you can get like 15 of those units out, amazing.
So, man, look at this. You've got Roche spawning in 10 seconds. This would be an ideal time for Alliance.
It'll be
because
spawning
it's going to swap very shortly, yeah, in the next minute once it goes day. So, very lucky about the timing. I mean, I think it was pretty much the longest it could have been anyway, maybe like 2 minutes 20. So, there you go. You've got great position here up top. So, you got the outpost, you got ward set up as well by that Lotus pool.
Tower.
Yep. It's
So
just
if they're going to
how are you
contest,
going to be
they
able to get
almost
there?
need to go through bottom, right? You need to go through that portal gate. And I mean, Ponlo, he's just staying up here in the right spot. Using the Fade Bolt onto the Roshan just to make it a little bit easier for his team to take it, but not wanting to get caught out. He knows that he could step down for a second or two because it takes 3 seconds to be able to get into that portal. So he's just giving them all the vision that they could need. Gotta say, though, Ancient Tribe, this net worth is shrinking. You know, it's even with that that Aegis that they're able to claim, it's gone from 3k down to 1k in Alliance's favor. So pushing in that bottom side. Tier 2 tower hasn't taken too much damage just yet, but what if they've been able to finish up in the meantime while getting all this? Nearly a heart for the PL. Okay, that's a pretty big deal. Again,
It is, yep.
Very, very weak at being able to deal with a lot of these illusions.
I wonder, though, if they can go high ground if they want to wait for the Lunar Butterfly, because that's a great item to minimize the effectiveness of the PLers. Well, we're going to see LeBron caught out before even bigger fight starts off, so maybe just with that one pick off, they might be able to poke.
I think they'll have seen how many people are playing around that area, though, and they'll still just continue to try and rat. You can see PL sends his illusions into the mid lane, looks to push that one out. It's a siege creep wave as well, so this is one that's going to push in pretty quickly. And I'm expecting Lil Pleb to throw his illusions down onto the bottom side as well. So it is some damage being pumped in, but they've got the glyph available. They've got Disruptor back up in 15 seconds. It's just a matter of keeping these creeps away for as long as possible. Now, Pleb, he's got the heart. He's almost got level 18 as well.
He's going to come back, though. He needs to be there straight away when the fight breaks out. I'm trying to deal with some of the wave and early use of the coil. Telekinesis is there to hold him into place, but they're going to be able to keep the puck alive, chucking him down to the south. And even get an angle in. As soon as the tower goes down, you know it's going to be difficult to hold now with the glaives bouncing around, but they'll drag back S4, but look at the damage! Charlie stands strong off the back of the Eclipse. It's going to be a trade of 3s, or maybe not. S4 is just able to limp away once again. The Death Prophet, so difficult to kill in our Alliance. They've got the numbers advantage. They can look to try and walk up the high ground and build a formation around Charlie.
This is the area where you're feeling a little bit more anxious, though. No Rolling Thunder, no Fiend's Grip, no Exorcism, and you've caught him inside of the kinetic
got
field.
stunned.
They're starting
Arrow
to drain his
connects.
mana.
Mobe's looking for the finishing blow, and Pleb, well, they'll force out the BKB. Chuen's completely out of mana as well. A long drawn-out fight really starts to favor Pleb, and we're starting to see that in engagement. As Hanskin, he won't be able to TP, stopped at the buzzer, and Chuen's not going to escape as well. Dragged back to his own death. I think they got a glimpse of Ponlo's blink, but they might struggle with catching up to him. Nonetheless, though, they're hunting. LeBron glimpse on cooldown for another couple of seconds. He's going to try and duck into the tree line.
That narrow little
Get a
pathway, he
glimpse,
knows
they're
that they
hunting.
Ooh, arrow? Okay.
They dropped the
Just
wall,
as
they saw
would
him.
get away. Yeah, but all
They're
those
not gonna
lotuses,
stop.
they
They
might
ain't
be
stopping.
undoing. Ooh.
Their vision, though.
Wait,
Alex has got a dust. Mixer's got a dust as well, it looks like. Mr. Ponlo, no
Can he get
way.
out?
He still
Blink. leaps,
leaps, dude. Probably the best ability is still to let him get out. And he will continue to be flawless. Oh, my lord, Ponlo.
What a player.
So, all things considering, an incredible hold. Did they buy back on Radiant? No one bought back, and they didn't lose a barracks. That was a great hold from Ancient Tribe. That gives you a lot of gold injected into Lil Pleb, so he's got at least one component of the Skadi now completed.
Such a great item this game, the Skadi, right? Against all the healing that you've got, you're able to, of course, slow down these 2 ranged cores. Feels amazing, and of course just tanking up as well. I really feel like one of these heroes needs to look to address it. They do finally get the Tormentor. Obelisk goes down on the bottom side of the map. That gives Bane his Aghanim Shard, so now at least you're going to be dealing a little bit more damage into these PL illusions.
And it just puts it on cooldown as well, so it's going to be up in... Is it 7? 10? I don't remember now. 7's the runes?
After
10.
it dies.
Okay.
Unluckily, there's no timer for that, but, you know, it is what it is.
It'll come. It'll come. We've got this beautiful Roche timer and the Aegis timer now. I'm sure we will get a timer for that as well.
I'm happy that Chuen's going into the Gleipnir now. I think they really realize that they've got PL issues. He's level 18 as well, so that Rolling Thunder going to have a slightly lower cooldown. Of course, it's now 80 seconds instead of 70 maxed out, so while the hero is still good at a lot of factors, it doesn't feel that real first pick material, that true busted nature that it used to be. They might have found out Puck here.
No one out. Whoa. He's got aim disc? Okay, okay, I didn't know.
He had it in that previous high ground defense as well, otherwise it would have been caught. He got away on about 100 HP, even without that.
So I still think there's going to be a bit of a window here from Alliance with this Butterfly completed for Charlie. You're probably in a position where you need to go MKB after from Pleb. And once you get that item, then I feel like this game really turns. I mean, you could still win a fight without it, but it feels like once you get that, Pleb is going to be a gigantic issue.
I want to see Chuen at least get the Maelstrom, and then they can look to make a big, aggressive play off the back of that. Right now, it feels like he's just playing defensively. He has to be very careful because, again, you don't know where all of these new warding spots are. So he was playing very close to a cliff ward that he had no information around, and could have been caught out there by the Disruptor, perhaps. But well, LeBron, his net worth is one that actually has suffered. He's been going into this Aghanim Scepter for quite some time and really hasn't had too much progression towards it.
Let's see what they do off the back of the pickoff. Well, it's just onto Alex, nothing crazy. 45-second death timer for him. Maybe able to get some vision down. They do set a deep ward kind of behind the remnants of that top tier 2 tower. But still, the important heroes on Ancient Tribe, they are farming. They're keeping up. It's only 1,000 net worth lead, even though there's a big kill advantage for Alliance.
Yep. Leb, hold up inside the base for now. He's out to just be able to secure the creep or two. Importantly, that'll get him ever so close towards that Skadi. Such a big timing for him. And the thing is... Ooh. Just a quick cam link. So the important thing is they'll have it by the next Aegis when it's coming up, right? And that's the thing that Ancient Tribe have always done. Yes, the Skadi. They'll have that by the next Aegis timing. I mean, just have a look at the kill score, right? If you just looked into this, didn't take into account net worth or anything like that, you'd be like, oh, Alliance are in a really good spot. But they've just done such a good job of exploiting these new areas of the map to be able to juke around and split the map as much as possible, because it's harder to be able to catch a lot of these people. You've got the same amount of observer wards. Sure, you've got the watchers to be able to help, but it's pretty easy to be able to just have one big sweep across the map as a team, disable them, and then really you've got 4 wards that need to cover an additional 40% of space.
What are your thoughts on the new neutral item that we see Alex and Chuen holding, the Dandelion Amulet?
Dandelion Amulet. Well, I'm a little disappointed that there's no flavor text. Let's start with that. Every 12 seconds blocks up to 300 magic damage. Blah, blah, blah. I guess it feels kind of nice against, Crypt Swarm and against the Fade Bolt and the Lucent Beam that are going to be coming out fairly frequently, especially for someone like... I was about to say about the Puck. Puck feels really good just because you might be able to avoid your Blink Dagger getting disabled, but it doesn't seem like it's... Is it an active or is it a passive? It's passive. Okay. I mean, that feels pretty nice to me, just like a permanent raindrops that you're able to hold on to. And with all of this split pushing that Mobe has done, he might force someone to have to address this bottom side of the map. It's 35 minutes, siege creep waves, still spawns the double siege at that timing.
Bron?
So putting some pressure in.
He'll be able to get the kill into the disruptor, so another support's going to go down. Ancient Tribe actually look at a smoke. So Scardy's still not completed for Pleb. Needs to try and get towards that secret shop area.
Yeah, I think just with that outpost being taken away, I'm not sure they want to make another aggressive move. Like, this is... With the potential of him joining in with that buyback, I think made them feel a little bit more confident, but if they're going to take that away, you don't want to be fighting a 5v4 right before the potential Aegis timing coming through. It's late enough into the game that you'll know the death timers are going to be pretty significant. Mixer knows that Tormentor is about to respawn, so make sure to grab that Watcher right in front of it, just so that they know instantly as soon as it's available.
Yo, hang on. What's going up here? Mobe is a little bit split from the team.
He's holding the gem as
gonna
well.
be in with the
so it'd be a
backstab
big
as well.
Pick-off if they can get him. He's got the A on disco.
Who they're going to run to first, though? Mixer, if they can able to bring him down, he'll get an angle for the Doom onto the Luna. Pleb's going to try and get on top of her as well. Not a lot of damage to Doom. Got stolen from Ponlo. And they're going to be able to repair the damage as well. Can he get the ultimate off before he dies? Mobe will slam the door shut. And now Pleb, he's enabled through the team fight. They haven't addressed the Phantom Lancers. Alliance are in shambles. They've gotten to the stage where they've got a Phantom Lancer issue, and Pleb, well, he'll make sure S4 should not be able to escape as well. There's no TP for him to work with. It'll be a slow and painful chase down, but it well and truly feels like Alliance have just missed their timing here in game one.
It does indeed, doesn't it? I mean, have a look at that gold graph specifically. You know, it was looking real bad for Ancient Tribe. It was a 4K net worth lead, I suppose, back at the 16 or so minute mark, but ever since then, Ancient Tribe just changed their gameplay. They said, let's make sure that it's going to creep up second by second by second, and now they're the ones with a 4K lead. Medium duration of the Roshan respawn timer, so LeBron, he's fine with just sticking in here. With surviving all of that as well, brings him so much closer towards that Aghanims. Of course, they were able to prolong that fight long enough because of how mobile they are, how elusive they are, right? You're playing with a Puck, a Doom that's very tanky with a Vanguard and a Guardian Greaves with a Cloak of Flames, a BKB on top of that, and of course, Phantom Lancer with no real counters to it just yet. At least Chuen had the Maelstrom there, but it really does feel like he needs a Glip there. He's actually going to go into an Orchid instead, though. Okay. Wonder who he's trying to catch out there. Disruptor, perhaps? Just try and burst him down at the start. Speaking of Disruptor, he's going to be here right as Roshan respawns on the top side of the map, so instantly Pleb looks to connect through. They've been holding hands for a good portion of this game, haven't they, LeBron and Pleb?
They have. They have indeed. Because it's up to the top side, though, for that third Rosh. We do have Refresher Shard. So you'd love to give that one over to Mixer. Double Doom potential. He's a pretty low level, though. Only level 17 for him. Bit surprised considering he's got that Midas as well, but...
They will take it, but I wonder what happens if it ticks over to daytime and they're still fighting it.
Does he runs through.
Does he just yeet out of there?
Well, yeah, and it stuns him as well.
Is it gonna die in 15 seconds?
Oh, they're gonna... Oh, yeah, look at them. We're Solar Crest now. They're like, hang on, we kind of all have to hit this. It would have been pretty close. I don't know what... I did not check, though, how much...
Oh, look at this, they're all coming bot.
Wait, they're coming... Whoa, what's going on? Through the rim, into the Exo, mixes down, and he won't be able to use the Doom. Is this the fight, maybe, for Alliance to get back into this game? What is going on? No PL as well, but that's all the ultimates committed for the first life. And they're back in for Mixer for the instant silence. It'll prevent the Doom. Looking to refresh and get a second round of the BKB. The Doom's out. This time it's on to Charlie. There's nothing the Luna can do with all the illusions surrounding her. Down she'll go. They'll look to TP out on Alliance and somehow they'll make it. What a heads up read from them to TP out, but Mixer as well. An even better read. Mobe cancelled off the Nightmare so they could have the stun on the Doom to cancel Bane's TP. But welcome to 7.33. Rips across the map into an instant Exo. What a patch we have in store for us.
We're going to get a full team rift into a black hole at one stage. It's going to happen. You know, it's just a matter of when. And, you know, it's day one right now. Probably a little bit too early. I didn't even know you could move behind the Roche pit now with where it is. So, you know, a little juking spot attempted there by the Bane. Not quite successful, but they're able to get the gem back off the back of that one. And now they're looking to put the pressure on, playing a little bit further forward as Park actually dies here. Going a little bit deep was Mobe.
In the base.
Yeah, a little deep.
Well, just a smidge deep. Polo is so rich. He's 8-1 and 14. Oh, that was Doom used for it. All right, there you go. So he's still stolen and was able to get out of that fight. And he's got, of course, he's got the 15 talent. So the Doom cooldown's pretty low. He's going Hex next. Oh my lord. What a game, dude.
Go
this
off,
is...
King.
Yeah, dude, Polo.
I mean, you could just toss that Lincoln's onto the Lunar as well, right? They don't have the greatest number of abilities that are going to be able to pop that. They've got Spirit Lance and they've got Thunderstrike and Glimpse. That's basically it. That's going to be able to address the Lincoln's pop there. And, I mean, in the chaos of these fights, when you've got Glaives bouncing around everywhere, a Pango bouncing around everywhere, Puck going every which way, PL Illusions, Exorcism Spirits, maybe you just miss out on that sort of thing and you're able to turn it around.
Does he get much stronger, though, Charlie? I
mean, Scarlet on him feels nice-ish too, right? I think what it does mostly is it prevents them from just running away from him. I think that's his biggest issue right now. Not being able to just plant the flag and fight. Because, again, you're playing with a Doom with all these auras. You're playing with an almost unkillable PL and a Puck with Aeon Disc.
Yep. And something to mention is that with the entire new map we have, these Pangos don't really know the angles for Rolling Thunder.
Yep.
Oh no. Another kill going to be off the back of the Stolen Doom. But yeah, like Chuen doesn't really know what wall to hit and what position he needs to be in a particular team fight. And not only that, again, the stuns being reduced, it limits your chain control. It means that you might think you can bounce off this wall, but in fact, by the time you get there, the stun would have just expired and maybe they can get an ability off to escape. So, I mean, like you just said, like Luna's having some difficulty with keeping people in front of him, and maybe a big reason is because of this new map making it difficult for Chuen to get full effectiveness out of that Thunder.
It's part of why this Glipnir is going to be good as well, right? Sure, they can still pop a BKB and run away from you, but if they don't have that available, the Glipnir is going to lock them into place so that you can get that guaranteed bounce off. But again, its biggest use is for this PL, right? He's still got the Manta Style for sure to be able to play around with. He's level 25 as well, going into looks like a Bloodthorn. So I've talked at length about the importance of Mage Slayer this patch. I think it's an amazing item.
I'm just watching Chuen and Ponlo hit the obelisk and they just could not do it. They need Charlie this stage, and when Charlie's here, they'll rip it apart. So S4 is actually the one to get the shard. So we've got that Spirit Siphon getting buffed up. It looks like now Radiant, they're going to be able to claim their own as well.
So that was one of those
going to be the
times
final
where,
person.
oh, there we go. Puck receives it. Not too bad at this stage of the game. I mean, late game, Puck just attacking everyone with phase shift. Off the back of that overwhelming blink, Kaya Sange, Witchblade, extra damage, Timeless Relic. Feels pretty damn strong. And he's level 25 too, so he's got that Dreamcore piercing spell immunity.
Smoke, Static Storm, Scepter just got picked up as well from the Disruptor. Let's see what LeBron can do off the back of this. He's going to use him on S4. There's going to be no X's in for the team fight with that Scepter, but someone needs to kill him through the duration. And meanwhile, off to the right side, the Fiends keep onto the Doom, so Mixer, he's going to prevent the Doom from getting any value out of it as well. The supports on Alliance winning team fights. But can they continue on, though? They still need ways to address Lil Pleb on the Phantom Lancer, but he is nowhere to be seen off the back of the strong fight from Alliance. Ancient Tribe don't want to make amends.
Holy crap, Ponlo's playing the game of his life, man. He survives through all of that. Yeah, some of it was protection from his team, but just goes into that little nook, and I can tell he's the type to find these new little juking paths and steals the Doom for what feels like a fourth time this game, turns it around onto the Doom, gets the kill, and is able to get away as well.
Yeah, and then his other support in the middle of the fight, Hansking as well with the Fiend's Grip, meant that Mixer got no value out of the Scepter Doom. He was stuck in a position. No one was there to cancel it. I mean, even for Ancient Tribe, like, you didn't get any value out of the Static Storm on LeBron with the Scepter completed. He used it onto the Death Prophet, but all the other cores were already preoccupied, so multiple things going Orion, that team fight, weren't able to get that perfect synergy with the stuns and all the abilities as well. So,
all right, this is what I was waiting for. I think they've just TP'd away in their face a few too many times. He's like, I need a basher. I need to make sure that I'm able to lock onto my own targets. I've got a Skadi to be able to play around with. I feel unkillable, and now I can just kill anyone that I just lock in and find. He's going to be relying on Mobe for a little bit of that vision, but he's not the one holding the gem anymore. Do they even have a gem on Ancient Tribe? I don't think so.
No, they don't. S4 and Chuen are holding the gems currently.
Okay. And they 100-0 pleb. I feel like they're going to need the exorcism for this. I wouldn't be popping the Rolling Thunder just to try and go in onto a PL with 5k HP.
Not happening. You see the odds at esportsbet.io slightly favoring Ancient Tribe. I don't know how you'd call it with how close this game is.
What's the win probability?
Goddamn even.
61 to Ancient Tribe, all right.
Okay.
Kind of feels like how this game has been, right? Alliance were in total control early on. PL was still at its weak point. Then they were able to split up the map. PL becomes incredibly strong. They get a couple of Aegises off the back of it. It's really only some great individual support play by Alliance keeping them in it right now.
Lane S4. He's got Hanskin playing behind him. Smoke's gonna pop and they got the ward. Mix it with the jump in. Hanskin. He can stall this out though. Great telekinesis from Pomler. It's gonna help separate the fight. And now they got the Fiend Script once again, but the Waning Rift's gonna be able to cancel that. It won't matter. Mixer goes down. Dire still, how are they going to be able to dress little pleb inside the middle of the team fight? The Rolling Thunder is helping out. Charlie, he's starting to get the damage in. They're going to be able to kill him. Oh, beautifully done. This time, Chuen with a maximum amount of control. And with Charlie nearby, the PL was not healthy enough to survive through the engagement. And now LeBron, he's going to be chased down as well. A triple kill for the Pangolier.
And that was the Ag Static Storm reveal as well. Didn't accomplish as much as they were wanting it to. That's the effect of the Glypnir, right? Being able to lock them all into place. It's much easier if you reduce the chaos and allow yourself to find the real one. That's what allowed S4 to be able to get the Scythe of Ice onto the real PL, and then they burst him down. Of course, they don't have buyback on two of these heroes. They don't have a creep wave, though, unless you count this bottom side. So they're going to look to connect through onto this. We know how effective Aluna is if she's just able to get into the base. And, well, they're going to have to be pretty careful here. Like, do you expend the buyback on the PL, or do you give up 2 full lanes of racks? Because it feels like it's going to need to be the latter.
Tough call to make.
To keep that lane shoved.
Oh, Pomler, that's a long telekinesis.
Doomed the Doom again in that last fight, man. Ponlo was playing so well. That's one lane, though. Alliance back in the driver's seat. To me, it's like... Alliance's team fight feels stronger to me at this point, now that they've actually gone a few of these items that are going to address the PL. One of them being the Ag Shout on the Bane, one of them being a lot of this AoE damage on the Pango. They even have a Shivas on S4 as well, just providing a little bit of that additional amount too. So the thing is, they still need to be the ones to take the correct team fight, because if they don't use that Exo and Rolling Thunder effectively, then Ancient Tribe can probably run away, reset, and then look to find a fight that does suit them. So a lot of it is on the back of Alliance and their decision making.
Oh, Chuen showing the lane, and they're going to be able to get the Doom off as well. There's nothing Dire can do to protect him. I think they got a glimpse of Hanskin as well off from the tree line. He's trying to juke through, but they'll be able to finish him off. Mebe and LeBron combined together. And you've got Roche up in 50 seconds, so a bit of a window. It will spawn down on the other side of the map, so I think Pleb's reading that.
They can just take a portal, though. Look at them. They both place down wards around this,
Alliance,
not wanting to get caught out.
Telekinesis to the arrow with the Eclipse damage as well. They're going to lose Mixer. He won't be involved in this team fight. But S4's got pretty far forward. Static Storm's going to get layered down with the damage out of Pleb as well. They'll get the kill onto the Death Prophet. But can they reset Alliance? That's a heavy commitment off the back of the buybacks. Chuen, he's looking to make quick work of them once again with the stuns into the middle. They've revealed the real Phantom Lancer, but Alliance are hesitant. They saw the buyback out of Mixer. They're going to look to try and reposition. Both sides a heavy commitment. Oh. Wait, Mobe. He's got Aeon, should be okay.
They want to try and activate it if they can. Oh, actually,
he's going to jump in though, Mobe. Coil to 2, they get the break. Pango, that's a high priority target, but Hanskin with the Scepter. Where's the damage follow-up, though? They're going to be able to protect him with the Moonlight Shadow. There's no detection in the moment, so Pleb's going to be okay. S4, he bought back prior, and there's no way he's going to be able to escape. Little Pleb's locked onto his target.
Can they find him?
Detection, they stole Moonlight Shadow! Ponlo, what are you doing? S4's out. Charlie's still in trouble, though. The Luna's not going to be able to escape. So you keep S4 alive, but you lose Charlie in the end. And Hanskin's going to go down as well.
I mean, S4 needs to wait another 10 seconds until he can even get back into the base. He had to TP out to be able to make that happen, and you're going to be playing without a Bane for this. That was a dieback coming through from him. Charlie's going to be forced to buy back here. The lanes are in a much better position for Ancient Tribe.
He's been so vital to the man. He's been so vital. The big kill, and they're going for it. They're going for the jugular, trying to force some buybacks.
Seeing if they're backing off with just the support, the lesser investment. But they're going to need to have Luna back in this one as well, unless are they able to scare them off. Might just be waiting for a few of these other cooldowns to come back up. Looking to harass with the illusions for now. They've got the Dream Coil if they wanted to make the jump happen.
They're going to have to make a call, man. You can't let S4 just die like that.
Ponlo
Great
saved.
defensive telekinesis, though, from Ponlo once again. The coil's going to be expended as well. So a couple of ultimates that Ancient Tribe will not have for this team fight. Doom gets stolen. What's the call now? This is really awkward from Ancient Tribe. And it looks like Mixer's going to go down.
That's a dieback.
That's a dieback for him as well. Dude, what is this goddamn game one?
Back and forth. I want to see those 5 Fallen Skies come through. I want to see the 60-minute game where everyone picks the exact same item.
God. And they're going to beeline to bottom. Roche is up. Radiant, can they contest this 4-on-4? Bane's going to be there to join them as well.
Oh.
And Dye's Creep Wave's in a pretty good position.
So even though it's the 4th Roche, it doesn't have both the Blessing and the Shard on it. I thought it would. I thought it was only the 3rd one that gets influenced by the side. So, well, there we go.
They're coming. Hang on.
They need some vision up next to this twin gate.
They need the Moonlight Yeah, they need the Moonlight Shadow. It's going to be up in 5 seconds. That could be huge to catch him off guard.
Can Ponlo put this vision up, though? He's holding on to an Observer Ward right now.
It's falling at a decent rate. They've got to make a move pretty fast on Ancient Tribe. Down to half. I think they're going to be a little bit too late.
Did you give this a DP?
Illusion's going to be able to scout them out. A quarter health left. What's the call? They're too late. They're going to have to give it up.
Maybe seeing if they can deny with the illusion. I like this from S4. Ooh, okay, he gives the blessing over to Charlie. I would have personally given that one to S4. You know, he has been the target of a lot of these Dooms, but I'm pretty sure I saw him go towards... Never mind, it wasn't an Octarine. It was an Aeon Disc, just protecting the fact that he bought back previously. But Octarine plus Ags on a DP versus a PL feels pretty solid, especially considering he's about to hit up into that level 28, which would give him the -2 second Crypt Swarm cooldown.
Interesting.
Getting some big items coming through, though. Is it me, or does everyone feel a lot richer than usual? There's just so much more farm on the map for people to be able to claim.
Yeah. Nah. I mean, you see the supports, and they've had these big team fight items for quite some stage now. So
Yeah.
I didn't even check if there was any Philosopher Stones, but
Just Puck had one, I think. Before.
yeah.
They avoid taking Obelisk the Tormentor on Alliance's side just because they've already got their Aghanim Shard, even though I believe it gives the golden experience bonus if you take it, but it's much more important for them to just get themselves back out onto the map. They can't have these creep waves constantly pushing in because their axe is their throne is exposed. Maybe it's going to be Ancient Tribe that steal it away.
So
Gonna see it underneath the vision as well. Looks like Mobe at least looking to disable the Watcher. Are they going to go for this? Alright. Free shard to who?
they've all got it, I'm pretty sure.
All have one, so it's just going to be some money.
golden experience. You'll take it if you can get it. I mean, Mixer would love it considering he's only level 22 on the Doom. He's really struggled this game, and the way to enable him in these team fights is someone's got to get the Bane. This Scepter Fiend scope could be a big issue for some of the cores, depending on who Hanskin wants to try and control.
Mixer would love it to be him, right? He's got the AoE Doom. Doesn't even matter about that, the multiple
Arrow?
units. Charlie gets clipped by an arrow. Is that going to be enough for them to go in? Ponlo with the defensive movement, and Hanskin providing him the Glimmer Cape assist as well, but well, Alliance are slowly pressuring these lanes in, especially on the top side. Xuen acting as a little bit of a bodyguard, playing tower defense with his Boots of Travel too. clash.
They're coming around though.
Yeah.
Drop a ward. I think it may just got a glimpse of Mixer. They're just going to go straight down though. Pop shoved in, and once the creeps get inside the base, you're going to have a Lunar issue.
Or they were seeing if they could have a Hex, and I mean, they are in the base already. Look at those waves bouncing around.
Oh, the support's position has to be perfect, man. The support's been vital for Alliance. There's going to be a puck that starts. I'll run it to Pomlo, but what a blink away. And Pomlo's still got the Doom as well stolen. Who does he want to cast it onto? Meanwhile, inside the middle of the team fight, though, Charlie looking to battle against the Phantom Lancer. Won't be able to hold him down, so both supports are gone for Alliance. And now S4 and Chuen, they're in trouble as well. The backstab from Ancient Tribe pays off. 3 down without a buyback. S4 is gone as well. One fight, one wraparound is all they needed.
He tried to kill the creeps in mid, but Mobe was able to TP faster.
What can he do against the world? He's got ages. He's going to go for it. Will be enough to cover. Oh, the bash. Oh, no, Charlie. That's going to be a wipe in the end. He'll try and get some distance, blink out of the river, but it's not going to matter. They know this hero. If they can kill him, it just spells the end of this game, and they'll find him stopping his retreat short. An Ancient Tribe. It looks like they've been able to do it.
God, that was such a boring game, huh? First game of the new patch in Western Europe in the DPC, and it's a 57-minute banger. Back and forth all game, and Ancient Tribe, I really love the way that they played that early mid-game especially. They knew they were playing from behind. They knew that they had PL that was going to be able to get out of control if they just let it. And they split up the map so amazingly. They played the new map to its strengths. They placed some new observer wards that caught out people like Charlie farming towards that top side. But you got to feel for Alliance. I feel like S4 and Ponlo got them out of that early game in such a great spot. And even Ponlo towards the mid and late game was so vital towards a lot of those successful team fights for them.
Yeah, and Hanskin as well with the Fiends group. Mixer had no impact in a lot of the mid-game fights, but it did not matter towards the end because we saw the read from them. And one fight was all you needed. That backstab to have a different angle on that formation that was set up on the push. They dealt with the supports. That's what we said they needed to do. Focus down the Bane, get the Rubik out of the equation, and we saw just the other cores completely crumbled from there. But I mean, you're saying the praises on
Static Storm as well, coming through from LeBron. I mean, it took him probably a little longer than he was wanting, but it eventually did really pay dividends, didn't it?
It did without a doubt. And it's honestly, it's good to see as well with the map now that people can get a little bit more farm. And we saw even what they were able to do before, really. You were able to get all those creeps with the impact from the supports and the late game prowess. So it's going to be exciting to see how many more plays we get to see out of supports, because we know the caliber of these players is just top notch.
Mm-hmm. So close, yet so far for Alliance. And again, we've said it ad nauseum, but this series is so vital for both of these teams. A win keeps them in really strong contention for being able to move up to Division 1. Yeah, at the very least, it would force tiebreakers, you would assume, but a loss almost puts them entirely out of it.
And for Ancient Tribe, they've been very much struggling lately. Haven't been able to get many wins under their belt. Started off the tour in hot fashion, but lost a lot of momentum. But this has to be a big game for them to be able to get back from. And that was this game-winning fight right here. Your Bane gone, Rubik gone. They crumbled from there.
There's nothing that increases team morale quite like a win like this, right? Like you're in a really bad spot. You're what, 4, 5, 6K behind, 10 or so minutes in, and you're able to make it back. I mean, you know, poor Charlie there, you see him trying to TP in onto the creep, but he just resigns himself to his fate, it feels. Like he pops the BKB. I'm expecting him to TP out right now before the PL gets there, but he's able to close the space, gets the bash through. They didn't have the Doom, they didn't have the Dream Coil, and let's be honest, it probably would have been over anyway, but it's such a like a way to limp out of this game, you know?
Yeah, one rough fight when you guys didn't have buyback. Maybe are they kicking themselves for making that call to go up the high ground? You know, without buyback, you lose that fight. Maybe you just wait it out with the Aegis. I mean, that's something they need to talk about. Yeah.
Who do we even give MVP to? Is it Mobe? Is it Pleb? I mean, they're the only two that had positive or neutral KDAs on the team, but it really feels like I kind of want to give it to Mobe. Like, he finishes the game with the highest net worth on his team. He had pretty high kill involvement. He was the one that had to do a lot of the initiation because of the great positionings coming through from the Alliance supports, and he was the one that pushed those lanes out, put himself in a risky position that allowed PL to get as big as he did.
Yeah, him and Alex were exceptional at being able to split push the map and delay this game. So, Mobe, very nicely done. A hero that we've might potentially be coming back into the meta with some of the changes that we saw out of the park in the recent patch. But for Ancient Tribe, off to a great start. Like you said, nothing. There's not much else you can do to get a morale boost like this game victory.
No, definitely not. And unfortunately for us, we didn't get our 5 Fallen Skies, but we did get 3 different Spell Prisms this game to be able to end things off. There were 2 Trickster's Cloaks on other teams, so that's not quite so bad. And we got 10 Aghanim Shards as well because of how many Tormentors ended up falling. Alliance, they were a little bit slower with being able to secure a bunch of those, especially with the Wisdom Runes as well. Maybe that tied into it a little bit, allowing Alex to pick up a few of them, get a few more of those early levels. We saw that, I think it was 9.5 minutes that the Moonlight Shadow came out to be able to save Mixer, allowed him to start progressing a little bit further, get into that BKB a bit earlier, and I mean, it's a lot of little things that led up to this end result.
That it is, but what a way to kick off 7.33 here in Western Europe Division 2. It's just game 1. Hopefully we have many more in store for us over the night and over the day. But for us, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you guys around the corner.
Oh, okay, run. Okay. I have 2 minutes left. Oh, I'm still too. I think we fight. It's good. Ruby got the zone. Okay, nice. You're gonna BKB Satanic. Nice. I'm sleeping with Elu. Yo, go and slim him. Oh, he cannot lose. We'll get him. There's a general go next to you. We'll get him. Keep chasing. Must be bored. Check Russians. No rush fiber. GG. I have. Rush can be up.
we could not have asked for a better way to start off the day on a new patch with 7.33 action. Alliance, unfortunately, maybe they're hoping for a different outcome. Luckily enough for them, they've got a Game 2 and a potentially a Game 3 as well to change their fate. Because, like we were saying, yes, I know there's a lot of hype around the patch, but Denog, this series means a lot for these two teams, doesn't it?
It does, and who knows what the situation is. We don't know what the practice has been like in the lead up to this series. We don't know how much they've read through the patch. We don't know what both teams' interpretation of the priority is towards like what needs to be taken, because when you think about it, there's so many objectives that need to be claimed these days, right? You've got the bounties, the lotuses, the wisdom runes, the shard creep, the ward shrines, Roshan still is there, towers. So like how much, what do you need to prioritize over what else to be able to come out on top? I think the first team that finds the answer to that is going to be the one that starts winning a lot of these big tournaments.
Yeah, it's a hard answer to be able to find, though. I don't like. Do you play a bunch of pubs? It's probably a mix of everything. Spamming pubs, spamming scrims, looking over replays, hanging together as a team, looking at ideas. There's a lot that needs to be done, but honestly, I'm sure every single player is looking for that challenge, something that they've wanted for quite some time, considering, you know, we've been on the old patch for a while now. It's again, it kind of really feels like Christmas, where you wake up, you got a bunch of new changes, you get to learn them as well, and a lot of Dota players like to learn new things as well. It is our hobby indeed, and for some, luckily enough to make it their job as well. We do have our second game though underway, and I mean, we see they're still hyped up. They're still fire. Yeah. I mean, I saw Mobe in the last draft. My guy was vibing. He was singing, and like he does constantly. So it's you know, he's gonna loosen up a little bit as well.
You have to, you know, like, and I think what something else that Ancient Tribe need to do, because I don't want to say they clawed that victory away from Alliance, but it was looking pretty strong for Alliance for a lot of that time, right? They were in up onto the high ground with a Luna. I think they just waited a little bit too long. This is why I brought up the point of a lot of those objectives, right? Maybe if you didn't go for another one of those Tormentor Shrines, it would have felt a little bit more strong. Or maybe if you didn't prioritize the Lotuses, because really, late game, do they provide that much? Probably not, you know? You're getting towards being 5-6 slotted, having a gem, something that you don't really want to drop for a Lotus, for example. So I wish they would call it something else, because Lotus Orb exists already, so people are going to get confused off the back of this. Here we go. We got some neutral creep action happening. Enchantress, come on, let's go. Polno likes it. Hanskin likes it too. They might just go into the Mirana, take it away from Alex, who played it pretty well that last game. Also just a nice way to be able to deal with those creeps with the arrow.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'd like an Enchanter. I'm trying to think of what else they might pick with it.
Oh, that is an early Centaur pick. I was thinking if they were going to go for for S-Force hero in the first phase, I don't know what hero they could really choose, because I was really expecting to see something like a Tide Hunter, you know? Something that you just put in front of the tower, make you not care about the chain creeps quite as much, right? You're just going to anchor smash them away. But now it gives Ancient Tribe a chance to really look to try and dominate this this laning stage. You know, you get a Penitence onto the Centaur with, for example, an Ursa or a Monkey King, and that feels like a pretty strong lane for Ancient Tribe already. Would you agree?
Oh, I would agree. I'm just... You got to make sure it's a carry that's able to... the ones you mentioned, I think definitely would be able to make it a difficult time for Centaur, but still, Rubik and Centaur are quite a... That's a good laning combo. Like, there is a lot of kill potential between the two, especially level 2, and then level 3, your nuke potential gets even higher. So you need to kind of shut him down before Vanguard, which I imagine he might go first just because of the Chen.
Oh, okay.
All right. So it's something we've seen them...
Might be a mid Viper coming through. It's what Mobe really likes to play.
Yep, of course, something they've seen them run in the past so far. We haven't seen Mixer play, but I think predominantly it is that Mobe Viper. I haven't gotten up to him in patch notes, so...
Viper Strike, increased cast range, that's it.
Okay, kind of boring.
From like 400 to 700, 800, 900 as you level it up. So it's pretty significant.
Radiant team ban.
Right now they're just looking to get rid of a lot of those long-range attack damage heroes, because that's what's going to really have a good time against the Viper. You are not a mobile hero. You're kind of like the Luna in a sense, where you just want to stand and right-click.
10 seconds.
You don't want to be chasing too many people around. And, well, Chen isn't really going to help you in that regard, unless they go into something like a Darkseer with Surge on you. That's not really going to help either. Centaur's been taken away by the enemy team, so Stampede isn't going to have that much effectiveness. So for Ancient Tribe, I really want to see them go quite heavy into control right now. Something like a Clockwork I wouldn't hate, just because it's going to be able to combine reasonably well with a Viper, just to provide that, like, seal off, for example, for a staircase, or just to keep someone pressured closer towards the Viper and allow him to really start reining in those right clicks. For now, though, seems like Alliance, they just want to protect this Centaur as much as possible off the back of Monkey King. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Lifestealer ban come out here as well, just because even though he's not fully spell immune, it is still 80%, and you still do dodge out a lot of those stuns, and you could stay in lane against the Centaur for a very long time.
So yeah, I agree. I think more. Oh, they actually go Tiny. Okay. I was going to say I thought they were going to just ban out all carries here in the second phase, but where would that, I guess, a 4 Tiny, which can kind of cover some of Chen's weaknesses to be able to jump in. Viper doesn't have that. Yeah, so that's where your Clockwork comes into play. That's probably where Mix's hero comes into play, because often we see him on those initiators, you know, the Doom, the DK, that were actually both banned out from Ancient Tribe in the first phase. So they will need to cover that pretty shortly with their 16th and 17th.
I wonder, so is it going to be stuns that Ancient Tribe go for, or is it like repositioning heroes? Like something like a Mars or a Magnus, or what even is left beyond that? I guess a Tusk eventually with the Walrus Kick, but you can't bank on getting that when you've already got a Viper that's most likely going to be going mid. I don't want to see any offlane Tusk come through again. You know how I feel.
Yeah.
Things have not changed with the new map size.
It does look like, though, Alliance in the break, they had some lovely smoothies made. I've seen multiple people now sipping down a nice little smoothie. Look like a berry one or something like that. I'm a bit jealous. Berry smoothie, but it's they got the back end again just to help them recover. How could you not recover after a berry smoothie?
Rank the berries
10 seconds
in order.
Raspberry, strawberry, blueberry,
5 seconds remaining.
blackberries.
What about boysenberries though?
I may have had them like once or twice, but I don't really remember. So they can.
They're all at the top. That is
mark.
the right answer.
Well, you said no. You said rank it.
Yeah, it was a trick question.
Trick question. Nice call on the Clockwork. Another band coming out. We got the Jakiro. Okay, so a decent way to be able to deal with the Chen creeps. Hanson loves the hero as well.
I mean, Jakiro got big nerfs though, so I'm surprised seeing so many people pick it up. I think I've seen Hanskin play it in a few of his pubs today so far. But when you look across the board, Liquid Fire got a pretty big nerf. Actually, he got buffed a little, actually. So, Liquid Fire, slight buff. Ice Path got a big nerf, though, from the stun duration to the amount of time that it stays around on the ground. But Liquid Frost no longer has the stun component. Macro Pyre had its damage decreased as well, especially in those early-ish levels. So, I'm not sure how I feel about this Jakiro hero with it being picked up. But anytime that you're going to go up against any sort of zoo, then it's going to feel pretty strong.
We see Ancient Tribe, they're going to follow up with the Slark as well. So that's another hero that has a lot of value with the Penitence, just increasing that attack speed. And it's something that Lil Pleb absolutely loves. And we've seen him so far in a couple of games absolutely take over with the Slark as well. So something they are without a doubt comfortable on, and something that could also get a lot of value out of just the open map to be able to find some pickoffs through the nighttime. So very excited to see how this Slark is able to play out. I wonder what they try and pair it with as well. They don't have a whole lot of reserve time left.
I mean, Slark Chen isn't horrible, right? Or are you assuming that this Chen's going to go in the position 4, maybe wanting to be a little bit greedier around the map? Don't hate a Primal either. Not into any real BKB buyers just yet. And actually, you've got a decent amount of slows and stuns, so actually, I'm not sure how strongly I feel about this Primal Beast. Maybe just wanting to be that early initiator that takes out all this. Yeah, doesn't seem like a bad Bloodseeker game to me.
Ooh.
What up?
Never mind.
No, go on, say it.
I don't know if they can play it into Viper. I mean, Charlie loves Faceless Void, and it's one of the better ways to deal with the Slark. You've got a Jakiro as well, which feels pretty nice, but I don't know if that hero is buffed up enough. The Chrono changes look pretty cool, but I think it might be a bit
time dilation or just things stay on the same cooldown while in the Chrono.
Yeah. Freezing the ability 9 cooldowns, and then it prolongs the time dilation duration as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I know Charlie likes it. It's a good way to counter the Slark, but maybe if you go that, you can just put Primal Beast mid and then go Viper off lane.
Ooh, okay.
So-
we get to see Zeus. Are we going to see Mr. Lightning Hands come out? I want to see a Moon Shard Zeus come through. Mjolnir go the full role play.
All right, yeah, you got to fill me in, because I heard someone saying about some, like, right-click Zeus, and...
So basically, if you get the, I want to say Shard, every right-click that you have has a 50% chance of... no, never mind. Scratch that. Every right-click does 50% damage for Arc Lightning. Like, it launches out an Arc Lightning, basically, for free. Every right-click that you use. That does 50% damage that you can attack with from an extra 100 range. They remove static
he
field.
seems...
They've given they've given it into Arc Lightning as a component. But I think the big thing that Ice Frog wanted to take away was just being able to stand on the back of a fight, press ulti, and then static field plus Thunder Gods just does like 30% of people's HP off the bat, you know? So this might encourage a bit more active Zeus play. How can they what?
How can they add that to Arc Lightning, though, dude? That Shard was nuts. Did they reduce the numbers a little bit?
They did.
What do you remember off the top
11,
of your head?
I think, just flat.
I guess that was with all the abilities as well. Now it's just solely
Correct.
Arc Lightning, but okay,
Correct.
let's see. I'm very, very intrigued on what the build's going to be out of Chuen. They struggle with getting on top of him as well. It's solely just the Primal Beast, and a little bit of vision is always going to be really nice against the Slark, considering he is always going to be a difficult one to pop the wards on outside the map.
Yeah, I wonder what the vision battle is really going to be like this game, right? Slark versus Zeus. You know, who can... Slark's is a lot more obvious with being able to find them, but Zeus, of course, just has that unlimited way to be able to D-ward. Not exactly like you want to be frontlining, though. And I would have to say that Ancient Tribe, they're still generally okay about this, right? You can just wait for Slark to have the Aghanim Scepter, and then he doesn't mind going in for that jump onto the front lines.
And we see Alliance are looking to try and ban heroes that protect the Zeus so he doesn't get caught. And well, for Ancient Tribe, they're using their ban to protect the Slark. The heroes we mentioned, the Bloodseeker and the Faceless Void, is not going to be there for Charlie. But...
So what were they thinking? They're thinking that this is going to be a position 3 Viper and a 4 Primal Beast or something?
I suppose so.
All right.
Is Pango... Well, I guess Pango's still there if they want to go down that route of jumping the Zeus, because that's kind of, again, what Alliance is considering. So if you want that Rolling Thunder to help you get on top of him, maybe they feel like the Dino matchup for Zeus is pretty weak, so they're going to force to flex it.
He could just heavenly jump away, so I guess that's the impact there. What are they going to do? They've only got 6 seconds left. Is it something that's going to be an Aura Builder? Snapfire. Okay. I mean, it doesn't exactly reveal their lanes either, right? We know that Mix is able to play this in the off lane if they wanted to go like a 4 Primal and a mid Viper, so this gives them... potential to just change their lanes up just depending on how Alliance round out their draft. I quite like this as a last pick. So what can you do now that's going to be able to avoid a lot of this early pressure? I mean, the Sniper ban is the one that's really standing out to me on Ancient Tribe that will have done a lot for them. I don't think you can afford to go into a Drow draft with only really a Centaur standing in front of you. It almost feels like you need to be the ones to get on the aggressive, but what really wants to do that into the Slark other than Bloodseeker, which Ancient Tribe have just banned? Is it like a Sven? I don't know.
No, I'm trying to rack my brain. I'm trying to think of what they need. I guess they don't really push towers that well. Liquid Fire, yes, but maybe like piercing high ground.
The Shrek? Pos 1? I don't know.
So they morph. Okay. I mean, a Charlie hero, and there really wasn't that much left as well. The
No
matchup,
instant lockdown either.
Yep. And the matchup between the Morph and the Slark go back and forth, right? Depending on who's ahead. Like, it's nice for Slark to be able to get the Ags and jump in, but also Morphling with his own Scepter as well. If you steal into the Slark, then that can also prove to be a bit of an issue. So I think it more does depend on who's playing from ahead, but...
Who do you think will be playing it from ahead? That's the real question, right? Because doesn't really feel like Chuen can make many rotations happen. I don't think that Hanskin and Charlie should be able to make much happen as well in the side lanes. Like, you're going to be going up against a Primal Beast and a Snapfire. That feels like a fairly solid lane where you need to be playing a little bit more cautiously just to prevent yourself from getting killed. Dual Breath, Ice Path, that's going to need to be used as a bit more of a saving tool against Alex coming in with that charge and the trample. It's really just going to be around S4 and Ponlo, right? Are they able to get that telekinesis back into the stun and the double edge to be able to quickly finish off someone around like that level 2, level 3 timing?
I don't know, man. I don't know who's going to be playing from ahead. I think the Ancient Tribe safe lane is a big question mark for me because there's a lot of healing that can come out from the Chen, which might be enough to offset the Rubik Centaur. Because they kind of need 2 goes to be able to bring you down. They're not going to burst you from 4 to 0. You know, like kind of dwindle you down to about half health, and then that second attempt, usually they get the kill. So I don't know if the Chen's going to be able to help offset this lane. I think it can even go in their way as well.
It depends what neutral creeps you get, right?
Okay.
Like, if you get a Harpy creep, for example, you put more pressure onto Ponlo. He doesn't feel confident to move forward and go for that telekinesis, right? Things like that. Whereas if he does go forward and you've got like level 3 on the Slark, maybe he pounces you with the Dark Pack to remove any of the stuns, 1 point Essence Shift, zaps from the Harpy, maybe you get the kill for yourselves.
I think, again, we're going to have another exciting game in store for us. Another big question mark is what the hell is going to happen with this Zeus. So yep. I'm just like, let's see. Chuen looks pretty
Lightning
comfortable
hands,
with it.
Let's go, Chuen.
Yeah, I hope we get to see it, honestly, in this game. So there's... It's another game where we are all learning what's going on in the new patch 7.33. We had an incredible game 1. I hope game 2 is just as close and just as tense. And honestly, I'm going to say... Ooh, hang on, I may have jinxed. I was going to say Alliance because I want us to go game 3. Usually if I do that, though, it gets jinxed. So I don't know. Maybe I don't say anything.
You're not that important. Don't worry about it. Yeah, your decision isn't going to change the outcome of the match.
All right, so I should say Alliance, because then if I'm right, I'm right. But then if I'm wrong, then it proves you wrong, and it shows that I am actually... Am I, though? Because I feel like I'm thinking pretty well. I actually think that's some pretty good logic there, because then you're like...
Some next level stuff, huh?
Yeah, maybe. I'm big braining you right now.
Uh-huh.
Just give me a good game of Dota. That's all we're looking for.
We got a good one in game 1, so...
Come on. What do you mean? Am I asking for too much? I want every single game to be just as exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say Radiant.
Okay. I'm going to say Dire, just because.
Okay, screw you. just why not go away from me? Let's see how this Morphling's going to play as well with the changes. With the Adaptive Strike and the Attribute Shift as well. What Charlie's going to look to skill build. Of course, he's Grandmaster, so... Another one of his better heroes that he's getting to play.
I'm assuming he's going to put at least 1 point in the Adaptive Strike this lane, just because, again, you're laning into something where Jakiro doesn't secure range creeps. You've got very low attack range, and your spells are damage over time, not a big nuke. So Morphling, unless he's going to waveform into this lane, which is basically suicidal, I think he's going to need that Adaptive Strike just to be able to secure it, and then of course you get the added benefit of having the bonus strength or Agi coming through. We're actually even instantly just going to go in onto Hanskin, even with that dual breath applied to them.
Is this a lane where we're going to see some early level in the Ice Path as well?
I mean, I think 1 point Ice Path is always going to be value, right? Sure. It's just a matter of... I just saw how close that creep camp is in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
How the hell does that happen?
I don't know.
It was the easiest pull of all time.
Oh, trust me, man. Some supports will still mess it up, and one on the panel right now on the cast definitely will.
No, there's no panel, so I can't understand who that might be.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. We've let's kind of speak about mid real quick before we get the level 2s up top. Looks like Chuen. It should have a fine time versus the Viper, right? You could just play from afar, don't really have to worry. Should be able to secure your CS relatively easily.
It's fine, but like you have to be a little careful of going in too deep because he's got 1 point in that corrosive skin. It means that you're not going to be able to retreat and use the bottle while Viper's trying to catch up to you, and maybe that's going to be the extra little bit that Mobe needs to be able to get those poison attacks in onto you. I mean, we know how strong Viper is around those odd timings, and well, he's level 3 now, so you can see he's even just playing on the Radiant side of the river in that mid lane to be able to bully Chuen away. But top lane seems like where a lot of the action is happening quite early on.
And it will now.
The Hill Troll Berserker.
You've got those level 2s, right? So you've got the telekinesis into the stun. And a lot of burst potential as well.
I mean, even just Pleb not putting a single point into the Essence Shift, realizing that, hey, I actually don't really want to be getting too many right clicks in this lane because that's what's going to lead me to die. You know, it's just about making sure you've got that escape potential. As Ponlo, oh, they might have been able to bait out a Dark Pact from him if he stayed just that little bit longer. But with Pleb standing up there, not getting a lot of the lane experience, at least they're pushing the lane back a little bit here with the pull. Nicely done by Ponlo, though, to quickly clear that one out. You gonna go for a dive? Doesn't seem like it.
This chain creep is going to be a bit of an issue for...
The Ghost Creep is the best level 1 creep by far, I think. Even better than the Harpy Stormcrafter, if you're playing with something like a Slark or a Monkey King. Just because it enables you to go for these chases, it means that Rubik is going to take a lot of damage just from the creep wave. So annoying to have to go into that Frost attack. 25% movement speed reduction.
Are they going to go for Ponlo, actually? So S4 still got some stuns. He's going to have to wait for the Dark Pact to expire. And they're actually going to be able to get the kill. S4 had enough even without Ponlo's Fade Bolt. So First Blood's going to be picked up top lane. Beautifully done from Alliance. And the lane that we were expecting a lot of the action to be is already off to that start. Ponlo's going to be able to get the healing Lotus as well. So resource boost up.
I was expecting them to go for that kill once Lil Pleb was level 3. You know, he was about 1 creep away from it, and that means that you weren't able to actually get that pressure there onto him. You weren't able to steal some of those attributes and really start right-clicking for much greater. D-ward off, they're going to be able to take this Satyr Mind Stealer up on the top side, so we're going to try and spam that mana burn in onto, I'm assuming, Ponlo whenever they can. Ponlo wisely enough is staying away, though. His courier died with a couple of mangoes on it, so it's going to hinder his ability to be able to pick up some of those, to be a little bit more aggressive in lane.
Yeah, and because of kind of his low resources, we see he wasn't able to rotate to mid. So Alex was able to take one of the water runes, Mobe got the other to refill the bottle, but Chuen had to go all the way back to base.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Still very close towards... What do we got?
I mean, Charlie just kept his courier standing on top of him, and Mixer was able to get a free courier kill there. So, little things right now going their way after giving up that first blood. There is that, actually 2 points adaptive strike here by Charlie, not wanting to waveform in onto the front lines at all. I think he's realizing that he's not necessarily going to be the one playing aggressively in the early game, as Hanskin might be the one to go down bot.
Damn, I'm good.
Yeah, he needs to be playing very greedily, I feel. And it really doesn't feel like Alliance are going to be making too many moves, right? Like, S4's doing a great job farming in this top lane. He's picked up an early-ish Vanguard, but Zeus wants to stay mid. He wants to keep farming, keep pushing out those waves, punish Mobe if he ever made rotations, but it's not exactly like a Viper's going to be doing that. Chuen actually might be in a position to get a kill assist here with Hanskin. Just getting the bottle refill for now to be able to out-sustain.
Yeah, he needs it, dude. He's having a really hard time mid. Mobe's doing a great job with his posturing in the lane, just playing up aggressive in the face of Zeus, and because of this Arc Lightning, it felt like the creep wave has never been on his high ground, and you've also got the vision advantage as well, and now that 6 before Chuen. So, yeah, you're going to need to starting to bring some support to protect this Zeus, and we're going to see that to try and secure the power rune.
Illusion Rune top. You'd love to get that against a Viper.
Well, but you might lose a couple of members if Mobe wants to continue to chase. It's not going to be the case, though.
I mean, now maybe... I mean, the supports aren't really the greatest at assisting with a lot of these dives, right? You've got a Jakiro, a Rubik, and a Zeus. Who's the one that actually makes that initial jump in onto a hero like the Viper? Even just with that 1 point in the corrosive skin, providing the 10% magic resist too. So a much more slow-paced game to be able to start things off. And again, though, both teams are really lacking that hero that wants to go in first. This Primal Beast is playing as a position 4, so he's not going to be the one to do it. Mixer getting pressured back a little bit here, but with the raindrops, won't be able to stop the death coming through from the Zeus. Oh, We'll see where Mobe is as well, so I wonder if this is the time where Chuen and Ponlo are actually wanting to go for a kill in onto this Viper. Might have been a little bit too early, though, on Ponlo.
Mobe did use all his spells on the Rubik, though, so maybe Chuen won't really be able to run through those, so never mind. But
just a little early there on Ponlo, I think. That's almost certainly a kill onto the Viper. He wouldn't have been able to TP away with a 1 point in the Lightning Bolt. Chuen would have been the one wanting to put himself on the front lines because he had that illusion rune, so a little bit disconnected there.
we see those what happens as soon as S4 picks up this Vanguard. Like, you're more than happy now to leave the Centaur alone. You know the Chen's going to do nothing versus you, and you can probably just turn and be a nuisance to the Slark if he tries to steal your stats as well. So ever since then, Ponlo's just been avoiding top, trying to help secure the lane. He's going to drop a rune as well. Maybe protect him for some rotations and help secure the power rune.
Wonder if he's going to do what Ancient Tribe did to them last time and mosey on through between the towers, pick up that that Wisdom rune that spawned 50 seconds ago.
S4. Alright, maybe he's been off a bit more than he can chew with Mobe here, but the use of the Stampede's going to help him get some distance away. Got to be cautious. Slowed down Mobe. Wrap it around. Looks like he just wants to secure the rune, though. And Nemo over to the dire triangle. Not Ponlo.
That's right.
After his start that we saw prior. Nice little kill. Is going to help him get close to the arcane rune. So nicely done.
Really don't hate the Veil pickup that Hanskin's going for. They're so heavy on the spell damage right now. Of course, not just from the Rubik, Zeus, and Jakiro itself, but remember, it's spell damage, not magic damage, so even some of those other abilities from the other heroes are going to be impactful.
They're collapsing on mid. Ponlo's, they're not going to know, though, off the back of the smoke.
They got the Frost Armor creep, though, to be able to back him up, so if they did ever get any right clicks in, they're just going to be slowed down a little.
Maybe inside the river. Oh, they've got the Mortimer Kisses as well from Mixer. They're not getting a lot of value out of it. Chuen's going to try and TP. He might die, though.
Dies in base.
Oh, no. And Hanskin dies in base as well. Both these heroes falling even after the TP, so more economic damage done. And you've got LeBron here with his army, so they're going to be forced to try and pop a glyph to stop the damage from taking a decent chunk.
I mean, they've got Mech coming out on the career as well. He went a little different build. He didn't go into the Bassi ring to enable him to stay in the jungle. He was able to do it just off the back of the Satyr Mindstealer, providing him that mana regeneration. He doesn't have that creep anymore, but it's gotten into this point where you've got a pre-10-minute mechanism. Wildwing Ripper, such a great creep as well, to be able to tank up a lot of these tower hits. Gives bonus armor to not just itself, but everyone else around, and they've got that Frost Mage as well to be able to assist with this one. They're committing quite a few resources to be able to defend it, and they might actually be able to do so. Okay, still protecting the tower for now, but really still in a position to be able to protect these power runes, our Ancient Tribe, if they so desire.
We're going to get lucky again. So last game it was Chuen. This time it is Mobe. Arcane rune for him. Wonder what the build-up's going to be out of the Viper. I guess with the Boots of Travel, we'll probably see the Scepter. I did see one of his other games. We got like that Dragonlance and more beefy frontline Viper, who's probably going to force out another use of the Stampede to reset from S4. Any more bottom lane though as well. Alex, he's also in some trouble. Chuen's not going to mess around. Happy with dropping the ultimate just to try and secure another kill.
I wonder if it is going to be the Aghanim Scepter game this time around. Just because, again, I feel like that is best when it's against a lot of these Zoo-type drafts that aren't going to be buying a BKB, that are going to have a lot of that damage reduced. But it really doesn't feel like Ancient Tribe, Alliance are going to go into that sort of style, right? Like, do you really care about being disarmed on a Centaur or a Zeus or a Rubik or a Jakiro? Not really. So I want to see if he looks to adjust it. Although, against a lot of this magic damage, Corrosive Skin does give a lot of value if you're going to talent into it as well. So maybe they're just going to go for pure damage based off of that.
Hanskin's going to run straight into the smoke. They would want a much more valuable kill. It looks like they're going to avoid a great pathing from Ancient Tribe simultaneously.
They see Chuen.
Almost going to go down. They're still going to try and make the attempt back to mid lane. Under the remnants of the tier 1 tower, Chuen has just got no backup. Hanskin's going to try and TP out. He might die inside the base like we saw prior. But this time there just wasn't enough damage, nor enough stacks. But Ancient Tribe off to a great start. I'm honestly quite surprised the fact that the net worth lead's actually favoring Alliance. Looks like both their side lanes are very comfortable with the position they're in.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they got that early kill onto S4, right? Or rather, the assist, First Blood. Just him getting into the Vanguard means that there's really nothing too much that he's scared about on this top side. Slark suffering a bit, and S4 is going to be going straight into that Blink Dagger. So, seems like they're not wanting to make the same mistake as last game with taking it too long if they feel like it's going to swing things out of their favor if they just delay the game too much. Although, this is one of those games where you really don't hate going into the ultra late, right? You've got a Morphling into the Slark, you really want him to get into his Aghanim Scepter as quickly as possible to be able to counter out that Slark, both through the Agi reduction as well as getting the double pounce. And it's a late game Zeus. It just does so much if you're able to get into that Kaya Sanj, and I mean, even just the Refresher Orb as well.
Yeah.
Got the Kaya finished up already. Whoever even considers going like an E-Blade instead of one of those items that I mentioned previously would prevent the Viper from getting a lot of those poison attacks in onto him. Even Slark, Jakiro doing a lot of their damage early on.
Speaking of the Slark, S4 with the blink reveal. Oh, Charlie, beautifully done with the bait. Hanskin is in great position to be able to capitalize, and now S4 is going to be able to TP out as well. So you now Mobe, they know he's stuck here. Let's see if they're going to be able to try and bring enough members, though, to bring down the Viper. It's not an easy kill.
He's pretty fast. He's got the boots of travel. He's got the raindrops as well, so I don't think he should be in too much trouble. Mid lane is really where I'm looking at, and Alex, he's just looking to soak up some of that experience. Again, the Wisdom Rune still remains on the right-hand side of the map. These players, they've only had a few hours to be able to play this patch, so they're going to forget little things here and there. Of course, there's so much on the line for both of them, right? Win, and your chances of going up to Division 1 increase exponentially, lose, and you're pretty much out of it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
S4's looking to try and play bottom here with the blink. They haven't got a glimpse of him just yet. Telekinesis back into the hoof stomp. Perfect fall from Hanskin as well.
Oh,
they might be able to get him out there with the Hurricane. Mixer gets some further distance, and with some great use of the micro and the spells they've got to work with, it looks like he's going to be okay. So again, a lot of rotations expended to Alliance. They're going to have to smoke to get across the map now.
Where are they going to smoke to, though? I mean, mid lane's kind of revealing in that it's pushing in super deep. Charlie's at least going to be able to pick that one up. It almost feels like LeBron is target number one that they need to be focusing down. He's providing them so much with all of these camps that he's able to farm while making rotations, while saving his team. Even just taking the Ogre Frost Mage to provide a lot of protection against that early aggression that Alliance is looking to try and bring to them. I don't know if they're going to be able to defend this one, though. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses, I suppose, to be able to provide a bit of protection. He's just walking underneath that.
S4, he's going to start. Jesus Christ, look at the damage before the mechanism. And now off the back of the Stampede, they're going to be able to retreat out of danger. Pleb, an aggressive jump in, but he's got the Diffusal Blade freshly completed, so he feels strong enough to show up and get some involvement out of the fight if it does break out further. But in the end, it's just going to be a 1-for-1. Both position 4s will go down. Some ultimates expended between both sides.
You'd have to feel happier on Ancient Tribe, though, right? You maintain your jungle, you take the early usages of that Blink Dagger and make them a whole lot less effective. I mean, S4 was comfortably at the top of the net worth previously as he was farming up to this. He wanted to stay in lane if possible, but just with the amount of influence that Mobe was having on this mid lane, felt a couple of times that he needed to make that rotation and hasn't been able to secure a kill off the back of it. So looks like he's going to go back into farming until he reaches up into that pipe, so that they're really not as concerned about the Viper, Snapfire, Primal Beast trio. Thing is, though, Mixer's finished up his own pipe in the meantime, so he's going to be able to provide a lot of protection if Lions do try to make another aggressive attempt, and he's even cutting the wave a little bit, trying to get the tower pushed in.
Run into S4, great position with the Ice Path, though. Should enable the TP out. Chuen still considering about fighting along with Pomlo. Stolen Pulverize, but Chuen wants nothing to do with that.
Maybe Hanskin might be able to keep this bottom lane pushed away. Again, it's the 15-minute creep wave, so bottom lane is going to start smashing into that tower. Looks like they will be able to protect it for now. And of course, LeBron placed down that Observer Ward to the south side as Hanskin just looks to path on by it. Looking to try and catch someone out. Again, they see that Hanskin is playing down here. They can probably afford to make an aggressive play if they really wanted to. There's not a huge amount of duration left on that ward, but they'll see Alex going for the kill.
And Dire going to see... They got to be quick with the kill. They know that Radiant is starting to connect bottom with those 2 wards placed by the Radiant outpost. And a lot of people, honestly, both sides are working with all the information they need. Zeus and Slark not yet been able to get too many D wards across the map.
But
it's just running past it, yeah.
In the Slark, though. I'm sure he had one previously. Where'd it go? Not sure.
We're going to see smoke, though, from Alliance. So a sweep across the map, maybe trying to connect with Charlie as well. They will see Pleb TP top. That's the ideal target. They've definitely got enough damage to blow him up with Charlie here. Let's see if they're going to be able to catch him on top of the creep wave. Ponlo, they might be forced to start. He's going to run straight into the trap. Look at that. Great positioning. Even Stampede as well, just in case. They know how big of a kill it is to take Lil Pleb out of the equation. Just continue to slow down his game. Once again, it's back-to-back games where the carry of Ancient Tribe is really struggling in their net worth.
Top tower is under attack.
And this isn't one of those games where it's going to be like the eventual comeback of the hero, right? Morphling into Slark late game is Morphling favored, and right now Charlie's got more than a 3k net worth lead, despite her only being 18 minutes in. Really feels like their next spike on Ancient Tribe is going to be coming around this Aghanims on Mobe. He needs to look to try and get active around the rest of his team once he's picked that one up. They've got the Aura build already.
Nice blink. Man, those reactions. He's still got it. So they've been able to stabilize this game. Ancient Tribe, even with this first nighttime, haven't really been able to get too much value out of it for the Slark. I mean, they're running across the map trying to get the killers, but it's really only Alex that's able to start. And they're going deep under a tier 1 tower. Cookie's going to be able to bring down the support, but still, they don't get a more value kill out of it. I mean, look what Alliance are getting out of the map. S4 is shoving bottom. He's going to put pressure on the tower. Mid's going to go down as well with Chuen here, so they need to get something. Well, they're going to try Roche.
Okay, it's something. I guess you've got the drums to be able to enable this a little bit, but it was a little bit like a desperation attempt, right? The thing is, though, like, this feels like a big timing for Alliance to be able to make stuff happen. They've taken mid, they've taken bot, they might be down the Aegis, but Bonlo as well, he stole a Nether Toxin. And when you're going up against this Viper that's got all of that inbuilt magic resistance off the back of the corrosive skin, if you could just break that and remove it, suddenly your very magic damage-oriented draft feels so much stronger.
Whoa, 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 look at this. The rift down to bottom. S4 is not ready for it.
Backstab.
Let's see if he's going to be quick once again with the blink, but he goes straight towards him. Great use the Hurricane LeBron. Oh, my lord. This man needs micro. Instant use of the Stampede. Come back into the stun. That was really well done.
Some next level play right there, right? Like, just looking to set up exactly where they know he's going to blink away back towards the safety of potentially even TPing up towards the rest of his team, but that wasn't the case. They set up for him perfectly.
Back top they go now, Pleb. Going to pop the Shadow Dance. That'll help secure the kill into Ponlo and cover him as well, just in case Charlie was considering not going in to protect. So they're really making great use out of the Dark Rifts at the stage of the game. It is daytime now, though, so a lot of the value out of the Slark's roaming potential does start to get a bit more limited.
He's actually bought the gem already. So Pleb's holding onto a gem 20 minutes in, really wanting to take away a lot of that gank threat. He wants to be uninterrupted on his pathway towards this this Aghanims on the Slark, it feels.
Bottom lane. They're setting up with S4 again. I think he got a glimpse of them, though. I was going to look to play this one a little bit more cautiously.
DD on the Viper. Has he got Ags coming out to him? Yes, he does. So Mobe was able to hit that one in a pretty decent timing. Of course, he's talented into the corrosive skin damage. I'm assuming that he's going to be looking to do the same sort of thing with the magic resistance at level 15, for all the reasons that I've mentioned previously. You might be able to get some kills happening just off the back of this.
Going to be time for the Tormentors, though, right?
Yep. Pretty decent time. Unfortunately, you can't disarm the Tormentor, but yeah.
I'm sure Chen would...
The ability, it's passive. Can you break it?
I don't know. I don't know how it would work. I guess we'll find out. I mean, Dai have some pretty nice ones, right? I mean, the Chen shard, even the Diner, to be honest, just a rock throw. Like, who's going to say no to an extra stun? Yeah, yeah. Well, what do you got on Radiant? I mean, Telekinesis is going to be nice to get out of the Viper damage, the Nether Toxin potentially to reset, because it really feels like Radiant, you're just playing off the back of resetting. Like Dire, they're very limited in stuns. Once they've committed in a fight, you are in the fight and you're not getting back out. So you probably got that. I don't know how strong. Liquid Frost got nerfed, right, for the GQ?
No stun anymore.
Oh, top lane. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Need to use the Stampede to be able to get away from this. So, I mean, do you feel enabled now? You've got the level 15 after this creep wave dies on Mobe. You don't have to worry about the Stampede, and you've got Boots of Travel, Arcane Runes. So can Mobe look to connect together with the rest of his team, with those bots, to be able to find a kill, maybe push in that top side a little bit further, and go into the areas that Charlie is farming up a little bit more effectively? Because, again, you're on the clock. He's got the point booster picked up, I believe, on Charlie. And he's working in towards the Aghanims.
S4 making it go on Slug, but Pleb's got some backup, and with the artillery raining down, that's going to enable Pleb to stick on top of him and get some perma damage out of it. So a couple of kills across the map, they're bleeding.
It really doesn't seem like there was a reason for S4 to go in there, right? You know you're going up against a gem because you've had 2 Observer Wards removed from that area. You just used the Stampede, so your potential to get away is completely removed. And you went in solo, so there wasn't ever any kill threat. So it feels like a little bit of an odd move for me. Maybe from a support, just to provide a bit of information, but certainly not S4, who needs to continue scaling into this halberd.
I guess the one real big silver lining for Alliance, right, is just Charlie's net worth. Like, he's still so goddamn rich. Flawless so far this game, has been completely untouched. And you mentioned that he's going to feel very comfortable into this Slark matchup in the later stages.
Mm-hmm. He's level 15 already, probably will be level 18 by the time that he gets into that Aghanims, or damn close to it. So that's really going to be the big thing that they're looking for here. Even just thinking, like, is there anyone else they would like to morph into? Having the Viper wouldn't be the worst, just for that break, if necessary. I'm really looking to see Mobe get a little bit more active than he has been so far. It feels like you're not making full use out of the nosedive. I mean, maybe they're just waiting for... Well, Aegis is expiring in actually 5 seconds, so you're not going to make an aggressive move with Little Pleb. Feels like it was a farming Aegis for the purposes of just finishing up that Aghanim Scepter as quickly as possible. He's just one component away. Actually, he could have finished it now if he just disassembles the Echo Saber. Maybe they want to go for a Tormentor? Seems like that might be the case.
Yeah, they saw Chuen go over to their own side of the map and look to pick it up. So they're like, oh yeah, we forgot about this. There's a Tormentor.
What's going on? Can Pleb do it solo? I mean, he's kind of been in 2 minds about it all. They also get the reveal with the Undergod's Wrath. Looks like they'll still be able to do it, but not without taking a good amount of damage themselves. Gives it over to Chen, so pretty lucky there. It's probably the one that you would want to pick up. Primal Beast, not quite as strong at this stage. You'll have some of those ancient creeps to be able to play around with, and instantly looks to dominate it. So again, this is the time, ball up and go, right? You don't have the Aegis to play around with, but you've got Aghanim Scepter on the Slark. Morphling, well, he's got his, so that kind of sucks. But, you know, you're still going to feel pretty strong fighting into this. You can roam across the map as a team, look to get rid of a lot of the vision that they've placed up. Slark's even going to come back towards the top lane, knowing that he can reconnect with his team at any time. Maybe just looking to get rid of some vision.
Oh, they want to get rid of Chuen, so they see him underneath this Observer Ward. So Alex is in a great position to be able to start him, and Pleb is even on point with the pounce as well. Had no higher ground vision, but it's not going to matter. Pleb went for it, and he was able to catch the Zeus. So sweeping across the map again, getting great use out of the rifts, and even a couple of tips as well.
Question is, do you just come back bot now? I mean, LeBron, he's level 12, so he's stacking up the Ancient Camp for himself. He's going to look to assume take a Ancient Thunderhide as well for him and the boys.
The Alliance want to fight. S4's going to run into Alex. They're a little bit separate on Ancient Tribe, so they won't be there to potentially take the team fight. Pulverize gets stolen as well.
Okay.
We'll see what they're able to do with that coming up shortly for the eventual fight. They also see Slark under the ward, but Pleb... Well, Ponlo actually wants to go in. They're going to have to fall with the damage over time. Look at the burst potential. Ponlo. Well done again. I mean, this man, we saw what he was able to do in game 1. His KDA doesn't represent kind of the performance we saw in that previous one, but it doesn't matter. You know, is Splinter able to start getting the items? 4-star Faithlands, he can start to make some really huge plays this game to potentially get Alliance back in the driver's seat.
I'm just thinking as well, you've just finished up a Scythe of Vice for Mixer here on his Snapfire, so you know that it's going to reach this point where Morphling feels strong enough to be able to go in first. You know, he's got a lot of farm. I think they've resigned themselves to that. It's just a matter of how are we going to be able to respond to this. He's gotten a couple of extra little Shredder attacks, really wanting to bank on the fact that he can potentially look to scale into those later stages of the game if he needs to. But you've got aura creeps to be playing around. They've even got the War Drums aura coming through from the Rumble Hide, so I'm not sure if that was just LeBron accidentally hitting the wrong creep, but it is them smoking underneath a ward, so they're going to back off as a team on Alliance. Onload looks to break it, and he will TP out. Okay, I thought he might have a blink.
Roshan's back up though, so probably... I mean, Dire have got a great position around top with multiple wards set up, but along with this Watcher as well. So Alliance, if they're looking to contest this, they're going to have to smoke up top.
Getting some tier 3 items as well, though, on Ancient Tribe. Into the Blink Dagger, excuse me, on Mobe as well. His damage is really going to ramp. Still sitting second on net worth, prioritizing a lot more of that farm, even getting a Titan Sliver for himself. So his magic resistance is getting a little bit out of control.
It's not going to be easy to kill. It's going to come down to Mr. Charlie with the Morphling, who would love to have the BKB before this fight breaks out. Looks like they're trying to give him some extra camps to be able to get towards that last component of the recipe. They aren't really set up just yet. I thought they were going to go top straight away still with this nighttime advantage in the vision they have, but both sides currently content. Whoa, okay, I didn't know this. Chen creeps can go through the portal. That's so... Oh my lord.
They're special too.
It's gonna get killed by Roche though. Okay.
Oh.
They still haven't taken their Tormentor.
On Alliance?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good this game. Anytime that you can just give Ponlo more ways to be able to style on him, on his Rubik, you'll take that. Love the way that Mobe uses the Manta style as well with that Aghanims. I mean, it's just such an easy way to be able to clear out these creep waves from relatively safe distance, and with that, they're going to take away the Watcher, and then look to potentially go straight into Roche. I mean, again, just using the Viper Illusions to be able to push this one out a little bit. They've lost the gem, so Pleb is just looking to play around these Sentry Wards instead, and they'll see that it's warded up in the lane. It really feels like it's all around that next Roche fight, doesn't it? Ooh, they smoked.
Really break it.
They smoked with the creep wave on top of Pleb. So once again, Alliance just back up as a team, looking to potentially even drop the Thunder God's Wrath, and they're ready. Smoke of their own. Who can they find the jump of? That's pretty ballsy movement coming through from Alliance there. Could have potentially run into them in the river, but maybe they're going to go the full wraparound with the shield rune being picked up. I'm not sure if they would have spotted out.
Roche down bottom now, so you're on the wrong side of the map.
They're TP'd
and it looks
down,
like
though.
Radiant, they're ready for it. They're looking to try and get there, maybe get themselves set up beforehand. How soon smoke's gonna pop, and they might... Yeah, it's gonna pop onto the cliff ward. They're gonna re-smoke on Alliance. Dire committing. They might run into Mobe first. Do they take the bait? They're not going to. S4 with the jump. They're going to try and target down Alex, but the Primal Beast able to activate the BKB. Charlie himself is also looking to utilize it early on, but no one goes down. S4's completely out of mana. Double ultimates expended as well, so this is a really rough fight for Alliance now.
It is. Double ultimates expended, and I really like the way that Pleb paid that fight. As soon as he saw the Morphling starting to close in onto him, he made sure to pop the Shadow Dance and move away. He does not want to let himself get morphed into. At least until he's got that Lincoln's available for himself. He's actually going for the BKB first. Again, this is a game where it's fairly solid. You're against so many of these spellcaster types, but it really feels like Lincoln's is going to be the real item that ties everything together.
Sorry, Ponlo getting a heart attack. Thought he was going to go through the portal. Roche is not falling fast. They're going to have the Morphling Illusions to be able to scout this out, but again, the ultimates are really vital for Alliance's team fight. A lot of nuke potential and reposition out of the Stampede, so they're going to have to be perfect, and they're going to be cautious. They group up. Mortimer kisses Alex with a crash in. They're on to S4. The Ice Path's going to be able to cover the retreat and a choke point. Great use of the ability from Handskin, but they got to be cautious, though. Lil Pleb is trying to find the angle, but still with this daytime, we see how difficult it is for Slark to find that correct route to move in. Another smoke from Alliance.
Charlie's morphed into the Slark, though.
And Ponlo with an aggressive jump straight onto Alex. And the BKB is on cooldown. They want to try and kill him before he can activate. It comes back up. Another turnaround. They have the pulverize before the attribute shift. Down goes Charlie. And now Ancient Tribe can reap the rewards. They'll look for the cleanup. Ponlo's gone as well as Lil Pleb was able to assassinate the Rubik. Just in nick of timing. They went for the Dino. They thought they could blow him up, but the BKB was there and ready. And Ancient Tribe lose no one.
Just feels like there's a lot of fights that are clumping around in these very small areas, right? Zeus wants fights that are a little bit more split. Same sort of thing with the Rubik. He's not going to get great value out of that. But then you think you're going up against the Primal Beast going for the charges. The Slark that's able to just stick in on top of a lot of people. The Scatterblast, the Mortimer's Kisses, the 5-Star Cookie, and then the Viper to be able to tie everything together so that you're not sure whether you should stay or whether you should go. You know, it really feels like Alliance need to play much more heavily off the back of these ultimates, right? They didn't have the Thunder God's Wrath that time. They didn't have the Stampede. And because of that, it felt like they got the kill in onto the Morphling before he was able to truly have that big teamfight impact. It was another great blink in by Ponlo as well, giving him that vision, getting them the initiation onto the Primal Beast, and he was able to force stuff back to safety after getting that initial lift, but it still wasn't enough.
And now you've been put in a position where it's very difficult to come back from 13,000 deficit. You've got the gem back in the hands of the Slark, so you're going to lose all your vision. They're still looking to take a fight potentially, but they don't have everyone here. It's just never is 5 at the right time.
The only way Ponlo is going to get there is by taking the portal. He's still got 40 seconds left on his TP. So you almost need to just let this tier 2 tower go. Actually, they're going to make a move up towards where Ponlo might be looking to play. They take away the Watcher. Ponlo might be giving up his life for it.
Anyway. Oh, Ponlo? They're even going to use the Stampede as well to try and help him live, so I thought he was able to get the force out to break the first pounce, but there was a second one soon to follow, so they might just look to sweep across the map. Top's going to get shoved in now, thanks to that move. Mid's in a great position, so with bottom, so Ancient Tribe, not only do they have the net worth lead, but they've got great position in the creep waves to be able to capitalize on that.
Some great items being built up by multiple heroes, right? Like, even Chen, he's gotten into a Vlad's on top of everything else. Really just enables this ball up and go play as they find another.
Whoa, Chuen. They get the 4-stuff off. And the jump as well, but the damage has been done. S4 is going to try and jump Pleb, but the Slark is more than okay. And Alliance, it's going to be all off the back on Charlie. Cheese going to be eaten. Charlie can still stand strong. I mean, this Morphling is all their net worth, and the only way they'll have an angle to take this game. But he's going to have to escape off the back of just getting a kill onto Mixer and using that BKB. So now these objectives are going to be even more difficult to defend.
And you still lose Chuen. You still lose your vision across the map. You still don't have many places that you can play. They're going to steal away the Wisdom Rune as well as the Courier, perhaps. Oh, that Morphling Courier might just get sniped, and it does.
Oh, they got it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Did they just get the Obelisk as well?
Away the Obelisk, yeah. Obelisk, the Tormentor, is tormenting Alliance right now. They're not claiming it. Ends up giving a free shard over to the Slark. I mean, could you ask for much more?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's one of the advantages of having the Viper be the top net worth on your team. It was between you and the Primal Beast, and I mean, I think giving all of that extra net worth over to the Slark just to prevent, once again, the Morphling from being able to morph into you and steal all of your stats. You have to be feeling pretty satisfied with yourself. Charlie wants to
And
make
they're
sure
just going to...
I was about to say, Charlie just wants to make sure he's not the one getting jumped on. He's going into the Lincoln Sphere for himself, and he has to TP all the way back to base because his courier died.
This is going to be Handskin that will die as a result to this move across the map, and they may have got a glimpse of Ponlo. I tried to scan to see if it was nearby. Wasn't able to connect though, but it's just They're just playing the map better, honestly, from Ancient Tribe.
You
It's
hate
just
to
it's
see
really
a
what
Rubik
it.
go into the boots of travel, though, as well, don't you? Like, Ponlo's basically trying to be what Alex was last game, in just manipulating these lanes, stalling it out long enough so that the Morphling is able to continue to scale. It's still a really good Morphling game. He just hasn't been able to replicate into that Slark and truly take over these team fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is
But
under
it's
Chen's
solely...
net worth, man.
Yeah. And they're going to itemize for the Morphling, though. Like that we already see there's a Hex, of course. I mean, you had the Hex at a very early stage on Mixer. You've got a Halberd, I believe, completed on Alex, in fact. Solar Crest as well for the Chen. And meanwhile, Ponlo's... Is he actually going to be able to TP out? He will. But, I mean, you see the Solar Crest is picked up, so that's either going to mitigate some of the attack speed stolen for the Slark, or you just use it on the Morphling regardless. So, they know the only way to lose this game is off the back of the Morphling. Like, can Zeus do it, actually? Are we counting the Zeus out? Like, he's got an okay amount of net worth. If he has a free fight where he can spellcast, do we feel like Chuen can potentially turn this around as well, or is it just solely Charlie that we've got to keep our eyes on?
I think Chuen needs to focus on Snapfire in a lot of these fights. I think that Mixer's been allowed to just get away with a little bit too much, especially now that he's looking to try and scale into being that right clicker.
Oh, Alex, they got a glimpse of him with the nighttime. So Alex is on Chuen, and it's just disrupting the backline. It's going to force Alliance to look to reset the position, but Charlie, the shadow... Oh, it's a depth shroud, actually, from the Slark. It's enough to keep him alive, and they can reposition. They only get the Jakiro, though, but Mobe knows no fear, nothing that the Viper needs to be concerned about. We can keep charging on forward, very close to getting the nosedive as well, but... Another
Look at how many
tower's now
auras
gonna
they've
go
got,
down.
man. Just click on any of the heroes and just look at all of those auras that they've got affected.
God.
Everything, basically, is going to wear off pretty soon, but... I mean, Solar Crest, Vlad's, Drums, Greaves, the Chen creeps as well. Like, this is the style of gameplay that won Tundra at TI, and Ancient Tribe are doing pretty well with it too. And again, they had to pop everything, and they couldn't get any kills off the back of that. They had to run away off the back of a Thunder God's Wrath, off the back of the Stampede. They replicated into the Slark once again, but they just never could find that quick pickoff. To me, it still is Mixer. He's going to be the one to provide that instant control through the Scythe of Vice. And again, he's almost level 20, so his little Shredder is going to start using attack damage as well.
It's not going to be easy to get him, though, inside some of the fights. You don't really have those heroes to jump, and you're not going to have vision. They've, of course, lost the gem for quite some time, playing to the Slark as well, so... it just feels like you're hoping that Dire make a mistake on their eventual high ground push.
You want to have a neutral item check? Have a look at alliances. 3 ceremonial robes against 2 timeless relics and a spell prism. God damn. I mean, they really want that status resistance to be decreased. But again, like, how are these heroes getting in range to actually be able to have this be effective? Feels like if they're on top of you, you're kind of boned already, right?
Well, S4 don't. What about? Oh, he's alright as well. Yeah, no, I don't know how you're going to go on top of them. The Ceremonial Road. We'll see. Again, it really just feels like you're waiting for Ancient Tribe just to dive too deep inside the base. Alliance are splitting up the map as best as they can. Maybe even trying to make an attempt onto Lil Pleb.
It's different, though. The net worth lead is growing for Ancient Tribe, whereas last time...
And they're coming down. They're coming down. Ponlo. Straight through the rift they go. Pleb was able to get a glimpse. And it's again another Stampede to no avail. The rest of the team, they'll be able to escape, but Ponlo won't off the back of that.
We're checking the Roshan as well. They don't D1? A little odd. Maybe just not wanting them to think that they've got vision up there. I'm not sure. The mind games are involved with all of that, but well, once again, LeBron just sitting inside the Roche pit, wanting to look to take this one out. But again, I feel like without the Rubik, without the Stampede, they might feel confident enough to be able to just push on forward. Eventually, he's going to get the D-Ward off there. There we go. And I mean, they're scaling reasonably well too. Alex almost up to level 20. He's really being that frontline presence that they were lacking.
No. Okay. Charlie with his T4 token chose a timeless relic.
Maybe you didn't know that you couldn't give it to a teammate.
Dude, I wish we got to see what his options were to choose Timeless over everything else.
What would you have wanted in this scenario? There's not much better than a sliver, to be honest.
Oh, hang on. What's going on top? They're hunting
Protecting
Charlie.
Neutrals, I think.
He's just going to have the BKB TP out. Not going to have the damage this time. Oh, that should definitely free. Almost instantly going to TP bottom to try and get some vision set up for this potential Roche fight.
Just look to leave a Centaur Courser inside the pit as well. LeBron has not moved from this position. He knows his role as it is right now. They got any... There's no butterfly or anything like that, so I'm not sure if this accuracy creep is going to be able to do all that much. The Rumble Hide. Attack speed bonus is kind of nice, I suppose.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Can they get a jump onto Charlie? Looks like S4 and Hanskin playing in the way.
Look at Pleb's positioning.
Oh, he was a little slow on S4.
Backstab was perfect. Slark is going to be able to catch out Hanskin. The Stampede will help everyone else reposition. So they might be able to get a glimpse of Ponlo, but he still had the blink up to work with as well. So, I mean, they're getting one kill. That's it. Alliance, every time are looking to try and Delta split away, but this game is continuing to get further and further out of their grasp. Charlie might even be in some trouble as well. BKB still on cooldown for 10 seconds. So there's going to be no BKB TP out. He's going to be forced to use the waveform and try and connect to the rest of the team. Charlie,
that's a decent start.
He's actually considering about going back in. Pleb's taking a lot of damage, but the Depth Shard will keep him alive for the moment.
5 seconds for the Shadow
BKBs
Dance.
are soon to expire, and Radiant, they've got enough time to react to play with Charlie. So finally, something's going to go back their way. They'll be able to get the kill into Dino. He's down for 70 seconds as well, so it's going to be a 4v5, and I wonder if they make the attempt for Roche now.
I think Ancient Tribes still feel confident enough to be able to go into Roche themselves. I mean, Mixer, he doesn't have a TP right now, so no real way to be able to get down towards this bottom side of the map is the downside for him. I guess they've still got the outpost controlled inside of the Radiant jungle. But it's going to be 30 seconds away, so no boots of travel, Blink Dagger, but well, maybe they're just looking to set themselves up in a line to be able to prevent Alliance from going for any kind of aggressive play. There we go. Roshan. Can they do it in 45 seconds? Probably. With the Solar Crest. Should enable them to do it, but right back off. If they're in two minds, Roshan's going to go to his holiday home up top. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, 4 people walked past this Watcher, and only LeBron, who probably has the least to consider at that point, thought to activate it right in front of the Roche, but they're looking to take, right? There's just so many things to use on the map right now, and, well, thankfully, they're going to be able to take this one right before that 45-minute mark, so Aghanim's Blessing available on the ground. Gobble Up available.
Top lane, are they setting up for maybe them to TP into the Rift? Spring the trap. They'll also see Pleb. He is the one with Aegis, though, so this is not going to be easy. He's S4. Yeah. Unfortunately, they weren't able to start the fight on their own. So they're going to be forced to try and reposition it. Maybe gives them an idea on Ancient Tribe that something could be occurring top.
I'm still just trying to consider, like, what is the formula that needs to happen for them to, like, win a successful team fight? Because it feels like they're popping everything and breaking even.
They're going to get a glimpse of him shortly. Well, S4 stuck in the river. Oh, no, that's not a position S4 wants to be in. And the formation's completely broken now. Mobe can tank up all the damage. He's got plenty of protection with the corrosive skin.
They're all over the place.
And now it's given enough time for Dire to be able to move on over as well. They've come over from the Rift and the Outpost. S4, the fact that he's the only person that goes down is quite surprising. Very nice split away from Alliance. It was a crazy start, but there's no way for them to be able to take it if they're not the ones being able to get the jump and surprising Slark.
I mean, LeBron was just farming Ancients on the other side of the map at the time. They didn't even have all of those auras to be able to play around with. They're actually going to spot out Charlie here, but he's level 25.
Pleb's going to go for him, though. Runs into the Ice Pass. Should be able to give Charlie enough time to reset. S4 still down for another 30 seconds, so it's going to be 4v5 for the defense. Even going to drop Mortimer Kisses as well.
think they just want to keep them backed up, make sure that these creeps are able to go to work, let these auras truly take effect.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Robate.
It's probably
He's got the Aghanim shard himself, so he might be the sieger.
do have another Toxin Storm, though, from Ponlo. So let's see what they're able to do with this. It could be a surprising amount of burst, getting rid of some of the passives. So it's going to start actually force stuff further into middle. So Charlie in a bit of trouble, but they're turning. Mobe able to get out of range of that Nether Toxin, so he's going to be okay in Ancient Tribe. Off the back of the 36,000 net worth lead, they still do not feel strong enough to be able to crack the high ground. So further on we go.
I think they might just want to get up into that level 25 on the Slark specifically. What's Slark going for? Is that the Bloodthorn maybe that he's nearly got completed?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, so just 200 or so gold away. He's level 25 as well. Just really looking to secure it. Still got 2 minutes left on that Aegis. So can look to farm up one more wave to be able to back off.
Oh, they're going to make the
able to get a
attempt.
kill in the meantime.
Can they?
All right.
Whoa, alrighty.
I'm a little
First
bit
life
deep
going.
there. Don't know if you
Are
can
they going to
get
be
a
able to
second.
set up heals for the Ice Path? The chain control needs to be perfect, and well, the Cookie's going to disrupt that attempt. Regardless, though, I mean, Aegis had 2 minutes left. So that's something. You get the second life out of the hands of the Slark, who, off the back of that, was, yes, able to further the lead, but only was able to find the tier 3 tower. And Charlie is continuing to grow. 25, like you said. Scotty not completed. Well, if he's got enough gold for it, if he wants to buy out. But
Pleb buys out though. He's got that Bloodthorn coming out to him now. So he's even going to have a little bit more of that magic resistance, so he's not worried about the Zeus. It's even a higher priority for him now to be able to try and get in onto Chuen.
Seeing the bronze net worth is just so stupid. How is he 3k behind a Zeus? What is going on?
Change to the persuasion, my brother. Remember, every time that you dominate a creep, you get the gold that you would have gotten from killing it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They're now trying to get this Torment on. They should be able to do so with Charlie here. So there we go. That is the first Tormentor of the game taken for Alliance, 49 minutes in. So Ponlo's going to be able to get his Aghanim Shard. You've still got Morphling without it. Everyone.
He's only got
Sorry,
a lot
S4's
of
got
gold
one.
on Ponlo as well. Like, he's looking to go for an Octarine potentially. I guess. I mean, it doesn't really feel like an Aghanim Scepter game, for sure. What would you even steal to make that worthwhile? Nothing really combos together. So, yeah, I guess Octarine is the next best thing. Maybe an E-Blade is something that he could look to consider.
Do you think this is still a 20% game for Alliance?
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? Dude, it has not... I don't know how it's that.
I really value the Morphling into the Slark, like, highly. I know some people say it's 50-50 because of what Slark can do, yada, 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 but there is not any better heroes for Morphling to play against than this. Maybe Lifestealer, but
Radiant's bottom
20%, no. 5, maybe.
Very nice retreat. S4 and Ponlo almost got caught out. Very creative ward placement, actually, from Ancient Tribe to see some of the pathing out to bottom. So Ponlo's continuing to be a nuisance to the side lanes and getting more farm as well from the neutrals. So this should give him that Octarine pretty shortly. But yeah, I'm just... Oh.
Okay.
Where are we looking? Aggressive
Good start.
Stampede. They're on to mix up. Ponlo with the wraparound as well. Is
the
going
right
to try and
target.
drop the Nether Toxin down. Charlie is wanting to try and deal with the support to take LeBron out of the equation, but it's a B can be expended for just the Chen, and meanwhile your rest of your members are just getting ripped apart. Lord Pleb has been completely uncontested inside the team fight. The Slark has nothing to fear.
Try and pick off Hanskin as well if they can. He just bought back. Got the leaps available once again on the Slark.
Charlie.
Even just using the Halberd. Without that BKB available, Halberd really increases in value. So does the Nosedive. Really doesn't feel like you can contest into this. You've got to give up one lane, I feel.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
They're going to use this Glyph, which, I mean, that's the last one. They won't be able to use it to try and push out some of these other lanes with the towers now off the back of this.
Radiant's bottom
Charlie, no BKB inside the fight. Chuen's going to give him the Wind Waker, but he wasn't able to reposition. Silver the Force Staff gets enough distance away, and Ancient Tribe want nothing to do with a dive deep under the tier 4 tower. The disciplined play from them. They know how... Charlie. Okay. Okay, he's chilling there, man. I'm a little bit scared there for a second.
They would have been able to hex him after they pop the Lincolns. So they've got 1.5 lanes left remaining. What's the win prop now? 9%. Okay. That leads a little bit more towards what we're feeling is the reality of the situation. A 9% chance that they're going to be able to push this one to a Game 3. Remember, Alliance's hopes of being able to go up to Division 1 essentially rest on this game. If they don't win this, that'll be 3 losses. There won't be any danger of dropping down, but it does mean that it's going to be another season in Division 2, which is such a prestigious org. Not what you want to see.
Not at all. That just showcases
how hard it is.
How hard it is, and
Middle barracks are under attack.
how goddamn difficult Western Europe is. It is. I mean, you're about to have double Daedalus on Mixer, so I don't know, man. This is like...
He's got Pleb's double damage on Pleb. Yeah, he's
like
hunting Charlie. S4.
He's going to get a glimpse of him. Jump him. Lincoln's going to get activated straight away, so it's going to be able to set up for the Hex. Going to get the attribute shift out, or is the control enough? Charlie, he's going to be okay for the moment. Looks to turn, but the Depth Shroud's going to be able to cover them. So Charlie can't stand strong. An all-out retreat is called from Alliance. The signal's there.
It's one dieback.
Wave the flag, but it's just the Jakiro that goes down. S4 is going to be forced to buy back as well in the end.
Are they going to have a quick Roche check? I mean, it's gotten late enough that the Viper, top of the net worth, by the way, he's bought himself a Moonshard to be able to consume as well. So he's even got more right-click damage coming through. Of course, Boots of Travel too. He's just going in on top of the Slark every single time that they find a pick-off. And, well, Lil Pleb, he knows that he's not going to get much bigger than he is right now. He's just roaming around trying to catch someone out. And it's going to be
Jesus
Rubik.
Christ.
Well, not even needing Lil Pleb to be able to get that. I mean, you admire what Ponlo is doing, right? Because he needs to keep this wave shoved out. He needs to try and delay for the Jakiro to be up, and at least he's got buyback, but they're just everywhere right now on Ancient Tribe.
And they maybe going to go for one last fight outside the base, but it's 3 members, and if they get inside the base, what are you going to do to them?
Not much.
You just get the formation set up, put Maybe up there, let the Viper go to work. 3,700 health, all the effective health you got to go through as well.
Just letting the poison attacks do the work.
S4 breaks the Pounce retreat. Their Shroud's going to cover him for the moment.
They can just back off. They got another buyback out of them. They know that the Jakiro still doesn't have his buyback, so just again, look to set yourself up, maybe place a few wards down, set up towards Roshan. It's going to be coming up there in 30 seconds, so they can just look to start moving up, take away that that Watcher, and then really close this one out.
This must
Alliance
be...
know this is a last-ditch effort. Looking to try and get out onto the map. They're pinging down towards the bottom side, so I guess they could shove the wave out, and then if they need to, they could TP up towards the top, but look at where Little Pleb is. He's just wanting to monitor that twin gate up towards the top side, see if it starts to twirl around. It means that they're starting to TP in, and they'll be able to react, but he actually dips down right at the 55-second mark, so is Roshan going to stun them?
Mixer's going to go.
Ooh.
They're going to see channeling. Mixer, whoa, Mixer! Great blink. Now Little Pleb's going to be in.
They're pincered.
Alliance, can they really set up shit here on this side of the map? They're going to try and make the attempt. One last fight. One last hurrah. Charlie's doing a lot of damage onto Mobe, but the Viper's going to look to buy back instantly. But it really feels like it's Charlie against the world. The main damage source, the carry with all their net worth, but he is full strength more. Tries to TP out, an ambitious attempt at best. He'll get some distance away with the waveform. And even able to cover himself with a Silver's Edge as well, so somehow Charlie will still live.
And you get a buyback out of the Viper, so it might be the slimmest of win conditions, but you've got it now. Downside, of course, is Roshan right there that they might just look to give over to the Viper just for a safety net.
Whoa, no. Hang on. Oh, they got the move.
It's Charlie. Alex, my guy. How is he doing it to him?
Oh, God. This must be... Dude,
Middle tower is under attack.
I feel really... what an unfortunate game to be in right now. Like, what do you do? It just must be so hard to play the map.
It's all about
going to try.
They got to kill him right
Pleb
now.
is already here. They maybe thought the Pleb Slark was hitting Roche, but that's not the case. He's right next to Mobe. And they're going to be able to dive deep inside the base. Alex still going to be a little bit cautious off the back of the Morphling buyback. So they should be able to get the kill on the Dino, even though the Hand of God was used there at the last second. It's just not enough to keep him alive.
So their main sieger is still going to be this Viper. And he did buy back previously. And he doesn't have the Aegis. And you were still able to get a kill. So, ideal scenario. Find a way to be able to get it onto the map, get the 60-minute items, get 5 Fallen Skies coming through, initiate onto the Viper, burst him down without the buyback, and then maybe, just maybe, you're able to push down and get your first tier 2 tower.
Sounds like 0% copium right there.
2% chance, low
I
fat
don't know
milk.
how.
You a skim, full cream, low fat?
S4.
What kind of fan are you?
I'm a almond boy.
Ah, of course. I figured you were more of a soy.
Yeah, I know, but... Alright, I like... Sorry, I've got to... This is last, like...
Last
If
chance.
there's any 1%, the Rapier could be that. Oh, he got... Okay, I guess he needs slots. So still need to give him a little bit more gold.
Let him cook.
Give me one Rapier fight. That's it. It's been a slow game. Ancient Tribe have played the map incredibly well. It's felt like they've played on this patch for quite some time with how they've been moving across the map. So give us one last Rapier fight.
Alright, they got rid of the ward, so Mixer won't be able to be this source. But he's got double Daedalus and a Scythe of Vice on the Snapfire, man. With an Enchanted Quiver at level 25.
That boy crazy.
Where is he supposed to get this gold from? He's effectively fighting 5-slotted right now on Charlie just because he can't even get his courier out to the secret shop. It's fully covered.
Oh, they're just going to BKB in Siege. Alright, why not?
Makes a lot of sense.
Let's can even jump in as well. It's a decent amount of damage onto Zaslark to start, but it's not going to matter. I mean, you're trading things back and forth, and Ancient Tribe will reset. Their cooldowns aren't nearly as long, and Radiant, you need every single item and ability
Where's the repair
possibly
kit?
find a way
That
back
Rax
in.
needs
Where's the repair kit? I forgot about that item. Even Alex is in, man. They just want Megas and they'll get out and they'll be able to find it. Alliance unable to defend their last set of barracks, and now as a result, 59 minutes in, we'll be going up against the Mega Creeps. Now at least Charlie's got enough gold for Rapier.
Okay. Still needs to be able to get out onto the map and get it, though. Silver Edge, of course, but no boots to be able to play around with, and Alex might actually find him.
He's already used waveforms. Gonna be back up shortly.
Oh, he's hexed.
Oh, they got the hex. Is the chain control gonna be there, though? Pleb's gonna look to jump on him. It's Operation Protect Charlie, but it's a long duration pulverize.
That's it.
And with that last little engagement, Alliance and their hopes of going up into Division 1 will be crushed. Ancient Tribe, they'd lost 2 series in a row, but they're going to be able to start to build some momentum back up into their last series, a series that still could potentially determine their placement to be promoted as well. And it's only deserving they get to celebrate inside the base and
Mixer
give
wants the
Mixer the rampage, man. It's been a great showing out of the Snapfire as well, and he'll get it. A rampage out of the offlaner here from Ancient Tribe. Somehow we go 60 minutes, but in the end, it's going to be the boys on Ancient Tribe. Hugs all out for them. They're going to be able to take the series in pretty goddamn convincing fashion.
It was. I mean, the net worth stayed pretty even across the first, 30-ish minutes of both games, but it was always the kills in favor of Ancient Tribe, able to take that one out. And I mean, Mixer just played an amazing game, didn't he? Going for that super early Scythe of Vice, providing that kill threat onto the Morphling. That was the key aspect of this game, because outside of Morphling, it really didn't feel like anyone had too much of an impact. Chuen, he's been playing great for Alliance all season, but he just finished with a score of 3, 5, and 4 on a Zeus. That is something that you almost never see out of this sort of hero. It just goes to show how well they addressed it in lane, with their item progression, with all of their auras. It was even holding on to a Centaur Corsa at the very end of the game on LeBron, just to make sure that they had that little bit of additional magic resist, just to make sure that Chuen didn't have that late game impact that they were hoping for.
Man, I wonder if we're going to see Chen first phase banned in a lot of our upcoming games. Because, I mean, you just... Where did he finish? He finished ahead of Chuen.
Higher net worth.
The only person he didn't... Yeah. The only person he wasn't higher than was, of course, Charlie. So,
he was close to Little Pleb's net worth. 5,000
Dude, he had
less.
He had a Greaves, Lincoln's, AC, Soul of Lads, drums, like this
Chen
man
does
just
not
gave
drop
them
off
so
late
much.
game anymore. You can farm, and you can farm heavily off the back of that Aghanim Shard, just being able to get that free gold, baby. It's kind of like a Night Stalker, but you're a Chen, and as a support, money is much harder to come by, so the fact that you're able to do this, I mean, what a fight this was. Just, it felt like they were a little out of position here on Alliance. You know, it never felt like they found this all-in assault onto the front lines, and so much was on the back of S4, right? No one else really had the potential to go in first because there's no stun on the Morphling. They needed someone to hold people in place so that you could get real value out of a lot of this spell casting, so that you could prevent a lot of the runaways, because they had all of the auras, they had the 4-staffs, they had BKBs. Like, there's very little that Alliance's draft could do against this ancient tribe one.
Well, it felt like the entire game, they just were unable to get in the right position, and which is a lot of the value has to come down to the Slark. I mean, the supports have to be given props as well. I was quite impressed with their warding, even on a new map where they have not had a lot of time to be able to find these crazy places, but multiple times those key wards were very important. And just as a result of Slark dewarding that early gem pickup, what, it was 20 minutes in, right? They got the gem. It was just, usually Zeus lineup, you'd expect to have a little bit more vision than that, but we saw it was just, when you cannot get out on the map, and you can't continue to deward, Slark can, they couldn't do anything off the back of it. Their formation was completely broken every single fight. It was so difficult to play on either side. I was quite impressed with it's going to be interesting to see like how the style of Boots of Travel comes into play, because it seemed like Ancient Tribe were just everywhere at once, just closing the map, sweeping across, and just making it that much more difficult for Alliance to try and get anything done.
Oh, we love those manly vibes coming through from LeBron. It always seems like a bunch of lads, you know? It seems like a bit of a frat house vibes coming through. High fives all around, and I mean, they just played amazingly. They understood playing from behind in game number 1, and then game 2, of course, they just dominated from start to finish. Even with the unorthodox picks, right? I love the way that they rounded out their draft with the Snapfire. Last pick overall, but you still didn't know where exactly it was going to be laning because of the flexibility that they've got across 3 of their heroes at this stage.
It's got to be such a relief for them to find that victory, right? Because this is, again, they have not had long on the patch, and this is a very important series. We've already mentioned multiple times the stakes on the line. You win, and you still potentially you have a spot to be able to compete for promotion. You lose, your hopes are out. So
now, are we giving the MVP to the Chen? That's what I want to know. Or are we giving it to Mixer?
Man,
I'll leave it up to you since you did lose the prediction.
Yes, I did indeed. Maybe I jinxed as well, like I said I was going to. Look, production, you can decide. Just toss anyone in. Honestly, anyone. I'm quite happy with everyone.
Hero,
yes, please. Let's not throw Alliance under the belt. So. I am quite impressed with everyone's performance. Let's see. Yeah, Mixer. I'm the Rampage from the Snapfire. Like you said, his item progression, that early Hex, and then being able to go late as well into some scaling. But again, we saw in the cams with how much it meant to them. I mean, they've always been a team with a lot of emotions. They wear it on their sleeve, but this now gives them a couple of days, right, where they can just work the patch over. They can look over the replays, they can look over Dream League, they can look over the rest of the games later on tonight, and then they've got plenty of time to work out how they want to go into that next series. So I think definitely a big reason why we saw the emotions, and it's going to be exciting to hear from one of them as well. We do get an interview, of course, with the lads on Ancient Tribe.
Hey,
hello guys.
Hello, mate. Congratulations on the victory. Firstly, of course, got to get the question out the way. We've had a very, very big patch. I want to know your first initial thoughts on 7.33.
Hi, guys. Thanks. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I wasn't that excited for like any other patch. It's the best patch so far, I think. Like, I have so much fun playing, even though I played like only 3 or 4 games, and now this, like, it's so many new things. It's like, I don't know. I just want to play more, you know. Right after this, I'm just gonna play more pups. It's the best. Like,
good, man.
I think the changes are very good. Like, we all were waiting for this, and it's like they gave us everything we wanted, you know. It's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think that there's a few heroes that are a little bit too busted? Like the Chen seems like it's just able to farm amazingly to the late game because of the Holy Persuasion giving a lot of gold through. Is there anything else that you feel like stands on that same tier as the Chen?
Yeah, I'm not sure about this PL hero yet, Phantom Lancer. He might be that good as well, but we'll need to see like in the next few days. But yeah, there's certainly some heroes that are looking very good. Also, like maybe this Alchemist hero is back, maybe in other roles. Who knows?
Yeah, true. I was talking about this during the cast. How do you guys as a team prioritize a lot of the new objectives? Because it feels like there's about 10 different things that you can be doing at any time in this game. Like, do you always go down like a flowchart of, okay, we need to make sure this happens first, then we can do this, this, and this, you know?
No, it's like more, like at least for today, it was more like we think about something and just do it. And there was like multiple times where we thought about 3 or 4 different objectives, but then just someone made the call and we just had to listen. But it was very chaotic today. So, but I guess that's a new patch, so it's gonna groove. And then we will see which objective is actually the best to get and which are maybe not so important. But right now it's like just we see something and we go for it. Not like ordered.
So you guys have the lucky position in now being able to sit back for a couple of days until your next series against D2 Hustlers, and they've obviously got to play in the next series? No, later today, the third series today. So what sort of things do you really look out for with them? Is it like movement? Is it hero picks and decisions? Because you guys obviously have a bit of a history against them, and you've been playing in the same competitions for a little bit. What sort of things really are the priority for you guys to look into?
I mean, main thing is I think the heroes, like if they change whatever they picked before to now, what they think is good, and then just in general, like how they move in the map. Like I actually thought when the patch came out and I read the notes, it's going to be a lot of fighting, but these 2 games were just like farming and split pushing. So who knows what style they will play, and then we will try to adapt our style to that and see. But yeah, mostly the heroes. Like I want to see, for example, Dalai Lama, if he still plays Timber. I did not play Timber myself. It's kind of changed now at the Aghanim, so let's see how that goes.
Yeah, and even BKB still being effective against the Timber and basically only the Timber, right? With that pure damage being blockable. Just one last question from me before I let Ares have the floor. You really like playing this Viper, and you really look to prioritize the Aghanim Scepter a lot of the time. My interpretation of it was it's really good against a lot of things where there's many units that don't like buying things like the BKB. For example, like Zoo, for example, because you're going to get a lot of value out of the disarm and stuff like that. Do you just do it because it's good for overall damage and you can like split push with the Manta? What's your philosophy with the hero?
Yeah, I mean, you just farm so much with this item. Like, it's insane if you get this Aghanim Manta. Like, I'm top net of every game. So that's just, especially if your team doesn't have like good wave clear and good split push heroes, and you can just control the map out of that. Especially if the enemies cannot kill them, like with easy like Disruptor or with Eng, right? Then it's maybe not so good. But this game it was like very easy for me to just push basically 2 or 3 waves, and then it's just mega good. And it just, I don't know, it's good stats for the hero. Like this disarm is never to be too underestimated, and also the passive doubles. So just a good item overall. And this Dragonlance power that's built, I think, is that especially with this new map, this bigger map, I think you need to buy travels, and then it's just either you go Aghanim or you go like this, I don't know, Dragonlance BKB Blink or something. But the Aghanim is just scaled so much better.
Yeah, because there's so many camps, right? So you can just get so much more of that farm.
So much farm, even more farm for me.
Wonderful. I've got 2 more questions for you. In the webcams before a lot of the games going on in the draft, you're I see you vibing a lot. It seems like you do you listen to music in the pre-game? What's going on? What music do you like? And tell us a little bit.
I'm just listening to some. I know there's some songs about the like 20-year-old game that just, I don't know, they're just fun to listen and chill. And then I like Gothic is this called? It's a German game, I think. So maybe not a lot of people will know it, but I don't know, it's just chill to listen, and I need to get like my head straight into a good mood, right, and be focused on the game. And so this is just a perfect thing for me to focus on the game before it starts and then get ready.
And I've got a question about the team dynamic as well. What's the difference between this team and Ivy? Because it looks like you guys, like in the cams when you ended, like hugs between everyone, high fives. Is that like a dynamic you prefer in the team house? Is it something that was lacking in some other teams, or like, and who really brings that as well?
I mean, the bootcamp for sure is like the best thing that can happen to a team like us. I think it wasn't like that with Ivy. We had one small bootcamp, but this like never for this long, and so this was also one of the reasons why I chose Ancient Tribe. like the big boot camp for the whole DPC is very important. And LeBron is like the biggest hugger and shit, but is very sweet. And he brings up the mood every time. It's very good. Like, props to him to do this even if we lose. So it's very important. But yeah, the main difference too, I was always good. But we were 3 Germans, right? So it was always fun to play. But I just thought to myself that Ancient Tribe was the better alternative for me to grow as a player and maybe learn more than with the other players in Ivy.
Well, mate, it looks like you're,
it was a hard decision,
growing a lot in.
Yeah.
I'm sure you. Yeah, I'm sure you're not regretting it too much with the decision you made, especially the position you're in, and looks like you're playing incredible and the team's playing incredible as well. So I appreciate you joining us. Hopefully we get to have you or one of the players back in your upcoming series as well. So thank you, mate, and good luck forward.
Thank you. See you guys. Have fun.
Thank you, mate. There we go. That's mate, far out, dude. Everyone from Ancient Tribe. What is going on? They're just all good guys. It's all LeBron, good guys.
LeBron, hug your bros. That's the message that needs to come out of the end of this. You know, we could all use a little bit of love, whether it be platonic or something else, but it's clear that the vibes are good in this team, and hopefully they can keep the ball rolling. He mentioned the value of this boot camp. I mean, what better timing is there for a boot camp than when a new patch drops? A huge patch like this, because then you can just throw all of the ideas at the wall, see what sticks. Like Mobe said, it's a little bit of like play on the fly at this point. They don't have a solid understanding of, you know, what objectives need to take priority just yet, but they're going to get there, and they're going to get it as a team, which is really exciting to see. And this really puts their fate in their hands. Of course, they're going to be praying that D2 Hustlers lose to PuckChamp, just to give an extra loss on their leaderboard, because the last series overall is going to be Ancient Tribe against D2 Hustlers. If Ancient Tribe win that, then that's going to force tiebreakers for that second spot, which would be hype as hell, because these are really the 2 of the teams that not a lot of people would have said would be one of those teams going up. We've had OG, Alliance, Secret looking like doing it, but it really is this battle between a few of the lesser knowns, and good for them, honestly.
Yeah, and it's good to see, though, when we get the insight from Ancient Tribe, and it really feels like there's this contagious vibe there. Everyone's having a blast, and it's good to see. It makes me want to kind of play Dota with friends as well. So for them, a very dominant series victory, a very, very convincing one against Alliance. We still got a lot more games in store for us. We're not going to have too long of a break, because next up we've got Ivy versus Into the Breach. We'll see you guys shortly.
Either under vision. There he is, guys.
Oh,
I'm dying. I give you Lincoln. Buying back. I'm killing them all. Look, more, guys. Just more. He's just not the guys. He's not dead. He stopped TP. Yeah. Invest. No, last. Hold on. Use it. Get the rush for Viper.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Our first series of the night is done, but there is plenty more action on a brand new patch. We've got two teams now battling it out. Ivy up against Into the Breach, but Ivy, they are going up against a very strong Into the Breach with a lot of momentum. Denog, they've been able to win their back-to-back last two series, and this is a team that is still very hungry for some potential, some tiebreakers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, a lot of things need to go their way mathematically for them to be able to still make it through to those tiebreakers. I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility, but I would give it like a 2% chance. I think Into the Breach, if they can win this series, they're safe. Ivy, of course, they're playing for their lives in Division 2. We've just had our interview with Mobe. He would love to see his old teammates be able to survive on through, but unfortunately for him, unless he just passes on a little bit of knowledge that he got from playing that competitive game, he's not going to be able to help all that much. And I'm interested to see what these two teams are going to have as their ideologies towards this, because we've seen a few fast games, but we've also seen some massive farm fests as well come out, just because there's so much farm available on the map for people to pick up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams look to adapt, and maybe they were watching some of those games as well, looking to take some of the ideas that we saw in that previous game. But before we do get underway with the draft, of course, another big thank you to our partner esportsbet.io that have a brand new feature, which is a watch to earn platform. You guys can earn $3 worth of free tokens on their website. Nothing really extra you have to do. Just go over there, watch your favorite games, and earn those tokens and the exclusive bonuses as well. So again, thank you to our partners esportsbet.io, and now we get to take a look at this upcoming series. So look, I don't know, man, because this is a scary Into the Breach. Again, two series in a row they've won. We got to cast their series against Ancient Tribe, and we heard from Jibe, which was a lovely interview. Then we saw them 2-0 D2 Hustlers. So recently they've taken down some of the really difficult teams, and now their last two series are Ivy and PuckChamp, two teams at the bottom. So they could have a really strong run home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure that they would be wanting their time over. You know, maybe if they played old G again, they wouldn't get 2-0'd. And it was pretty convincing to her, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 25 and 32 minutes. They were lost those first two games of the tour back on April 5th. So the fact that it's such a low possibility for them to be able to qualify, but you got to keep playing every game to its absolute most, because you never know what could happen.
Yeah, and also just maybe prepping you for this upcoming tour as well, getting more reps in and trying to build that chemistry, because it is a team that looked like the chemistry was a little bit lacking without Kadara. We don't know the ins and out of this team and how much he truly meant to them, if he was the early game shot caller or, you know, if he was a drafter or not. But with Kadara out, over to PuckChamp and Respect in, of course, their position 5. Finally, things are starting to click. And for Ivy, they've been having some difficult games as well. We've seen in the past, they've had a couple of standings. PO65 has played a couple of series, but they do have their full roster back for this series in particular. Like you said, one that is very important for them. So before we even look at the teams or anything like that, because we've now had another series where we got to see the new patch. Is there any more takeaways now besides, you know, Chen's pretty goddamn good, and is there anything else we've kind of learned from that Alliance series that we just saw?
I think you've got to pick heroes where you have the option to be able to farm, right? Like we've seen that Primal Beast, for example, as a 4, it's unorthodox, but it can farm. You know, if you need to be creating space around the map, you can do it. He had a BKB and a Halberd to be able to be a little bit more effective even in that pos 4 role, but you trample a couple of creeps, neutral camps, you're still going to get that farm. You can very quickly clear out a creep wave as well, even just with a Pulverize on quite a short cooldown. Same sort of thing with heroes like, you know, the Snapfire and things like that. So I wonder if we might even see a little bit less of heroes like the IO that just aren't able to do that, because I'm not sure if that's going to really amplify someone else's farming all that much when you could be getting twice as much farm across 2 heroes, you know?
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see the priority we put on farming, and you know, maybe even some of the support heroes as well with those shards, because it's something we like early on the shards, we know they're going to go to the supports. There's just nothing else you can do about it. So if that is in the back of their mind with some of their drafting as well, that extra little spike you're going to get when the obelisks spawn, the tormentors. I'm forgetting tormentors. I like the obelisk name. I don't know. It's something that's clicked on for me now.
Yeah, for sure. So with what I just said, with having supports that are able to pick up some farm, that kind of goes away from like the heroes that I just think are good in terms of their overall kit this patch. Like, I think Oracle is insanely good this patch. I don't know if the Reign of Destiny is going to allow him to farm enough to really be as impactful as I think he needs to be with picking up that farm. And the same sort of thing could be said for Venomancer as well. Like, you could set yourself up in a lane, but I don't think that's enough. I think you need to be able to get be farming multiple areas around the map and farming it quickly. I think people that are stagnant are going to get punished, but people that can move around and pick up this farm quickly and flash farm, even on supports, is going to have a whole lot more success.
Do we feel like Boots of Travel is going to rise in popularity because of that? Because yes, I understand that.
It has to, surely.
Because it's just an extra thing to get around the map. Like, yes, you've got these rifts now, but it's extra movement speed and even another way to potentially TP in and get that little bit extra farm. So you feel like Boots of Travel is going to rise a bit in popularity?
Yeah, I mean, with the bots, for example, let's say your tier 1 and bot have been taken, right? So there's no tower that you can TP to be able to get you to an outpost, let's say. Sorry, to one of those portals, Twin Gates, whatever they're called, right?
Yeah, Twin Gates.
At least if you've got the bots and one of those two lanes is pushed out, you TP to the wave and you take the portal to the other side, or if the fight's already happening there, you could still be there if you want to, right? It just gives you so much more flexibility with where you can move on the map. You've got options to go mid, top, and bottom, all equally.
Is this hero really that busted?
Who dis?
The PL. So, I mean, we did really just hear Mobe say that he thinks this is one of the more stronger ones. I'm having to go over the PL changes once again. I mean, the attack range looks kind of dumb, 150 to 225.
I mean, that's an aspect, but I think the biggest thing for PL is that he's never really been a hero that needs to buy BKB. And with BKB being weaker, suddenly PL rockets up in effectiveness, right? It also just allows you to get into a lot of these more spellcasting style heroes with a natural diffusal blade builder and effectively hit into them. Even just the Mage Slayer, right? I think PL is another one of those heroes that can make great usage out of that.
I like the logic. I like the logic. Let's see what the response is going to be from Ivy, though. We've got the Mirana as the opener from Into the Breach, and Ivy going to go down the Enchantress route. So they will get one of those heroes. All of them cannot slip through, especially when Into the Breach are looking to ban Moeta.
Both of these heroes can farm, though, that we've got so far. Mirana, Starstorm, Arrows, very easy ways to be able to pick up farm. Even if you go into the Aghanim Scepter on the Mirana, still going to give you a lot more of that farming potential. Even the Shard, honestly, on the Mirana. Previously, thought it was quite trash, but they changed it a little bit, so you can, like, choose the distance of your leap now as well, which feels kind of good, and also gives you the bonus charge, and also launching a projectile to do some additional damage. You can use that to just assist with your farming patterns as well, and it's pretty likely that you're going to be getting the Shard with the Tormentors being available now. Doom, of course, he's a farming hero.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to look to try and address the Doom at the 8th and just go for your a taker hero early, just to try and have already your carry match up to lane into him, and they will. It's going to be the Tarot Blade, though, which I suppose has kill threat when you've got meta active, if you're going to have like a stun or slowing support, and even as the game goes on as well, depending on your items, sometimes you don't particularly care about getting doomed as long as meta's active and maybe you've got a lifesteal item. Often you're able to stand strong as well.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what position 5 they're going to be pairing together with this, because again, like, TB doesn't feel amazing into an Enchantress. You know, that pure damage is going to rip through your low HP, high armor pool. You can even just look to enchant one of the illusions as well and turn it right back onto the TB, and you can get run down a little bit too, is if you don't have the reflection available to slow down the Doom as he runs at you. So I guess one of the things is they've got a POS 5 in mind, but also they know that this is a hero that can split up the map and farm. You know, like, it's very easy for him to rotate back to the jungle, and then you can just look to take multiple camps at once. So I think that's going to be why they might have given this one a little bit higher of a priority. They're just looking to ban out the biggest counters to it now. I'm assuming, well, they've already gotten rid of the PL themselves on Ivy, but just getting rid of some other illusion heroes as well as that Darkseer. Such a great TB response. Probably the Zeus going to go as well by Into the Breach, you would think.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Just trying to think now what Ivy want to try and pick up. More than likely, we're going to see that secondary support, so we'll have to be you're looking for a stun and probably a little bit of AoE damage because you are very single target right now with the Enchantress and the Doom. So Snapfire is a potential. Snap Doom lane's always very nice. Trying to think of other fours right now. Goddamn, blanking.
I'm just having a look as well at a hero that both of these teams put a massive ban emphasis onto previously in the Broodmother that we haven't seen touched really so far. And, I mean, it got
Thank
nerfed
God
a
for
little
that.
bit. Yeah, I know. The damage in lane reduced by 5. Base attack damage is not by a flat value. Now it's percentage scaling, which hurts early on, which is where you really want Brood to be a little bit stronger. Health regen reduced and spawn spiderlings damage decreased. So across the board, just big nerfs for the Brood, and it's really pushed it out of priority. I want to see Riki come through a lot more. I know it's not a farming hero, but you can farm couriers, which feels pretty nice. And as well, once you get the Aghanim Shard, you don't have Sleep Dart anymore, but you toss down the cloud onto someone and their allies can't actually target into it. So you can't, like, four-staff someone outside of the cloud anymore. So if you just target someone that doesn't have the four-staff themselves, you could get that plus maybe a diffusal. You can get the level 10 talent to increase the smoke cloud's radius. And, yeah, maybe you can find some pretty quick pickoffs.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to Pango? See what they're looking at the Ember Band here. Just depends if they want to try and pick it up now or not. I mean, I suppose the Riki even kind of protects that a little bit as well. You do have that Riki Mirana, but maybe not as great now because you just said Sleeping Dart. Yeah.
Yep.
So, well, yeah, wonder what the Embers protect. I mean, it is Supreme's, let's just say, best hero, top 3 just to save. So you maybe even just a little bit of respect to Supreme as well. You've already banned out a couple of supports.
Stoikov plays it really well too, though. You've got to consider that. I'm just... Oh, okay. Was not expecting this. I mean, on the topic of some of these other heroes that I want to see attempted, but probably are going to be pretty trash, Warlock, unfortunately, is still one of those. You just cannot farm. And they even took away his shard, right? So it's not like you can even use the Shadow Word on a neutral camp or a creep wave and then just walk away. It's this weird thing where you need to keep channeling the upheaval, and I just don't think you could show for that long across the map. I like it. Seems like Into the Breach, I don't want to say might share my philosophy, but you know what I mean, right? Like they're picking heroes that aren't just able to fight effectively, that don't just have good initiation, but if you need to farm, you can. You got to give yourselves as many outs as possible, just in case there's a gotcha pick that surprises you. And you don't have last pick of this phase or the next, so that very well could be the case.
5 seconds remaining.
I still want to see a Drow come out at some point. Maybe that's what the Primal's going to dissuade a little bit up against the TB. No one really to be initiating just yet on Ivy, though. That's their big weakness at this point. So, Storm, Pango, those are the main ones that I'm really looking at here. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I thought they might Pango where the Wind Ranger is, but again, maybe it's just protecting Supreme's hero pool. I think maybe the Pango gets even more value because you're a pretty good lane into the Primal Beast. And you need AoE damage. Like, Ivy are so single target right now. If you just get any auras on Into the Breach, they're going to be lacking a lot of damage at the early stage. And, well, there is that 5 as well, though, for Into the Breach. So you've got that Clockwork now to play with the Terrorblade.
The Primal too, right? Which feels nice. If you did want to make this Wind Ranger a core. Can farm
let's
creeps.
see what the...
Battery Assault doing that double damage to creeps feels nice.
5 seconds remaining.
you
Team back.
got to tick off the AoE damage. And a little bit more single target, but of course it is a great way to address the Terrorblade, though. Well, one of the better. It can... Look, it's not like a... It's not... I'd say it's more 50-50 this matchup. Would you say so as well, or... I think
it
all
depends
comes
what
down to
stage of the game,
Skadi.
right? It comes down to
Sure.
Skadi, but Ags as well, right? You're always... You don't want to go Lincolns on a TB. Maybe this game you do, because you're up against the Doom and the Morphling. But
Yeah.
most of the time, you want to try and avoid that. You know, you've made it known that you don't like TB because it always feels like you need one more item. But this one, it's a case where you absolutely do need that Lincoln Sphere plus something to actually be able to output the damage. to go back the other way. So I feel like this is a pretty damn good morph game. It was something that was in the back of my mind as soon as they drafted that TB for themselves, and I was just wondering, is it going to be able to slip through? And here's the advantage of having that second pick, right? You're able to get this pick, ban out the big counters to it in the laning phase. I wonder, like, can you go OD anymore? It might be good against Doom. It might, no, not against Doom. It might be good against Morphling, but can you farm if things don't go well for you? I'm not sure you can.
So I guess the value out of OD is the disengage from Doom and the... I mean, you're a great you're a great core matchup versus Morphling, but also the actual setup from Mirana. Is that kind of what you're suggesting?
Yeah, potentially. But even just like, they changed OD as well. So Ags doesn't give you 2 charges of Astral anymore. It gives you this weird thing that's tied to Essence
that's true.
Flux
Yeah.
that gives you like a health barrier or something.
Yeah, So I would really like Into Breach to go for an offlane hero that's able to build auras. I still feel like Ivy a very, very single target. And if you just have some form of sustain, they're going to be lacking so much damage in the middle of the fights. If you're able to repair that initial jump, then it should just be all Into the Breach's fight. So really that hero comes to mind for me is also Centaur. Just because of the value of disengaging out of the Doom. There might be maybe... He can't go as heavy into auras though. Like he's not really a Greaves builder, but he's more the pipe. But maybe you're wanting a different person that can build that Greaves.
I'm just thinking as well, like, if they wanted to be greedy, what can they get away with? Because Ivy still needs someone to go first. So I'm really liking these bans that Into the Breach are moving forward with. I need something tanky that likes buying auras. Honestly, the Centaur really doesn't feel that bad, does it? Good combination together with the Mirana. Can go aura build. Crimson Guard scales very well with it too. So as a strength hero, it's based off of 60% of your strength, I think. And, you know, just stomp into arrow feels kind of nice. I'm still thinking it's going to be mid, though. I mean, Primal could be off lane, but he's a little bit more of a... I don't want to say selfish style, but it really does feel like you need that BKB for yourself.
He could even go Vanguard, though, and play that lane very easily into the Morphling. And then maybe the Mirana could rotate and play with Clockwork and a more active 2. I mean, we heard Zibe in his interview. Like, he values the Vanguard, and we've seen it popularize a little bit more towards the tail end of that last patch, and I think Vanguard's still a very good item.
So what hero can they do a lot of damage with, paired together with this Mirana and the Clockwork? I mean, I don't think Void Spirits really come back into the fold enough. Storm seems pretty decent to me, you know? Like, they've taken away a lot of his counters as well, just Diffusal Blade buyers. It would set up for a potential Invoker, I guess, but Invoker not really the greatest at farming either, especially when you've got a Morphling that's wanting to take up a lot of the space and a Doom. So I think that would just leave them a little bit too passive. Both teams kind of want an Initiator right now.
Yeah.
Or Into the Breach, more of a brawler, I guess, but Initiator for sure for Ivy.
Good thing is, though, Into the Breach have plenty of reserve time to be able to work out what they're going to be doing with their last pick.
Maybe they can invoke you. I don't know. I know it's not an Initiator, but you can combine together relatively well with a Clock, a Mirana, and AA. Okay. So is this like a mid Mirana maybe, or a...
I think it might be mid AA.
You reckon? What changed with that?
Your Ag Shard is now on your Vortex, and your Shard gives you 60% of Cold Feet stun on Ice Blast, I'm pretty sure. I think this hero actually could be okay. Just... Yeah, go for a read.
I'm just reading it really quickly. So enemies hit by Ice Blast Explosion are stunned with the full... the current level of Cold Feet for 60% of its duration. Doesn't stun debuff immune enemies, aka BKB enemies.
Right.
But how do you farm? I guess
with
it's
your
just
Vortex.
inbuilt with a Vortex. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a little less than it used to be?
I didn't check that. I'm not quite sure. Well, it will be an offlane Ancient Apparition, so...
No Vanguard there.
No Vanguard, no Aura Builder there, but it's a hero that I think actually might be played a little bit more because you had a lot of your issues prior aren't there. Like your team fight, if you didn't hit your Ice Blast, your team fight's over. And now you've actually got a stun with the shard, and you're going to get the shard a little bit faster with the tormentors as well. So you don't even have to buy into that. You can clear waves a little bit easier with the, again, built-in vortex, having the AoE damage. So and besides that, whenever an Ancient Apparition was even potentially considered, it was when there was a Morphling or a Husker in the game. So that is already in itself potentially enough value. You've got Clockwork to be able to set up for it. You've got Primal Beast to be able to set up for it. But I just don't know how the hell it's going to work as an offlaner. Because now you're forcing the Clock to lane with the Ancient Apparition instead of the Clock to lane with the Terrorblade, which I think reduces some of the kill threat you would have had if it was a Clock TB lane now instead of a TB Mirana.
Depends how accurate you are with your arrows, right? Like, slow from the reflection into the arrow. It's a possibility, for sure, but I really feel like you need that reflection as a response to what Doom's trying to throw at you rather than the other way around.
Well, we got some interesting stuff here in our first game. At least something different out of these squads. Of course, everything where we'd be hoping for on a new patch. We even get a position for Wind Ranger as well. Coop his Grandmaster on it. So apparently very, very comfortable. There's a couple of Grandmaster support Wind Rangers over in Western Europe. And well, we'll see how this game one is able to shape up. Again, very important for a couple of different reasons, really, for Ivy, for fighting for their relegation lives. And I mean, Into the Breach, they're not even guaranteed just yet as well. They also could be in threat of relegation, or if they get a couple more series wins and something goes their way.
I think they might be tied up on series if Ivy win this one. They would both be 2 and 4. So yeah, very, very important.
So let's see what the build is from the offlane Ancient Apparition, I should say.
I mean, one of the things that you've got going for you is that you still have one of the longest attack ranges in the game, right? Only beaten by Techies, I believe. And then you've got Chilling Touch, which gives an attack range bonus on top of that. So I don't think you're going to be Ice Vortexing that much in lane, just because it's going to push the lane out. And I mean, it's a Clock AA lane, not exactly something that you're wanting to have dive in too deep, right? Little squish. But if Immersion's able to catch people out with the cogs early on, they don't really have a way to be able to escape it when you consider the Doom, the Wind Ranger, and Immersion, as he's chasing Stoikov in this mid lane, ends up letting the Bounty Rune go out of Vincento, but it means Stoikov's already at half HP.
And what are our thoughts about this Queen of Pain last pick? Because we were kind of looking at as soon as we saw Zive playing with the AA, we were speaking a lot about that. So how do we feel like Ivy have done with the Queen of Pain overall 24? Does this maybe fix some of their weaknesses? And is it strong enough to be able to take over the game and get that map victory?
I'm not so certain. I mean, it feels pretty decent in terms of building into these items like the Mage Slayer, into the Bloodthorn. It fits a lot with your toolkit. And again, especially when less BKBs are being bought, Quap's going to feel in a pretty good spot. But you also need to consider, like, it's mostly for the mid lane matchup, right? You just needed something that was going to be able to get away from this Primal Beast when he goes for an aggressive trample onto you.
Well, the fact that Stoikov went Scream level 1 to try and secure a couple of range creeps and hasn't been able to get them because of the uproar has to be a bit frustrating for him.
Mm-hmm.
Another nice thing that I at least like about the pick is just that they were lacking so much AoE damage, and now you're going to be able to provide that. A little bit of team fight, a little bit of nuke could potentially catch the Terrorblade off guard. We'll see how it's going to be able to come down to off the back of Stoikov's rotations, though. But what about some of the side? I mean, probably my attention is really going to be towards bottom. Top lane, it's just going to be meta cooldown. If that's up, then we could see them get aggressive, but bottom, that's... I want to see how this Ancient Apparition 3 shapes up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be looking at it around level 2 mark, just for when Immersion has the cogs, right? Because that allows you to combine together with the Cold Feet to potentially get some damage in onto some of these heroes if they get caught out. Probably level 3 is even stronger, right? If you choose to go a 1-1-1 build on Zibe, just to keep them inside the cogs, get a level 1 Vortex, increase the magic damage of like a level 2 Battery Assault, for example. That really feels like where they should be able to get a kill, even onto someone like an Enchantress.
Top lane, Cute should be our first blood. Great body blocks out of respect, and he's going to get a courier as well. So they didn't even need the arrow. It was just a beautiful play coming out from Into the Breach and the kind of poke and prod that we see often from the Mirana. Bottom lane as well. There's the cogs into the Cold Feet. Not going to get the kill onto Zani, but regardless, though, it is a nice little chunk of damage.
I think they went for that as soon as he revealed the Adaptive Strike as the thing skilled up. So knowing that there's no waveform away, they're going to try and potentially do that again before level 3 comes out for the Morphling. And anything to just slow down his game is going to be a big win for them. Of course, needing to make sure that Zibek continues to farm as well. Top side, again, just using the reflection off cooldown. So low mana, it's kind of ridiculous. And they also slow the attack speed on the reflected target as well, so there's not even as much turnaround potential either.
I don't know if I've asked you, what's your thoughts on Blood Grenade? This new very, very cheap item.
You haven't asked me, sorry, there's just a little bit of action down bottom and watch at the moment. Is Vincento gonna die? Yes, he is. I think it's okay. I mean, I think it turns an aggressive lane into, like, a 1 lane if you play it correctly. It's also good against TA, which always feels kind of good, but I don't know, I'm a little... Maybe it's just going to come into occurrence a little bit more off the fact that we don't have as many mangoes or tangos or other things to be able to buy.
Whoa.
This is an early rotation.
Level 4, brother. What are you doing up here? He's getting a couple kills for the boys. Supreme, great rotation. Now, but this is the thing about the Dino. You're able to leave the mid lane, right? If you're having a rough time versus the Queen of Pain, you can look to get active and help out. And he's even going to be able to TP back and secure one of the water runes. So, man, Supreme off to a great start. Love that movement from him.
Probably will look to do something similar, to be honest. Like, clear out this next wave and maybe make a move elsewhere. Again, won't have a TP to be able to play around with. It's an early Urn as well, coming out from the AA, so even more way to deal a little bit of that damage over time. Of course, if you're playing against a Morphling, having AA is good, but Spirit Vessel as well feels pretty nice against him before he's able to get into that Manta. Just keeping track of Supreme and what he's going to be able to do with a lot of these movements. Seems like right now he's looking to try and just trample down a lot of these neutral camps. I was thinking he might look to build up the stack for it, just because it's not really like you wanting to go back to that lane all that quickly, but you're going to need to address it. It sucks to have to TP back towards mid, but Siege Creep Wave is coming, so someone's going to need to address that. Maybe now they can go for another kill down bottom, right? Like, you've got 2 points Chilling Touch, you've got Cogs level 1, Battery Assault level 2. Thing is, Zani's got the waveform available, so it won't be onto the Morphling. That's why it's a good thing that Vincento is actually leaving this lane, because not too often you say this about an Enchantress, but he is the one that's actually going to be the most vulnerable in that bottom lane.
Supreme top lane again, another rotation. He's going to go for Cube because he recognizes they've got plenty of damage with the 2 other heroes to be able to kill off Addy. And he's having some difficulty, though.
Legolas
from downtown. Well, just forces him to run back into the Dino instead. So Supreme should be able to get the chase down. The win run is back up. Is he going to go for the onslaught? Drops the ward to give the vision. Supreme's going to go for it, and Cute will not be able to dodge it. So, yeah, they're going to ping out like there's a ward on the higher gun, but that is not the case. Beautifully done from Supreme. Another successful rotation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Almost completely out of mana, though, on Respect. Looks like... I wonder what he's going to do here. Is he going to just look to play around the left-hand side? They don't see him patrolling over here, so might just look to set himself up to be able to steal away this Wisdom Ring.
Cube TPing down. I thought he was going to go straight away, so after that TP. No point in the Shackle. Couple in the Power Shot to provide the extra nuke, and they will be able to kill onto Immersion. They'd love to slow down Jibe's game, but Clockwork's doing a really good job.
He could just build up stacks for himself, though, and it seems like they're much more heavily prioritizing these Wisdom Runes. Like, Respect has just sat here for the past 50 seconds on the top side of the map. He's waiting for, as soon as it hits up to that 7-minute mark, he wants to seal it away, just to cement the strong early game that Into the Breach have had.
Keep in mind, no tomes now.
So, yeah, again, like, this is the thing I'm talking about. Clearly, this is something that Into the Breach have discussed among themselves. They put a much higher priority onto taking this away and even potentially picking a hero that feels comfortable enough to be able to go onto the back lines. Arrow's going to be off the mark, though. Not connecting onto Addy. Still very healthy level. Already up to level 6 on a Taker as well.
They're going to go for Cube under the tower. One more right click. Again, Respect with the body blocks have been on point. A big reason why they were able to get the kill. onto the Wind Ranger top, and meanwhile we saw bottom lane as well. Another kill for Into the Breach, so 8 kills to start this game, 1,000 net worth lead, and can they get the Queen of Pain though? Immersion won't be able to close the distance to play around with the battery assault, so Stoikov is going to be okay. Just aggression though, that's the name of the game for Into Breach early on.
It is. Oh, arrow connects onto the Enchantress, praying for a power rune up towards the top side, and it's a DD as well for Supreme to be able to claim. I mean, the one thing that okay.
Oh, that's a shoot onto 3. You couldn't have asked for a better Ice Blast. Looks like they'll get cubed though. Stoikov with a defensive blink. Supreme was ready to crash into the middle, but wasn't able to find the more valuable hero.
He's in deep.
Yeah, not enough mana for the Sonic Wave just yet. Ooh, he's going to jump over the top. Reapplies the second dagger, and Supreme should go down as a result of this. Stoikov, he has committed incredibly deep, though. Respect and Immersion, well, they're not going to be able to capitalize on that. Another jump over from Stoikov, so some much-needed gold and experience. And, yeah, well-deserved tip as well. Playing on the edge is the Queen of Pain.
It's what you need to do, because I am worried about something on Into the Breach, and that's the fact that eventually you're going to get to this point where it's actually pretty hard to lock down some of these heroes. You know, you've got a win range at level 30, so Cube knows how to play it. He's going to be able to use that win run to be able to get to safety. You've got the Blink on the Quap, you've got the Waveform on the Morphling, you've got Doom moving fast as hell, and no real reliable stuns coming through outside of Supreme, like getting a perfect onslaught into a Pulverize, right? It feels very single target focused, where if you're able to save that one person that gets gone on, it becomes a little bit more difficult for you to actually take the remainder of the team fight. Taker's still doing a great job on this top side, though, and I mean, when you've got someone like this Mirana, I'm sure that she's a little cautious of the fact that Addie's now level 6, so might not want to play in the lane just to run the risk of getting run down by the Doom, but you're a TB. You can look to farm some of these neutral camps up towards the top side, as looks like another kill should be planned onto Vincento as a version just sniped the rockets. Okay, he's a little deep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Immersion was able to just lock him in, and with the level 1 blink, another round wasn't going to be up shortly. Kind of the big thing when you go from 4 points in Shadow Strike. This is a lane-dominating build, and once the lane is over, you're going to have a lot of difficulty with playing out of the map. You're going to be very cautious. And
I mean, overall in net worth, you would say that the Quap's done reasonable in the lane against the Primal Beast, but that's not what you're concerned about. The TB's getting a little bit too far out of control, where you might be able to get active a bit sooner before the Morphling's able to get into that Aghanim Scepter and really look to counter him.
Yep. He could counter that himself. I mean, we're probably going to see Taker go for a pretty early Skadi, but if he wants to consider like a Lincoln's or an attack speed item to mitigate some of the Sepnir effectiveness, regardless, they're Into the Breach. Doesn't seem like they got information of that. Ooh, the push out. Shouldn't matter though. They've got the Pulverize and plenty of trample damage to follow up afterwards, so that is going to go down off the back of the smoke. Beautifully done from Into the Breach. They're able to continue to hold this top side of the map.
Actually just sticking with the Urn charge on, the Urn on Zibe. Looking to go into the Greaves after this one. So again, go on that Aura build that you were talking about, feeling like Into the Breach needed, but goes a little bit further away from the Morphling stopper, you know? You just need to try and find a way to be able to find him out on the map, and maybe he feels Morph got too much out of that lane.
Lane? They got the hook shot? No, still on cooldown. Regardless, Vincento might be in trouble. Otaker's, yeah, gonna pop the meta from afar. And with Respect jumping over the top as well. He doesn't have any more leap charges to work with. Now Stoikov should be able to get the return kill. What detection?
Oh.
He's gonna tick out, I think, to the dagger anyway. Raindrop will not save you, my friend. He wants the neutrals. Well, unable to leap over there. So they get the kill into the Mirana. Really nothing too crazy, though. Seems like at the moment, you got to see Into the Breach. I mean, it's 1,000 net worth lead, but you weren't able to punish the Ancient Apparition inside the lane. So Jibe's off to a good start. You've already mentioned the Terrorblade, who is a scary position in the net worth. So when are we going to feel really the strengths of this Ivy early game?
Well, the thing is, they are doing a fairly decent job of splitting things up, right? Like, Cube has taken a lot of farm in that lane just because Morphling has been able to back off into this this jungle area down towards the bottom side. He's taking a few more of those camps, taking the, what is this called? The well area at the moment with Zani. So it just means that you're getting a much more even spread of net worth across all of your heroes. He's actually going into an MKB on Cube.
Speaking of Cube, gonna be the initial target here for the Pulverize. Simultaneous to Respect. He's taking the brunt of the force as well from the Queen of Pain. Stoikov should be able to finish him off with the dagger.
Bonus.
Oh, he's chilling.
Mech will do it.
Yeah, Mac will indeed do it.
An Earth Charge, probably. As he looks to escape. Maybe not. Only got 2 charges to play with.
So it just seems like a bit more of a passive game from Ivy. I mean, you've got this Morphling who's trying to find his farm compared to a Terrorblade. He can get involved a little bit earlier. I mean, we see a Take is even farming nearby. Meta's still on cooldown, but if required, he's going to be able to help out. But you've got this Doom as well, who had a bit more of a rougher lane, but 3 points Devour. Midas now completed. We'll see Addy. He's going to be looking to try and play the long game, trying to get those late game items. You know, Scepter, Refresher, Octarine, any other crazy stuff that he wants to have the impact. But I'd be happy with the slow pace game that we've got right now.
Yeah, and I'm wondering when, like, Cube is actually going to look to get active, right? Like I said before, he's going basically straight MKB to be able to counter this Terrorblade with all of that magic damage. But can he look to do something with the Javelin at this point in time? Or are they just really valuing giving him a lot of this free farm in the lane to accelerate him to an item that maybe Into the Breach aren't expecting? It's not like they've got great push either. Who it is? Oh yeah, Oteka.
What?
Man's farmed.
Dude, he's so rich.
Ivy's looking to see with Cube if they took that Wisdom Rune, and they did. He's going to need to back off. Really feels like both teams are trying to greed this one out. But TB just has so many tools to do it.
Still, Stoikov might be in trouble, actually. Zani's going to be able to cancel the stun, but a hold to be placed long enough for the Ice Blast. All they needed was a little bit of control. And once again, Jibe has been on point with his ultimate usages. So slowing down this Queen of Pain, and you've maxed out the Shadow Strike, and as a result, your farm has been hindered, and we see that showcasing in the net worth. Lowest out of all the cores. Now, Addy's in some trouble as well. We're going to be able to get a glimpse of him running up to the northern side. Supreme can easily close the distance. Cube's going to try and lay in some protection, but yeah, he got his... All right, let me leave. He will just escape through the portal.
Chase him. They're going for it. They've got the vision that they're coming down with the Observer Wards placed there, and, well, they're going to guess the wrong way.
And they might go for Stoikov. Of course, they, like you said, had vision. They have a great cliff ward as well to look to utilize. They'd love Stoikov instead of Vincento.
Ooh, just
shot, unfortunately, once again, going to be off the mark for Motion. Supreme's just going to crash into Vincento, though. It's pretty deep under the T2 tower. Zani's going to be enabled in the team fight now that they've used all their spells. A huge Sonic Wave, and now look at the wrap around Cube. Well, he's come back over for the right side. The backs up should be able to pay off his immersion. Well, he's got Chibi nearby to be able to pump in some of the damage as well. Good look for the deny. Ajani, though, will be able to take that out of the equation, but some much-needed gold given over to the Morphling. We've been seeing a lot of the praises for Oteka and the start he's had in his farming pattern, but that double kill for the Morphling is going to allow him to close the distance a little bit in regards to the net worth.
Yeah, you'd have to wonder if Ivy know that this high ground is warded as well, just because of the way that they went for that attempt. And, well, something that's going to be a bit of an issue for both teams, maybe a bit less so Ivy, because they've got the Enchantress to be able to play around with, but they don't really have great ways to take towers outside of their cores. You know, like you said, the Shadow Strike build means that you're shoving out waves a little bit slower. He's got maxed out Scream of Pain now, but it really is on the back of that Morphling and the TB that any towers are going to fall down. They haven't taken a single tower yet on Ivy, even towards that top side, which you would assume is a tiny bit easier. It was around that uber farmed TB that bot ended up going down. So for me, I think Oteka, as soon as he finishes up this Skadi, needs to be playing a lot more active. Like, play on the bottom side of the map, or just around whatever objective they feel is valuable at that time of the game. Whether it's, you know, Roshan, if it's during nighttime towards the top side of the map, maybe it's going to be around that 20-minute point, so that they can go into the Rosh, claim that one from 20 minutes onwards, then push into the bottom side, open up a bit more of the jungle for supports and others to be able to play around and pick up their farm, and then rotate through mid, do the same there, and close off some of the map. But you've got to make sure that you're doing it quickly because, again, Morphling is working towards, eventually, the Aghanim Scepter. He's just got the Manta style for now, but TB becomes so much weaker once he's able to pick that one up. And I don't think you can afford to farm a Lincoln's before you look to try and perhaps get a little bit more onto the front foot.
Center? Looking to try and be up to his own shenanigans, trying to block the Ancients, but he should tick out to the damage over time. I mean, Jibe's even going to find another attack, and simultaneously, Supreme again is being such an issue with this Primal Beast. Always up in their face, always inside Radiant side of the map, and just support's still bleeding the lives. At least it's not caused, though. Like, Zani's still finding farm, but...
You see in this this Kobold, so Respect chose the trusty shovel, and now he's got a little Kobold friend following him around. You get control of that Kobold as well. Even gives you the prospecting aura as well, so a little bit of extra GPM. You can actually use that to deny runes as well, this little one that you've stolen, but he does so little damage that it actually takes two its hits to deny a bounty rune, for example. Yeah. For whatever reason, only bounties. You clear power runes with one hit. Don't ask me why. It just is.
It'd be, I guess you can even use it to block some camps as well if you want to even be that much of a...
Sure. Poor guy's going to die though in 5 seconds.
Oh, he's done his job though. A little bit of gold for Respect.
No. Koboldy.
Oh my god.
But Oteka very close to that Skadi. 300 gold away. You've got BKB as well on Supreme. He's looking to find a quick pick
They
off.
see Zani. Hang on. Nice pass. Gonna be off the mark, but he waveforms straight to Supreme. Come here. Big old bear hug from the Dino. And now they've got Oteka as well. It doesn't have the Skadi, but it's not going to matter. Completely out of strength to continue shifting into. And that is going to be a free tier 2 tower as well that goes the wave into the breach without any way for Ivy to contest it.
He just didn't run to his boys. He ran exactly way into the breach. We're looking to save him as Supreme. He's looking for another. Just trying to find out this sneaky little Enchantress looking to play on the bottom side using that Observer Ward to perfection. I really feel like teams need to be using these side lane cliff wards a lot more because there's multiple times in those previous series that we've been casting that someone would have been caught out off the back of this. It really feels like mid lane past the 10 or so minute mark has lost an incredible amount of value.
Hang on, there's a Scepter on a Queen of Pain?
Yep.
What'd they change?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think this is the old something. It used to be... I forget what that Shadow Strike happened previously.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh. Let's see what Soikov's able to do with it. They're setting up top already, though, from Into the Breach.
Radiant's middle tower.
With a wrap around from Supreme on the right. They're going to be able to cancel the charge. Addy's going to be in with the Doom as well. He was able to activate the BKB prior, so some of the damage is going to be mitigated. It's where the Sonic Wave's able to come into play, but it's not enough yet. Zibe can repair some of the damage off the back of the Greaves, but Zani, he'll get the finishing blow onto both the members, and now they'll get the clockwork as well. So Ivy, some signs of life for them, and finally their first tier 1 tower of the game as well.
I mean, there's the impact of the Aghanims, right? Just using that Shadow Strike, you were asking for AoE damage to come through, and if they're going to clump together on Into the Breach, that Aghs on the Quap is going to provide everything that you could possibly want. Just all those screams of pain coming out throughout the team fight allows them to really nullify the effect of a lot more of these defensive items, right? You've just got the Greaves so far, but maybe this is going to be Into the Breach saying, all right, we're not going to take another fight without the pipe because we're a little bit scared of what Quap's going to be able to do to us. In the meantime, though, she'll have finished up the Kaya Sanj, so probably has just as much of a damage increase for herself that you're looking to block up with that pipe. They might even look to Roshan off the back of this. Why not? Met her up in 3 seconds. They had to use a lot of big cooldowns on that previous fight. So just go for it. play around this bottom side of the map, perhaps with one hero with the Aegis that the rest of the team can play up around top. You know that if worse comes to worse, you could TP down to the bottom side with that twin gate. And look to extend this. Well, it's only a 1k net worth lead, actually.
Ivy, they're looking for an objective, but not the Roche one to defend it. They want this Tormentor for them. Cuban Vicento falling very low, but it's going to be the Wind Ranger that gets the shard. So pretty nice one for her to play with. Got the Gale Force now that can help hold people into place with the Doom, and it looks like instantly off the back of that Aegis getting claimed, a Take is going to try and take their own Tormentor as well.
Take it pretty damn fast with a TB. Here's the clock. All right, more vision. Always feels pretty good to be able to find out that Morphling if he's farming along those side lanes.
Clock's pretty farmed, dude. He's almost got a Scepter.
I wonder if TB thought that that shard would go to him just based on the chat wheels coming through. Immersion just laughing. A Taker asking for a little bit of help. They did buff up the Demon Zeal. A little bit of extra damage and movement speed. An extra 15, I believe.
Did kind of feel like an underwhelming shard, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, it makes you not completely useless without the metaform, I guess. But, I mean, maybe now it's actually going to be pretty big value considering you want to be moving around the map a lot more, picking a lot more of that farm up, and it just lets you get into that next item a little bit quicker. It's closing in on the Lincolns for himself, though. Again, I don't mind him buying it now. This is the time to do it. After you've already played on the bottom side of the map, you've secured Roshan for yourself, you've enabled yourself to farm a little bit more aggressively, as well as the rest of your team, and you need to make sure that you're ready to address the Morphling. But even in the next few team fights, right, if he's able to get up to level 18, Doom's really the only thing that you're worried about if you've got this Lincolns available. So you're not even needing to consider that they're going to waste one to be able to use the other, so even more incentive to get aggressive now.
And they're not going to have the greatest way for Doom to get into the middle. I mean, he's going Blink next item.
Here we go.
But you're going to need someone else to be able to pop the Lincolns as well. So we'll see. That's still a while away and into the breach. They're ready to fight, though.
Smoking up as a team.
Taker.
They would love to catch Stoikov, but I'm pretty sure he got a brief glimpse of the Primal Beast, so he's going to back off.
Sento's trying to leap on away. You'd want a bit more of a juicier kill than just the Enchantress. They might have got a glimpse of Zani. Yep, hookshot on forward. The Morphling, they're in a lot of trouble. Cogs to try and set up for the arrow. But with the Ice Blast being off the mark, Zani should be okay. They're pretty close to an objective, so the rest of Radiant, they're starting to funnel into the area.
Zani's stuck.
Zani's somehow blocked at the moment, so they're not going to have him for a couple of seconds till the waveforms back up as a Taker. So looking to stand strong. He's got that meta activated. Aegis as well to work with. They need to play cautious. Continue to have their distance. Avoid the Terrorblade at all costs.
I think you just got to give this up. It's a tier 1. Not the worst objective to be able to give up 23, 25 minutes into the game. And, I mean, I think without the Blink Dagger on the Doom, you're just lacking that instant jump. You know, you can't rely on Quap to be able to do everything. You can't rely on Zani to be able to make that good re-initiation after he was the first one that got gone onto.
Could be a window still, even though they have...
Yeah.
Well, even though they got Aegis, right? You meta's on cooldown. And Radiant, they didn't have to commit too heavily. So, not going to be able to find a fight through into the breach, looking to pay some respect and back on off. They know that they are probably the weakest side still with this meta on cooldown. But we've got an even game. Into the breach, they've got double the kill score of Ivy, but Radiant have done quite the job to be able to stall this game out. And, I mean, this is just a classic Doom thing. This artificial net worth that you're able to find off the back of the steroid in the Devour, the Midas, so he's well and truly caught up. And honestly, quite impressed the fact that Queen of Pain's net worth is where it is as well. Stoikov was struggling for a little bit off the back of the lane, but he's had some pretty good team fights to really help out with his progression.
This is a pretty early rush of the overclocking as well by Immersion on the Clockwork. So I'm almost wondering, like, has he found out this trio of neutral camps that he's going to be able to fire that rocket flare out across the map to be able to get maximum value out of it, you know? Just farm up as much of the map as possible. Maybe see one down towards the Radiant outpost on the very bottom side of the map, but outside of that, I'm really not seeing too many hero camps that he's going to be able to farm 2 at a time. Maybe top left underneath where the Dire tier 1 tower used to be.
What else do you reckon he could have been considering instead of the Scepter this game?
Honestly, it's not even a great BKB game. Maybe a Halberd, I guess, just to try and force something out of the Morphling, force him to play a little bit more defensively. Wouldn't have hated a Glimmer Cape for him, just to, again, continue to play on the front side. Don't get me wrong, I love me some Clockwork Eggs, alright?
Oh, yeah. No, it's just, what else may have been the route? I mean, so it's always trying to get into the minds of him, what else he may have been considering to be able to work for them in this game. I mean, he didn't really need the utility, right? Because we see AA go for it. Like, I was thinking maybe you could have freed up the Ancient Apparition build and gone Pipe instead.
Yeah.
So Jibe didn't have to go down that route.
I'm wondering, though, like, what is he going to do in these fights? Like, I would have hated to see him go Boots of Bearing, for example. You know, against a lot of the slows that they've got would be feeling quite nice, but can he get the right sort of jump? I would love to catch that Doom, and they might see... There we go. Rocket would look to come out for a lot of that vision.
Yet. Now they get the glimpse, Supreme. They're going to be able to jump someone else as well to the northern side, so the simultaneous initiation, well, it's going to pay off huge here for Into the Breach. Although Cube's turning it back around to the Clockwork with his freshly completed MKB. Oh, he didn't get the finishing blow, and Supreme is going to be able to help in there to keep Immersion alive. The Clockwork limping away, and in the end, Into the Breach now. It's a fight they took on their own territory, though, so they're not really going to be able to get any objectives off the back of that.
Doom had used the Midas as well. Always feels great. But yeah, again, like, you didn't get massive value out of that Rocket Flare, right? It's not like there's many different units that you're going to need to deal with the Battery Assault. It's not like you're going to be right-clicking that massively inside of your cogs as well, right? You've gone this very utility vision sort of build, I guess, on Immersion. The Clockwork, honestly, even in the draft, felt like a little bit of a deny pick away from enabling Supreme on this Primal Beast. And, of course, he always wants to be the one to be able to find this Morphling. I really wouldn't hate to see him queue up something like a Scythe of Vice next on Immersion. I know it's greedy, but you need an additional bit of lockdown for this Morph. Even protects you if he decides to go into that Aghanim Shard for himself.
He might not even be an issue in the fights, though, dude. Taker is just out farming him. 5,000 net worth lead now. It's even growing. He's got a full item. Like we were just speaking about the Lincolns. He's got a Butterfly now. I don't know how they're going to address him. It's going to come down to if they can even get the Doom off on him, but that Lincolns is going to prevent that. Maybe the damage from the Queen of Pain, but are we even going to feel the value of the Morphling? Like, Zani is trying to keep up in farm, but he just doesn't have the capability like the TV does.
I think it's another one of these instances where you just need to, like, not focus on TB. Try and kill everyone else around him. And maybe it's even going to be one of those things where you actually are looking to go into morphing Supreme instead of the TB. Yeah, it sucks that TB is still going to do a lot of damage onto you, but it doesn't feel too bad to steal 40% status resistance either.
Gonna have to get very crafty here from Ivy. Somehow find the way back in. And is there any pick-up potential for Cube, who actually will get scouted out now for respect? Well, there's the pick-up potential. A nice little injection of gold and experience. He's still going for the Lotuses there, and a little bit greedy. Immersion Supreme's going to be able to shut that down, but I guess you see instantly Ivy with the other side of the map. Addy's going to be able to get confirmation that he can freely push in this mid-wave. Zani's going to be able to get another wave up top as well. So it's just, we're going to be looking towards that second Roshan now, right?
Yep. But again, Into the Breach can just farm. They've got the lead. It's slowly extending. Supreme is going into the Scythe of Vice that I was wanting them to pick up on Into the Breach. I really wouldn't hate to see Clock go... Looks like he's bought a Soul Ring, but just go Boots of Bearing after that point. It makes a lot of sense, right? You're always going to have the Tranquil Regeneration active. Hopefully there's not any big lag coming through. Seems like they might. But it just allows you to stay out on the map a little bit longer. Hopefully everything's okay.
Reason? Question mark?
Looks like Ench wants to scale. Going into an MKB for herself as well.
Damn. I mean, you mentioned if in like Enchantress with the pure damage versus TB, if you can
get those,
yeah, that's a big if, right? Like It's not going to be too easy, but it's a pipe dream. I mean, it's a big reason why the Wind Ranger went that route, but we haven't really seen her true potential so far this game.
I mean, if she could keep stealing these TB illusions and just using those to farm up the creep waves, like she just took 2 waves at bottom off of enchanting the TB illusion, she's going to feel very happy. It's a nice way to be able to pop the Lincolns from afar as well. If you've got the vision to be able to potentially catch out the TB, just enchant an illusion.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Should work, I think, actually. Maybe it's just the Ags. On the Morphling Ags that uses the Lincoln's block, rather than just enchant or anything else like that.
No, well, we got that second Roche up now.
Dire's top tower
And looks like Dire have gotten pretty good control of it down bottom. Probably, you can't give up this for free, right, on Ivy?
What's your concern? That you're going to pop everything and they might die once, but then they're just going to run at you again?
are scanning.
Because it's not like it's giving Shard. It's not like it's giving us free Scepter or anything like that. If it was free Scepter, then I would be worried. Because then suddenly Oteka feels like he's not bound by this this meta. Like, he's not even popping it now. He doesn't have Demon Zeal. He's just able to right-click because of how crazily farmed he is.
They're going to smoke bottom. They'll be a little bit too late to contest it, but they might be able to get themselves set up on a higher ground to still take the fight. See what the call is going to be.
Dire's middle tower is
I'm
under
going to try and run headfirst into the breach with this Aegis advantage. I suppose we'll use the farm, so I'm not going to have it if a fight does actually break out shortly.
He's going into a scythe as well on Zubate. I think he realizes that he's going to be one of the main targets for the Morphling in particular. At the end of the day, you are still just an Ancient Apparition.
Oh, that's a great rocket flare.
Yeah. It also
Sees
slows
all
now as
three of
well,
them.
remember. 0.4 seconds, you get that 100% slow onto you. So it's going
Oh my God.
slow them down from running away. Primal Beast may be looking to try and connect off the back of this Moonlight Shadow, but they Delta split and they're all able to get away. Even shoving in this mid lane a little bit is the Doom. Has to be careful, though.
Whoa, Addy. Great use of the onslaught as well. Going for the control stop. Addy still will be able to TP out, it looks like. The chain control wasn't there. It was a BKB, I suppose, expended between both heroes, so nothing really too crazy. Won or lost from either side.
I mean, you'd say Ivy's got the win there, right? They shove out the top lane, they shove out bottom a little bit, you don't die on anyone, Morphling's able to get a little bit more farm towards the Lincolns of his own. That's really the main concern that you're worried about, and then wait, just a little bit of extra time removed from that Aegis. No lane's pushed in far enough, though, I think. Okay, the backdoor protection is gone, I guess.
See how they can mount the defense, or even keeping the Lincolns over. He's got double Lincolns now, thanks to Supreme. Oh, it is not going to be a fun time to be able to address him. Do you want to start onto the Enchantress, though? Could be a bit of a bait. Vincento trying to put himself in a position where he can force into the breach to go for him instead of some of the other more valuable members.
Decent nice blast. Clips onto a few. But again, they don't need to go in just yet, right? You've got a TB, he popped the meta, just wait for it to come back off cooldown. You're still going to have a good 40 seconds left, maybe one more use of the Metamorphosis to be able to push into another lane. It's just about setting things up to deny a lot of the farm away that Ivy might be looking to get, but it's a full-on smoke that might catch them out.
Yeah, they're going to try and take their Tormentor.
They know. They know this is going on.
Meta on cooldown. Look at the wraparound from Addy. He's going to try and find an angle for the Doom, but it's Supreme that gets the start. If they're able to bring him down, it's a lot of their teamfight control, and they won't get the ultimate out. What's the call now for Ivy? Do you still want to consider about taking the team fight? The take is on to Zani. The Morphling just unable to get any damage out. Very hesitant with his positioning currently. Finally will turn to try and beat into a taker. They've lost some of their supporting class. They're soon to lose the Terrorblade as well. They're just going to turn to Supreme, looking to avoid the Terrorblade at all costs. Supreme's going to go down. A taker, he'll follow very shortly afterwards. There's nothing they can do off the back of the respawn, completely surrounding him. Doom as well. Why not use it to help secure the kill as Ivy finally, some signs of life from them. They get 4 members and they only lost the Doom in that engagement. What a beautiful team fight.
I'm a little surprised Into the Breach got caught out there. They should have known that was coming. It was a full-on smoke, but they placed the Observer Ward on that high ground right next to the Ob Sentry combo. So they should have known that they've got a few seconds to be able to get out, and well, they just ended up running into Ivy as opposed to splitting off towards that left-hand side.
It's your ideal fight for Into the Breach. You get Addy out of the fight. Doom is not available. But I'm just trying to see what went wrong from there. Jibe got caught out to start the fight as well, so you didn't have the Ice Blast to look to deal with the Morphling, and we saw what Zani was able to do once he wasn't really counted inside that engagement.
That's the big thing. I mean, it's not even just the Ice Blast, right? He's the one holding onto the Scythe of Ice, so there's nothing really stopping the Morphling from just diving in super deep and doing whatever the hell he wants. And then, more importantly, they focus the TB last. That's what I like the best about this this movement. They know what they're capable of taking out, and they know that the TB, if you just rally behind him, he's going to force way too much damage back your way.
And off the back of that fight from Ivy, that had a little bit of time to heal up and then get back on their side of the map. So they claimed their own Tormentor. It was a Doom that was able to get the shard Into the Breach off their own respawn. They're also going to get a shard as well. So Jibe now will be playing with that new Ice Blast, which provides the 60% of the cold fee.
Nice to have that little bit of an extra stun, especially prior to Morphling picking up the Aghanim shard for himself. Maybe the next Tormentor that goes down, he'll get it. 50-50 chance between him and the Enchantress.
Oh, there's a DD though for this fight. Uh-oh. Panic and Silver Edge Immersion. Well, keep in mind, Addy brought back, so there's a pretty high-value target if you're going to be able to kill him off. Doom still on cooldown for 5 seconds. He won't have an opportunity to activate the BKB. Addy goes down, and the Queen of Pain jumped into the ultimate, so Jibe found the cold feet. All they needed was a little bit of stun, and now they're in shambles. Retreat's been caught, but they won't be able to escape. Triple kill for a taker. The DD just tears them up.
And the lane's pushed in the mid lane as well, and you've still got a healthy amount of duration on this meta. Really doesn't feel like they can do anything to be able to stop this other than pop the glyph, maybe force the creep wave back enough away. Zani, I mean, you have to go for a ballsy sort of play in this sort of situation because Otaker's just going to take your base.
Meta's going to be out shortly.
It's like throwing a needle into a freaking rhino, man. It's not going to do anything.
Zani? I'd be able to get... Okay, looks like Creep just ate the arrow regardless, so they don't really care about the heroes. Or Taker and Supreme still going towards the buildings. I mean, Centaur kind of maybe wants to throw his life away so they deal with him instead of the barracks, but the call's been made from Into the Breach. Yeah, objective-based gaming for Otaker. They're going to be able to get the Mega Creeps now, and Radiant will very much struggle against dealing with these.
Yeah, not the greatest lineup at being able to do that. I mean, they've been able to finish up 1 MKB. They're very close to being able to get Zani's. About 1,500 gold away from the Enchantresses, but it's still not going to be enough. Otaker is way too big, way too strong, and they've finally got enough ways to be able to deal with this Morphling. Again, multiple Scythes of Vice were really what sealed the deal for me, just to be able to provide that threat to maybe make the Morphling play a little bit more on the strength attributes, so people don't die off the initiation, but... It was just that catch that really set it all up, wasn't it? The dieback on the Doom, and then you always had the +1 advantage.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have an opportunity to actually watch that team fight back at the Triangle, but actually, no, we definitely do not now. Ivy there. Yeah, they're looking to smoke. Just walk it down. You take the fight, maybe you go crazy.
Look at Clock, though. He's just spamming out those rocket flares. He's keeping all of these lanes pushed in so that, you know, they're just going to push back into you. You're already having to deal with Megas, but now you've got to deal with the creeps coming in and at an even faster rate. Won't be able to find anyone.
Yeah, they're just going to group up as well.
3 seconds left on the smoke. Who can they find? Doesn't seem like anyone.
Cube?
He's going to be revealed. They
see Jibe. The rest of the team's really far away, and he's just going to die before they can even get close to connecting. And now instantly Ivy, they need to tuck the tail and look to run. But if your base is in shambles as well, you've got to make the call. One final stand. Zani's going to try and do his best, but the Ice Blast connected onto the Morphling. And as soon as that's the case, the team fight is just over. There's no possibility for the Morphling to turn it around with that ultimate on the mark.
Base
3 are down without a
well.
buyback, and yeah, it's over. 4 gone without a buyback. Into the breach. They're going to be able to take game 1 here. They made them work for it in the end. It was back and forth, but 41 minutes in, it looks like they're going to be able to do it.
They want to kill this Morphling as well. Why not? You're going to have the Primal Beast wanting to use the Pulverize into the Scythe of Vice, but the base is going to die before they even get the chance to. Pretty comprehensive victory coming through. I mean, it was in Ivy's favor very briefly off the back of that one victorious team fight. But again, the issues were just around that initiation, right? They couldn't find that reliable pickoff unless it was on the back of the Doom just finding the perfect blink into the Doom. And I really felt like into the Breach, they itemized pretty effectively against it, right? They made it so that that person that went in first could never be the Morphling, because if he got caught out, their team fight was done. Almost all of the damage was on the back of him.
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure for the Morphling to have in a game like this, and especially when you're kind of countered as well from this interesting offlane Ancient Apparition, which, what do we think about it? Like, or now that game's over and we saw what Jibe was able to do we think this is a potential that we get more AA pickup in general, even AA core?
It's a possibility. I mean, he was, what, level with Stoikov on net worth by the end of that game? Little bit behind Supreme. So you are able to keep up now that you get the inbuilt farming tool. So I don't hate it. I think you absolutely cannot get away with having just one hero that wants to go in ahead of you, because if you're going to go this full like utility auras build with Scythe of Ice, obviously a little bit less so, but it's just going to make things way too challenging for you to get dived onto, and that was almost never the case. Zippe was never in a position to get gone onto, while he was still able to, you know, skirt the back lines of these team fights, apply the pipe, apply the greaves, and eventually he even got into a blink dagger for himself as well, so that he could play even further back and only join the fights that he truly wanted to.
So yeah, that was the fight I wanted to see. It's very interesting that the Ice Blast, the pass through, it looks like even provides a cold feet. Because the Quap in that fight jumped on the AA, but he already chucked out the Ice Blast, and he got rooted straight away and then blown up. And I wasn't sure if the Ice Blast did that. I didn't know if it was just the...
Did you see the stun?
Yeah, he got hit. Yeah, yes.
Okay. Because I thought I saw Enchantress get clipped by it in the base, and she didn't get stunned, so I'm confused. But, you know, new patch... We'll see. We'll see what happens.
I'll double check actually after this. Who we give him MVP to?
I mean, Oteka. It has to be. He got a crazy amount of farm, man. Even against a Morphling, which is one of the better matchups in my opinion. Who would you give it to?
Okay, sure. We'll go with Oteka. I was going to argue Supreme or Immersion, because I felt like a lot of the fights were... The early game was off the back of, I think, Supreme with those rotations. Why Oteka even had such a good lane, because level 4 rotating to get that double kill. He did it twice as well, like on the span of a couple of minutes. And a lot of those early to mid game fights, I think, was set up by the clockwork. The fight around kind of the Radiance Triangle, where we saw when the Doom didn't have buyback and he jumped in, was because of Immersion. So I'm fine with Oteka. Anyone, like, they had an incredible game from Into the Breach. I think that you can make the argument.
He was an item and a half ahead of Zani at basically all stages of that game. Like, that's how dominant of a performance he had. From next game for Ivy, I want to see a little bit less focus towards the pure single target. You know, like they had an Enchantress for that, they had a Wind Ranger for that. Even the Morphling to some extent is, yeah, very nicely done. Even the Morphling to some extent is a little too single target, right? Not until you get level 20 plus are you really providing any kind of AoE damage through your talents. So it really put way too much pressure onto Stoikov. I thought he did a pretty decent job on the Quap, to be honest. It was a good last pick. He did the second most damage in the entire game. Only one on his team outside of Zani that had the positive KDA. And even his itemization, pretty on point as well. So it was just an uphill battle for me for the Quap to have any kind of success.
Yeah, that it was. And well, for Into the Breach, off to a good start. 2 MVPs for them, thanks to the production. So definitely a good way to start off the new patch. But they're not done just yet. There's still a job to be completed. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do that in 2 games, or if potentially we're going to a game 3. We'll be right back after the break. The boys on Into the Breach off to a good start here in their game one. Got to see some creative, exciting stuff as well with the offlane Ancient Apparition. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more different things as well heading into that second game. Then when you saw the patch notes, what were you wanting to try? What kind of came to the the brain for you, the top 3 that you were looking forward to experimenting with?
Well, I scrolled down to W and I looked at Wyvern and it's trash, so I was a little disappointed there. I wanted to see how much I could exploit Venomancer, but I feel like the game is too farm intensive to be able to make it work. So then I thought, all right, well, what else can I look to make that happen with? I think with Clockwork you can. I think with heroes like Witch Doctor you can. I'm thinking purely from a support perspective here. And I was thinking, thank God we might not be seeing Broodmother and Nature's Prophet too much more either, because those 2 heroes got pretty big nerfs. I mean, Nature's Prophet, 15-second longer cooldown on his teleport at max rank now, which is pretty big at being able to move around the map when you consider how much Boots of Travel, for example, has increased in utility. To take 15 seconds of that away from a Nature's Prophet who really doesn't want to buy a bots feels pretty significant, doesn't it?
I didn't even notice that, to be honest. I saw the other change to teleport and I thought, I'm like, what the hell is this? Surely they did not give the Wrath of Nature bonus damage to the teleport. Now I didn't even notice that they got increased in the cooldown. But
it's a long
okay, that makes, yeah, it really is. That makes me a little bit happier now, because I thought he was actually still going to be picked up a lot, but we are yet to see him so far today. Another thing we could potentially see heading into the next game is something's got to get let through, right? We saw the Chen, the Moeta banned out as well. We might see one of those slip through, the Enchantress slip through in that game in particular. I'm trying to think what else was banned out, actually. I don't know if there's anything that comes to mind for you, because the Doom wasn't banned out.
Ember Spirit was banned. That's all like a Beastmaster. I think Beastmaster's still really good. I want to see the new Slom. I want to see if that can come through and have some effectiveness. And I want to see Sand King. I think people are sleeping on Sand King a little bit. Sand King Ags. In the Sandstorm, it just releases a bunch of little burrow strikes every 0.2 seconds, and you can randomly get hit by it. So, like, you can provide a little bit more extended teamfight effectiveness if you go, like, Pipe, maybe Greaves into like a Blink Ags on the Sand King, because you can just pop your utility items and then stand on the edge of the Sandstorm radius and still just basically block off this area for people to have to come into. I like it quite a lot.
Wait, this looks awesome. Hey, what the hell?
So the one thing that yeah, it stuns. It's literally just a full effectiveness of the Burrow Strike implementation. It's just random. You don't know where they're going to show up. I actually tested, and it's never going to work in reality, but like, obviously the amount of area that the Burrow Strikes have to hit are dependent on the level of the Sandstorm and if you've talented into the radius. So I thought, well, okay, what if you kept Sandstorm at level 1 and then there's just a much more concentrated area, so people are a little bit more likely to get hit. It didn't really happen. I think you just got to max out the thing anyway. It's just going to give you more damage too. So I'm interested to see if it's able to work, though. I think it could.
It's also going to be like, we get to see over the couple of days what other people think is going to work as well. It's just we're just at the tip just yet. There's nothing really too much. They're just trying to work out, what other stuff they're able to practice and see what else is broken. We're just, haven't really dived deeper into some of the other stuff and the other ideas. But there's people out there, again, the T1 teams as well, of having all their time to be able to work out what they're going to pick up at the major. I mean, that's going to be crazy to see.
Did you see Blitz's tweet, by the way?
No, I haven't gone on Twitter today, so I'm not sure. I do want to see all the reactions. Yeah,
he just said, bro, I'm too old for this, basically, as soon as the patch came out with the 50 million changes. And honestly, I'm feeling that a little bit too, but it's always entertaining to basically be playing in a new game. Welcome to Dota 3, everyone.
I think you sent me a message saying your brain was short-circuited, right? And I felt that as soon... I started reading and I'm like, I just want to stop already, to be honest. I don't know. Like, it was a good thing, but it was just it was an overload. It was an overload with information. It's going to take everyone quite some time. But again, it's Christmas, a brand new patch. Everyone's really been looking forward to this. And I know for a lot of the recent patches we've been saying, like, we need a map change. We need a map change. And finally get that. And finally we get a lot of objectives as well. So again, it's just...
Did we need a map change and objectives and hero changes and new items? Like, don't get me wrong.
we did.
Love it, Ice Frog. Keep it up. But if we just got a few of these like drizzled into them where to update, you know, what if you gave us the new neutral items or the way that you obtain neutral items at that point? Then at least this wouldn't be like face planting into a brick wall, at least with all of these new changes all coming at the same time. I also, by the way, I don't really play it, but I want to see a player make Magnus work because, again, I feel like you're someone that both is able to farm yourself, but you also enable others to farm. Horn Toss now stuns again. It's on the Scepter, not the Shard, so it costs a little bit more to be able to do it. And I really feel like your natural progression into the Aetherlands and the Octarine core is going to be a lot more valid with that Harpoon build, because it's just an instant way to get in and then skewer straight back out. I think it could really work.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Wait, Aether... What, so you go Aether by itself, then you go Octarine, and then when do you...
I don't know the order that it's going to happen. I just want to have the two items together, basically, because it lets you basically just latch onto a target and then instantly skewer them back. It's an alternative to the blink. So imagine like a high skill player, right? It's going to be 4-star forward, blink, harpoon, skewer back into team with huge range. They die, and you don't even have to be anywhere close to be able to make it happen. Add a horn toss on top of that as well, and you know, who knows what's going to happen.
Sounds like a lot of gold, though. That sounds like a...
There's a lot of gold on the map, and you've got Empower.
There is.
And you know, you can farm yourself, and you can enable others to farm as well off the back of the Empower. So I think Magnus is a bit of a sleeper hit.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm always down for some Magnus, so we've seen that hero be able to make play after play, and that's really what... surely as a caster, as a talent, I mean, that's all you're looking for. You don't want these boring games where it gets drawn out. You want the crazy team fights with all the exciting abilities, and definitely Mag would fall into that category.
I gotta say though, like, how long did that game last for? 40 something minutes?
Yeah, yeah,
41.
We can check.
For what it was 41 minutes, and there was 50 kills in the game. Did that feel a lot more farmy than we're used to? Like, I know they're farming, but it seemed not slower, but you get what I mean, right? The vibe towards it.
Yeah, I haven't been able to, like, put my finger on it, but yeah. We've had kills, but I don't know, it felt weird. Apart from that Alliance Game 1 versus Ancient Tribe, the game after that as well, I mean, we definitely didn't have as many kills, but it just felt like... there's kills happening, but there's not those crazy team fights at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on.
Not sure if I like it, to be honest. You know, I don't want to just farm for one big team fight to potentially end the game. You know, I want frequent team fights around these objectives that... It's hard. It's weird to say that I want the objectives to be a bit easier to get to, because you've got these teleporters across the map, but I feel like if the teleporters weren't there with the extra size of the map, the game would just be incredibly slow. So I'm happy they're there, but maybe just having something more central to the map would be ideal. I don't know where exactly you're going to put it, because you can't put it right in the middle of the mid lane, but you know what I mean, right? I think more emphasis towards the center of the map is going to be a good thing. Maybe they move the Tormentors slightly closer towards the mid.
It just might be too early to tell, though. Like, it's just... It seems like people also don't really know when to take fights around those objectives. Like, we're seeing people still forget the Wisdom Rooms and forget the Tormentors, like...
Not into the breach. They were on point with getting those at 7 minutes.
No, not at all. So, I mean, maybe over the upcoming days and weeks, we'll see that, you know, more fights will break out across the map when teams are able to read everything easier. Because at the moment, you're just guessing. You are just guessing right now on what's going on, and hoping that your experience from playing multiple years of Dota is somehow able to work on this brand new Dota game that we have. But we do have a draft underway here for our second game, of course, Into the Breach with a game advantage. And just to remind everyone, for the stakes on the line, Ivy pretty much fighting for relegation. If they lose this, are they guaranteed? They're going to go 1-5, potentially...
Close to it.
I think
Old G has the potential to still be in tiebreakers if they lose to Alliance, I think, is the only exception, basically.
Yes. So you don't want it to get down to that stage, though. You want the fate in your hands. So for Ivy, you need to send us to a game 3, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that off the back of the Enchantress first phase once again from them.
Into the Breach, if they win, they hold on to a very slim possibility of forcing a tiebreaker for Division 1, but I'm pretty sure they would be completely safe off the back of that as well. Liking both of these picks to start out. You can farm. I don't want any more single target, though, on Ivy, especially no Wind Ranger. I thought Cube itemized pretty much how he wanted to, and maybe they just wanted something that was able to get a lot of value out of the MKB. They wanted something that was capable of staying in lane, but is still remaining survivable, like with the Wind Run, but he died 5 times pretty early on into that game, which I'm sure isn't what he was really wanting. So something that gives a little bit more AoE threat would be ideal for me, that's still able to pick up that farm is what I would be looking to prioritize if I'm Ivy. What do you go here? What's flexible that Into the Breach like to go? Oh, okay, yeah, it just doesn't need to be flexible if it's busted. Okay. It's a quick PL.
One thing to quickly mention to the Breach, they do have a level 2 penalty in regards to the draft, so they don't have a lot of reserve time, so big reason why they're already down to 40 seconds, and now we can speak about the Phantom Lancer. So we heard Mobe mention that he thought this was probably one of the more busted heroes of the patch. We saw first phase banned in the last game. That was actually one of them, I remember now. And Ivy, they're like, all right, let's pick it up the 8th. Let's truly see how strong this hero is.
Why not, right? BKB weaker, PL doesn't need it, PL stronger. Mage Slayer strong, PL buys Mage Slayer just for good build-up with survivability for himself, but eventually gets into the Bloodthorn to enable a few more of these solo pickoffs. Even Diffusal feels pretty solid, right? If the enemy team aren't buying BKB as much either, then Diffusal ramps up in effectiveness. So, yeah, I really feel like a lot of those things, plus the smaller stuff like the attack range buff, of course, make PL quite a nice hero to be able to pick up. And I wonder if it's going to be worthy of this first phase as well as the other thing. And Into the Breach look to go something like wouldn't hate a Pugna going up against this. I know you can just make more illusions if you doppelganger, but Pugna's able to just life drain with the Aghanim Shard fairly reliably into him, and you're able to pick up farm just on your own, right? Nether Blast is able to nuke waves just in 2. So I really wouldn't hate to see that come out.
I must say I could not think of a worse meta than seeing PL first phased. So I'm
what
sorry.
What about the Dusa meta first phase? That wasn't that exciting either. I kind of hope we see a Medusa just because I want to see an axe picked into it and her get dunked because she has no strength.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, what an interesting change to the hero.
It's so good.
Jeez, yeah, I don't know. It's they went all out. They went all out. They definitely did with the changes.
Honestly, even the axe into the PL isn't horrible, right? Again, you get farm, and it's no longer pseudo random chance. It's like every 4 hits, I believe, when Counter Helix is maxed out that you you spin. So a lot more reliable, especially against the million units that PL is potentially going to have in a lot of these fights.
So it's interesting to see currently the bans though that they're utilizing from Ivy. I mean, these are the heroes they feel like are going to be the biggest issue for the Phantom Lancer. So Ember, Alchemist. We'll see what the third one is going to be, and we'll see what other teams look to try and ban out if the PL is going to be picked up in the first phase to continue to protect it as well. So nice little, teams will be able to get a good idea, a good kind of gauge on this hero now off the back of this game.
Could Into the Breach Ricky into this, because if you go on the Phantom Lancer while he's farming, he's not going to buy a 4-staff, he's not going to buy a BKB, and if you get the shard on Ricky, then you can't target anyone inside of the smoke screen, so might cause him a little bit of an issue. Also will be silenced as well, so not like he can doppelganger.
It kind of limits yourself to, if you go even past the mid game, I feel like PL is going to be a bit of an issue, right? Because Bricky doesn't have any AoE, nor does Mirana.
What if it's a 5
do? Well, that's still the same issue, right? You still have no AoE. Now you got 3 heroes that don't address a PL. Like you have to end the game.
I think Mirana has AoE. Doom can go into Ashivas.
Or to deal with a Phantom Lancer.
Okay, go Pugna then. I want Pugna.
I want Pugna. I don't hate you, Ricky. I'm just saying, like, you have to end the game.
No,
like, you got to kill him a bunch. I do. Well, I think there's a road for it to work, but you got to get a bunch of kills early, right? Before he kind of gets his items.
All right, then
even a
answer me
couple.
this. What hero would Ricky be better against than a Phantom Lancer? One that doesn't buy 4 stuff for themselves or BKB.
Anti-mage?
He buys BKB.
Just as much as a PL.
No.
Okay.
Naga is the only other choice, and that falls into the same area that you're having issues with. I'm trying to make stuff work here. Ooh, okay,
Yo,
Legion Commander. This is what I'm
This could
excited
be a
to
one
see.
Legion.
It could. Could be an offlane Legion. Never know.
It could be. Could be. Very true. Very true. This hero does seem like it's in a very interesting position now.
I think it's in a
With,
great spot right now.
Yeah.
The Legion Commander. Like everything with the changes just makes so much more sense, right? Like when you're press the attacking someone previously, you're giving them what? You're giving them regen and bonus attack speed. If someone's getting purged and trying to run away, it's because they want to run away. So now that you're giving them bonus movement speed, makes a lot more sense. Same sort of thing with the overwhelming odds, right? It launches out as soon as you find that duel target. You don't need to precast anything to be able to get the duel. And even if you haven't used it, it means that as soon as the duel is cast, it just comes up and it does it automatically. So it's less buttons pressed for you, and in terms of being able to act as a save, it makes a lot more sense as well. So I love this Legion Commander hero right now. I think it's going to be quite good.
10 seconds remaining.
I do like the response from Ivy, though. You've got a great way to address a duel. Now with the Solar Guardian, there's some flex potential if you want to play it as a support. You can even look to play it as a 3, of course. Should have a pretty good time.
Can farm quite well and get across the map pretty quickly.
Yeah, they've got like the potential from Enchantress to play away from the team, the Dawnbreaker to play away from the team as well. So it's just a question of what role they want to put the Dawnbreaker in. And I guess the Snapfire doesn't really reveal it, but I think it's more than likely going to be a Snap 4 and a Dawn 3.
The thing that I'm still concerned about on Ivy is that their stun's pretty weak, right? Like, you've got the Cookie, you've got the Starbreaker, but they're not reliable. A Duel is reliable, a Doom is reliable, even a Blink Centaur Stomp is more reliable than this sort of stuff. So that's really where I want to see them go with the last pick of the overall draft, just something that's going to start a fight in their favor. So I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more Storm Spirit. Maybe just because we've been seeing so much Doom come through, and even the Legion Commander feels not so great into it, but Storm plus Snap feels like a good amount of kill threat. Storm plus Vortex plus the Solar Guardian feels like pretty good amount of kill threat. We'll see. I mean, there's just more stuff to be able to address this PL. AoE out the wazoo.
They're banning out Lifestealer. What do they think is a support? Doom? Legion? I don't.
Doom, I guess.
Okay, I was gonna ask you a question if you feel like they need a steroid for the Leshrac, but I don't know if I'm on the wrong mindset now.
Dire team ban.
I'm thinking about it. Maybe it's an IO? Pair that together with a Legion Commander feels pretty decent. It's probably the one hero that I would... Because eventually you can go over to the Lesh as well, right? And pick up the pace a bit more. I know I said IO doesn't really farm that much, but Leshrac is the one hero that I'm like, I want this paired together.
I wonder if they ban another carry here, or if it's just something trying to cover their tracks. Maybe it really just obliterates the Dawn offlane. I know it does have a good matchup, but...
Even the Snap offlane as well, if they wanted to go down that route.
Did Radiance get touched at all in the patch? It didn't, right?
No, I don't think so.
And Bloodseeker. Very interesting. So
Blood Mist, it's OP.
Alright, so for Ivy, we're looking for the mid laner for them.
Most likely.
They've lacking tower push, which is the big concern. Kinda. Enchantress can maybe help out in the early game. One of the definitely better supports to do so.
I was actually thinking that they might ban the Pango, but again, like, into the Lesh, are you really that worried about a Pangolier? You know? Like, I know you can go Diffusal, I know you can go Basher, yada yada yada, but like your AoE damage melts Pango now. Like you just deal enough that he's going to have a rough time in a lot of these fights. Ivy still need a mid laner that's able to push, that's able to find catch.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, in the way to start fights as well.
I still like it's not a great Storm game, but I feel like they need someone like a Storm to be able to make stuff happen. Even Puck,
Yep.
I would take a Puck.
Yep. You do, because you can't rely on the Dawnbreaker. You're more of a counter initiator or... Oh,
That's
geez.
not an
All right. Well,
initiation.
that body's the Lesh. This is a very good matchup versus the Leshrac mid lane. It's I don't say
What if you can get on
unplayable,
top of
but
him?
you're gonna cry. Sure, as the game goes on, you should be able to, with like Legion, Doom, and Moonlight Shadow, to find an angle. It's a very greedy draft from Ivy, though.
It is. So what are you thinking they're going to go now? I think
5
Io
seconds
works a
remaining.
lot here still. Nothing really stopping this. They've got enough initiation. They've got enough stuns. They've got a decent enough sustain on its own, but I feel like this is just going to make it so that Ivy might be lacking a little bit of damage, especially early. What else could you really want? Ogre Magi, maybe? Could you Silencer or like Wyvern into this? I know Wyvern sucks, but Into a Dawn feels kind of nice. They Slark, okay, so who the hell is the support? Mirana is,
Please
but...
don't be Legion. Okay, it's a Doom support.
Okay. Feels like it's still a pretty decent, would have been a decent core Doom game, but I mean, it's something else that wants to jump onto the backlands as well.
Maybe
Does that make Into the Breach a little slow to be able to deal with this sniper? That's the main issue that I have. Like a Doom 4, what's it providing for the first 20 minutes?
But maybe that's okay, right? With all the farm across the map, you
Maybe.
having a greedier support could pay out.
Maybe.
I'm
It's not like they're
Well,
massive
this-
pushes on Ivy as well, right? Like, you
Yeah.
can shove lanes relatively well with Shrapnel, with Celestial Hammer, with Enchantress, but Enchantress is the really one that's taking the towers early on. So I think she's the one that, surprisingly enough, you're having to control early just so that you can get away with this greed. Because I feel like if it goes... I was about to say if it goes late enough, you're not going to be too worried about this PL. Is that the truth, though? I mean, you do have a Lesh, and you do have a Legion Commander, so they're still going to do a fine enough time. I don't know. Our opinion for what Into the Breach have to wrap up their draft is different, clearly, from what they're going for. But we'll see if it works. I'm keen to see if they're able to get away with the greed, at least what we think is greed. But even despite this Slark, are you still favoring ITB, or are you going to be leaning a bit more towards Ivy?
Dude, I don't know. Because the way they really address the Phantom Lancer is the Leshrac, who I think is really going to struggle mid lane. This is a very sniper-favored matchup, which can then make it difficult for your early game timings. Just all your timing is going to be delayed for the Lesh. So how is that then going to affect the PL? Because he could go into a Mage Slayer. I mean, you've been highlighting that's maybe a big reason why he could be on the more popular end right now in this patch because of the being a Mage Slayer builder and the reduced effectiveness out of the BKB. So we saw at TI was a perfect example of how this hero can really be hindered by Pipe and by Mage. I don't really know who's going to go Pipe on Ivy, but you will definitely have that Mage Slayer builder. So look, I'm not quite sure. Originally, I thought Ivy's lineup was very greedy with his sniper pick. You're very counter initiation heavy focused, but Into the Breach, they want to double down on that too. So let's see. I think we're in store for another very interesting game.
Interesting for sure. I think Vincento is probably going to be the pipe builder for Ivy this time around. Again, you can greed it up a little bit on this Enchantress, so you'll be able to get it at a reasonable-ish timing. And I think the Dawnbreaker really needs to be that front line for you. So I don't think you can necessarily get away with that. This might need to be a BKB Dawn on
30
Addy.
seconds to
Even though,
battle.
again, the BKB doesn't feel that great. It still feels like it's a little bit necessary against the... even just the pounce onto you, you know?
So I wonder if Jibe, he's already got the Vanguard queued up, which is he's going to have a free lane versus PL and Enchantress once he's able to find her. So that's going to enable the Doom to kind of do his own stuff on immersion. But I wonder if he's going to go Crimson as well, because it's a pretty goddamn Crimson game already when you're reversed to Phantom Lancer. Now you've got a Sniper to add on top of that. So
I
wonder if that's something...
Like, are you going to consider becoming a damage beast. Like, if you're able to get a ton of this farm and make rotations off of these heroes that you should be able to get pickoffs once you've got the Blink Dagger. Like, does he even convert the Crimson, the Vanguard into an Abyssal eventually, you know? Like, is he going to hold it on to it for the long term is what I'm considering.
A lot of questions, and only time will tell how this one is going to be able to shape up. So very interesting. Supreme started with a Blood Grenade. So far I've seen, I think all supports have started with this item. So I wonder what he's actually going to look to do with it. Maybe just the extra health would be nice. I'm not sure.
Like, is it... Surely it can't be just to, like, secure a range creep or something like that, because Sniper isn't exactly someone that you want to be chasing down all that much. We'll see. I mean, it's been both teams that have been buying it, right? So whoever wins will be able to ask in that winner's interview their thoughts on the Blood Grenade and what it enables.
I'm for how much gold is it? 65 gold for a pretty decent chunk of damage. Does 125 overall through the whole duration. It's not too bad.
Overwhelming odds radius is way too big, dude. I think when you hover over it, it's misrepresented. Like, that seems like the old radius to me. It says 600, but the actual circle I'm talking.
Yep. Yeah, I really wonder where this hero is going to fit into the meta now with the Legion, because it does seem like it was some lovely changes that were added. I mean, maybe he's still going to have some mana issues. I don't know where you kind of itemize to address that. Maybe there's a soul ring. Oh, all right, apologies. We got a first blood down bottom. Too busy enjoying this new Legion as it's going to be cute that is able to secure the first blood with the help of Addy.
Don't think they had... Oh, no, they did have the level 2 before they went for that. Celestial Hammer straight into it. So again, just showing the importance of being a little bit short on the XP as a kill gets secured up top. Why Vincento just able to chase
the
down
blood
the
grenade
again. Yep.
He was chuckling. The impetus was put him on like 10 health, and then the blood grenade was able to finish him off. And Vincento in the webcam was having a bit of a chuckle with this new item.
Easy clap. I was about to say, like, you could probably afford the Soul Ring. Like, if you've got a Vanguard, you've got plenty of regeneration for yourself, plus the Moment of Courage.
Yes, no, I very much agree.
Honestly, even after he just gets the Ring of Health on its own, probably going to be enough to sustain a lot in this lane. He's got enough money for it now. A little bit of reaction from the old money cost for it. He waited until he had 825 gold for it, but it only costs 700 now. A little bit less health regen, but, you know, habit. He's our resident Vanguard enjoyer, of course.
Oh, dude. Immersion got the ice armor as well. Surely not.
Feels good.
Alright, this lane, yeah, gets a little bit easier. I mean, you still have the impetus, pure damage, of course, but it's definitely going to be a nice one to have.
How's mid lane going? Right now, it feels like they're trading farm a little bit. Stoikov a little bit on the more winning side of this all. Still has about half a creep wave to be able to farm up as well. A little bit of XP ahead as well. So really it's just about being able to make your space away from this Leshrac. And he hasn't really gotten any value out of the Blood Grenade just yet. I wonder if he's even looking to set up for an eventual rotation to come through from one of his supports, but down bottom, you can't really afford to leave the Slark solo against these two heroes. They've got plenty of burst, and he's not level 6 yet. And up top, again, what's a Doom Pos 4 going to do this early on into the piece? So I wonder if he's regretting that purchase and feeling like, well, maybe I should have had the boots of speed just so that I can juke away from Stoikov a little easier.
How crazy do we want to get with the build on the Slark this game? You considering Radius or Radiance, I should say, or is the Lesh enough to cover the PL? Because, well, if I'm not wrong, it was something Arme was trying a while ago, and that was before Radiance was buffed up.
Yeah, where's Arme now? That's right.
Alright, yo, you put some freaking respect on Arme's name. I'm not going to let you slander him like that. Yeah, you better keep your mouth shut. Well, he's not just that. He's an absolute giga chat of a carry. Like you might not need it. It could definitely be enough with the Legion and the Lesh to address the PL, but wonder how crazy your taker wants to get.
I think they'll have enough. I mean, again, Doom's going to go have Scorched Earth maxed out as well, so that's even more damage over time. Probably luck it out, and you can choose the Cloak of Flames to be able to respond to the PL as well. Sucks not having Blast Rig to be able to play around with, but yeah, it is what it is.
Ah, dude, that item was so dumb, though. Why did they not get rid of the Walrus totem? Whatever it is. Yes, thank you. Zibei top lane's in a little bit of trouble. Impotence, bring him down lows. Doesn't have an extra level in it, so still the cooldown's going to be a bit of an issue, but Zibei, they're doing whatever they can to pump in every single resource that Immersion has to keep Zibei healthy until he gets that Vanguard.
He's close as well. What is this fortification doing? Just keeping the creep wave away enough in that mid lane, I suppose, so that Leshrac has time to be able to get back to base. Not having a good time against Stoikov's sniper, that's for sure.
And he's not going like the multiple Wraith Band build as well that we kind of have seen Thompson very much prefer. So it's just going to be into the treads now for Mr. Stoikov. I wonder if there's going to be some emphasis on mating stacks for Supreme to try and catch up, considering the rough start that he is having.
Maybe that's what Immersion's moving to do now.
Yo, PL is going to Midas queued up.
Okay.
Oh, down the bottom, respect. Some trouble's going to be able to leap away. Nicely done from a taker as well. Kind of put some pressure onto Addy so the Dawnbreaker wasn't freely able to move over. Meanwhile, inside the river, Vincento's in some trouble. Stoikov, though, oh, he activated the take aim, so a little bit of movement slow to himself. Wasn't able to keep up with Supreme, so in the end, Immersion, very nicely done. And like we said, as soon as the Vanguard is completed from Zibei, he is more than okay to be left solo.
Still able to get a few more of these deeper dives. He feels a little bit more ballsy because he was able to take away that healing Lotus. He even takes away their bounty rune as well. Again, you're not really wanting to 1v1 into... Maybe he is on Addy, 1v1 into the Slack. He's actually got an Arcane Boots as well, so going into the Greaves build eventually on the Dawn. We were thinking maybe she would look to play a little bit more selfish, but wanting to spread the team fight items around, those auras.
Guess I might be able to free up some of the supports build. What would we... Because we were kind of thinking maybe Enchantress might go from auras. We see Vincento currently has drums and Force Staff queued up. Do we... Of course, Force Staff, great way to get away from the Doom and the Pounce as well, but what are our thoughts on the drums early on?
I mean, again, if you're the one that's going to be taking a lot of these objectives solo, drums just enables you to do that, right? Imagine if you luck out and get a Dark Troll Summoner, for example. It means that you're just going to be able to pop those drums off cooldown with all the skeletons and open up the map a little bit more for your team to be able to play with. We call it a greedy draft, but they're getting out of the laning stage in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, they got a 2,000 net worth lead. They did have some very favorable lane matchups, though. And like we said with Stoikov, so there's about a 1,000 net worth difference between the two, but Supreme's already back into the jungle, and this is given time for Immersion as well to soak up some experience mid. And he's got an Arcane Boots as well, which is pretty nice for the Doom to help Supreme, help the Legion, so pretty nice timing out of that one.
He's going in the Soul Ring on Zibei as well, so a lot more of that lane sustain for himself, just about 200 gold away. And it's getting to the point where Otake is going to be capable of being left solo down here on the bottom side of the map. He's level 6 now. Picks up a tier 1 token for himself, and he'll just look to address this lane whenever it's farmable for himself. Maybe play around those neutral creeps a little bit more on the bottom side. Has to be careful with how deep he's showing into the lane, though, as long as Cube's missing off the map. But I'm expecting to see Respect play a little bit further away from the lane, as actually Supreme making the rotation down here. Missed the bounce.
It's not going to matter, though, it looks like. Yep, they're able to get their first perma-agi of the game. And now Vincento's forced to TP bottom, which means I don't think Piel's going to be able to lane into the Legion. I just saw Zibei off one overwhelming odds pretty much drew half his entire health pool, so... Yep. See if Sonny's still going to be okay. I think it's going to be very interesting the first use of the ultimates are from either side, because with the duel from Zibei, you're going to be able to respond instantly with that Solar Guardian, and they might use it aggressive, though. Cube is actually looking to try and TP top. So he's got 2 points Scatter Blast, 2 points Cookie. Will they have the damage? I think they definitely need the Dawnbreaker if they're going to get this kill, but...
They know the Doom's not around.
So making the attempt on the Zibei.
It's nowhere near enough.
Yeah, it's just a friendly Cookie, and he's going to be like, yeah, we probably can't kill him.
Just gives him an ice armor as well, so he can go right back on into the lane and care even less. Look at this, nukes Zani down about a third of his HP, because why not? PL doesn't have the Vanguard or anything like that to be able to play around with.
Both sides get the Wisdom Room? I didn't see. Immersion got one. Yeah, Q got the other as well. Okay. You have a very aggressive invasion though from into the breach. Yeah, it's a big stack, and I mean that's a nice way for Supreme to be able to catch up. He even makes his own stack as well. Supreme, a little bit extra gold for him to work with now. Oh, they know what's going on. They just scanned, but stack's already been claimed, so there's going to be no way they can contest it.
I mean, Dawn would have loved to be able to pick that one up as well, but of course she's having a fairly good time in this lane. You know, even up against the Slark, melee hero into melee hero. Taker's doing just fine now that he's had the possibility of rotating back into more of the jungle camps. He's going straight into the Echo Saber. Makes a lot of sense. I want to see... Oops, it connects with the Pounce onto the Dawn. Doesn't really seem like they want to stay and consistently fight, though. I want to see if he's going to go into the Harpoon on Otaker, because it feels pretty nice on the Slark as well, right? You might just miss the Pounce, but you're going to get that extra little range that you need to latch onto the right target.
There's a couple of things that he likes with the Harpoon. Hack speed, mana regen's also a big thing, but you just get a bunch of other stuff. It's just a little bit of everything, it looks like, from the Harpoon, so...
It's a natural build-up as well. You're already going to have the Echo Saber, so why not?
And it's always... It's... I guess the one thing, though, is we do see it disassembled, the Echo, and then you go back into Mage Slayer, so I wonder now it might be a little bit different. Once you disassemble into the Scepter, maybe you now want to actually go back for the Echo instead of the Mage. We shall see. Time will see.
I mean, the question for me is, like, does he feel like this is an Aghanim Scepter game as well, right? Are you wanting to take away that potential for the Slark to get away, for the Sniper to get away? I'm assuming we're going to see Stoikov go into a pretty early Hurricane Pike for himself, just to prevent that sort of situation from happening and play as far away from this Leshrac and LC and Doom as possible. Version, even just with his level 6, is moving on forward.
Well, Stoikov TP top.
Is it going to doom him?
Very aggressive, yeah, they will indeed, but there's no one here to follow up, so it... Doom for nothing, pretty much.
That's what I'm called. I mean, he's already got the Mask of Madness, so he doesn't really care.
Come on. What gets a Doom on cooldown? Is that what you said?
Yeah, for sure. You know what? Sometimes someone needs to be positive around here.
Yeah, nah, it's okay. I mean, he'll go back to farming now. He's like, guys, I can't show up. You've been asking me to come up. I've got no Doom now. Back to farming. Sorry, lads. Another 2 minutes without me.
Came straight back mid. Maybe they want to make a bit of a play on mid, but again, like, Supreme, he's only got... just put the second point into the Diabolic Edict. This tower hasn't taken any damage at all in the mid lane, so I'm honestly getting a tiny bit worried for Into the Breach and their chances. Yes, Zibe is farming decently well. He's got the Soul Ring, he's got the Vanguard.
Cube! Oh my lord, almost a perfect angle, but just wasn't enough burst potential between the two.
It was fine on Addy. He still had the full Magic 1 stacks. He had Solar Guardian as well. One of the good things to be able to just drop in right on top of yourself to prevent the Slark from committing onto you and force him back. I wonder if Taker's asking for some sort of movement down towards this bottom side, considering Cube has gone a little bit deep, but looks like he might want to connect up towards top. He's got the Mortimer Kisses available. Seems like they're backed off, though. Both teams just seeming to want to wait for that next big item. Otake going into the Diffusal Blade, so wanting to lock in onto those strength heroes.
Dude, he keeps just going through the rift. He just... he went through once, went through twice, went through it a third time. He's just... He doesn't know where to go. Now he's made his mind up. He's going to help the boys with the push down bottom.
That's the issue.
I get it. The map, there's a lot going on right now. But so Ivy, they're going to... Camps for them to be able to pick up their farm, and the callers, they're getting away with this hand of Midas on Zani, which is really the big thing. He's just been completely untouched inside the lane. Haven't been able to find that first duel victory as well for Jibe. So, I mean, he's got the blink queued up. Maybe once he's able to find this item, might be a little bit easier for him. But who does he even play with this game to try and get duel victories?
Mirana, I guess. Which is very reliable use of the arrow as well, once you're getting it through. Yeah, it's only 1 point into it, but quick leap, Starstorm still deals a lot of damage. Use that. Oh, Kobold. Nice pickup. Yeah, I think the two of them should be enough to get kills onto most people. Maybe they're going to prioritize the Dawn just so that she's not able to activate the mech or the Solar Guardian to be able
look
to save.
top. Is immersion on this? Oh, the smoke popped and they got that high ground ward.
They don't.
Just on the edge. Yeah, they did. Oh man, just on the edge, and yeah, Jibe, he's gonna get rid of it now.
Could they have even made the jump though without the blink on the LC? He's still a little short. That's my main issue.
Immersion was trying to doom from the tree line. I don't even know if they would have had the damage though, because you would have Solar Guardian in.
Yeah.
So, regardless, so attempt's not going to go their way. Oh, this is going on. Addy, very nice TP out, just straight away. They had that waters, of course, at the rift. So they were well aware of a couple of the... Do we want to call them TPs? What do we even call them? Not TPs, you get confused then. Twin gates down bottom?
Let's just call them the gates. How about that?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Of the usage of the gates bottom. Okay.
The Stargate. There we go.
Stargate. Oh, cute. Sento's trying to buff him up a little bit with the drums. So does he want to turn to Zani?
With the defusal. There's that movement speed bonus. Able to get Zibe out of danger. But now he doesn't really have a lot of mana to be able to play around with. And you know, I like Zibe, I like the way that he plays. I think he just needs to get a tiny bit more greedy though. He's been so close to being able to pick up this Blink Dagger for quite some time now. And he's looked to try and make a few rotations. But unless you've got that great jump, I don't think you can rely on the Pounce, for example, to be able to get that off. He's actually gone into the overwhelming odds cooldown rather than the dual bonus damage as well. So really wants to be spamming that one out as much as possible against this PL.
Wonder if eventually we'll see...
Goes onto the low ground. Cookie attempts up onto the high ground. Just gets into that little nook there. One other thing about the PL as well with this map is that... Remember it was like 2 patches or so ago where all of the neutral creeps got given mana. So I think that's going to be, well, the ones that use abilities have mana to be able to do it. So PL with the natural diffuser blade buildup is able to just go from camp to camp so quickly and be able to flash farm in that way.
I mean, a big reason why he's been able to keep up. Oh, yes, the Midas, I suppose, helps out as well with why he's in the second place, but the supports are probably the big reason on Radiant why this net worth is not blown wide open. I mean, it's going to take a while, but Immersion with the 2 points in Devour.
Here we go. So, this is what I was waiting to see.
Okay. I don't think they're going to have damage, man. They're going to have Solar Guardian and Mechanism. I do not think they're killing anyone. Well, maybe support, but a core, I don't think they'll kill without the Lesh.
They also smoked under a ward, which doesn't help.
Ah, yes, that definitely is not a good way to start. So let's see. Well, they're going to try and combine up with Supreme.
They'll just take anything.
Centos. Will they get it, though? They won't even get the kill. And Zibe's in a little bit of trouble. I mean, this is such a perfect position for Stoikov.
That was without the Soul Guardian as well. And they still haven't taken this mid tower. That's the other issue. I mean, again, at the end of the day, it comes down to they smoked under a ward, so they were able to set up effectively for it, putting the Ench on the front lines, knowing that she's tanky enough. But, oh, arrow connecting onto it. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're going to go for that again when he's level 12. I don't know. Maybe they just want that extra little bit of duration. He wants the extra bonus damage to come through from it.
Oh, we got a kill. Sure. Oh my god, it actually happened. Someone died, Danog. Yeah, Dota? What the hell? No way. Crazy, right? More perma-agi as well for a taker, so... dude, Cube has 2 of their deaths. I know who I'm reporting. Sorry, brother, has to be done. Just do better next time.
They're really looking to go on to Addy here.
Hang on there. Whoa. Can't have another death happening. Immersion. This time they're going to be able to drop the Doom as well, so they'll get even a little bit more value out. The first Doom, he was warming up. He was trying to, scout out who was really going to be that perfect Doom target. And like you said, well, it's going to be the Dawnbreaker. And now this will be able to open up the T1 tower down bottom. So take it with a little bit of the Stolen Essence. Should be able to bring this down.
I was actually just about to compliment him for just staying in, like, the safest place on the map, right? But it just so happened that he gets caught by the very tip of the Pounce. And, well, he gets... It was a pretty heavy committal, right? You use the Doom to be able to pick up the kill, but it's worthwhile. They open up the map, they get another tower. Maybe that's going to allow them to make a bit of a rotation towards the mid lane as well. As
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sento, he's going to set himself up to not quite so easily allow that to happen.
It's a heavy committal, like you said, but you just go back to farming right into the breach. Because the
mid.
status.
You need mid. That's the big thing for me. That's what I want to see them take. And you
For
haven't really
Dire or
gotten it
Radiant?
For Radiant.
Okay.
I want them taking that mid tower. And I want them doing it either on the Dawn when he's mid, which probably shouldn't happen. I think he needs to be playing again around this quote-unquote safest part of the map. And always have that Solar Guardian Greaves to be able to go for the saves. Because this is like the lowest priority area right now if you're into the breach. There's no tower to get. You don't have great ability to like take Ancients away from the enemy team. Especially when you've got a Dawn as a potential response to it. And it's not like you're going to go and take away their Tormentor. Not this early. PL might, though. He's one of the better heroes at being able to do it.
Oh, they're going to actually scout them out while they're trying to go for the Tormentor. Jewel's going to be there. The rest of the team are a little bit slow to connect. They've got the Solar Guardian as well, but a take is going to shrug it off. An instant use of the Dark Pack, but they're going to be cautious. You're fighting into Ivy's territory now. There's Respect's going to go down. Supreme, he wants out. He wants nothing to do with this team fight. And looks like the rest of the boys should be able to escape as well. A couple of blinks to separate themselves. So another duel attempt not going their way, and well, Ivy just gonna go back for the obelisk.
Yep. They're able to get it really quickly with that PL though. Like you're always summoning new units, so you don't really care that they're dying a lot. Wisdom Rune is gonna be ignored for now. I mean, Sunny's already got the Midas to be able to play around with. Maybe Vincento's gonna pick this one up just to again make him be that one that wants to stand on the front line up against an LC that's looking to roam around and try and get some of these dual kills. Going into a late melt for himself. Don't hate that choice either. It's just a matter of who is going to go on forward. Coop might be the one that gets caught out here. Do they not see each other? How? Maybe on the left side or clip into vision? Enough. I'm not sure it is.
I don't think it will be as well. Didn't get too lucky with the moment of courage, Prox. He's used a riff. What's it called? Coop, how do you get out from this one? Things got to open a couple of seconds here from Jibe, so Cube's got to try and dig himself further in the tree line. Jibe knows, though. Dude, he ran straight for... maybe the ward? No, definitely didn't see him in there. Very nicely done, Jibe. Dude, it's... Wait, they're Roshing. All right, never mind. Screw that. They're looking to try and take this at a pretty early stage. Space created, indeed. You didn't give over the dual victory with the Deso on Stoikov. This Rosh is going to go down pretty easily.
They took mid, though.
Let's go. Okay, so we should have a little bit of time before this next fight breaks out. Now that we've seen the status of this game and it being 20 minutes in, 20 minutes plus, who do we feel like is favored late game? Because we're going there. I think we're going to go 40 plus minutes, maybe even 50. Who do we think is going to be favored at that ultra late game?
He's getting a little scared about what this PL's able to do, man. He's got into his level 15. He's got that plus 15 strength. He's already got the Reaver component for the heart. He's about 1,200 gold away from finishing that up. I would feel a little differently if LC didn't have 0 dual victory damage. I think that's going to be a key factor in just finding that way to snowball the game, perhaps make PL have to take a little bit more slow defensive farm, and prevent some of these other heroes from just going out onto the map.
Yeah, because you speak about counters. You say, sure, Lesh counters PL, but then Sniper counters Lesh. And then maybe it's going to be off the back of the Doom to get on top of the Sniper or Jibe. But you just mentioned, like, Jibe is not having the greatest game. He can't really solo kill the Sniper. At least Immersion's been able to find farm. The fact that he's actually even with Addy's net worth, and I was kind of impressed. We were both impressed with Addy's laning stage, but he's just having some difficulty. That probably tends to happen when you've got a Sniper and a Phantom Lancer, and even Enchantress as their support. Like, both your supports are very greedy, but it's, for me, probably the way to unlock the Lesh track comes down to, can you deal with a Sniper? So we're going to be needing to take a look at gems as the game goes on, how the Moonlight Shadows are used from Respect as well, for them to be able to find the angles, and just... what's the vision game overall? If you get the Sniper, can you get the jump and take him out of the equation? Because then maybe you can deal with the PL afterwards.
This is a Sniper, though, that's gone Desolator. And I feel like I mentioned before that I think the Hurricane Pike is going to be incredibly important for him. Because I think Into the Breach, the way they need to go about this is, again, find the way to gank this Dawnbreaker. I think the choice to go into the Sange and eventually the Halberd is a really good one. It's going to provide the status resistance so the duel doesn't last quite as long. It's going to give you a bit of evasion as well, so maybe you survive long enough to be able to pop your Greaves, to be able to Solar Guardian away, etc., etc. Of course, you've also got a Pipe maybe coming out here on Cube at the moment. I'm not sure. But he's certainly looking to build into it. And actually, Sniper's finished up the Hurricane Pike as well, so no concerns there. And then, once the Dawn is dead, then I want to see them make a jump with, like, this Slark Ags onto the Sniper. That's the order of operations.
Whoa, take cautious, my friend. Speaking of the Dawn, they might be able to get Addy out of the equation to start the fight. That'd be a huge kill. A lot of their utility is just gone before anyone's going to be able to react to protect him. They're going to give a lot of... Wait. No way he lives. Pounces up shortly from a taker. Defusal as well. Meanwhile, there's a separate fight going on. Should be able to find our first dual victory of the game. And now back keeping tabs on Addy. They're going to be able to dive deep under the tier 2 tower and get some perma Agi as well. So a little bit... not messy. Just took them a while to get that kill. But in the end, they will be able to find it.
All the while, though, Stoikov is farming up a Storm. You also have PL looking to extend his lead. Again, these couple of kills don't really feel like that much, do they? You know, they're just being forced back.
Oh, but Supreme's in trouble top. Immersion's going to look to TP, and Supreme doesn't want to activate the BKB for this and won't be forced to with a lot of the TPs. Immersion just shy and getting the Infernal Blade. Gotta be cautious, so someone needs to get onto Stoikov.
They have.
And that's where a take is going to be able to come into play, leaping over the top of the force stuff helps him get some distance, but the arrow is going to be on the mark as well. So they'll be able to get rid of the Sniper. Simultaneously, PL's in some trouble too. Bouncing back and forth, Cookie to help reposition. PL, he might be able to get out of danger. Still eats the stun, but what's the call from into the breach now? They've been able to separate Stoikov around the bodyguard, so he's got no one protecting him for the moment, but a great use of the Hurricane Pike. Stoikov's going to be able to stay alive and can turn it back onto them as now Zani, he wants some revenge and he should be able to find it. Supreme will just look for the TP out though. Don't think Addy's going to be there in time to cancel it. Wait, Ortega?
Center on the back lines and a little bit more permanent Agi. Even using the Shadow Dance to be able to get away. He's got the Depth Shroud as well on this Slark just to allow him to continue to lock in onto the target. I still wanted to see him get the Harpoon. I think you need that to be able to stay on top of the real PL because he did a pretty good job of just keeping them juked around with the increased movement speed from the Yasha. He was getting force-staffed away by his team as well. You couldn't have asked for a much better initiation though, right? You find the Sniper off the back of the Pounce. Sure, he's got the Aegis, but you even doom the correct PL as well. So he really isn't doing much for the first little bit of that fight. And they're still able to get away with a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, I mean, their lockdown is very limited with the 4 staffs that Ivy have, the Cookie as well. This even without the grenade on Stoikov. So a lot of it's going to come down to just the duel on Jibe. This is the one thing that they will not be able to address on Ivy. If one person gets held in place, then you are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Big if though.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him.
The Greaves on Immersion this time around. So again, spreading around the auras. LC, the one going into the pipe. You've got, I'm assuming he's going to eventually go into Greaves on Respect. Actually, probably going to be the Doom as well. He's already got the mech plus the Arcane Boots built up for himself. But it's a lot of auras and it's a lot of magic reduction. But when you think about heroes that love surviving in these long team fights, it's PL that comes out on top of almost anyone.
Yep. So we've got a very even game though nonetheless. Again, a lot of the net worth is really off the back of the Doom. Big reason why the graph doesn't look as crazy as what it does to favor Ivy. But we've seen how difficult it can be for Into the Breach to hold them down. So still, I can't imagine the game's going to speed up very soon. We're going to be waiting for that second Roche, which is still potentially even 2:30 away. Could even be longer. Meanwhile, Vicento, Taker's going to be off the mark with the Pounce. Going further into Dire's territory. The enemy lines, but it looks like Oteka, he's ready for the challenge. Wanting to try and target down Zani the moment the duel. It's going to be the only Enchantress. The Solar Guardians are going to be enough to keep her alive. She's still living for the moment. Need more Stoikov immersion. He got the Doom onto the sniper. Someone else needs to follow to get the damage, but they're just not in fighting shape without Supreme here. They're in shambles. Is into the breach. It's an all-out retreat, and Zani, well, he wants to stop it short, and he should be able to do so. On to Zibe he goes. The rest of Ivy coming in shortly. Zibe might be difficult to kill, though. The fusel's going to be up in a couple of seconds. Zibe's going to live. They'll just go to respect instead. All right, TP'd in and into his own death. Sent back to the grave once again for respect.
No leap charges. Even look at Cube. Look at how he's manipulating this wave. Wants to make sure that he can pull it away, make sure his own team's wave pushes into the tower so that backdoor protection is disabled. It's going to stop a little bit short. Zani still going to be able to clear that one out nice and quick before there's any TPs or respawn responses to this one. So now opening up a tier 2 tower off the back of that.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I wonder if Slark going into the BKB is the way that he really needs to play this game. Because, like, what is he being stopped from doing that BKB is going to enable is my main issue, right? Like, maybe the Diffusal Blade, but you've got the Dark Pact for that. Maybe the Enchant, but you've got the Dark Pact for that. You've got Death Shroud and Shadow Dance to just be out of targetable vision. And are you really that worried about things like a Cookie or the Starbreaker? I wouldn't think so. I think he just needs to lock in onto people. That's the bigger issue for
Radiant's
Maybe a concern is just getting his mana burnt from the Diffusal. And I think BKB also stops a lot of the sniper damage with headshot. Because it doesn't pierce, but well, we shall see how much value he's going to be able to get out of this. Couple tokens though for the lads, and at least they do have that gem as well that they're able to steal prior. So that is that one thing that we were kind of saying Into the Breach needed to be able to address some of these core heroes. But they're continuing to find their farm. That's he's got a Lincoln's on sniper now, so now Jibe even has to be considering about going for something to be able to break the Lincolns. But this is a very utility build, and you mentioned earlier with him not finding dual victories, he's going to have a lot of difficulty with scaling.
He can get a halberd. Still feels pretty decent against the sniper. Good way to be able to pop that Lincolns as well.
Smoke's gonna pop immersion. Plenty of time to react and get that blink away. They're actually trying to TP bottom. They've got a couple of heroes up on the high ground to play with. The wraparound's coming through though.
Interception.
Still under the...
Oh, this could be bait.
One stun might be all they need, or take a... Okay. I was going to say, if he doesn't Shadow Dance, I'm going to say, I don't know how much damage that Impetus is going to do. It's a pretty hefty rotation down to bottom. Shadow Dance on cooldown. Do they actually want to take the fight? I think Slark needs everything he can get for this engagement.
I think they're just worried
they
about
fight,
losing
they're coming
Roche.
down.
Roche is up.
Aggressive doppelganger
Supreme, you already got
from
pretty low
Zani.
mana.
Again, the real Doom's going to be onto the Phantom Lancer. Solar Guardian's going to help buy some time. They were able to get the jewel out as well. They'll hold him into place. It's all going to be off the back of Supreme to pump in the damage. And they're able to do so. But now you need to address Stoikov. Everything committed for the Phantom Lancer. And it means a sniper. He's got an entirely free fight. Zibe's going to try and buy back and get into the middle, but Stoikov is uncontested. Look at the sniper start to rip apart some of the members, but he's going to be cautious now. Oteka looking to close the distance up to the high ground. They go, but Stoikov will reign supreme. Completely unscathed. Ultra kill for Stoikov, and now Roche as well for the taking.
Vincenzo had to be a little bit careful there. Didn't want to get bashed out by Roche. Still the aggro away now, but yeah, what a man Stoikov is. The fact that they've been able to find the real PL twice now is kind of nutty, and they're still on the losing end of these fights. They're having to force 2 ultimates into it all the while. I mean, Stoikov, he's just standing down on the low ground, no cares in the world, not being pressured at all, and I really feel like the halberd is the item that could potentially unlock this game for Into the Breach, but it's going to be into an Aegis as well.
It might be too late though. And we're just seeing that barely have enough damage to get 1 core. Now how are you going to have to go up against a sniper with an Aegis, and dude, he's going butterfly too. So he might be untouchable with the butterfly, let alone not even go through that first life for the Aegis.
I think Immersion needs to get something like they're going to be right in front of the Tormentor just as it respawns. I think Immersion needs to devour, like, Ice Armor is great against these heroes, don't get me wrong, but you need Purge, you need some sort of targetable spell that's going to be able to break that Linken's on the Sniper, and then you need a Halberd for it.
I don't know if they can do this Tormentor. Respect my
definitely
die.
can't.
Yeah.
Oh, the Depth Shroud is helping a little.
Dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. All these goddamn tormentors.
The Tesla coil, man, it's risky business. Who got it? Piranha. Great. Useless. Well, this would help a little bit if Supreme's able to get into the Aghanim Scepter. And obviously that Nihilism still going to have a great impact if he's able to lock right in on top of the Sniper. Of course, Sniper doesn't have a BKB at this stage, so you would be ethereal form during all of that. Okay. Just a matter of can you do it, though, into it, and will you have the mana to be able to get it effective twice?
Zibe's got a Midas queued up.
Ooh. What does he want?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not sure what he even wants. Yeah, I guess, but like, really, any of these talents going to change the outcome?
Radiant's middle tower.
Maybe a Fat Legion might, though. Because he ain't
get dual kills to be a Fat Legion.
He does, you are right. It's true. But I know this utility build ain't doing it. He's a support right now.
I think he's just chosen the wrong targets to go onto a few times, right? He spent a little bit too much time lingering around where he didn't have the Blink Dagger available, and then the first target that he goes on is the Enchantress that was set up because they smoked underneath their vision. And then the second target was the Sniper, I believe, that was just tanky enough to be able to avoid a lot of it. And then, of course, Dawn comes with the backup. It's just about finding the right targets. Early on, it was probably Dawn or Snapfire that needed to be the ones being focused down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Addy as well. He's got his Aghanim Scepter as well. So even more protection against an LC or a Slark. They're going to be able to do absolutely nothing into this. They'll take, like his itemization, going into the Nullifier. It's going to stop a lot of those, the Ghost Scepter. It's going to stop the Hurricane Pikes being able to get back towards safety. Snapfire's almost got her Aghanim Scepter as well.
All right.
Oh, see you later, Addy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Whoa. You see the PL. That's an Abyssal Blade completed as well from Zani, so if he's able to guess correctly, he's going to get the card. You madman. And they're going to try and steal the Obelisk, or they want the rune. They have a Watcher there. What the rune looks like. Oh, it's already taken. Who got it on die? When did they get the second one?
Basically the exact same time that Radiant did. Enchantress got the shard.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
So an extra creep that Vincento, God, I'm saying it, is able to roam around the map with. I wonder what creeps he's going to choose for this, because right now it feels like, yeah, it's...
I don't think Supreme was watching. They bumped heads. Oh, he's going to doom him. All right,
I think they'll take any
good to
kill
know.
on this stage to be able to just delay out this Aegis time, and they know it's got about a minute left on it, and, well, Doom, it's got about a minute. 2 minutes left, so it's going to give them not too bad of a window. I do like the fact that he's going into the Halberd, though, right? They need something to be able to pop this Linken's, and, well, I want to see Zibe go towards that as well. They got to make something happen real fast, though. This mid lane is far too pushed in.
Stoikov is a bit separate from the team, and they are smoking over, though.
Again, though, how do you jump in? No Nullifier. Nothing to be able to pop that Linken's.
They're still going to try and make the attempt. Seeing if maybe one of them runs directly into the breach. Taker's going to get a glimpse of Stoikov. Dani straight on top of the Slark. Going to be very cautious if that Abyssal Blade's able to catch him off guard before the Dark Pack. Maybe Respect instead.
Does he know?
Everyone in trouble. A couple of leap charges. Dani's still hot in pursuit. What's the call from into the breach? Sun's going to try and delay some damage, but it's not going to be enough in the end. Vincento blows him up. And into the breach. It's all out for them back inside the base. Taker's going to maybe make an attempt onto Addy bottom lane. Never mind. finished.
They just want to wait for having that that Aghanim Scepter up on Addy before they make any kind of aggressive moves. Got the Courier Snipe previously. He just takes back the Watcher control, and his Courier is going to be available in another 10 seconds. Might just look to get some of these tier 4 items as well. I'm trying to think of what ones into the breach might be able to go to address a few of these issues. Like, is the Telescope going to be handy? Maybe the Timeless Relic, just for a little bit more of that burst damage on the Leshrac. At least he's got the Nihilism up on Supreme, though. So that's going to give him a lot more of that damage potential. And more importantly, just reduced damage from Stoikov. Even not just Stoikov, right? The PL illusions, they're always going to be affected by it. Never going to have a BKB on those.
Oh, bottom, there's an opportunity if they want Vincento. He does pop the Nature's Attendance, though. Yeah, they're going to kind of get confirmation.
They want to try and protect the vision that they've been able to place out onto the map, but how long can you stay up on this high ground? In 5 seconds, you're going to have the ability to farm some creeps, but I don't think you can leave Oteka here solo as he body blocks up the camp for himself.
Shadows take
He's
us.
looking
Maybe
to hunt.
baiting Addy.
Well,
A glimpse of
be
Zani.
careful here. They're all revealed.
How do you start the fight,
There's a jam on
though?
Vincento as well, so again, that's the main question, right? That's why I'm keeping on wanting this Halberd coming through.
If they go now, Stoikov is not with the team.
Okay.
But Vincento is definitely not the man. Max out untouchable. This guy is chilling inside fights.
And they don't know Stoikov's not there because he's not got the ninja gear. So even though he walked under the path of that Observer Ward, it was while he was under the cover of the smoke. They might even look to start man fighting into this LC, into the Slark, once he picks up the Silver Edge on the Sniper, just to be able to disable a couple of those passives that they've got to play with. At this point, Ivy don't really need to be worried about extending their net worth lead. I think they're in a really solid spot already. PL, maybe they just want to get him to level 25, and then they're going to look to perhaps try and end it, but I don't want to see them go too far away from each other, with the exception of the Dawnbreaker, just because she's instantly going to be able to join anyone else in these teams. So. Going to Lincoln's on Addy himself as well. Honestly, gives good value. Again, like, you're the target 90%.
They're going to go up this high ground. This is pretty brave. Into the breach. They got a glimpse of Stoikov. He's in some trouble, but a Force Staff gets him down to the low ground. Do they have another Force to reposition?
There's that Nihilism.
They've been able to go through the damage block. They dropped the depth shot as well. This might be the one fight they've been waiting for. Jules out as well. Holding the sniper into place to lose the duel, but it doesn't matter. They'll win the war, killing off the sniper. But now you've got a different beast. That's Zani's Phantom Lancer. You've dealt with the carry on Stoikov, but Zani will go untouched once again. To pick your poison type of occasion. Now Oteka, another jump in Supreme. They're going to try and target down Addy. They should be able to address the Dawnbreaker.
But now what?
But Supreme's going to lose too much mana off the back of the Diffusal Blade. And Oteka's got nothing to protect his Leshrac. And in the end, Ivy, they will be able to come out on top in that messy engagement.
They were at least able to get some kills off the back of that, though. Finally, Stoikov, the bane of their existence, but this is a late game PL now. Level 24, this creep wave away from level 25, you would assume, and absolutely with that minus that he's able to pick up, so the damage output just increases. He's able to get to this raid boss level, and once again, they're just not able to deal with it. Oteka doing his best to try and shove out these other lanes to force them to go back, but there's no real reason to. Even when the Doom looks to respawn, they know he doesn't have Doom itself available. Maybe just looking to set themselves up around the next Roshan fight. But, well, the big thing might be coming through Oteka, his next item purchase, that Nullifier, just to, again... They had a pretty decent jump to be able to start that one out, right? But they still got the 4 staffs away onto the low ground, forced an even deeper committal to be able to take him out. And, well, Nullifier is going to prevent that. Level 24 on Oteka. Getting all the way back to base. And Roshan not up just yet, but it's coming up shortly. Respect just able to get away. God damn. He's actually going to leap away. I was thinking he might look to stay in the pit just to get information about that Roshan. Sees
Vincento's the one with the gem.
Yes, he is. Gets away just in time. And so instead, it's going to be Ivy with this first little bit of information about the Roshan. Walking into it right as it respawns. Of course, on the bottom side of the map, it's going to have the Aghanim's Blessing. They've already picked one up on Cube, just to be able to send PL, I suppose, right into the middle. Dawn already has one. Is it getting to the point where Ench actually wants it? She's going into an APC. Sproink feels not too bad.
You could probably give it a PL, right? We'll see. Regardless, they're coming. I'm going to try and take the engagement. Rosha's not going to fall fast at all. Okay, they clicked on illusion. Well, they're going to try and jump. They'll be able to find the real one. But Stoikov pops out of the tree line, so how are they going to be able to dress with the sniper? Immersion tries to close the distance. Hurricane Pike's going to be able to protect him. They'll deal with the Lincolns, but they're stunned onto the Doom. It's preventing his ultimate. Can he get it off before they secure the kill? Immersion's still alive for the moment, but the retreat... Dire, they're starting to fall pretty low on their members. Oteka, who'll jump up the high, going to be able to deal with the Dawnbreaker. Sniper goes down as well. Are they doing it? Oteka, though, again, the Phantom Lancer, they've got some big issues as Zani. Well, hang on. Goop pops out of nowhere. Respect's going to be able to go down. But no buyback on Sniper. This could be the window for Into the Breach. They need some mana on Supreme.
They were considering even getting out of there on Zani. Just under the cover of that Observer Ward, but it instantly gets removed. Big thing they're playing around is this Bloodstone on the Shrek. He's reached up to the level 25 as well. Arrow just off the mark. He hasn't even skilled up his level 25 talents yet on Supreme.
If Lesh messes up the first start, he's going to have no mana. He has to be perfect with this Bloodstone and a little bit of mana usage. Otherwise, he will have zero involvement for this fight. They're going to toss him in. It's an illusion, though.
It's an illusion.
And there we go, Supreme. He's getting some mana back. Early use of the Nihilism, pump faking, but it's not going to matter. Zipe, he's looking for the opening for this duel onto Zani. He's going to reveal himself now. The Taker's able to get the jump forward as well, but Zipe's going to go down. Can he get to the high ground? Just stays alive. But now we're taking.
coming up at 5.
He's in a lot of trouble as well. They're going to have the potential use of the Solar Guardian.
Roche is leaving.
Taker still wants to jump on forward. There's the Solar Guardian coming to play. It'll keep Zani healthy enough for the moment. But Taker, though, standing strong off the back of the BKB. Immersion's going to try and get involved as well.
Again.
But the Phantom Lancer's falling lower and lower. He's going to buy back. He's going to be able to rejoin them pretty shortly on as well. But Ivy, they don't have their main damage sources. Without the sniper, nor the Phantom Lancer, the formation is completely shattered.
How about Roshan? He's like, I'm out of here, guys. I don't want part of this. You can't decide whether you want to fight or not. And they're going to go top as a team on Into the Breach and fight him in his holiday house on the top side of the map. No more Aghanim's Blessing, but Refresher Shard, you would have to say, with a Bloodstone, with a Doom, it's going to be just as more valuable.
Wait. PL bought back. So this is a huge win condition now.
Yep.
What
and
the hell?
He TP'd to the outpost, so he was just not too quick at being able to get there. Suddenly, one fight can change the game. I mean, what was different about that fight compared to a lot of the others? Like, I think the Nihilism was a big part of it, but just the much more confined space that they were fighting in, I think, was the big difference maker, right? It allowed the Nihilism to go into effect. It allowed the overwhelming odds to do an overwhelming amount of damage. Even just like the Timeless Relic dealing big AoE damage. Who have they found?
Taker has a lot of essence stolen. Let's see how aggressive wants to play off the back of this. They've got the gem on Vincento. Well aware. Do you like the Refresher Shard being on Immersion? Because I think there's a lot of value on Oteka having double Depth Shroud, Shadow Dance, and double BKB, but I can completely understand double Doom.
He's been pretty on point so far this game. Like, if he's going to keep finding those right targets, by all means, go for your life, right? There are a couple of times, like, he doomed the Snapfire in that previous fight, and most of the times I would be like, Snapfire, what are you really stopping? But there's the potential, for example, for the sniper to have been tossed away with a Gobbler, for example, and they took that away from them.
Immersion want to jump
here, yeah.
They're very split, though.
Who does have buyback on the
Great question.
Looks like a lot of them do. No Snapfire, no PL, and they're a little bit short on money for the sniper as well.
Oh, he's got a greater healing Lotus on the sniper. Holy. Damn.
Now combine it with the cheese.
Dude, they've been saving up for this one.
I gotta test that afterwards. Maybe I was being trolled. He gave it to Addy.
Oh, they got 2.
They do. Maybe they are combining them.
Whoa, wait, they have... Never mind, sorry. I clicked on the wrong person. I clicked on Addy again. I thought they had 3. I'm like, damn, they're really stockpiling these things. I get it. All right, Obelisk are back up for both sides. Why not take him? And we got all the shards. We do not. So, yeah. One gets it. Probably one of the... You probably would have been happy with a sniper one. Even the PL
an extended
maybe just...
fight on a Leshrac, you're feeling very happy about him having it too.
Yes. So I would like... Well, who else doesn't have it? It's Lesh and Jibe. So...
Feels pretty good
honestly
on LC too.
It does. It really does. And he has a Radiance queued up as well from Jibe. So this Midas... I mean, let's actually... I'm on buyback. Where is he positioned? He's still pretty far behind. Immersion's actually taken over his slot. But I'd like to see Radiance try and... Yeah, just classic Doom things. Doesn't even matter if it's to support him without his own Midas as well. But
they've got Ags as well on the Doom too. So, I mean, that AoE is going to be incredibly effective. He doesn't even need to be on point anymore with being able to find the real PL. They're, of course, going to have that revealed by whichever one is getting force-staffed out of the Doom.
Man, go get the Obelisk, please. These shards are valuable, a little bit gold.
I mean, is it too risky, though? Do they feel like they can't even go up into this dangerous position without some advanced vision? Maybe Vincento's going to look to place one up on the cliff ward a little bit to the south of their own Tormentor, but...
Is this where you want to fight? You know it's warded, Otake. Oh, man. Oh, Immersion, he's going to go in, but the one time he's not going to get value out of it, it looks like. Great ways to reposition from Ivy, so that is Doom expended. Yes, he's still got the shard to work with, but...
That's not how you wanted to use it. Not for just a couple of Observer wards removed. Do take away this tier 2 tower, most likely. Hey, man's got a Ghost Scepter, he felt confident.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Can even look to take away that top outpost if they really want to, but poor outposts, man. They kind of feel like the forgotten unit or building of this match.
They really do.
No one wants to go to the outposts anymore. If you want to go to one, you go to the one right next to your twin gate. That probably would have been the better decision by PL, right? He TPs to that, and then he takes the twin gate right down to the bottom side next to where the fight's actually happening, as opposed to the outpost in their
I think the Snap did that last fight.
Yeah.
I saw it. I'm like, that's very interesting choice. He's already
That's what I was talking about with
ahead.
the bots in the previous games, right? Like, that's why it gives you so much more value. You don't need to necessarily go to a creep wave in the lane you want to go to. You can go to the one on the other side of the map.
Yo, Slark has... I swear it was Octarine queued up. I still think it is unless it's refreshing. Yeah, he's got Octarine queued up on Slark. So,
all right.
I don't know... Okay, very interesting. So, I wonder why he's choosing this over Refresher.
I still want to know why he doesn't get the harpoon. With the harpoon, I want him to lock in onto that sniper so much. He's got a... He actually doesn't have a nullifier. Did he go out of it and it's because Zibe is building into it? I guess so. It feels like a pretty damn good nullifier game.
It does.
Especially while this... actually, Sniper's got the BKB. So 9-second BKB as well. So you're going to prevent them from locking in onto him. He's a lot harder to kill now than he previously was. Satanic, Lincolns, BKB, Hurricane Pike, Butterfly. This is like, so much you need to invest into Stoikov here.
Even the more minor thing, but just the ninja gear. Just so he's off the map.
Yep. He's level 25 as well, so the attack range is bonkers.
Yeah. Please get the obelisk, I beg.
At least the wisdom would. I'll take it. LC's 25. Got a little bit of debuff immunity. Is it the AoE press the attack?
Damn.
Yes, it is. Feels pretty nice.
Esportsbet.io, lovely partners. Look at the odds. They're favoring into the breach right now, and that, I mean, it would have been topsy-turvy this game in particular.
Fitting for Ivy. It is 421 today.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Do you know it's my dad's birthday?
Happy birthday, Mr. Donog.
Mr. Donog. His name is Joe, okay?
I wanted Gonad and then Danog, and then it's... 4:30 a.m. It's okay. We
I
make
don't
a
want to
couple
hear it,
mistakes.
okay? No excuses. I've still got energy, so you should too. Energy.
Energy. It's alright. People will not understand. It's okay.
Mhm.
Hang
Big
on,
smoke
hang on,
coming
hang on.
out
What's going on
We're looking to try
here?
and find a bit of a rappy dappy onto the back lines.
Ever would have thought we'd be having fights at this portion of the map, but Dota is a completely different thing now. Stoikov under the cover of the ninja gear. They've completely blocked off, though, the reinforcements from Vincento. I think they... yeah, they're dead. Yeah, he's dead. By Vincent. Oh, is he dead? Team's starting to move on over. Zana's going to try and send the illusions in, but yeah, he's dead, and some duel victory for Jibe. Let's go. 50 duel victory. Whoa, massive.
His best.
Okay, never mind.
Vincento knows how to tilt. You did your best. They actually cancelled the TPs. So they're just going to walk up some of these other lanes. I mean, mid is the one that's always going to be pushing into you. So I hope someone looks to address that, even though, again, mid feels kind of trash as a lane in terms of priority, right? It's not near Roche.
Oteka, he sees Stoikov. This is so much information for them to play with.
He missed him like 5 times
Stoikov's going to be able to get away. Counts on forward now, but the silence, Oteka. Oh, beautiful use of the pressed attack from Jibe. They're going to be able to reset. A buyback out of Vincento. Actually, I haven't completely forgot.
He tried to sniper about 5 times. Freaking evasion,
Dude,
man.
I forgot PL bought back a while. It's been that long. So his buyback has been up for a while. He's got to disperse a queued up. Harpoon's queued up for a taker.
There we go.
And
that's what we're wanting.
And we still have a Tormentor on the map.
And we still have 60-minute items in 5 minutes, with this game not looking like it's going to be ending anytime soon. Really feels like both teams are waiting for next Roche.
Alright, so what the hell does this disperser item do? What's it
You can
build?
use it on enemies or allies. So
It's
use it on
gonna
an
MKP,
enemy,
That's boring.
slows it down. It's like an upgraded diffusal. It makes diffusal not a useless late game item.
Oh, never mind. PL's going out for sorry. Okay, he's still... I clicked on Sniper, I saw MKB, but no, Zani's still got it queued up, so we chill. We might still get this new item. I'm gonna kill the Obelisk right there. Thank you.
I'm assuming you could target yourself if targeting an ally.
Got it.
Applying a basic dispel to
Nice.
yourself and increasing your movement speed by 100% for unslowable for 4 seconds. A 4-second boots of bearing with 100% increased movement speed seems kind of busted.
Sounds yummy. I was going to have to address mid. They're actually going to look to try and smoke. Their lanes are in a really good position of Ivy for this to work out.
Into the breach they're
Little
set
bit
up for this
split.
Roshan, though. They know it's going to spawn in about 1 second up top. Respect. He's pinging it out.
They know the
vision.
outpost got claimed. You need to connect with your team as soon as you possible. Sonic Smoke's going to pop. They're going to get a glimpse of the Phantom Lancer. Shrapnel as well to provide them the vision.
Got the gem.
This is not how Radiant want to start these fights. They're starting to funnel their extra members into the area. They gobble up Stun Supreme down for the moment. Nihilism's going to be able to
They're cutting it
protect
out.
him. He can turn off the back of the BKB
they
if
got
he wants
nullified.
to, but the Presti attack's going to protect him for the moment.
So they claim the high ground. King of the Hill goes to Ivy for now.
Oh, a
All
takeoff.
about this Roshan.
He's on Stoikov again. He predicts the Force Staff and Immersion. He's going to be able to get on top of them as well. Stoikov first to stand his ground. Turning off the back of the BKB. They've been able to separate themselves away from Immersion. Refresher's going to get popped. Another round of the Doom if he wants it.
great
Solar
Solar
Guardian's
Guardian.
going to be able to come into play. Is it enough to keep the Sniper alive? The life steal, he's still standing strong at the
Another
moment,
Doom.
but now with the BKB's expiring, they're in trouble.
toss him out.
The global hub, no way! Stoikov lives, but Supreme, he knows his job. It's
Satanic.
Operation Hunt down the Sniper inside the jungle, and they'll find him.
Does he
There's
buy back?
no escape for Stoikov, but it's up to Zani now once again with the Phantom Lancer against
got
the
an
world.
outpost.
It's a heavy commitment though from Ivy. They get the bash as well on Oteka, but the Dark Pack, have they got the AoE damage? They do. Tube. He's able to blow him up thanks to the
They
Lord of
can
the
go Roche.
Kisses and Ivy now. They should be able to claim Roshan without any contest.
This is just so back and forth. This is going to make the buyback all worth it for Stoikov. With that kill that they were able to land onto the Slark at the very end, and he's going to get that second life as well. So, what's the Lotus status at the moment? I want to see with the Greater Healing Lotus if they try and combine it together with a cheese, and if it actually does anything. I need to know. I need to know if it's real. It's right there. Okay. But Unfortunately, Addy does not have the Lotus. Damn it. I know I'm being trolled. I know it. Only
Yeah,
just now hitting level 20 on Cube, unfortunately.
Do we want to mention who told you that? Of course you're getting trolled. I cannot believe you're trusting this guy.
Yeah, true.
I thought you
He's
would have
casting
learned
the
by
next
now.
series, we'll say that.
He's an absolute fool.
2 minutes
where'd
for
everything-
60-minute items. Might not even get them. Are we going to see the first aggressive usage out of this side door to the base? Possibly. Supreme, he's bought the shard as well, so he's going to layer that down as a bit of a defense. Unfortunately, there's two of them, so Zani dodges one effectively, but won't be the second. Just got one lane of racks left, but at least they'll have the Slark available for it. Bunch of buybacks as well.
Yeah.
Every hero has buyback on the Radiant
Yeah, love
side.
you brought it up because I was going to say that's a hot commodity right now, 58 minutes in. Like, who cares about gold? Who cares about net worth? Is your buyback up? What's that status looking
Neil's
like?
getting a blessing as well. Still maintains... he's close enough to the buyback. He won't get ganked before he dies. And it's a minute away for the 60-minute items. Zani, Moonshard queued up next. Doesn't want to risk it. Again, buyback, much more value at this stage of the game. Maybe even looking to try and set up around that Ancients area, knowing that that's the area that's most likely to drop the neutrals.
Yo,
Do they get revealed?
Stoikov.
Yeah.
Try to
Stoikov,
take
he gets going on.
They got a glimpse of him. Immersion's going to be ready with the Doom as well. Keep in mind, he does have the Aegis. Solar Guardian's going to be able to buy some valuable seconds here for the Sniper.
He's just
They'll
locked
be
in
able
place.
to deal with the first life. Can they set themselves up for round two, though? Sniper bought back prior. They can kill him a second
back on
time.
Snap.
It might just be game. The arrow's going to be on the mark for respect. The duel as well. Without the Solar Guardian, he will not be able to stay alive. And now PL, he's
all
just
on
run out
PL.
of gas. There is nothing left in the tank for Ivy. Another attempt at the Solar Guardian, but
He's just gonna
too
put himself in
will
harm's
be
way.
digging his own grave. 6 feet under, Addy gets buried in with his fellow brothers as into the breach. A fight to close out the game. What a final one at that.
Quick, go use the Midas. Get your 60-minute items. I mean, yeah, someone needs to address these creeps back at the base. Top lane's kind of pushing in as well. I wonder how much you can commit on this with Supreme. He just TP'd back. What, you think they can go try and end the game through Rat?
What do you do? How do you hold this 2v5?
They don't have the bots. That's the main issue right now. They just literally cannot. I'm sure they would love to be able to push for it. Those creeps are doing a decent enough job. I don't know if it's going to be enough to be able to secure this one. Addy trying to get any sort of creeps, tier 5 items. They're going to get one token.
Immersion! Oh man, immersion!
Feels bad. Just running in, trying to do it all solo. The X Machina picked up by Addy, but he's not going to be able to do it solo. He'll give it one last attempt, but with this, you'd have to say into the breach, they have secured themselves at least Division 2 for the next tour, and similar sorts of reactions, right? Like, big sigh of relief coming from the entire team.
Oh, welcome to the new patch, ladies and gentlemen. What a shit show it is.
They just get longer and longer, back and forth. I mean, at least that game, it was 60 minutes, but we saw team fight after team fight after team fight. This was much more of the Dota that I want to be seeing.
Wow. This is... Alright. I did. Again, look where the fight's taking place. What are they doing? They don't, people don't know what's going on. They're checking out Dota. They haven't watched for a while. They see fights going on the bottom right hand of the map, 31 minutes in. Just a full 5-man. I don't even know if this is a rampage from Stoikov.
A day ago.
Oh, this was a crazy fight. This was a rampage.
Stoikov.
Yeah. Wait, was it? No, it was Ultra. Did he get?
Snapfire stole it.
Ah, come on. Disappointing. But, dude.
This was another big fight that they were able to play around. I mean, again, just having that control, this was the one that really started to turn it a little bit. You could see the avenue for them to be able to come back into this. It was all on the back of the Bloodstone being there for Supreme. I think he's about to activate the Edict, but still isn't in a position to be able to come back in just yet. It was still another good use out of that Aghanim's Solar Guardian coming through from the Dawnbreaker, but they actually had enough sustain by the end of this on Into the Breach to be able to turn it back around, and that was that buyback that really set them on the back foot as well. You can see him TPing into the jungle outpost, but they just pick them off one by one.
Dude, it's so funny to watch that clip back and see Roche just charge through them and just TP across the map. It's
He said, I'm out of here. You're not fighting me. I'm going to go away.
Oh my god, dude, they're having this huge battle. And then he just pieces out. He's like, yeah, see you guys. You can keep fighting over me. I'll just be on the other side of the map. Whoever wins, you can come get me later. But, man, unfortunately, we didn't really get to see, like, how much the Harpoon... I don't even know if he used the Harpoon, to be honest. So we didn't get to see any craziness out of that one. But this was, yeah, like you said, this was kind of the game we've been waiting for the entire night. Like, we've gotten long games, but the kills weren't there. The team fights weren't there. But this one made up for it. Okay, here we go. Here's a challenge. Who the hell gets the MVP?
I was just about to ask you that, and I wasn't a believer, but I'd have to say Immersion did a pretty damn good job on that position 4 Doom, don't you reckon? Always on point with the Dooms, stayed onto the right target, he built a lot so that he wasn't just instantly dying, like he went the Halberd, exactly what he needed to do. Crimson Guard, exactly what he needed to do. He was an Aura bot, he was level 25, what?
I was just going to say, don't jump the gun quick production, because I think I don't know if Doom deserves it. Let's hold on a second real quick, because I don't want Denog to feel right again. I don't know, I was going to consider a taker. I feel like the depth shrouds were pretty goddamn clutch. I mean, PL couldn't right-click anyone, Sniper couldn't right-click anyone. I don't know. Alright, fine, give it to Immersion. Man deserves it. I mean, it's the person we're hopefully going to be getting on the line as well to have a little talk with too, but this, it was kind of something we spoke about in the draft, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they like me better. That's okay. We both know, and it seems to be the case. We were speaking about, though, right, at the start of that draft, that there might be some potential for a little bit more greedier supports to be picked up with the extra camps that we have and all the farm you can get across the map. And, well, it definitely worked out for Immersion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it helped that he had an LC to be able to play within an amazing lane for LC once he had that Vanguard, but, you know, even just some of those movements, being able to layer the Ice Armor in onto him to make that lane even easier, some of those early rotations. He went for the early Doom, like I said, just putting it on cooldown. That's all he really wanted, to be able to put the fear into them, and that fear was well warranted. Even before the Aghanim Scepter, he was able to land some great Dooms, never onto a fake PL, always onto the real one. He even caught the Sniper a couple of times and prevented a lot of that escape potential. Last fight, there was a lot of heavy focus onto the Snapfire as well. It was basically the mission of kill every hero that's weak, that doesn't have buyback. And so Cube, #1 focus. You weren't going to get another gobble up, toss back, and then it was just clean up the rest of them. And I thought they did it amazingly well.
Yeah, well, we do actually have the man on the line, Immersion, as well, who we thought was the MVP in that game. So we're going to get him in. You, sorry. Immersion, hello, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hello, guys.
Perfect. Well, firstly, congratulations on your series victory, on a crazy game overall, and on the new patch as well. Of course, I want to hear some of your thoughts about the patch. What do you feel like some of the changes do to affect your role as a position 4?
Like, map is so big, and for sure these things with TP, like, I don't know how they named, like second outpost, like, and you can TP, like you can rotate the map, and you just it's more space on map, and you can just outplay the enemies, and you can play the fast on +4. It's maybe, I think about roamers maybe gonna be better in this patch.
Yeah, we've seen teams have different ideas towards that sort of thing. Some people value roamers, and some people value supports that are able to get a lot of this farm, because their cores, there's so many neutral camps, right? The cores can just farm those, and then the supports get the lane. Do you feel like that's the reason why the support Doom worked for you guys? And do you think it's like greedy supports that are going to do well?
Yep. We just we double picked the Doom, and we just played before the patch with the Doom 4. It's my idea, but now it's super good, because like a lot of camps, you can farm it and get the good creep for the laning stage. it's more chance to find the ice armor or just mana burn or just something like that. And we also predict they will peel, and we just flex the Doom. And yeah, I like it a lot.
Cool. Another question about one of the new items, the Blood Grenade. We've seen teams look to start with that item a little bit, the one that does a little bit of damage over time, as well as the impact damage. What sort of situation do you think that item is good in, if you can share with the people watching?
I'm really not sure. I think it's all about the laning item. Like Fairy Fire. You can outplay the enemy sub. I think it's not core item, right? Support item who can outride the enemy support, and I think it's can be good on laning stage if you wanna just win the lane.
Cool. Any questions, Aries?
I've got just one question about what do you feel like has been the big change to the team from the start of the season to now, for towards the end of the tour?
Can you repeat? Sorry, I not understand.
Sorry.
Yeah.
What do you think has been the biggest change for Into the Breach from the start of the season compared to now?
But we just do a lot of mistakes in the first matches, and we just try hard and try to be in good atmosphere, yeah. And we just trying hard, and we just talk. We just played bad, but guys, we just not to aim to like the win or lose. We just aim to play good, like. And yeah, and it's worked for us. Now we just feel we just play better than first matches.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome. I have one last question. Do you think that there are going to be any heroes that a lot of people might not expect to get a lot of play in competitive games, like ones that were not playable before, that are suddenly going to be like first pick material now, that have come through because of the patch? And can you give us an idea of some of the ones that you're wanting to try?
Let me think. Like, I don't know. Like, a lot of heroes can be the first pick now. Like probably Chen. Never. Chen is like imba hero for me. Like because Crips got buffed and he can be the first pick. And when you have a good player on Chen, it's usually play a lot of. It's easy to play with Chen.
Awesome. Yeah.
Also,
a lot of people
Ricky
are
idea.
saying Chen. Yeah. Cool.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the interview, Immersion, and congratulations on your victory. Hopefully we get to see you guys in another interview as well in your last series. So thank you for joining us, mate.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, Danok, there we go. Second series done for the night. I mean, we're finishing right on time. We've got our third series coming up pretty shortly here. So any closing comments before we get the second team ready to go?
I can't wait to see what the gameplay adjusts to when people have a better idea, because all the players, they're not putting on a facade. They're not saying, oh, we know what we were doing the whole time. They're being honest. They're saying, we have no clue what the main idea is for us right now. We just pick what we think is going to work. We do things on the fly. I'm sure even in the middle of a lot of those engagements, they're like, yeah, put a ward up on the high ground. Make sure to get vision of that gate, because that might be the difference maker with being able to find it out. Like you said, in one of those last 2 or 3 fights, who was playing down on the bottom right-hand side of the map at any time at the 50-plus minute mark of the game? No one. It's always around those much more key objectives, and that's about as far away from it as you can get.
Yeah, it's an exciting new time to watch Dota, and there's no better place to watch it than esports at bet.io, our lovely partner, which have a exciting new way to earn free tokens with their brand new Watch to Earn feature, which is 3,000 tokens you guys can earn, which is 3 USD per hour, again, by simply just watching your favorite game. Any games going on, it does not matter what region, so you can just head over there. It's very simple to start. Go over their Watch to Earn platform. You can get exclusive tokens and rewards as well. So thank you to esportsbet.io. And with that being said, now we're going to be moving on to our third series. Then we're going to have two lovely new faces joining us for the cast. So before we go, predictions for that series: PuckChamp, D2 Hustlers. Who's taking it?
It's got to be D2 Hustlers. I want to see that last game between them and Ancient Tribe mean everything for Ancient Tribe. If they can get the win, they force tiebreakers. If D2 Hustlers win, then they're worthy advances up to Division 1.
So let's see if that's going to be the way it goes as well. At least you take a look at the stand-ins. You'd have to say that they are indeed favored. PuckChamp, a team that haven't been able to pull those successful games under the belt. They're a team that have a lot of skill, but have just been struggling so far. Maybe the new patch is something that is able to favor them. Regardless, though, we will find out what more action we have in store for us. Still 7.33. There's a lot more Dota ahead. We'll see you guys after the break.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
welcome one and all here to some Western European action. Division 2 reaches its nadir here as we get to the last couple of days and the last series of the evening, witnessing PuckChamp taking on the D2 Hustlers. An incredibly important series because in the event that D2 Hustlers wins, that guarantees them their ticket into Division 1. If they lose, however, things start to become very, very interesting going down the stretch. Actually, even if they win, there's still some opportunity for them to still go down against Ancient Tribe, but we'll get into the permutations of how everything looks down the line. For now, though, we just focus on this individual series where PuckChamp are just trying to stay out of the relegation zone right now and ensure that they can still stay in Division 2. My name is Snare, and I'm joined not by Mr. Worldwide. Today, Fluke is the professor, going to be dropping knowledge on us about this new patch. Fam, how are you feeling and how are you finding the new frontiers 733 in Dota right now?
I was super excited when I woke up this morning. So one of the small advantages of being in Australia when it comes to Dota 2 and its timeline is the fact that, you know, patches generally drop either in the early morning or somewhere in the afternoon for us here. So it dropped somewhere in about the morning-ish time for me. I had my coffee, I had my breakfast, I was sitting back watching some streams, patch dropped, and I was able to sit back and you know, go through it with some of my friends, be able to play some games today as well. So, I mean, everybody got super hyped for this patch. The fact that we got some leaks about it had been teased for, you know, a few weeks, couple of days, and then going into this, it was such a massive patch. Like when we were told it was going to be a huge patch from those leaks, everyone was like, oh yeah, it's going to be pretty big. But I don't think people really understood how big of a patch this is. This patch is probably one of the biggest that I've seen. I would probably compare it to like 7.00 or even like Dota 2 Reborn. I've been like how big these updates have been. Like the fact that it changes so much of the map, so many of the different heroes, there's new items, just new stuff on the map is a big thing for me. The fact that there's more objectives, double Roche Pit. I mean, there's just so much stuff that these teams have to think about and so much stuff that these players have to think about all the time now that it's going to take a really long time before people actually start to nail down the meta and nail down what things are good, what things are bad, when you need to do things, how you need to do things, and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, it's lucky for us that we get to watch it in such an infant form where the fact that these teams, like, nobody knows anything if it's good. Like, there has not been enough testing on any of this stuff to see whether things are good or bad. And, you know, with the way that the games have been going, ultra late game, things just get weirder and weirder the later that you go. So I think we're just in for a treat tonight, and I'm very excited to sit back and watch.
Very excited indeed to see exactly how these games pan out. Before we get into the games, though, we do have to remember exactly who's allowing these games to happen, and we have a partner bringing these Dota games to us. PGL is doing the production. We, of course, are doing the casting, but our partner esportsbet.io is helping to ensure that it all goes smoothly. And they are launching a watch-to-earn platform so that you at home, instead of just being a spectator where you are right now, you can still remain a spectator through the esportsbet.io platform. But if you watch to earn, that means for every hour you spend engaged in the game, you earn 3,000 free tokens, equivalent to about $3 US, which makes sure 100% that you are in a position to not just be getting something entertainment-wise, but you're also getting something directly in your pocket for being involved in these games of Dota. Of course, now we do have to talk about this upcoming matchup. PuckChamp in a unique position, right? Because they sort of turned a corner. They got a very difficult W for themselves up against the side of OG. In some senses, maybe even ending OG's run towards Division 1. Maybe that's why OG don't look as hot as we know that they can be. But right now, PuckChamp, what do you think? Given that it is a new patch, it's a sort of new version of the game, right? They also in a position where, you know, they were turning the corner, things are starting to look better and better for them. They got new ideas in the form of Eki, who was also doing some shot calling and drafting for them. What do you think? With so much responsibility on one person's mind, do PuckChamp, is there more how much pressure is there on Eki, and do you think he can handle it, given that he has to sort of figure out this patch at an accelerated pace to make sure PuckChamp have a shot?
I think they are in a very unique and I think also a very special spot for these guys as well, because when you come into a new patch, the one thing that these teams can rely on is kind of, or one thing that some of these teams can kind of fall into is the fact that you may still be in your old ways because you don't want to go too far out of the norm to try and find something brand new and change it up, and you still might find yourself in some of those older ways with how you're playing the map, with some of the heroes that you're picking up. So I think the way that it's working now for PuckChamp, they're in a unique spot where they can pick some heroes that they've found over the last day that they've been able to figure out that they think are good, that they can focus more on kind of their lane matchups, a little bit more of the self-centered kind of style of Dota, I think I want to say it, and then they're able to just continue to work on the teamwork that they've been developing over the last couple of weeks. So I think they're in a very, very unique position. The fact that they've only had one official game in DPC so far with Eki, and now he's coming in again for their second series and has 100% win rate so far, so hopefully he's able to continue the streak.
100% win rate for Eki. That's the key to success. Just get Eki on your team, get him that 100% win rate. You can kick him afterwards, but then he can claim at 100% win rate on the squad, boys. It was all good. This patch, of course, a lot of new things going to be happening. I think the thing that you were mentioning about how some teams will be stuck in their ways, they have very specific ways of playing the game that have been working for them. We saw with D2 Hustlers that they started this tour, they sort of got their game plan nailed down after a while, and they were yielding very positive results. They only started to sort of fall off towards the very end. I think you phrased it best when you said teams are not necessarily have figured them out, but they know what to anticipate coming in from D2 Hustlers. Now that's not going to be the case because it's a very different patch. Even if you play the same heroes, how these heroes actually interact in the game is markedly different. Still, before the game actually starts, talk to me about this, Fluke. What have been your favorite changes that you've seen so far, and what do you anticipate being sort of like the change that we look back on in like 6 months and be like, yeah, that made that particular hero or this particular playstyle absolutely broken?
I'm very much like a lot of other Dota players. I really enjoy when the map get changed, just because at the end of the day, yeah, you can tweak some numbers and all that kind of stuff, and you can have heroes come in and out of the meta, but the way that you play the map can change, and it forces you into new habits. I know that today I found myself, when I was in certain games, if you're ahead or if you're behind, you obviously fall back into some of those old habits that you have yourself, right? Where you go, oh, I'm going to go, I've taken this tier 2 tower middle on the dire side, I'm going to go start farming their jungle, and you have this pattern in your head, whereas now it's not so automatic because you have to sit back and think. And I think that for me, being able to learn a new pattern and get into a new routine has been super exciting for me, and trying to figure out, do we actually take the Obelisk of Tormentor at 20 minutes? Who gets the wisdom runes? Like, who are these players that are focusing around it and falling into some of those scenarios where they trying to figure out more new stuff? And I think for me, just a lot of the new items and a lot of the new map changes has really been a breath of fresh air for me, obviously, with the fact that we have been in this patch of Dota for a long time, or the previous patch of Dota for a long time, and it's just a breath of fresh air to be able to figure out the most efficient ways to move around the map and how I should be moving around the map.
Yeah, movement around the map is a pretty big deal. Like you mentioned, the changes to where the camps are, so they don't have that natural inclination to take this objective to go farm this particular part of the map. That's all different now. Where the Ancients are, very different. So sometimes you'd see teams making the invasion onto the enemy team to make sure that you block off all the Ancients so you can't farm those. That feels different now. Of course, we have to deal with these gates. The gates, for me, I think, are the really big one. You and I were talking off air about this and how we both have experiences now where the carry player, if the lane is going well enough, can just enter the gate, come to do, gank you in the off lane as soon as the siege dragon hits, and now they have this additional pressure on that side of the map. So that's going to be fun to witness how teams decide to respond to that as time goes on. I think another big change for me, the biggest change, I think, of this patch, the change to BKB. Woof! Long time coming, if I'm honest. Long time coming. Now that it has happened, you no longer just get guaranteed pretty much I'm Super Saiyan for the next 9 seconds. Now carry players actually have to think during BKB usage. What? Amazing. Magic.
Yeah. It is kind of crazy the way that they've changed spell immunity to debuff immunity, and the way that now some of these magic cores like Veno, Muerta, all these heroes that were super hard countered by BKB now have an option in the game, right? Like, it's 50% damage resist on BKB when it comes to magic damage, so even some of those heroes that have massive amounts of magic damage can still deal with you. And, the way that debuffs work and all that kind of stuff, you can do a lot of cool stuff. I think one of the cool ones today, that when I was watching Purge go through the patch notes, was testing some of the stuns at cancelling TPs with BKB, right? Because the way that debuff immunity works, it only gives you immunity to that debuff while you are debuff immune, but you can still have the debuff applied to you, and once that debuff immunity goes away, you then get affected by the debuff. So things like Frostbite are super cool to be able to interact with BKB and all those kind of immunities, because if you Frostbite at the right time, you can precast it, and then by the time, like, if there's 0.01 of a second between BKB ending and TP then completing, you will still cancel the TP because Frostbite will then, root and interrupt after the BKB has finished. So there's some really cool stuff and some cool interactions. And I believe it was a tweet from Kips today where she was saying Muerta makes much more sense now with the changes to BKB. Like she was supposed to come in with this patch as well, right? Like that was the original plan from Valve. And now that we're seeing that BKB and all these other debuff immunities are just either 50% or more magic resist, it makes more sense that Muerta is a hero that relies so much on Pierce the Veil. And now that she's in Captain's mode as well, I think not only was she good in the previous patch, she's now going to be very, very good in this patch here because she got a buff with her shard to be able to have a whole lot more of this spell lifesteal. She also gets spell amplification, which she gets kills inside of Pierce the Veil. So she's going to be able to actually do damage inside of her ultimate and not just... The annoying thing with Muerta was people would BKB in front of you and you would still be able to auto-attack them, but you would do literally nothing to them.
No damage.
At least now, you would miss like 50% of your damage, but Muerta was, again, another one of those heroes that did like 800 plus damage in one of her clicks from Pierce the Veil, and now you're still going to be able to do that damage and 1v1 some of those BKB carries. So that's really cool to be able to see that some of these heroes that were previously hyper countered by BKB now have ways of playing around it, but it also means that some of these cores who didn't really like BKB may be starting to come back in the meta because BKB has really kind of fallen out as one of these end-all be-all kind of items.
Yep. I mean, Muerta, I assume for a while she's going to be the new Broodmother. Basically, every single game I expect her to be banned out in the first phase. She should just never be allowed in the game right now. It's too much damage. And what's interesting for me is the type of damage she puts out. Yeah, it is magical damage, and it's interesting because she comes in at the same time as BKB gets nerfed, but in general, magic resistance has been overly buffed. So I think that was probably their answer to it. They were like, well, she can actually still do damage in the fights, but there's multiple different ways that teams can itemize against this. Pipe seems uber broken right now. Value cloaks, I expect to see quite a few offlaners picking that up alongside the pipe as well, just because of the fact that it stacks additively. Now, how does it stack additively? I don't know. I don't know. Dude, how does that stack additively? How do damage block sources stack additively? That's going to be really fun to see. Because they changed the interaction, especially with heroes like Abaddon or Ember Spirit, where you would use your damage absorb, but then if heroes are doing spells against you, you take the full damage before they calculate the magic resistance. Now magic resistance comes in first. So all these spells, uber buffed through the damn moon. Can't wait to see them. Already saw some Ember today and I was like, wow, hero can't really die anymore, right? If anybody has a pipe in the team. Awesome, lovely to see. Well, we're going to be seeing how it all pans out in our first draft of the day here, Fluke, because PuckChamp versus D2 Hustlers. We've been speaking about the patch quite a bit, but just a reminder of what the stakes are here. If D2 Hustlers win, they put themselves in contention to guarantee placement into Division 1, contingent on their last game against Ancient Tribe. If they lose, PuckChamp stay in the division for now and probably force some tiebreakers at the bottom of the division and make things a lot more interesting going into the last few days to see who goes into Div 1. A lot to play for, all on the line. Let's find out how it goes. PuckChamp have second pick on Radiant side. D2 Hustlers have Dire first pick. That is the one thing I was actually curious about. Do you think they should have changed the picking order, or are we okay with it as it is right now? Personally, I think I'm kind of okay with it the way it is right now. I don't think they needed to change it.
Yeah, I think with the map changes, I think they've done enough to be able to shake up Radiant versus Dire that maybe now it's much more about the pick priority for the kind of heroes that you want to see. And from what I've seen in a lot of these DPC matches, albeit like the patch is not that old. So at this point, I don't think people have really knuckled down the meta. So I'm not sure if first pick or second pick is going to be better with certain heroes floating around. So it is going to be interesting to see whether or not Radiant versus Dire has normalized back to, towards that, 49, 51% kind of idea instead of like 65% for Dire. So yeah, I think if they change the drafting order as well as changing all the map and all these heroes, like that would be much more of a headache than it already is for a lot of these competitive teams. And maybe somewhere down the line when we see this patch really settle in, that's when IceFrog is going to start looking at the captain's mode and see whether or not that needs to have a change so teams don't have mecha advantages going into, essentially a coin flip, right? Because that's how they start with it with the first priority. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether or not it does change, but I like the way it is right now.
Personally, I really think Radiant has been improved drastically, but we'll talk about that as we actually get into the game, about why I think Radiant is so much better than it used to be. Anyway, D2 Hustlers, they utilized their first pick to go for this Rubik hero. If this was the last patch, this would be the exact place they pick up the Timber Saw, but PuckChamp already stole that away with the Marana being removed from play as well. They go for OD here. So OD also experienced a fair raft of changes. The Axe change is a pretty big deal because that was the main scaling item for this OD hero. Now you get like the tank ability from the Essence Flux. So you're not nearly as strong as you used to be in terms of your offensive / saving the rest of the team potential, even though you're individually more survivable. I personally think OD is a slightly worse hero than he used to be. But what's your feeling on the hero in general, and do you think he's worthy and viable enough to be 8th pick at the end of a draft?
Yeah, the new Ag Scepter is hot garbage as well, by the way. I've tested it a little bit. I thought that maybe you were able to have an active to give yourself that 50% barrier equal to your maximum mana to
basically
like when you
an
sack.
Aeon Disc.
Yeah, it's basically an Aeon Disc that triggers at 20%. And it's like one of those things where it's like 50% of your max mana, like what it might be like a 1k shield. And for if you're already at 20% on OD, triggers a strong dispel, maybe you might be able to like blink away or something like that when you get the shield. Could be a way to do it, but it's a 60-second cooldown. I mean, to me, it really does not feel like that you should be spending 4.2k gold on an item like that. Like, if you get it from Roche, yeah, you might be okay with having it. But I think outside of that, it is an all-round nerf to OD because Astral Imprisonment having 2 charges was one of those sick ones. He still doesn't have his shard, though, so maybe we might see potential of OD becoming a support, just be able to have that free walk inside of the Astral Imprisonment. So it's going to be interesting to see what this OD is going to look like, because he only really got changes to Sanity's Eclipse. I think it's just more the fact that the way that Timbersaw is going to be played now with his Aghanim Scepter, he can deal a boatload of burst damage with his Ag Scepter and also give himself a whole lot of this extra HP shield, which is going to be very, very scary. And the fact that he's a universal hero as well for Timber just means that buying all stat items really makes him a whole lot better, gives him a lot of damage, gives him a lot of resistances, makes him extremely tanky, and yeah, Timber can be a very, very scary hero if you don't have like pure damage to deal with him.
Yep. To make things even scarier, all the stuns in the game got nerfed, and status resistance is way better, and Timbersaw always happy to buy items that give you some status resist. So this hero is going to be not easy to bring down in this game. Of course, he's also very happy to buy Pipe of Insight. And you know what the main output damage is right now on the side of D2 Hustlers? Mostly magical. Feels good if I'm going to be PuckChamp with this opener. But, you know, still a new patch. We'll see how things go down the stretch. Let's see here. D2 Hustlers, they make sure that they are protecting this OD lane, taking out the Puck. There's no Storm Spirit either. They might just ban Queen of Pain just to make 100% sure. Okay, they take out the Ember Spirit. Okay. That's perfectly fine for me as well. And PuckChamp have taken out the Water Boy, no PL. So no Diffusal Carrier, no Uber, I get super big. And there's going to be percent-based damage reduced. Bounty.
Okay.
All right.
So this is a hero that a lot of my friends that I've been talking to today have been talking about. One of my mates, he's a mid player in Southeast Asia. He has told me that this Bounty Hunter hero is like extremely oppressive, even though that he only really got changed like by switching around like where the slow is and where the stun is. Like he just feels like he's one of those heroes that still does a lot of work, the way that he walks around the map, that now that you want to try and get Shadow Walk early on because it's the one that provides the stun. Janata still is really strong because it doesn't matter if you get silenced, you can still use it early on. And his talents have gotten pretty good. Like the slow that comes in from Shuriken Toss means that it's almost a full 1 second 100% move speed slow, so basically a stun on Shuriken Toss, and he's naturally one of those heroes that has pretty good stats, and the way that he's able to walk around feels pretty good. I'm surprised they didn't change Bounty Hunter to a universal hero. I thought that he would be one of the heroes that would fit into that kind of category of heroes that you could kind of think of them as 2 of the main stats as their main stat, and you just make him universal and say, hey, here you go. But maybe that might have made him a little bit too broken with how strong universal heroes are now when it comes to right-click scaling. So I'm interested to see how this Bounty Hunter is going to look, see whether or not the Ags is still something that these teams want to go for. I think the big thing against Bounty Hunter is that Aetherlens doesn't build into Octarine Core anymore. So you can't have that really nice build-up where you go like Ags and you just go into an Octarine Core and then you have like this 2-second Shuriken Toss that goes 2,000 range. So that's one downside for Bounty Hunter, but still a lot of these other newer items, a lot of these new neutral items feel really good for Bounty.
We're going to see how Bounty does perform in this game. I think the new shot is an intriguing one because it gives you pretty much 100% uptime on the Shadow Walk. But still not sure if it's great just yet. But like you mentioned, it can be very oppressive. And there have been many games in the past, even in the prior patches, where we've seen Bounty Hunters just make the game impossible to play early on. Like in this game, it's going to be Timber Bounty into, I presume, Terrorblade Clock. Or maybe actually Terrorblade Rubik sounds a little bit stronger. But either way, you should be able to get to the Terrorblade every now and then, grief him, steal away some gold. Will be interesting to see. D2 Hustlers, their draft outside of this OD could very much be a 7.32E draft, having those clockwork to initiate fights for you. They didn't have that beforehand. They have this Rubik. We've seen Rubik do pretty okay lately. So they're fine. I do like this response from PuckChamp with the Naga side though. Traditionally, Terrorblade has never really been a big enjoyer of playing into Naga. She has way too much armor for you to be happy with. She has these illusions. She can sleep you to either isolate you from the fight once you have BKB going, or to just 100% leave before you can do anything. And of course, it's the old school combo, man. Snare into arrow. Outlier you go for a reason.
True. Very, very true. And now the fact that she's able to net sleeping units as well means that you can just set up that combination so much easier. You know, you can just sleep into a net and then an arrow can come as a follow-in. One big thing for Terrorblade, though, that has slightly changed this matchup is the fact that Reflection slows attack speed now. So he does have that little bit of extra against the Naga Siren, who, I mean, yeah, she's going to naturally build a lot of these stat items, so attack speed probably isn't going to be an issue for her, but she's also one of those heroes that doesn't have massive amounts of attack speed. She much relies on the fact that she has multiple heroes hitting you at once to feel pretty good. I do feel like PuckChamp, though, they may need a little bit more of this easier to set up lockdown. I think that could be one issue for them, that this OD can kind of get himself out of some of these sticky situations with things like imprison 4-staffs and all that kind of stuff. So I would have loved to have seen them pick up the Zeus for PuckChamp. I think that hero right now is absolutely absurd, and the fact that he was able to stay alive this long into the draft really baffles me, because Shard and you know, this right-click build from Zeus, you farm so fast to do so much damage. The fact that it's percent-based damage all the time that doesn't get reduced by the 50% is insane to me, but either way, I think this hero is kind of crazy the way that he has worked right now. And also, Muerta hasn't been touched. So maybe D2 Hustlers and PuckChamp, neither of them have Muerta players. Because I think she is kind of one of those specialist heroes. You need to kind of understand how she works so far. Because if you put yourself in bad situations, she can really get punished super hard. So both these two teams really kind of, I don't want to say avoiding her, but staying away from her at least.
Okay, they pick up the LC here for D2 Hustlers. So we have some wave clear up against some of these illusions of the Naga. Some kind of way to stop her in her tracks so that you can dish out this damage. And for a very, very long time, we've always seen that the Terrorblade needs a hero that can hold the enemy hero in position long enough for him to hit. And you can definitely get that from Duel. Duel is obviously not going to be as good, as it did get a little bit nerfed, but overwhelming odds does feel like in a matchup like this against the Naga Siren, the changes to overwhelming odds can be a little bit better. Like, you definitely do not miss against it. You also have like more impetus to just rush in headlong into the illusions, just cast this on yourself, and you just force an additional fight. I'm fine with this. I'm okay with it. I've never been the biggest Legion Commander fan for quite a while. This hero feels way too volatile, but I can see its merits in a game like this. And because, like you mentioned, they don't have that many great lockdown spells on the side of PuckChamp, press the attack is even better than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, and being able to get rid of the track as well is going to be super important for D2 Hustlers if they want to try and play around the map. So they're just going to go back for the Leshrac here. They needed a little bit of extra magic damage. I would have liked something with a little bit more stun for them, but with a lot of the good mid heroes taken out with the Puck, the Storm, and the Ember, I don't think they really left themselves with many heroes they could have gone for. I'm just trying to have a quick look back and see if there's any heroes that kind of come to mind. Maybe you could have gone for like Invoker, but that could have been potentially a little bit too volatile for them. So pretty, I don't think we really caught too many curveballs. I don't think many of these heroes here are like ridiculous. I don't think any of them are like, oh my god, I haven't seen this yet. I really want to see what it looks like. I think, you know, if you showed me this draft from D2 Hustlers, you know, a week ago, I would have been like, yeah, that's a D2 Hustlers draft. Like, I don't think anything's too crazy from them. I think PuckChamp, the only thing that would have probably confused me would have been the Bounty Hunter. But again, it's just another one of those heroes. They've got some good little micro buffs here. Looks pretty strong. Also, with his 15 talent, the fact that he takes a negative 25% damage reduction while in Shadow Walk is going to be pretty strong for him to be able to play around and get in front of these fights. So I think the way that it looks right now, D2 Hustlers have a pretty easy way for them to set themselves up. I really want to see what this OD build is going to be like, whether or not we're going to go for the old old school OD with things like Hand of Midas. You just go like BKB, Hurricane Pike, all those kind of late game sort of items. And I think this really comes down to both of the carries. The Terrorblade versus the Naga Siren matchup. Naga has been good against TV in the past, but maybe with some of the new items, maybe with some of the way that the map works now, TV can come online a little faster and deal with the heroes coming in from PuckChamp, but we'll have to wait and see.
We're indeed going to find out exactly how it shakes out here in Game 1 because D2 Hustlers still trying to get themselves into Division 1, and this win will certainly put them on track to do so. Pretty much guarantees it, but they need to win their next game for PuckChamp. If they lose here, well, relegation time, boys, because it becomes very untenable. Because then their last game against ITB almost guarantees relegation if they end up losing this one. So let's see what they do, how it all goes, and how it shakes out for them. I am also going to be curious to see what the ward spots are going to be like for these teams and how quickly they've adapted to the new places to try and eke out some vision. So far, it seems fairly normal, but I have seen this ward down here that's been placed up by PuckChamp a lot more today. This one right in front of the Tier 1 tower. You have so much more space to play around, so much more movement opportunities here. It does make sense to try to cover all 3 angles by just plopping down a ward right in front of the tower.
Yeah, also the fact that the Tier 1 tower gets moved back past this like little subsection in the river also means that you just get yourself that little bit of extra vision around the map as well. And kind of just following on to your point about this for PuckChamp. For D2 Hustlers, it's obviously important to get the dub, but for them, if they lose or if they win, the result still doesn't really change for them because their serious matchup is up against Ancient Tribe, right? Like that's the one that they have to win between both those two teams. Winner of that series will go into Div 1 and the loser of that will fall out of it. So it is very interesting to see how this series is going to pan out specifically for PuckChamp because as you said, if they lose this, they go 1-5 and then they're basically just hoping for some crazy tiebreakers to keep themselves in the division.
It's actually a good point, right? That like no matter what, this is an immaterial game. Actually, it is material because if they win this and they win Ancient Tribe, then they go easily into Div 1. Oh yeah. But if they win, if they lose and then they beat Ancient Tribe, then it's tiebreakers. Then you have to play again. And since it's head-to-head tiebreakers, it's going to be a best of 3, and maybe Ancient Tribe is warmed up by then. Yeah, I think everybody you'd rather take the easy way in, right? As much as humanly possible.
Especially with like if you win this series for D2 Hustlers, then the pressure from the next series kind of gets let off a little bit because if you win, then you go into Division 1. If you lose, worst case scenario, you're going to tiebreakers. So it's like it's not like you get completely shut out of Division 1. So yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it for D2 Hustlers. I didn't think about it like that. Smart.
So interestingly enough here as well, one thing I'm wondering about this Bounty Hunter. Do you remember there was a rarefied time, I think maybe 2 years ago, where people were playing this support/off-lane Bounty Hunter, and very often people were buying Dagons on this hero just to make sure that to help buttress the burst damage. And it kind of sucks building Dagon, but now with this Diadem build-up, right? Bounty as a universal hero, getting not a universal hero, sorry, still getting +6 stats seems pretty decent. It's not the most expensive in the world. Are we going to start to see maybe a return of this Dagon build, given that the build-up is less punishing for these support bounties?
Yeah, I could definitely see it. I think Dagon is definitely one of those items that these heroes... I think you need to think about it with a little bit more of the spell lifesteal in mind. I think that's the most broken part about the item, is the fact that for universal heroes that deal magic damage, Void Spirit is one of them, Nyx Assassin is another one. That the spell lifesteal and the heal that you get from the damage that you deal with Dagon is absolutely nutty. I could definitely see it coming back for you, especially now that the fact that your Shuriken doesn't like mini stun and all that kind of stuff. So that is something that we may see here. One thing I will say about the is the healer core going to go down?
Nice,
no, okay. One thing I will say about the tooltip, once the tri-lane setup goes away, I would like our observer to go have a look at the tooltip and see if anybody can figure out why I'm so annoyed about how this tooltip is set out. Because
OD's one. Wait, whose tooltip? Like
the Dagon's tooltip. Dagon's tooltip.
Dagon. I see.
Why is it set up like that? It gives you 7 all stats. It gives you 9 all stats. Just write all stats. Why is it written like that?
You need to see it, man. Bottom, we might see your first death here to Sweden Strong. Sweden Strong, pop the fairy fire, the Theodoko will die. Well, this, oh wow, Divine Llama. He says, you may kill Theodoko, but I'm taking both of your lives in recompense. Gets a double kill down in this bottom lane. They actually tried for the first blood, bringing the bounty here. And I think they were trying to hope for this Rubik to be a bit further forward, but They couldn't find him. They still get the first blood, but I don't know how much worth this is because you get a ton of gold into the LC, but crucially a ton of experience as well down this bottom lane.
Yeah, the Vailama is super happy with that. He gets solid experience. He gets a lot of the extra gold, especially with the changes to the way that gold gets distributed with kills. Early on, you get a lot more you get a lot more gold early on. Not a crazy amount, but the fact that he got a double kill by himself means that he gets like an extra 50 to 100 gold, which is very, very strong in these early stages. So I'm sure there's people out there that are as miffed as I am with Dagon. So please, Val, if you're listening, just update the tooltip. Just say all attributes. Come on. Everything else is written as all attributes, not like that. That's the most annoying thing that I've seen in the patch. I was like, come on, who wrote this? Anyways, I'll get off the Dagon hype train.
Of all the things that they're going to tell you, that's going to be the one. Okay, I see.
That's the one thing in Dota that annoys me is sometimes things are written inconsistently. And I'm just like, come on, Valve. You're very specific with wording of things. Very specific. But you don't keep that consistent. Come on, bro.
My man who's okay watching Naga Siren and Brood games has an issue with the Dagons. Alright, cool, I see. Speaking of this Naga,
culture.
She's chilling, just farming bottom. You were saying that you're curious about the OD build-up in this game. What about Naga? Have the changes in the patch changed up how she should be progressing her build in the game?
I think maybe you might start thinking about something like Disperser. Could be something that you're thinking about for Naga Siren. Even maybe the Harpoon if you want to get like real funky with it. But I think in the end of the day, Manta style Orchid are still very, very strong for this hero. Stats are super strong. Maybe you might go like Sergeant Yasha now. If you don't need like the Purge. I think in this game it's not really that great to have the Manta style Purge. So I could definitely see Sergeant Yasha this game.
That's why I wouldn't be too upset with. As we see D2 Hustlers getting yet another kill in this bottom lane. They are bringing in Sweet and Strong though, so they're going to try and mount more aggression onto Divine Lama. Let's see if they wait for the Morana to come back first though. Sweet and Strong, his death is not going to be clocked all that much, or his absence rather. They'll just be like, oh, there's a bounty on the map somewhere. And here comes Morana. They're going to try for this to play. They go in, the Janata hits. They definitely have the damage for this. Divine Lama is going to die no matter what he does. There'll be a sentry drop down. They throw a grenade at him. And they do find themselves the kill. Sweet and Strong is the one that collects it. He says, guys, I need to get some tax money for making this rotation. And he gets paid. He's good.
Yeah, Blood Grenade, what an item. I like the way that they added this, and this is something cool that we're seeing here from Sweden Strong as well, right? You get a kill in the bottom lane, you hit the Twin Gate, and you go top. You're instantly top. You don't have to waste a TP. You're able to take over the Watcher as well in the corner that unfortunately D2 Hustlers haven't taken over, which is a little bit of a minor grievance in this lane. I think when you're playing in these side lanes and even at the start of the game, you need to get the basic watches done, like the ones near your Twin Gates, the ones near your bounty runes. You need to make sure that you have those taken over early on, so they only get destroyed instead of getting taken over when they turn into the neutral form. So, but yeah, it's a good rotation from Sweden Strong, right? Like you get a kill in the bottom side, you get yourself a little bit more of this gold, you transfer towards top lane where, Lays really hasn't been pressured all too much. Reactive armor is very, very strong into the Terrorblade. They just don't have the damage with the heroes that they have. And he's able to just be pretty happy with how these first couple of levels are going. He still is a little bit behind in regards to the Legion Commander in comparison to him when it comes to the last hits, but I think he should be okay with how this game is going to go, especially if we see this Timbersaw go like the tanky Timbersaw build. You can go like Ags, you can go Crimson Guard. Crimson Guard is amazing for both of these two teams right now. You just go like Crimson Guard, you can go Ags, you can go Pipe, you can go like Shivas, like you can just go this like tanky Timbersaw build, and then your Leshrac and your Naga Siren are going to be the damage dealers for you, because that's one thing that they're not lacking here in PuckChamp. They have a lot of damage on all of their heroes, but they just need that little bit of extra survivability for some of their other heroes.
Some survivability, some lockdown would be nice for them to dish out this damage reliably. Oh, while we're paused, allow me to quickly just let you know why I think Radiant's going to be so much better. You were talking in the draft about how some of the changes might normalize the advantages between the two teams. So because they've moved these camps, right, the ones that are behind this Naga Siren by the well, they call this the well, right? Yeah, so the camps by the well area versus the camps that are on the mine area on the other side of the map on Dire. The Dire ones, they give all the creeps that spawn there +4 HP regen. And remember that all the creeps get stronger now as time goes on. But these ones, all that they give the creeps is mana regen. So they die a hell of a lot faster than the ones on the other side of the map. you're very incentivized to keep defense on this area with the dual outpost as well as a tier 2 tower. It's super hard to take this area away from Radiant side. So you always have access to a faster place to farm these creeps. Ancient camps aren't that difficult to reach for you, as the offlaner can naturally stack up the one camp, your support will stack up the other ones. And because the Roshans are so far away, you we oftentimes playing on Radiant side feel very uncomfortable trying to farm your triangle. Now you don't really care anymore, right? You can farm your triangle safely, get to the other Ancients without dying. Roshan is far enough away that you can do so and still have vision on the team. And of course, there's the Watcher that makes sure that both farming aspects are quite safe. Honestly, I would not be surprised if down the stretch, we see that the advantage gets slightly flipped towards Radiant side. The Ancients, like the Dire Ancients, are better, but I just think that there's more reliable farm available from this well area that the Radiant side can take advantage of.
Yeah, I think I agree with you as well, right? I think that's a big thing that not many people really understand with the, what is it, the Well Wishers and the Mighty Minds. Two interesting places on the map that give different bonuses to the creeps, and the fact that it's HP, as you said, HP regen in the Dire side is just going to suck, because like if you're a slower hero at killing these neutral creeps, then it just means they're eventually going to be tankier by default, because you're reducing 4 damage almost every second, which is a lot more annoying than mana regen. So yeah, it's going to be interesting for us to look at and see how that develops. I think teams are still probably just going to naturally favor the Dire just because it has been so strong for so long, right? And we'll see if it naturally turns back in towards Radiant. Whether or not it's going to be even. If it goes back to like 51-49, that's going to be hard.
Top lane, they're looking for a quick kill onto Sweden Strong, and they will be able to find it. The question is, do they escape with Hakoda's life? And the answer is yes. Doesn't get aggressed into Timber Sword for Lays, doesn't have level 6 just yet, so can't throw out the chakra. He's actually been struggling in this top lane, Fluke. Like, damn, what's been going on? This Timber Sword getting absolutely bodied by the Terrorblade. 1600 net worth difference? That feels like it shouldn't be happening, especially since he spent quite a lot of time all by his lonesome and not necessarily having 3 heroes against him. This Rubik was mostly bottom. Sweden Strong was giving him space. What do you think? What the hell happened in this top lane?
I think it was the fact that Swedenstrike put a lot of emphasis on the safe lane, that he just like, he had to go for these like tanky builds, so he wasn't able to pressure out the TB early on and go for like the greedier, more levels in Whirling Death, and you get like the Timber Chain early on, and you just try and deal the damage, and it means now that he's a little bit further behind, and it's going to take some time for him to catch up, but there is a lot of gold on the map when it comes to neutral creeps, so he's going to be okay to be able to catch up, and his job this game is to be a tank rather than a damage dealer, so him being a little bit further behind on the net worth is not so much of an issue, whereas if the roles were reversed, I'd be very concerned for the Vile Armor, because he needs to get this like blink up early for them. He's one of their better catch heroes as well, and he needs to scale with dual damage this game. So yeah, I think it's not all too concerning for PuckChamp so far, but it definitely is concerning the fact that Yumel was able to kind of decimate him this hard.
Well, we do get some answers in the game about the build from Adzentic. He's going for the Meteor Hammer. So not that many changes from the prior patch. We saw a lot of beam hammers. Sometimes it would be followed up by a Midas. Sometimes it would be followed by a Blink straight into BKB. We'll see what the option is here. This time they exploit the Meteor Hammer as they wait in hiding for an arrow connection. Eki then bringing the trap. They turn around with the Sanity's Eclipse. After getting an Astral out onto the Lesh rack, they're keeping the Lesh away from the OD so they don't have enough damage to find the kill. They also bring down Speed and Strong. They will be able to find a quick killer. Here's the leap back. Eki jumps into the mid lane to bring down the OD. They thought they were maybe going to turn onto Lorinov, but it turns out that Eki wasn't done just yet. It's a 2-for-1 affair in this mid lane, and PuckChamp very happy with this exchange because they also protect the tier 1 tower. Yeah,
needed some more blood grenades that time around. The extra damage definitely would have done it, but yeah, that's a good rotation from PuckChamp, as you said, being able to keep their tier 1 tower alive. It still only has 200 HP though, which is kind of the annoying part about Meteor Hammer now. It's much more about taking towers than it is, chain stunning and bursting people down. So I like that he's still gone back for the Meteor Hammer. He's one of the few heroes in their game now that can still set up the Meteor Hammer for themselves. So it means that they can not only set up with some of these stuns, but he can also push the tower if the Leshrac ever goes away from his tower, because it does a lot more damage to towers, which is always nice with the Meteor Hammer.
Like it definitely needed more damage. That was the problem with this item, that it needed more damage onto buildings.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's kind of, it's you can tell that IceFrog likes the item, but he didn't like the way the item was being used. So removing a lot of the stun duration, turning it into a slow, increasing the damage on the tower means that, hey, you guys can still build this, but let's not just, you know, build it because we have a 2.5 second stun and I can chain stun somebody for like 4 seconds and, you know, then you just get all this massive amount of burst damage on top of it. It's much more like, hey, use this to chip away at a tower when you don't really have tower taking ability, and you can kind of have it as an alternate build path. But I think OD is probably going to be one of those heroes that still will consistently buy it, whereas a lot of these other heroes like Dragon Knights and like some of these other like heroes like Tidehunter and all that kind of stuff probably won't be looking towards it.
Top lane, they might be looking towards trying to bring down Yuma's life, as they have 3 heroes right around him. They do have the level 7 on Timber, but he is out of mana right now. Does have arcade boost to pop in a little bit. Now let's see if they go for an easier target in the form of the Yoloko. As Yuma, he can posture up aggressively given that he does have access to the Sunder. So he's just playing his way, he's chilling. But down bottom, Low Scale is just gonna keep farming. Farm away. He's farming up those camps we spoke about. But this doesn't become as easy because now they have a Blink Dagger on Divine Llama. And look where the OD and LC are. They're in the Radiant jungle, hoping to try and find a viable target here, but nobody presents themselves easily. They might still make this move though. They're coming bottom. It is scouted out by an Observer Ward though. Radiant Ward inside the jungle, planted by Eki. Sweet and Strong walked underneath a Sentry Ward, so they know he's in the area. He's back underneath it now. He gets through. Got him. Got Blade melded up as well. He should die here. He dies before Adzentic arrives though, so that's not going to be... He will be in experience range, but he didn't do any damage, so he gets nothing. Feels bad.
Yeah. He unfortunately doesn't get the dual damage, which is a little sad. Vailama gets the Faded Brooch from the token that Adzentic gave it to him. So he's feeling pretty good with how this game is going so far. This is one thing for both of these two sides is Tier 1 towers still going down in your safe lane and in your mid lane really does mean that your jungle is kind of easily taken overable, but with the addition of these creep waves on the right-hand side, on the outer edges of these lanes, means that Low Skill, naturally, he wouldn't really have anywhere to farm right now. Like, if he lost control of his jungle, he would have to be in the triangle. Then he probably would have to have kicked out Lays in the top lane for them to try and get this Tier 1 tower down so they can start making aggressive movements in towards the dire side jungle. But the addition of all these extra camps means that Low Skill's just like, all right, cool, dog. I'm just going to sit in my jungle because I've still got 15 camps to be able to deal with, and everybody else still has the top side of the map to be able to farm with. So carry players definitely are rejoicing right now. Like, all those hard farmers, all these late game kind of carries, I think are definitely going to be loving Neutral Creep, because they're the ones, their gold bounty didn't get changed. It's much more the scaling of lane creeps is got changed. So it's much more of a change of when teams are ahead and farming all these waves out, they're not getting much more ahead than you because you still have decent amount of neutral creeps to be able to try and farm to catch up and fight your way back into the game.
There's a reason why they wanted to add that jungler tag into the game, but top lane, you see that they want to try and utilize this Blink Dagger better on the side of D2 Hustlers, and they get the Blink out onto Timber, so that is a definite kill. It's not going to be a dual kill, but they do manage to bring him down. They're not the ones that have the Rubik, so they can't even steal Astral. They don't really have a save unless the Naga Siren shows up with a song. So no way to save him, no way to keep him alive, and D2 Hustlers just keep the train going. They bring down the Tier 1 tower in the top lane, and they're actually gonna Fiend's Gate down to bottom. Look at Divine Llama, he's smoked up. He wants to try and find a target. They see these illusions, but they just pop them. This actually might give a false sense of security towards the Naga Siren, but there's a TP towards middle because they want to find Eki. Caught out here, the Miranda is, and she is certainly going to die. Meme Hammer drops onto her face. The kill happens. And D2 Hustlers, it just feels like they're playing this map very, very simply right now. They aren't trying to play overly aggressive. They go for the kills that they can get, and they're just trying to slowly but surely choke out PugChamp, because they still have their Tier 1 tower on the top lane. So you were talking about losing your safe lane and your mid tower opens up your jungle, but if you have both and you have the enemy's towers, you keep your jungle and you get to exploit there. So much more farm available for D2 Hustlers.
Yeah, they're spreading their wings and they're definitely taking over a large part of the map. And one unfortunate thing for PugChamp is a lot of their vision is aggressive. They don't really see any wards in their own jungle or in their own side of the map, so they aren't able to try and aggress in there themselves to kick D2 Hustlers out. And they're going to try and do it now with a smoke. The fact they're bringing Loranov down here with his freshly picked up Bloodstone, and the fact that Faded Brooch is back into the game is, I mean, I don't know why I brought this bad boy back in, but either way, it is what it is.
Listen, if he doesn't take away movement like Tumblr's toy, you get to have faded Roach in the game. As bottom,
Okay, true.
they jump and kill Divine Llama very quickly. He was farming a bit greedily in this area. Gets caught out and killed by Sweet and Strong. He thought he had adequate protection since they have a Sentry Ward down on this cliff, but not going to be good enough. Nice kill for them because it also allows them to reclaim control of this part of the map. They'll get down some new vision. And look at Sweet and Strong. He's immediately going to the other side of the map with the gate. Just trying to make sure that they can maintain control here and deny D2 Hustlers an easy path into the Roshan pit.
Yeah, I think Sweden Strong is really showing the strength of the Twin Gates and to be able to play around them. One thing that I've noticed as well, and one thing that I've seen in a few games is supports. Man, they have like no experience now. Like the fact that you don't get Tome at level 10 for one of your heroes means that you can be really far behind. Like Sweden Strong, he just ticked level 7.
Oh god. Duel again onto Lace. He is higher than level 7, but that does not mean he'll stay alive from this. They do get the Banish and the Sanities, but he's not dead just yet. A couple more right clicks come out, but the heal from the reactive armor gonna be good enough. And he just rated at least one right click, I think, thanks to this Moonlight Shadow. Okay. Occult Bracelet, man. You know what the difference is with Occult Bracelet? That 10% magic resist, baby. Made all the difference in the world.
Yeah, it's a little too strong. I think Occult Bracelet, 5 all stats and 10% magic res feels, 4 all
So
stats.
yeah, 4 all stats, yeah.
It still feels pretty darn good, especially when you get the mana regen as well for Timbersaw, because naturally you're going to get HP regen from the reactive armor. So yeah, that's ways able to stay alive. And as you said, like there has been definitely a creep forward of magic resist in this patch, so heroes have to be very, very careful.
We're going to utilize some of that magic damage to get the quick kill onto this Morana. Actually, just mostly pure damage with the astral hits or the arcane orbs. So that is a kill. They just really desperately want to make sure that they maintain control of this jungle so that there's no ancients for them to farm or only one camp available. They're taking one down right now, but PuckChamp, there's not even posturing to fight. They're more posturing to keep them worried about the fight. Because this Naga comfortably farming down bottom. Lesh farming through the mid and in the jungle as well. But these few heroes positioned in the top lane should be enough for PuckChamp to still maintain control of this area. Looks okay. It's fine.
Yep. They are doing a good job at just trying to really strangle out PuckChamp. 17 minutes in, they're feeling pretty strong with how their heroes are tracking. Yuma is in a good spot, 11k net worth. Same thing though with low skill. He's gotten to the point now where he has his cornucopia ready. So he's starting to get himself towards the Orchid. This is the build that I imagined. I wouldn't have seen too different. Maybe I would have liked to have seen a Sergeant Yasha instead of the Mantisar, because you're playing against an OD. He deals double damage to illusions with his ulti, but I still think Manta is a good build-up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
First song of the game utilized. The song actually might set up for a kill, but nah, they just want to escape with this. They don't TP. They stick around in the area. So I wonder if they're going to bring in reinforcements, and that is the case. Sweet and Strong makes the TP to the outpost. There's 3 Radiant heroes down in this bottom lane. And they see Divine Llama, but Divine Llama also saw them. And Divine, is he going to get the duel? He does. Don't know if this gets them the kill, though. It won't for now. Reinforcements are coming in. But before the TP can arrive, they pop the Moonlight Shadow, and they will be able to escape. Man, D2 Hustlers, even if they're not getting kills, Fluke, they're still asserting dominance. They want you to know that they could get these kills if they really wanted to.
Yeah, Divine Llama is really kind of just pressing his bravado right now. Sweden Strong's going to say, see you later, go to the Twin Gate. Be happy with that. The one thing that's like shocking me, like, I know it's been increased by 40%, but like watching a pro game and just seeing how much more space is on the map,
It's huge,
like,
dude.
you can, like, the fact that low skill has not left this bottom side of the map and has been able to avoid everybody is shocking to me. Like, how is he still able to keep up with a Terrorblade when he's literally just farming this bottom half of the map? Like, I know some of the teams from Dream League are definitely licking their lips. I mean, if you're Shopify Rebellion right now, the RPZ is popping out. He's happy. He's a happy little boy. And he's sitting there and he's like, bottom side of the map all for me? Bro. There's going to be a farm-heavy meta if I do say so.
That plus the fact that they buffed Luna. Can you imagine how happy the A-God is right now? He's just like,
dude.
Yes. Yes.
They are launching. They're like, oh, Medusa sounds good. Naga sounds good. Luna sounds good.
Dual damage
Shopify
sounds good, though. Divine Llama gets it. Is Legion, are they playing really well, or is Legion actually good this patch?
I think she's actually good this patch. I think she got buffed a lot. She's a really good laner. It's hard to kick her out, and Duel is one of those spells that is just always good.
Mid lane, oof, hookshot. That was supposed to be good. Some actually very interesting plays. Although Adzantic inadvertently blocked off the angle for the hookshot, Eki leapt in front of it. He was prepared to do some bodyguard plays there. Jump in front of the bullet for his core in the mid lane. Ended up not needing to do it, but it's good to know that he has that inclination and that desire. They will smoke up now though, 3 of them. Not sure they have enough damage to find their primary targets. They get a quick arrow onto Fiola core. It's not going to land onto him though. Skates right past them, and instead they turn around back onto Sweet and Strong. The Lesh trying to get involved in this fight with the magical damage. They've already thrown out the Sanity's Eclipse. Not going to be much to bring down the follow-up heroes as they lose LC elsewhere in this fight here. OD jumping in after Larenov. They really want to find this Leshrac. Moonlight Shadow though keeps him alive a little bit longer. The question is, will they maybe song for this on the Naga to try and force this fight? Looks like they're satisfied with just being able to claim the life of the LC and not losing any cores in this situation.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good trade there for D2 Hustlers. I think they're pretty happy with taking more map control. They get the outpost here, so they're able to take control of it once again, which feels good here for D2 Hustlers. But yeah, just circling back to Legion Commander, I think the way that she plays is really strong because Duel got slightly nerfed. Like with a lot of these other stuns, you know, losing like full seconds or seconds and a half. Like Duel only lost 0.25 of a second. So at the end of the day, like it really hasn't changed the way that she's played all too much. But it's just the fact that Overwhelming Odds is a very, very strong spell right now. It is monstrous how big it is. And how scary it can be in the right scenario against a lot of these illusion carriers, which I think are probably going to come back in the meta. Like we'll probably see like a lot of illusion carriers, and you know she can build. In the previous game we saw Zibe build Crimson Guard. And the fact that it scales off strength, you hear like Legion Commander likes having a lot of strength with herself as well, so she definitely can be a scary hero to be able to play around it.
One thing that I expected to be a lot scarier than it actually is. When I read the notes for these tormentors, you know, I was like, oh snap, this is basically, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be this huge thing we have to fight around. It turns out to be the easiest thing in the world. They die so quickly. So just a tormentor doesn't even deserve to be called Obelisk the Tormentor, man. This is just a tormentor.
Yeah,
man,
Kaiba would be pretty disappointed right now.
Exactly.
Maybe he would feel like his deck's feeling pretty pathetic right now.
What do you mean Kaiba, dude? This isn't a Kaiba level card. This is fucking Joey. Joey's playing with these tormentors.
This is like those the knockoff Obelisk tormentors that you used to get in, like that one kid would have it at school, and you just be like, that's not a real Obelisk, man. What is that?
So when I was in primary school, the school we went to, you know, wasn't in the highest net worth area, so very few kids could actually afford to have Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So what we started doing after a while, we just made our own. So you'd like watch the show, or you go to like the shops where they would sell the cards. You'd also like see a couple of the cards in the deck. You'd be like, sweet, remember what the stats are? Go home, cut them out on a piece of paper. Then you're like, all right, boys, these are my own god cards. I've got this.
That is big brain. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Love to hear that.
So in this game, PUBG need to be making some adaptations. They've lost their tier 2 tower, so that's a huge security net taken away from low skill. You can't just as easily as he was, farm out these camps down bottom that we've been talking about. He still has quite a decent amount of net worth. The hero I'm mostly worried about, though, is the Timbersaw. You were talking about how he needs to be a lot tankier for his team. He's building into the Lotus Orb now, but thus far, he's been having a fairly rough go at it. 1 death and a 0 involvement in any kills in this map at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately for PUBG, their offlane went pretty rough, so their Timbersaw hasn't been able to be a threat on the map, even though you want him to be this tanky hero. And same thing with Larenov. He really has not been able to be involved. He's 2-0-1, has good travel, and just hasn't been able to enter the map just yet. Maybe if they get the kill here on Eki, okay, he gets out. Just. Also, something we haven't touched on is the Clockwork Cogs change. It interrupts like force movement abilities. I've seen it twice already with Timbersaw, and it also works against Leap. So previously you would, leap into the cogs to try and help your buddy out. You'd soak up some of the battery assault. Same thing with Timbersaw. He could just like timber chain through you, and you really wouldn't have a good way of dealing with it. So the way the cogs works now, I think Clock's going to feel a lot better in this patch, even though he was amazing in the last patch.
You know, it's also going to feel good for OG as he's right now sieging on Roshan. They changed Roshan and made him a lot tankier with armor, but pure damage is really, really good against Rosh. So OG gonna be one of the better heroes in general at bringing down this Roshan nowadays. I've seen it with like just pure physical heroes. It takes so much longer than it used to. But with this OG being in tow, now suddenly you always have... I can't believe that OD is an objective take hero. With Meme Hammer, hits on the arcane orbs. Like, yeah, we can actually do stuff on the map with OD. Who knew? Love Dota, man.
So, iFrog always has a grand idea in mind, and with all the name changes, with all the spell changes, he knew that OD was going to be a pushing hero. I mean, objective taker all along. But it's now getting to the point where the map is slowly starting to close down. The one thing is the fact that D2 Hustlers haven't really been able to overtake the network just yet. Low Skill's doing a really good job at just sitting back and farming. Same with Loranov, but the question for me is, when do they feel like they can fight? Like, they don't really have a initiator for them. They don't have something along the lines of like an LC that we've seen. So maybe they're just hoping for a good team fight. Maybe now's the play.
Well, Eki sort of initiated there. That's the only initiation they have. Somehow long range arrow connects. It did, but they had no follow-up. So D2 Hustlers will take this as an invitation to try and put some pressure onto the tier 3 tower. Low Skill has some illusions pushing out top and middle, but the main body has now made itself known. They might try and go for some wraparound song play. They set up first onto Hakoda with this track. Couple of heroes tracked up right now. Tier 3 tower at half HP. Moonlight Shadow coming in, but they've already got the dust down in the area, so they can see the approach coming. Jump in for Divine Llama to clear out the illusions, but no real hero there. BKB popped by Laranov, going forward in the fight, really wants to find something. They will go in. Divine Llama gets off a duel with BKB and Blade Mail, but he's probably going to still end up dying. One more right click will kill him, and he loses his life. Hakoda jumps to the end of the fight to try and bring down Laranov. He sets up the kill, loses his life in the process, but well worth it. In the meantime, though, Low Skill aggressing onto the OD. OD tries to save himself after dropping the sanities, but only a piece of their HPs have been taken. Not enough to threaten these heroes, as they do get a double fillets. Eki misses with the arrow, so the TP out from the Terror Blade will be allowed, but that will not be given towards the Yoloko as he dies as well. Lois finds a triple kill. PugChamp take this fight 4 versus 2, and yeah, you lose Laranov, but hashtag worth for what you gain out of it.
Oh, 100%. Look at the gold swing, mate. Like, the amount of damage that they were able to do in that fight was insane. The fact that they were able to stay with it. And I think this is kind of what we're going to be expecting. Games have started to become longer so far, because when you get these team fight victories, it means that you are able to get so much more gold back into it. As we see Divine Llama get another kill here. The one issue that I saw is Low Skill's illusions got absolutely obliterated, right? That was a cool interaction too. I'm not quite sure if anybody else saw it. Yuma sundered onto Loranov, but Loranov popped BKB, so Sunder goes on cooldown, but it does literally nothing. So it means now that with the interaction of debuff immunity rather than magic immunity, that Yuma can still sunder someone, but it doesn't really matter.
That actually is really cool now that you mention it. I see. Professor Fluke at it again with some new mechanics for us. Love to see it.
But yeah, like this fight was huge for them. The fact that they're able to get 4 unanswered kills. They got a lot of gold onto their Naga Siren. It was a swing of like 4,000 net worth, which was massive for them. They did that into an Aegis as well. Didn't even lose the tier 3 tower. So yeah, I think these games are going to be ending up this way a whole lot more.
For me, the really scary thing about that fight is that Low Skill, by the time he enters the fight, yeah, he tanks the full Sanity's Eclipse amongst multiple heroes. At the time, he already had like half a mana pool, but it literally just tickled him. Took like the top third of his HP off, and it's not like this hero gets any weaker as time goes on. And that's like their big burst damage spell, right, from the side of D2 Hustlers. Yeah, sure, they have Divine Llama with the overwhelming odds to deal with the illusions, but outside of that, killing the Naga Siren requires her to either be dueled or to just get hit flush with the Sanities. Duel was used in a different fashion, so the fact that he can just walk around this fight completely unencumbered, Low Skill feels very good. He just stole their Wisdom Rune now, got a ton of experience from this. Will he be able to get out? Yep, he just TP's out, he's chilled. So they've lost out on not being able to find the kill and the lose free experience. They're looking for this kill though. Hakoda finds Freedom Strong, but the force off will be there to keep him alive. They still chase after him. They're going to be interrupted with the Astral, the dual kill. More damage for Divine Llama. Is up to 100 right now. And a kill on for PuckChamp. And if they get the tier 2 tower, this feels way better than it would. And they still have this Aegis here, Fluke. So what do they use this for? Do they just try to keep more map control, or are they fine with how the map is and just utilize it to farm? Oh, it just expired. Never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just about to run out, so I wouldn't hate to see them try and get a little bit of control back on the top side as well, to be able to, you know, start to pull them apart. They found Eki in the Dire side as well, so just be able to get rid of some of these heroes that are walking around being a little bit pesky, and just try and deal with them for now, because they're kind of happy with how this game is going to an extent. This Naga is starting to become a little bit of an issue, but their TV is also still an issue for PuckChamp as well, right? They weren't able to kill him one time in the previous fight, and now that he's getting higher on the net worth, he's got his BKB, he's got his Manta, he's got Skadi, probably going to go like Satanic next, I'd imagine, for Yuma, that he's going to be very, very hard to deal with. And at the end of the day, D2 Hustlers, they have a Legion Commander, so she's going to scale really, really well now that he's actually starting to get dual damage. And also they have an OD that once this game can get, you know, super late and he starts building up these Astral Imprisonment charges and gets a whole boatload of mana, he can do a lot of burst damage, but they just need these fights to extend a little bit longer.
OG just got himself a token, picked up BKB as well. So this hero's going to start getting bigger and more difficult to kill in these fights, especially once he picks up the Shivas. I am kind of surprised that neither of these teams have like the team defensive items, you know? Nobody is carrying Pipe, no one's carrying Greaves, no one's carrying the Crimson Guard. Thank God Wraith King is removed from the game, so no one can carry that. Haha.
Yeah, interested to see what Thunder are going to look like when they read the patch notes, but they should be fine.
33 Maulding right now. 33 I hope the 33 support group is strong at the moment.
Dude, I saw the funniest meme. It was like, it was, you know, the Wolverine meme where he like brushes his hand on the image. It was just 33 and Wraith backed. That shit made me laugh so much. It's like whoever came up with that's a good brain right there.
Really nice.
I respect it. Yeah, it is kind of surprising. I thought that Crimson Guard was definitely going to be something that both these two teams would want against illusion carriers, just because of how much that it blocks from illusions, and it means mainly the main hero is the one that you have to worry about. I guess they both have good illusion clear, so it's not too hard for them to play around with.
Quick jump onto Eki. They just burst them down. No, does not have buyback, but will be up again in 30 seconds, given that he is still relatively low level. You mentioned the lack of experience overall, the dearth of it for these supports, and we're starting to see that be an influence here. Only level 11 on the supports on the side of PuckChamp. So they're putting everything, all the eggs into the core baskets. And now they've lost the tier 3 tower. How will they decide to move around in this area? Sweden Strong is sitting in behind these heroes, trying to maybe come in, catch them off guard with a couple of shots out of the Janata. Unfortunately for him though, Divine Llama is sitting with the gem, so very difficult to make that approach. They'll be happy to take the tier 3 tower, just back off and leave, and start thinking about when is it possible to take the next Roche. The big man respawns in 20 seconds. But PuckChamp smoke, they realize that this is a precarious point in the game. They can't let D2 Hustlers have too much. This has been scouted though here, Fluke. They see all these heroes, they're jumping in. Duel finds Freedom Strong. Freedom Strong should die. Even through the duel here, buys back very quickly. There's going to be a Sanity's Eclipse going down. It only catches the Timbersaw as well as the Naga. Low skill, still very hard in the HP. Caught inside the power cogs right now though. Won't be able to do all that much. Lorendorf pops his own BKB, trying to put pressure onto Yuma. Yuma just decides he wants none of the smoke. TP's out, leaves the fray. A blink out as well from this OD. And his D2 Hustlers lost both of their supports. They witness that they witnessed the buyback from the bounty, and they're like, yeah, time to leave. We don't want to take this fight anymore.
Yeah, it's very hard to fight into a Naga Siren with the Butterfly. They don't have natural MKB builders, so a lot of their damage is really starting to fall behind. OD relies on the Arcane Orbs to be able to get the hits going, unless he's able to spam out some of these Astral Imprisonments. Production, I don't know if I can call for this, but I would like to see a replay of that previous fight, because I think I might be wrong. Here, Snare. I think I may have the interaction between Sunder and BKB a little wrong here.
Oh no.
So I think what I saw was the Sunder went off on the BKB Lorenov. He didn't lose HP, but the Terrorblade gained HP.
What?
Yeah. Maybe I might be wrong, but I think that's what I saw in that fight. Because they both ended up with like full HP. So now with Aegis and Cheese on the side of PuckChamp, how many Lotuses do they have on PuckChamp?
PuckChamp have one on
few.
the Timber Soul. And then
not Lotus Orb, but like
Lotuses.
healing Lotuses. Healing Lotuses. Sorry. So I need to see the block of Cheese.
They have 2 right now on the Bounty Hunter that I see. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so
Nobody else is
you
carrying
need...
them around.
You need 18 of them plus the cheese to be able to make the block of cheese, which gives you a 500 HP regenning permanent barrier against all damage. So,
That sounds fair.
I don't know if that's better than just cheese itself, but I mean, it sounds pretty cool. Especially when barriers can stack. So,
We'll
you
have to
combine
see,
them
though.
like a pipe. You feel
When
good.
we were off air, you were talking to Danog about this, and we're not certain if it actually is applicable in Captain's mode as well.
Yeah, okay. That's one caveat. I know it exists. I've seen it in pubs, but I'm not sure if it works in Captain's mode.
Oh, we also
Because it
in
is like a
Captain's
little
mode
hidden
right
Easter
now.
egg.
Yes, a little busted Easter egg actually, but that's just the nature of Dota. All the secrets are busted.
Dire's
This game
top
stage right
tower
now.
has fallen.
Top tower gets taken out by these Radiant creeps. Just more and more space being made on the map. Low skill just farming and farming and farming away. We are getting to the point now where, yeah, the net worth difference is only 1k in favor of the side of PuckChamp, but they have multiple heroes occupying the upper echelon of this net worth. LC is starting to get left behind in this game, despite having access to damage. She is still sitting with the gem, which means that Hakoda, good sir, without a gem, you are uber dead. They take out this clock. They are still in Moonlight Shadow, so they would like to try and aggress for more. Sweet and strong. Bounding forward. Dude, how lucky is he? Nobody here has vision for him. So he can actually just do this and get away. The gem will finally come in as they TP into Llama. Lift back, they get the duel out. Oh, it's also rolling off. Oh no, worst target ever. PuckChamp lose out on their Lesh. It will still come back on the second life. Does have BKB if he wants to use it. But more importantly, low skill is here to pop the song. Get Stone stolen away from him. Oh no! The Yoloko blinks forward. Can they set this up for even more success? Laurenov, he's the one they want. They pop BKB on this Timber Terrorblade. Terrorblade lashing out the right click damage. Not going to be enough to find the kill though. As they also go into the midst of the fight onto Low Skill, who has his own BKB. Hakoda jumping in onto the Naga Siren. Interrupting the escape for now. The lift back from the Yoloko. The arrow will not connect onto any real target. Gets eaten up by an illusion. So the Terrorblade illusions in turn eat up the Naga Siren. PuckChamp lose big here in the mid lane. Thanks to the Yoloko clearly outplayed them super hard.
Yeah, that was huge from him, being able to steal that is monstrous. And he also finds Eki. Oh no. Yoloko. I mean, we saw last time this guy was able to play Rubik, man. He's a beast. He's an absolute beast. And now he's proving why you first pick a hero like Rubik in a patch like this. Like, that, it's kind of genius, right? It means that they just don't have to worry about any of these wacky heroes.
Yep. Ah, man. Rubik. When Rubik's able to perform like this, the game is a lot easier. He sets up the initial dual kill with the lift back, sets up the follow-up kill with the song. And now, because of all this work he's done, he's setting up for multiple lanes of racks. D2 Hustlers having already cleared out the bottom side, looking towards mid. I'm not sure they get this though, as Naga is about to respawn. Although they don't have this bounty hunter, and they should be aware that he doesn't have buyback. Let's see what D2 Hustlers decide to do about this. Terrorblade just sitting on the low ground, chilling, waiting for somebody to pop through the first barrier of defense, but they'll just be happy and content themselves with a tier 2 tower and a tier 3. Just get back.
Yeah. Also, the fact that Yuma got a shield rune as well meant that he was very, very hard to deal with. So they leave him be for that. I'm a little disappointed that there's no little icons in the left-right feed for Wisdom Rune and Shield Rune. I guess I'm just nitpicking the patch at this point.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed 7.33, but there is some small things that are irking me.
All right. Do you really want to nitpick? Here's my major nitpick so far.
Okay.
Right. So, Observer, please help me out here. You see this Observer ward? Click on the Observer ward. Tell me how much duration is left on this ward. Any ward. Like, do you also have the bug where the minutes are cut off? Yeah. Any Observer ward. You see it's cut off. Yeah.
Wait, I can
that
see
for
it.
me. Can you see it, really?
Yeah, I have an ultra-wide monitor, though.
Oh my god. Alright, so Valve must have struck some deal with LG or Dell to try and get everybody to buy ultra-wide monitors. Sweet, I see.
But a small little tangent. If you're not playing ultra-wide in 2023, you are behind the gaming curve. I'm telling you right now.
What are you talking about?
It is broken. It is. I legitimately see more of the map. I legitimately see more of the map. It's insane.
Do you have to use custom resolution for half your games now?
No. A lot of games are actually ultra-wide supported, thank God. Has been a while where they weren't, and it was terrible, but now it's very good. Very, very good.
Or CRU users in chat. Oh, Sweden strong. Almost got caught here. Hakoda can't catch him with the initial hook shot, but we'll still be able to run him down. Goes bad. And this should be this mid lane of Rax here, with the very least a top tier 2. They can go for this even without having the Aegis. They're that strong here, Fluke, and they're gonna make this rush. Low skill can't keep this off all by his lonesome, so that's just a mid lane of Rax taken away. They can't get negated thanks to the tier 2 still existing in the top lane. But this is not how they envision these last few minutes going. And, you know, they have some degree of D-push in between the Timbersaw. You know, eventually this Nagasai just really annoying for these creep waves, but Naga doesn't want to be spending this much of her time back on this side of the map. Leshrac definitely doesn't want to do that either. So D2 Hustlers just feeling so good about themselves and their position in game number 1.
Yeah, I think this just kind of comes back to the fact that PuckChamp unfortunately just don't have initiation for them, so they can't aggress and take any of these fights. Pardon me. That they want to. Even if they are in a good spot to do it, just because it's much harder for them to start a fight, whereas there's blinks galore, there's hook shot, there's duel, like there's all this crazy stuff coming in from D2 Hustlers that just make it easier for them to connect onto people and be able to take them down.
There's a very big scan that came out from D2 Hustlers as they scanned out exactly where PuckChamp were. But PuckChamp also get an equally good scan as well, because they know exactly where D2 Hustlers are. But look at this, Hakoda goes to buy the vision as they timber chain in with Lays. They've split the fight into 2 here. They've already brought down this Clockwork. BKB up on low skill. He gets fooled up at the moment. Will they be able to kill him? Divine Llama bit off more than he can chew and he dies here. Low skill though, trying to escape with the song, won't be allowed to do so as Azentic brings him down with an Arcane Orb hit and a BKB. At the same time though, Yuma, he used his whole BKB to kill this Naga Siren. So he's suddenly vulnerable. Brought down by the rest of PuckChamp. Not going to be able to connect with the rest of his team. It looked good initially. Hakoda gave them the vision, but PuckChamp, they were willing to just put their bodies on the line here, Fluke, and that daring gets them the reward that they needed in that team fight.
Yeah, that was exactly what they needed to do. And when they have fights like this, where they can kind of just like go up the high ground and put their Timbersaw as a body in the front line, then they have potential of winning the fight, right? Because they just need to make sure that the Timber stays alive for long enough. You give enough vision for the Naga Siren to walk in towards the back and you get a good fight going. But you know, D2 Hustlers, they're the ones that are going to have a lot more of the initiative in some of these fights. And if they're not the ones that are starting on their terms, you can see how poorly the fights can go for them, especially if they don't get too many kills inside of the BKB from Yuma. That was one of the issues is, you know, even if he has his BKB going, he's not immune from all the damage from the Leshrac. So Lesh is still forcing him to play in a certain kind of way. And once that BKB is over, he just gets stunned. He got arrowed, he got split earth, and just goes down to the overwhelming magic damage. And maybe now D2 Hustlers, they just need to try and provide a few more swift strikes to end this game, because they are, I would say, I don't want to say like uber well ahead, but they are in a strong position in a map control kind of sense that they can take a few good fights and then push into PuckChamp, especially with a Roche coming up in what, 30 seconds? Yeah.
One of the big things that they will need is favorability when it comes to these neutral items. They have some decent ones. By the way, I wonder, what do you think the maximum amount of the same neutral item in one game can be?
That's a good question. I think that comes down to the odds, right? And about how many people actually want to pick it.
Let's see how this fight breaks out down bottom. Smoke on smoke action. Arrow. No! It caught Yuma! First and foremost, they try to save him. They do get him back with the lift back on the Rubik as well as the Astro, so he can fight back. Divine Llama pop BKB just to run interference and back off himself. Everybody has used BKBs. Hakoda jumps in. Hakoda might regret this though, as he gets brought down very quickly. Timber chain forward by Lays. Won't be able to find anybody though, as Yuma uses the Trickster Cloak to try and escape beyond the tier 2 tower. He's hiding in the trees right now. They don't know where he is. They haven't found him. No, the Shivas won't catch him out. He doesn't have a BKB anymore. Yuma's gone. There is buyback available, and they drop down a huge sanities, but it only kills off the supports. As Mirana and Bounty are gone, but Divine Llama should follow them into the base. Low skill, looking for a target on the side of D2 Hustlers, but neither of them available. OD and Rubik live, but a triple kill granted towards this Leshrac. 2 gems taken away, and D2 Hustlers watching most of their advantage eroding before their very eyes here, Fluke, just as the big man comes back and gets exactly where PuckChamp are heading right now.
Yep, it is now a very rough scenario for D2 Hustlers, because you can see that they just don't really have the damage anymore. Again, they got ran at. They weren't the ones that were initiating this fight. They weren't able to play on their terms. They're the ones that get run over the top of by PuckChamp. So the fact that we have Roshan in the Radiant side, we get ourselves a free Aghanim Scepter. Please give it to Lays. There's a really cool interaction that you can do with this Timbersaw Ag Scepter, that you can basically just like sit in the trees, press your reactive armor, and then you can jump in and deal like a 700 damage burst just by the shield popping by itself.
That's funny.
Which is nuts, because like to get the max, you don't even need to be around heroes. You just need to wait a couple of seconds, and it builds up to 800, and then you blink in when it's about to pop. You get like this little timer indicator above your head, like Alchemist chemical concoction, and then you just blink in when it's about to blow up, and it just deals damage to everyone. And then you like chakram, and then you chain, and then you Welling Death, and you deal like, I don't know, like 1500 to 2000 like pure damage, like instantly. It's kind of scary.
That sounds like a hilarious interaction. Although I am glad that they didn't do that. I'm glad they just gave it to the Lesh, nice standard nihilism, which is super uber #1 versus Terrorblade. Yuma is the saddest camper in all of history. That's going to be 30k net worth that literally does nothing in the next fight. And nobody's even close to buying a nullifier on the team. So there's just no way to get rid of this. Just have to deal with it heads up. Do your own magic damage. I mean, it's there, but it's not like overwhelming enough that to override the advantage nihilism gives you. So
well, yeah,
let us see
it
how
doesn't
this
increase
goes.
the Leshrac as well, right? So he's perfectly okay with it. So very much like Pugner on roids right now. Feels good. Also, that's a sick change. There's going to be a lot more Pugner, I think. Did it Crapify?
Do not remind me, bro. So many heroes I'm just like, I'm just terrified of seeing them in an actual live game. Swedenstrom gets duels, gonna get caught out in range. They blow him up. He buys back immediately, as has been his want in this game, because now they want to turn around. Hakoda buying space and time with his own body. Unfortunately, his own body gets taken away. He buys, he wants to buy back, but he got saved with the Astral, as Mirana's the one that dies instead, and she needs some salvation with the buyback. They steal away the Split Earth from this Leshrac. BKB was popped by Yuma as well. Divine Llama goes in to recover the gem. Larenov really wants to re-engage this fight. Sitting with this Aegis of the Immortal would be very good for him to blink right atop these heroes. But they have to be a bit careful now though, because they have 2 heroes that died and brought back. If they lose these heroes again, they're going to be out for quite a long time. So PuckChamp, I don't want to see them get overly aggressive here, Fluke. They need to still be very circumspect about how they go up the hill.
Yeah. Because they can just get blink dueled, and they still have their BKB on their Leshrac, but their Timbersaw lays, there can be some issues for him. Naga is making her way towards the top side as well, and they're going to be chipping away. Biggest lead that we've had all game, 10k net worth right now for PuckChamp. This game is starting to slowly but surely move back in towards their direction. Still only 61% win probability, so not even Dota Plus understands what's going on right now.
I think Dota Plus knows that the game is too short. New patch, at least hour-long game, so it's like pre-50 minutes, anybody could win, mate.
Yeah, you need to get those T5 tokens where everyone has like the crazy T5 items.
We're gonna try force a fight right now. D2 Hustlers during the retreat. Arrow catches onto us one of the illusions of Yuma. They're looking for a dual kill, and they will get it onto Lays. But here comes a Song of the Siren from low skill. They're actually gonna re-engage this fight. BKB from Lays. They're looking towards the Rubik first and foremost. He gets saved by the Astral, but they're just terrorizing the backlines right now. Larenov running in with this magic damage, just spilling in everywhere. They brought down the LC. Rubik is gonna fall next. Larenov though, out of the BKB, so will be forced to just go in with this young Bloodstone. Pops that, keeping the fight going. They're going on to Yuma. He pops his own BKB in the middle of the fight on the Terrorblade. He's getting dove at right now by Larenov. He still has an Aegis in tow. Not dead just yet. And these heroes slowed down by the Shivas. But they will be able to get back to some degree of safety. Larenov. Blink Duel, not online just yet. It's available now in 1 second. But PUBG still don't feel like they actually want to fight. I think they'll be retreating as 5 right now. I don't think we're going to be seeing any TP movements at the moment. Like, they'll be like, yeah, that fight kind of sucked. We did win, quote unquote. We got 3 heroes out of it, but still came uncomfortably close to dying initially on one of our heroes.
Yeah, you can just see the reset ability now for PUBG to be able to just come in with a Song of the Siren. Leshrax is able to run around and deal a massive amount of damage. He still is a hero with a Bloodstone, so it is very, very scary. And as you said, Nihilism and this E-Blade now just makes it so hard for Yuma to deal the damage for them. I haven't really felt the impact of Atlantic just yet on this OD. Haven't really seen any like massive hammer drops or like the amount of damage that he can do. He has stolen a 1,000 mana, so he is at least like kind of scary in these next couple of fights if he continues to get some more Astrals going. That this hammer can do a lot of damage, but it's just, you can just see with like how tanky heroes are now. They get an extra couple of 100 HP with the amount of strength that they have. They're feeling pretty strong with, you know, walking around with 2 heroes that are 3k plus you have the Naga Siren as well, who's 3.8k. Like Leshrac now has 4,000 health. Like why does Leshrac have 4k health? What? How are you supposed to kill him when he has 4,000 health and 35 armor?
So let's see.
Nihilism and E-Blade. Like, what?
That's just Leshrac, fam. You still have to worry about the Naga behind him that has
Who almost has 4k herself.
Almost has 4k health, also has 30 armor. So you pick your poison, right? If you're Yuma right now, it's like, alright, sweet. I right-click this Leshrac, he pops Nihilism, or he uses E-Blade, and then he just gets Bloodstone off, so I can't kill him in that regard. Or I turn my attention toward Naga Siren, who is evading a solid 1/3 of my attacks, who has a ton of armor for the rest of them, and an obscene amount of regen thanks to this heart. Good luck. Good luck, have fun, D2 Hustlers, killing these heroes. Especially because Divine Llama, yeah, he's accrued like a ton of dual damage, but frankly, plus 280 dual damage, during the, you don't do enough attack, like his attack speed on this LC is not high enough to actually threaten these heroes. There's no crits. It's not going to overwhelm them by any stretch of the imagination, so they're chilling, man. Like, they need this AC for him to finish off first before he feels like a much more viable threat. And even then, I'm still not confident that they can kill anybody but the 2 supports. Because even Laze is now getting up there. He also has 4k HP, 21 armor. He's about to get into a refresher orb as well. So he is not easy to deal with either.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess this is the reason why these games are going longer, right? Also, they haven't really changed how going high ground really works. If anything, they made it a lot better for the defenders with the defenders gates. The fact that you can come out the side, you can get a nifty little smoke gate coming around. You can still get out on your side of the map, farm some ancients, get yourself a wisdom rune, all that kind of stuff. You can fight your tormentor as well. So there is a lot of ways for these defenders to get outside of the base and still continue to farm. And the fact that lane creeps don't give as much gold anymore means that you're not just like, you know, 50k net worth above them right now.
Hex reveal onto OD. Oh, that's a perfect target if they can get the kill. 4 stars and a lift will keep him alive for now, though. But they do blow up Hakoda on the other side of the fight. Sanity is dropped down by Agentic, and he forces himself into the fray. Not sure about this direction, as the BKB is about to expire. Laranov in the midst of so many heroes with the Bloodstone active. Just look at him go with Timbersaw right next to him. Sunder does come in, healing up Laze quite a bit, or healing up Yuma rather. And Yuma pops his own BKB to get away from the Song of the Siren, but the Song still catches him towards the end. Arrow connects onto him. There will be a stolen Song though from Theoloco. Might have just saved this game single-handedly on the Rubik by enabling the escape for Yuma. But that will still open up the path to the lane of Rax because neither of the heroes that died have buybacks.
Yep, 70 seconds left on Davai Lama. This is buybacks on Atlantic as well as Yuma, so they can try and mount a defense, but this could potentially look like mega creeps 52 minutes into the game. You can just see in these fights that it's like, it's so hard to kill people, man. Like, it seems like nobody has any damage. He literally tickled them.
Literally no damage from an ultimate. So we see Timbersaw will actually suffer quite a bit of damage himself thanks to the right clicks of Yuma and a couple of arcade orb hits, but will still be allowed to live. Has that Aghanim Scepter that you were clamoring for now as they get the stun onto Yuma. Yuma getting chased away from these racks. Moonlight Shadow will come in for the Radiant lineup. They really want this Terrorblade. He got off the Sunder last second, and that does allow him to get back to the base. but that will not allow them to defend the outside racks as they lose all 3 lanes. It's mega creeps, baby. And I think you just go back in, right? If you're a PUBG.
Yeah, I think they're going to play it pretty safe here. They know how important this series is for them to be able to stay in the hunt of staying in Division 2. Also, that interaction does work the way that I talked about the second time. So Yuma, if he sunders someone with BKB, they won't lose HP, but he gets HP.
Well, did you see what your boy Yuma just bought?
Rapier?
He is officially in recovery mode. We are officially in Hail Mary mode. Let's go, Rapier.
This would have been a lot better if it still had the True Strike. And if it could hit ethereal units would be sick. But unfortunately for TB, that's not how it works.
Okay, so you want them to buff Rapier. It must give True Strike, hit ethereal units. Should he get a crit as well while we're at it?
I think if you were like, if you want to have Rapier as this like, I'm buying this item because I've got gold and the game is in a very dire state, make it like 10,000 gold or something.
Oh my god.
Like, if you wanted to have True Strike, hits ethereal units, does 150% crit damage or something like that, you would have to make it like 10,000 damage. And yeah, and it still drops on death.
It still drops on death, oh my god.
Yeah, like, because otherwise it would be too broken, right? Like, if you make it like solve all of your problems as a carry, I think that might make it just kind of, you would just save 10,000 gold in late game, and no matter if you got mega crit or whatever, you could just, you know, blow up any carry here, and they had no way of playing against it.
How about this, right? We don't give it, we give it the crit. We give it the piercing ethereal units. We don't give it the True Strike. That does feel a bit busted. But what we do to make up for it is that you can spend 3,000 gold so that it doesn't drop on your first death. You can do it like once. Like, that's your upgrade for the item.
You have like a insurance policy on your Divine Rapier.
Yeah. So you can still spend about 10k, right, in total, the total gold amount. But the extra 3k is just to make sure that you can still have, you have it for 2 fights. So you can take it, buy back, and still have the Rapier bonus for fight 2.
Yeah. You can see that PUBG were trying to kill the Tormentor. Do they have all their shards? So they're just looking for a little bit of golden experience, I guess. But you can see how annoying the Tormentor is when you don't have enough people to deal the damage to it. Also, I have a little head cannon right now as this game starts to slow down. These Tormentors, like the box, once, like, you know how like they wrote in the patch notes that Arc Warden's going to like return to normal when he's when he gets used to the new paradigm.
Yeah.
I think once he's out, these Tormentors are going to get unlocked from their boxes. And there's going to be like actually a creep inside of it.
I like that. A nice little duel that happens. I like the unlock on the Aeon Jets. It's not going to be enough. The sanity drops, but yet again, it only tickles these cores. They buy back on this bouncy answer. How many times has he brought back in this game? Yuma revealing in the fight that he has a Rapier right now. Going in, does have access to the meta. Lorinov still has Aegis for another 3.5 minutes. So not really too concerned about this. Just rushing forward. The Honor Core pumps the song, but unfortunately the Lesh damage already out with the Pulse Nova. They've gotten the 1 kill without buyback. They're going in onto Hakoda. He dies as well. Does have a way back into the game, however. There will be a refresh on Yuma. He has another BKB, has another Sunder. He gets stunned up, though. He can't get either. Oh, Fluke, he's dead. The Rapier. Oh, no. It gets dropped down, picked up by low skill. He'll buy back on the TB, but to no avail as they call GG. Well played. Game number 1 in favor of PUBG. They keep hopes of Division 2 not being relegated alive.
Yeah, that was an interesting game of Dota 2. The way that it felt for the first 40 minutes felt like it was all D2 Hustlers' game, but they were never really able to kind of take over the game and feel like they were in control, right? There was multiple times where the net worth was still even across a large majority of that game, and the Dota Plus win probability really didn't shift from the middle all too much. And you know, if you go back, and if anyone goes back and has a look at the graph at the end of the game, like, you can see that the net worth was spiking a whole lot more towards the middle stages with the way that some of these kills were happening and all that kind of stuff. So you can see more of this like kind of assist gold coming into play, especially once you start getting later and later, and you know, players have a whole lot more net worth. You get a whole lot more gold on some of your supports if they're around. So that is one positive thing for a lot of these fights going both of their ways. And I think PuckChamp just defended their base really, really well. This first fight here was massive for them. They got the kill there on a Dalai Lama. They don't kill Yuma, even though he has the Aegis, but they kill all the other cores, and that's a big up for them because they get a lot of gold out of it, they get a lot of experience, and they just walk down some of these lanes and just start playing around as this 5-man ball, and it just eventually got to the point where D2 Hustlers, it just didn't have damage. For Adzantic, he just had no damage in this fight, and I'm not sure if that's kind of the hero, or maybe he's just not building up enough of these charges with the Aghanim Scepter change, but yeah, the OD's hammer this game really just was not able to deal that much damage, and they just got to the point where this Leshrac was literally impossible to kill. Same with the Naga Siren, and they just needed to play around their spells that did a lot of damage up against these long duration team fights where Yuma wasn't able to get kills in his BKB, wasn't able to get kills with the Metamorphosis, and just eventually got to a point where they survived the burst from D2 Hustlers and they were able to be on the front foot.
We saw the difference in the sustained battle as well between these two squads, because OD, a lot of his damage was coming out of the Arcane Orb. Like you say, as the game scaled later and later, the Sanity's Eclipse didn't really do all that much. And it's shocking, right? Because they beat these huge Sanities. You see he has a lot of mana, and the damage is being dealt, but the enemy team has Guardian Greaves, they have a Heart, they've got an Aeon Disc on this Bounty Hunter, they've got Lotus Orb plus all the reactive armor on the Simba, there's a BKB, Bloodstone on the Leshrac. You just can't get through all of it. And unfortunately, OD is generally one of these one and done type of heroes in those kind of fights, so not able to make his presence known, and he doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter of old. Thank God. Anyway, after this game, let's see, who do we think is our MVP here? Who performed the highest on the side of PuckChamp? I feel like this was a very team-oriented victory. I feel really bad giving it to any one person. I will say, though, that I was quite impressed by the moves I saw coming out of this Morana. I think Eki, yet again, had a phenomenal performance. In the right places at the right times, putting his body on the line several times as well. Even though you have Sweden strong on the one side, you still had this Morana getting decent arrows, being there to tank ganks, shutting down a lot of the rotations. I mean, look at it this way, right? D2 Hustlers have 33 kills, but low skill, Lays, and Larenov collectively only died 4 times because of this performance from the support. So I will say shout out Eki, and you know, as captain and drafter, it's his ideas that are making this work right now. So shout out PuckChamp for this.
Yeah, I think Eki, being able to play the way that they did, build the way that they did, was really good. And yeah, I think both the supports for D2 Hustlers really did put themselves in good spots to tank a lot of these ganks. To be fair, sometimes they did just kind of get caught out in no man's land, but I mean, it's the nature of a brand new map, right? Sometimes you don't really know where you need to be or where you should be, but the cause for the side of PuckChamp did an amazing job. The fact that low skill, if we had a heat map, he literally would have been on that bottom side of the map for 95% of that game, and he avoided everyone. It was like he wasn't even in the game, but he was just slowly farming all these creep camps. And I think this just goes to show that maybe D2 Hustlers needed to do the same thing for the Terrorblade. He didn't die as well, but I think the way that he was farming much more in the traditional styles. He was going from his main jungle to his triangle, going towards the mid lane, and then going back to his main jungle and all that kind of stuff. And maybe it's much better now to start to utilize the edges of the map and continuously just push out your lane as it gets past you and just go from there, and then give the other side of the map to the rest of your cores, where we saw there was a much more even distribution of net worth between the 3 cores on PuckChamp, whereas for D2 Hustlers, it was more about Yuma, and then everybody else was a little bit further behind him.
Well, we're going to be finding out if they have what it takes on the side of the D2 Hustlers to come back for Game 2, or if PuckChamp have found genuinely a new lease on life. Since adding Eki to the team, it's been all up for the side of PuckChamp, and let's see if that trajectory does continue for them in Game 2. So don't go anywhere. The series will resume after a short break. This is the Western European DPC for Division 2, and we'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action. More Dota on the way here in Western Europe as we continue this Division 2 action between PuckChamp and D2 Hustlers. As it stands right now, D2 Hustlers can sort of let this game slip because they'll have another chance to get into Div 1 by playing Ancient Tribe and forcing tiebreakers. However, for PuckChamp, this is one of their last opportunities to guarantee at least a tiebreaker situation to stay in Division 2. All to play for. Very intriguing game. And of course, it is the new patch, so we're all learning along the way. My name's Snare. I'm joined by Professor Fluke. Professor, class is in session yet again. We saw some wild and weird mechanics taking place in game number 1. Obviously, we didn't see the OD work out as well as it should have for the side of D2 Hustlers. So going into game 2, what other things do you think they have in their pocket that they can drag out in order to try and make this a 3-game series?
I feel like maybe they can try and go out on a limb a little bit. I feel like this Timbersaw hero is probably a little too broken. I think from what I've seen so far, there was a video that I just saw on Twitter from Cap where he basically had a Timbersaw with some relatively okay late game items, Aghanim Scepter included, and he had 5 Lenas standing around him permanently Laguna blading him, and he survived for like 45 seconds or something like that. So I think the magic resist creep, the fact that he has reactive armor, he has his Aghanim Scepter, there's a lot of good items in the game. He can be a very, very strong hero. Maybe they had an idea about OD still being strong and it just didn't transition into the damage. So there's definitely some extra stuff that D2 Hustlers can pull out here. I think they played it pretty safe with their first draft, and that's expected considering this series is super important for both of these two teams. Because I mean, if they go down here, they're 4-2 with Ancient Tribe, then that means that final game is literally determinative of who goes to Div 2, right? So yeah. It's going to be Div 1, so it's going to be super important for these guys to be able to get the dub here. Same with PuckChamp. So maybe try and get a little bit outside of the box, try and take over the map a little bit more, try and have more cores than what PuckChamp did, because that's kind of what happened in the game there. It got to 50 plus minutes and it was a tri-core versus basically a dual core coming in from D2 Hustlers. So that's some things I would say, but at the end of the day, it's a brand new patch. Nobody can really tell what's good and what's bad.
I mean, I would disagree with you slightly and say they're playing into a dual core. It honestly felt like it was Humor versus the world at some point.
True.
Like, Adentic, you mentioned it. He dropped out these massive sanities. It's catching 3-4 heroes, but they're just standing there like, okay, now what? I think it's very telling that towards the late game, they literally didn't even pop BKB when the sanities is out. They'd wait until a better spell. Like, we don't want to get Astral maybe. So, all to play for. What I also find very intriguing about what we saw happen in game 1 was that Laranov was the one that tanked up the most damage in his team. He received 98k damage, but had Bloodstone, of course, so he can just replenish most of that HP pool. And for going into the second game, something else that's very intriguing here, Fluke, is that they had the option on the side of PuckChamp, right, of choosing a side. As D2 Hustlers, they chose second pick. And guess what they chose? PuckChamp decided to go for the Radiant side over and above going for Dire. So I think it's what you were talking about how good Wislowski looked farming in that bottom side of the map. But overall, we mentioned this in game 1. You get much more faster farm out of that side of the map around the well area on the Radiant side than you do from the mines of Dire. So we'll see if they can utilize the strength of that farm yet again in game 2, or if D2 Hustlers have an answer as we get into the draft right now. Only one loss D2 Hustlers have suffered up until this point. The main question I have for them is what's their plan for the Timbersaw? Because there's no way it doesn't come out. If it's available, I think PuckChamp will take it away. Either because, it's like you mentioned earlier, the hero looks very good right now, but you can't let D2 Hustlers have it either because Divine Llama is too good on that hero.
Yeah, exactly. So what are PuckChamp going to open with? I'm surprised either of these two teams want to play Brood. I think that hero is still broken as. The fact that she's a universal hero now means that her damage scaling is much better. She got some changes to the way that her shard works and the way that her insatiable hunger works. So she's much more of like a right-clicking Brood instead of being like kind of an aura builder. So surprised that neither of these two teams have really decided to go into the Brood Mother. Muerta was another one that hasn't been picked up. I think she is one of the biggest counters to Timber, just because you can't Timber Chain through the calling. Her ultimate just literally deletes you as a hero. She does not care about your armor at all. The Fear is really good at being able to lock him down and push him back in towards the calling. And also, you're still able to do a lot of damage with Gunslinger. So maybe D2 Hustlers are going to be looking towards something along with those lines. Maybe they want to try and have a bit better of an answer to the Timber early on. Like maybe you can open with like Ursa plus AA or like Ursa plus Bane, I think would be really good. That's another hero that I feel like is very, very strong in the meta right now. And the one annoying thing for D2 Hustlers is Chen is one of those heroes that a lot of teams have thought as being extremely busted, but you really can't pick it into a Timbersaw because he doesn't care about your creeps and generally will be able to farm them up. So they're just going to go for a DP here, a little bit of flexibility. And yeah, I was going to say they want to try and get a support hero here as well. And again, a little bit more flexibility from the Tiny.
Bit more flex. You can play both of these heroes in multiple roles, so they can decide to tinker with their draft as time goes. I'm fine with this. I like this. The hero is a lot tankier now as well. They changed the grow, so you have a bit more armor available at all levels, which is always very nice. A bit more damage as well. I mean, he's going to be playing support most likely, so not that relevant for him, but still is nice in the game. For PugChamp, we probably want a support here for them as well. Rubik got banned out by D2 Hustlers. Theoloco putting a lot of respect on that hero, removing it from play. So what's left now for the side of PugChamp? We saw the Marauder in the previous game do very, very well. In general, Eki has looked the best on the Marauder since he's joined the side of PugChamp. So wouldn't displease me too greatly for them to go for that. And we just saw the economic damage that he was doing on the map, right? Breaking smokes, forcing the team to always have to have vision available for themselves. So I would not be unhappy if I saw PugChamp go back for that hero again.
Yeah, I definitely think you could do that, especially with the way that sentries have a lower cap on them now. There's only 8 of them available instead of 10. They take a little longer to recharge as well. So having invisibility on the map just means that you're going to force the enemy team to have a bit more dust than what you usually were, which is a better item through and through now. But it's about PugChamp, but whether or not they feel like that is going to be the end-all and be-all hero to be able to deal with the DP. And this is their answer. Is the Ancient Apparition. Did just get himself some nice, decent buffs. Has looked pretty good in the past. He does have a few issues with the fact that he doesn't really have like hard lockdown. It's hard for him to survive in some of these fights when heroes are running at him. Now with supports having much lower experience, he can fall behind a little bit because you really want to try and have a little bit of gold on this hero, a little bit of experience as well to be a bit scarier. But, you know, his shard getting upgraded, I think this is really, really strong, especially if you hit multiple heroes with Ice Blast. The fact that you put Cold Feet on everybody is crazy. Especially if these heroes have to try and fight in an area, because with Cold Feet, it's one of those abilities that it's not all too strong, but if you forget that it's on you or you don't respect it enough, you can get caught out by a massive stun. 2.8 seconds is one of the longest stuns that we have in the game right now, and does a whole boatload of damage as well. So I think the way that AA plays as a support with his shard definitely makes him feel a lot better in the lane.
Another thing I think, another reason rather, why I imagine that we'll see more and more AA as time goes on, is we spoke in the previous game about how many easy ways there are to stack magic resistance nowadays. AA is free magic debuff. It's just dropped down the Vortex. The cooldown is like nothing, so you always have multiple Vortexes out in the middle of the fight. Lots of increased magic damage. It'll also help you against BKBs, right? Because you don't get full spell immunity now. So during a BKB, if you find that the magic resist that you get from the BKB is literally being halved in some senses, that's quite a bit of damage that you will be dealing with. So I like this AA pick. I would like to see some guaranteed stuns though, to make sure that this lands properly. It would have been interesting paired with Disruptor, but they feel a bit too slow. So maybe Clockwork for PugChamp might be pretty nice to make sure that the Ice Blast always lands flush on some of these heroes.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty decent shout. I feel like you could even try and go for some of these other heroes. I think Alchemist has been something that I've been looking at as being a very, very high priority core right now. And the fact that you have AA yourself means that he's going to be a very strong hero to be able to play around with. The fact that he puts a stacking debuff of status resist on enemy heroes, that he can, when he has max stacks on you at full levels of corrosive weaponry, it's 66% negative status resist. Like, that's insane, especially with the fact that all stuns have been reduced recently. If you unstable concoction on the top of somebody, which at max duration is 3.2 seconds, you put a cold feed on top of that with the 66% status resist and negative status resist, I mean, people are just stunned forever. And, the fact that BKB is not as strong as what it used to be, he got buffs to all these other abilities. Grievel's Greed is now an innate ability, so you can always have Grievel's Greed and Acid Spray at level 1. Like, I think that this Alchemist hero is pretty bonkers, especially when you open with AA yourself. It means that they have to build a Spirit Vessel, and it makes it a lot harder for them to try and play the game. But Bane being picked up from D2 Hustlers is a good response to the Timber.
Decent response to the Timber. We have a debuff immunity piercing spell. Not spell immune piercing. That's so clunky of a word to say, but does pierce a debuff immunity on the Fiend's Grip. So we have some kind of way to always lock down targets. I do kind of like the fact that Brain Sap does the same as well. A hero like Timbersaw, you normally rely on your regen to keep you alive at the lower levels of HP. You just Brain Sap this hero, you kill him regardless. And it is pure damage, so always quite nice to see. We do see that they come in with the Ricky as well as a Naga Siren. Ricky, of course, did get changed. The new smoke screen, so good if you get the Aghanim shot. I'm glad they removed Sleeping Dart from the game. That thing sucked. And it's not that much guaranteed lockdown still, though, Fluke. Like, they get the Naga and Snare, but this is sort of similar to the last game, where PugChamp are stuck in a situation of fairly high execution in the middle of these team fights.
Yeah, I think the fact that Net is just a out-and-out better spell now, maybe you might get a value level for PugChamp early on to be able to give themselves a little bit of this kill threat. The one issue with Naga into the DP is that you give her multiple Spirit Siphon targets, which can be quite hard for you to deal with early on, which is a little rough. So that is kind of my one issue that I have here with PugChamp's draft, and also what you said with the fact that they don't have any of this reliable lockdown for them to, even really deal with Fiend's Grip unless the Ricky's on top of him, and deal with this Death Prophet who's going to have a lot of move speed in these fights.
Whatever hero they pick up right now for... I imagine you pick up the... Do you get Aizen 6 hero or Yuma's hero right now? I would prefer Yuma's hero. I want something that buys MKB, man. We saw in the last game just how difficult it became after a certain point in time for them to deal any real damage onto Naga. She's not that scared of the OD ultimate. She had way too much HP. Half the hits from Yuma weren't connecting. They go Sven now, and I suppose Sven can eventually buy MKB. You buy AC very happily if you are going to be playing this in the safe lane. Unless this is like 5 position Sven, they put the tiny middle, DP goes off lane. If I'm honest, I would prefer that because I haven't believed in carry Sven for a very long time. I don't think that patch has changed that opinion. I mean, yes, you get some burst damage against the Timbersaw. You have some blow-up burst and some cleave against the illusions, but I don't know if I'm feeling this here, Fluke. Talk me into it. What's the upside of having Sven if it is the safe lane hero for Yuma?
I think you can play with a good pace with Sven. He recently got some new items added into his repertoire. The Harpoon is bonkers. That item is sick. I love Harpoon on a lot of these heroes that use Blink Dagger, and even some heroes that don't use Blink Dagger. Like, the cast range is huge. It really enables you to play against 4 stars a whole lot easier. It's harder for you to be kited. He's a natural Echo Saber builder. His cleave early on is far better. Level 1, it went from 25 to 40%. And you also get 2 strength. I don't know why they added such a small amount of strength bonus to Great Cleave, but it is what it is, I guess. But now he gets a little bit of that extra damage early on from Great Cleave. It does a lot more damage. You're able to push out the waves faster. You're able to farm faster earlier as well. So this means that you're able to be a little bit more greedy with your skill build early on. So you can maybe go like 2 levels in Stormhammer, maybe earlier levels in Warcry as well to try and win that lane with you. But yeah, Great Cleave has just been improved through and through, and we've seen the amount of neutral creeps that are on the map. 2 ancient camps as well for both teams. So I mean, if you get those bad boys stacking up, Sven's going to be a happy boy.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good spiel. I have upgraded my confidence interval from complete non-believer to skeptical.
Okay.
Not a belief just
I'll
yet,
take
but
that.
We'll keep an eye out on this Sven and see how he performs here for Yuma. They still need to get in some heroes now for PugChamp. We need something that's going to go occupy the mid lane for Lorinov. He could play Ember Spurs, not too bad, but there is Tiny Bane. That feels kind of complicated to play into. What's it going to be? Leshrac again. Okay. All right, cool. No worries.
I think this hero is too good with against BKB cores, like against carry heroes that rely on BKB. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but the fact that it's only 50% magic resist means that Leshrac in those 9, 8, 7, 6 seconds, he's only dealing half damage to you, but it still also means that he's dealing damage to you, and that's how he keeps himself alive in these fights. So he's able to spell lifesteal a little bit more. It also means that he's able to keep you from being less confident with your BKB, and that's usually what was the big saving grace for some of these cores, was they were super confident in BKB. They were able to just kind of run at you, deal with you, blow you up, and then once that 6 seconds was off, then they had to run away. Now, against like a Leshrac, and even with the Ancient Apparition, with the way the debuffs work now, this Sven's BKB is not going to be his golden ticket to win this game. So Yuma's going to have to farm really, really fast, and they're going to have to try and play around, this carry Sven and enable him as much as they possibly can. They do it pretty well with the Underlord. I think that gives them a lot of this percent-based damage that they need up against the Timbersaw. Gives them the root as well. Again, another one of those heroes that really abuses this the debuff immunity against a lot of these other heroes. So I like the draft that D2 Hustlers have here in game number 2. But again, it's one of those scenarios where Underlord's not going to transition much like the Tricore that they have for Puck Champ. So if this game goes uber late, I really start to feel like D2 Hustlers' chances of winning this series are really going to slip away from them.
If it wasn't Sven safe lane, if it was, say, some Ursa or some Slock or something for the side of D2 Hustlers, I would be very full-throatedly in favor of their draft. I love what they're doing. Eki is a problem on this Ancient Apparition with the Ice Blast, but they have multiple sources of sustain between the DP and the Underlord. Like you mentioned, they have the Underlord into Timber and Underlord into Naga. So they have roots, percent-based damage for the illusions, mobility all across the map. They'll probably build Pipe on this hero. He can build Pipe, DP can build Greaves. They have a lot of bases covered. I just can't bring myself to believe in Sven. Just this hero is in perpetual one more item syndrome. Just one more item. It's going to be so great. I'll get this item, the entire game changes. And the carry-to-carry heads-up matchup. Yes, you cleave through illusions, but this Naga Siren gets really tanky from physical damage. She still buys Butterfly. She still builds a ton of armor. So even when you get to this, I want to be God mode Sven, it doesn't guarantee you the punch you need in these team fights. So we shall see. Hopefully D2 Hustlers can restore my faith in the Rogue Knight. You know how I also knew that the Sven hero is not that great right now? I remember I was talking to Fear, and Fear, a man who's 1 TI playing this hero, he was like, wow, Sven sucks carry, bro. This hero is garbage. I'd rather play it support. If you hear that from Fear, then you know, okay, the hero's not great.
Yeah. But he's also one of those highly volatile heroes that all it takes is like one good buff to like an item or a patch or the way that he plays the game, and he becomes very scary. So I understand why he hasn't really kind of rose to the meta just yet, because he is very much one of those hyper volatile heroes where it's like, when it's a Sven patch, you feel the Sven patch. Like, everybody remembers Superman. Like, everybody remembers that. We don't want to have that shit anymore. I want to have this guy who's flying across the map and two-hitting me as an offlaner, okay? I don't want that. But, also want to see the hero a little bit more.
Okay, we're going to see a contest here over this bounty rune. Divine Llama kind of outplays them, but it's going to give a kill over towards Sweden Strong, who grabs the first blood, bringing down Theoloco. Doesn't even die himself, survives with 15 HP, baby. Alrighty. He's going to go deny himself, presumably, after this first blood's already taken place. Divine Llama does have Firestorm, but Sweden Strong, what you going to do, mates? What you got?
Theoloco,
he's waiting for him.
Get him.
Oh, got him. Oh, that's
you take those.
Nice.
Nice. Like that.
Sadly, to pull this off, though, that did mean that Divine Llama had to let the entire wave go, so low skills farming it for free. And this game still off to a decent start, despite the fact that they end up losing 3 bounty runes on the side of Puck Champ.
Yeah. The one I feel like factor kind of helped Puck Champ quite a lot was D2 Hustlers. They didn't have any blood grenades. I know it sounds stupid, but the fact that you can throw blood grenade and it hits everybody for 50 damage at the start, and then a 15% move slow for 5 seconds, and does damage. Like, in a game where everybody at the start of the game is much weaker. Like, people just have, a lot less HP than what they previously did. And if you have an item that deals damage early on, that when you have these early skirmishes can get you first blood, maybe even a second kill, That is so worth the 65 gold. And that's why we're seeing a whole lot of support start with blood grenades, even getting second blood grenades, even a third blood grenade, and just be able to transition these early stage fights into more gold for you, because you get, you know, a little bit more gold out of the system, all that kind of stuff. So just means you're able to play a little bit faster in this game and get off to a better start.
What I really want to see, I want to see Invoker with the baby cosmetic. Kid Invoker running around with grenades. You know, kids playing with grenades. That'll be fun.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Afra, what have you done?
Oh, top lane. Yuma and the gang just farming on this Sven. I mean, that is the one thing about the Sven, right? Yeah, he's not going to completely demolish the lane, but it's fairly difficult to muscle this hero out of the laning phase. So he's just going to farm and farm away. Unfortunately, though, the mid laner that he has in Adzentik on this Death Prophet, not a hero that makes grandiose moves too early in the game. So I think we're looking towards a fairly relaxed, chilling, farm-heavy early game here. Fluke, unless you can, is there any lane that you envision tons of action happening from?
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what skill build low skill goes for. I think maybe they can have a lot of kill threat with like Cold Feet plus some Naga nets, but yeah, nah, man. I think a lot of these lanes are going to be pretty resident sleeper, and it's really going to be on the Olacore as well as Sweden Strong to make rotations.
They brought Sweden Strong down bottom, so they're going to try for this. You spoke about those Cold Feet, and it does end up working out for them. The bonus damage from Sweden Strong ends up being enough. Not sure if it was crucial, but it certainly does help. As they find a quick pick off onto this Undying. Man, they have really been strong on trying to make sure that they rotate Sweden Strong as much as possible. Game 1, he's playing Ricky. Okay, we're playing Bounty Hunter. Game 2 is playing Ricky. So our illusion supports back in the meta here, Fluke. It looks that way. Sweden Strong making a strong case for these kind of heroes in the game.
Yeah, potentially. And you can also see that he is able to play in such a free way because of the pathways that you have towards the Twin Gates. Oh no, the Vailama. This is not the start you want, brother.
Yellowcore trying to bail him out with the Avalanche, but should still end up dying here. Toss? Actually, no. Yellowcore, you tossed him forward. Wrong direction, my friend. Eki ends up being the one to claim the kill. And not the worst part about this, Fluke, he just died and TP'd back into the lane. So what's next for him? It's the walk of shame, fam. Has to come all the way back in.
Yeah, he's got his shoes in his hands. He's not vibing out. He really hopes that nobody sees him walking down the street because this is a rough old start for the Vailama. This is not good. This is rough. Yeah. Usually this lane goes really well for the Underlord. Usually it's pretty hard for them to take him down, but PuckChamp have done a really good job at rotating Sweden Strong and just circling back to the conversation I was having about the Twin Gates. This is why you need to ward them up. Not so much about the Watchers, you need to ward the actual gate. So if on one side or the other, you need to ward them going towards the Dire one or going towards the Radiant one, because you need to make sure that you have vision of these heroes that walk into it, because there are a lot of tracks that you can go that gets out of the Watcher's vision that still allows you to go in towards the Twin Gate. So that's how Sweden Strong was able to make this rotation bottom, because so much extra real estate on the outer parts of the lane that you can just walk freely through a bit more of these tracks, get in towards the Twin Gate, and then you walk yourself towards top lane, and it's pretty easy gank.
Speaking of ganks, man might happen here bottom.
What is happening?
He finds himself getting silenced up. The Vailama is going to turn his attention towards Eki. They're looking for the body blocks. They want to catch up onto Hakoda and Yellowcore, and they will find the Avalanche. One more right click from the Vailama finishes off the kill. However, revenge is being sought. Low skill and Sweden Strong. We ensnared the Yellowcore. Nightmare will be there from Hakoda. Not going to be enough though. Sweden Strong using the tricks of the trade, trying to get himself away from the Vailama. But this effort will be in vain as he dies nonetheless. A double kill for the Vailama. They do bring down the Yellowcore, but finally some success for D2 Hustlers down on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it ended up being a tri-lane versus tri-lane. And it's just... I mean, yeah, first patch jitters, I guess. Well, not jitters, but this is kind of what a lot of teams default to when a new patch does drop, especially in competitive settings, is just fight. You just fight early, you fight fast, you fight long, and eventually you'll come out.
The Yellowcore tossed back. Oh my god, they have enough damage to kill him. Between ghosts, some damage coming in from the Tiny. Eki came in with Cold Feet looking for Hakoda. Won't be able to find him. And in the meantime, Adzentik just chases down Sweden Strong behind the tier 1 tower. Already gotten a double, looking for a triple. Doesn't have enough range though. Eki Not only picked up the shield rune, but also gets away from the DP. Still though, that's good stuff. Unfortunately though, Fluke, that is the first pop of Ghost. Weirdly enough, if I'm Leshrac, I am ecstatic at what just happened. I don't like dying, but I do like DP using her ultimate and not putting any damage on my tower while she does so.
Yeah, you do lose your first life, which is a little annoying, but as you said, first pop of Ghost, it means that you're still able to keep your tower alive. Previous game, Azad at this point was, half HP and used tower with a meteor hammer, so definitely feels like he's got a little bit more of this map to play around with. So this game is finally starting to stabilize a little bit here for D2 Hustlers. They've got the Vanguard up on Divine Llama, so he's going to be okay with just kind of sitting around doing whatever. Eki is in no man's. Did he just yoink? Did he yoink a Wisdom Rune?
He might have. I think so.
Hakoda,
Let's see. Sweden Strong and Hakoda. Okay, no, 1-1. Yeah. I think he might have just gotten there after it was too late.
Yeah. Pretty smart move for him at 7 minutes, especially with the shield rune.
Might die
but now
here,
it does get taken away.
Yellow Core has Avalanche, he has Toss, Divine Llama doesn't have Pit of Malice though. But I think they should have enough damage here. Eki, no way out, and wisely opts not to try for the TP attempt either. Top lane, something interesting has been happening here. Since they've been playing with this try versus try situation so much in the bottom, it's left Sven 1v1 versus the Timbersaw. And although you shouldn't die in that situation, you also put no pressure back on Timber. So we've had a fairly good recovery for Laze's net worth so far. Already caught up to the top 4, and he's completely uncontested. So this is going to keep increasing as time goes on.
Yeah, there's 30 extra last hits for Yuma though. So I think this is where it's going to start ballooning a little bit for the Sven now that he's got the Mask of Madness maxed out Greater Cleave as well. So he's able to just kind of run around in these little jungle camps here and start hitting some creeps. This is the awkward thing sometimes for some of these carry players is nobody knows a farming pattern anymore. Just because of the distance between a lot of these camps, you don't know if you're setting your attention towards the top side, whether or not you're saying main jungle. But definitely I feel like these heroes are going to be farming creeps fast, farming creeps early, are going to be having a lot better time than some of these other heroes who can't really do that.
Ghost get popped yet again, second go around. This time it's not aggressive for heroes, but it's aggressive for objectives. They want to at least bring this tower down low. Looks like PuckChamp don't really have any keen interest in defending this one. They don't have a Sea Dragon, but it does seem like D2 Hustlers will nonetheless clean up the tier 1 tower. This is kind of interesting that PuckChamp completely decided against defending this one, but I guess they feel like they require the farm a little bit more right now. So D2 Hustlers do claim it. Tier 1 tower claimed in this mid lane. It's their first tower of the game as they have lost top, but it is as usual. Well, actually, I'm not sure how that's going to change. What do you think? Will the map changes mean that the mid tier 1 isn't the most important tower in the game anymore?
I still think they're pretty important just for being able to take over real estate, but I think you need to make sure that you put a lot of pressure on the outside neutral camps as well. Sweden strong. Oh! It was like 10 HP. Damn.
He's fine,
Feels
bro.
good, man.
Feels good. Feels nice.
Tweet.
Alright. We'll see what moves they're going to make from the side of PuckChamp, because so far they've been very static with how they've been approaching these first few minutes of the game. Just trying to get farm and farm and farm. I suppose low skill doesn't mind playing the exact same game again. Nor does Laranov. Nor does Laze. But
yeah.
Somebody has to try and make something happen in this game, right? It's not like they're playing into an OD. This time it's a Death Prophet middle, so she becomes a much more persistent and long-term problem than the OD does with a good start.
Yeah. Especially because I'm not 100% sure if the exorcism change... I guess it nerfs her damage overall, but I guess when she's closer to people, she does more damage. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't really know how exorcisms are really going to work all too much in these fights, whether or not you're going to be dealing more damage or less damage. So, I'll have to wait and see what DP scaling is going to look like with exorcism. But I think with PuckChamp, because all three of their cores scale really well, like this Timber can get to like unkillable status, that they're kind of happy with this. I think maybe you want to try and play a little bit more aggressive with Laze just so that Yuma's not having a free time. But I mean, at this point, I think PuckChamp showed in game number 1 that their tri-core can scale relatively well. And as long as they're not getting completely run over by the 20-30 minute mark, I think they should be happy.
So far, though, they are still in much need of some network to be filtered into Laranov's hands, as he's the lowest of all the cores. Gonna stay that way for now, as they are pushing onto the tier 1 tower for D2 Hustlers in the bottom lane. Siege Wagon is assisting with this, and there's no commensurate push on the other side of the map. So it's going to be just a quick jump. They're looking for a Hakoda potentially, but they can't kill off the Ice Blast because he was wise enough to throw out that Nightmare. And Hakoda might actually live. He's actually going to survive. That was such a sick play from a Bane. And sometimes these Banes have outplays. Y'all don't tell me this hero is boring. It can be exciting at times.
Yeah, he had the hands. He clicked his buttons fast enough. They know that Sweden Strong is around. They have that sentry, so they know exactly where he is. Dust him up.
And kill him off. Bye-bye.
Yeah, okay. Just enough damage. There we go. Thanks. Thank you, Dust. The fact that it's basically like an AoE gem, but also when you get out of Dust area, you're still dusted.
Yeah. Huge buff to Dust.
Crazy.
Dude, look at this. Actually, they smoke up right after the fight, and they got 6 for Bane. So they can find the grip. Oh, big plays. Good game sense from Laranov. TP's out.
Cat's Lays.
Lays, though, I don't think he caught the memo. He gets left behind, gets brought down. But it sucks, it hurts. It is a kill. It's more net worth for Adzantic, but Laranov gets to live.
Yeah, true. If they got Leshrac, that definitely would have been a juicy little target. Low skill now is getting close to his Manta style at 12 minutes in, so that feels pretty good. But the die cores, they're starting to scale. Adzantic as well as Yuma, they're starting to get to a point where they're feeling pretty happy with their net worth. You know, Davai Lama is still able to farm with it. Oh, they killed the Curry with the ulti orb. It's actually massive, because now it means that low skill is going to have to wait a couple of minutes before this Manta gets completed.
They're going to try and find a quick pick down bottom. Eki, don't know if he survived this one, my friend. They're going to try with this Ice Blast play, but he knows that he's just running. Just trying to have a good time before he goes down. Will die. It's a mega kill streak for Adzantic. Just picked up a BKB as well. You've got BKB, 3 raindrops, power treads, and a faded brooch. Good luck dealing with this Death Prophet right now. Avoid her at all costs.
Especially once he gets his 10 talent with the 12 magic resist.
Oh boy.
Like, he's going to have the base magic resist from him being an int hero. Well, I mean, him getting a lot of int because he is a int hero. So he's going to have a lot of resistance from that. And then he's going to get the magic resist from his talent. And then he's probably just going to get, like, a pipe from his Underlord body. And then it literally just means that he's going to be basically unkillable. And, like, you look at Timber as well, he's going to be on the same track with the amount of, like, magic resist he's going to have with all the stats that he gets as a universal hero. So, yeah, this I definitely feel like the int into magic resist change again. There's a reason why we took it out. The reason why we took out all these, you know, stats giving resistances and stuff like that, because stats in this game have not been dealt with for a very, very long time, and they have definitely crept out of control. That they just start giving too much, like way too much.
Remember strength giving status resist. Woo!
Oh, dude, you'd play Tiny and you would never be stunned. It was the greatest shit ever.
That was some good times. That was good times.
You'd walk in, you'd get roared, and you wouldn't even stop moving. You'd just be like, all right, sick, see you later, boys.
Speaking of see you later, boys, shout out big play from Eki. Plants the Observer Ward down, scouts out the smoke, breaks it with his own body as well. Scouts the Oracle, definitely knows he has backup behind him. And they were angling towards revealing the Blink Dagger from Yuma, so that's a solid amount of time he hasn't been utilizing this item to farm. However, they might get Lays again, as he's still in a dangerous area on the dire side of the map. They jump him. They should be able to kill him off here. Where's the silence from DP? There it is. There's no Guardian Greaves, no Dispel, no way to get yourself out of this one. So he will end up dead. Adzantic with their unstoppable streak. They did pop God Strength for this one, so ideally for the team, Yuma will be able to push into the tier 1 tower. At the same time though, low skill mopping up Hakoda and using his corpse to reveal the Manta style.
Yep. It's now feeling very similar to game number 1. It's a 4k net worth lead for D2 Hustlers. They're moving around the map against PuckChamp a whole lot better, who really like to play this much slower style of game and really just get a whole lot of net worth on low skills. So I'm interested to see what the transition is going to look like again here from D2 Hustlers. I think maybe the Death Prophet might be a little bit stronger than what the OD was. Interesting tactic from Sweden Strong.
Sweden Strong has been slept up, should die here. Absolutely no way to get him out. They throw in the Echo Shell with the Lotus Orb, but just the trade on the high ground. He's actually alive. They feed Strip instead onto Lays with Exorcism going, but he gets out of here. Cold Feet holds this Death Prophet in position as the Ice Blast lands on her as well. Somehow Sweden Strong not dead. And they don't have a gem this time around. They've already popped the dust they have available. So they cannot catch up to this Ricky. Everybody gets out. I can't help but feel like maybe Hakoda shouldn't have switched targets. Because they could have killed the Ricky, but they wanted the juicier pick on Lays. And they're still going for him right now. Looking at him in the mid lane. Toss back into the Exorcism Ghost. Pit of Malice is there, but there's the Echo Shell. Keeping him alive. Does he get out of this? He's rooted up. He's slowed up. But they don't have the damage to bring him down 100%. So he's chilling. Hashtag a space created, baby.
Bro, this Timber hero is balked. Like, I don't know. Somebody needs to check this hero out. This is something else. I understand they don't really have that much damage with the heroes that they have with like a DP as well as an Underlord. But you saw when they put a lot of heroes top and they killed him that time just before with Yuma's God Strength, that he still was able to survive for such a long time. And whether this hero is looking right now, definitely feel like he may get a little bit of the old nerf back coming his way very, very soon. But
733B coming right around the corner. You heard it here first.
Oh, can you imagine like the playoffs happen, or like, you know, these poor Div 2 teams with the little test rabbits, the little guinea pigs up against Ice Frog, and he just watches them, and then, you know, some of the other tournaments come around, the major comes around, and then you just get 7.33B, and everything's all fine and dandy again.
That would suck. I think this also sucks for Yuma. Look where he's at. He's inside smoke screen. He's been slowed up. Split Earth connects. Ice Blast. Make sure that he's brought low enough for Lays to mop him up. And now they're coming in with the Dark Rift on D2 Hustlers to try and contest this. Pit of Malice cancels the TP out from Eki. So at the very least they grief a little bit in this top side of the map, but they just lose Yuma just like that. And unfortunately they were trying to set up for a play onto the Naga side on the other side of the map by the graveyard. But Naga reads it, she just presses song, she's out. Absolutely no counterplay option available for D2.
Yep. And again, PuckChamp, they're just doing a good job at not letting this game snowball out of control. They understand that you can get a lot of net worth by winning fights, especially later on. So they're more than happy to just make sure they're not losing map control and not losing this game at a fast pace.
Oh, dude. Shout out Low Skill. He tried. Brings in the illusion to bounce off the Nightmare. Did his absolute best there to make sure that the Ricky could live, but ultimately not enough. They have ghosts, and I think they're tempted to try and pop these, but they also know that a fight is not that easy for them to try and achieve right now. They're sitting on Ice Blast down bottom. Divine Llama is in front of Low Skill, and Low Skill does not have access to the ultimate, but now Divine Llama, he's the one that might be dying. Rod of Atos cancels Low Skill's TP, and Low Skill is actually in a very awkward place right now. Needs to get to the gate ASAP. We'll try to move towards it. They brought in the Sven. Sven got vision. Sven, that does the Stormhammer. But there should still be enough damage. BKB popped by Yuma. Really wants to chase Low Skill, and we'll find him. 35 seconds in the grave, no buyback. On the other edge of the fight, Larenov has gotten involved right now. Pops his Bloodstone, but there's still Exorcism Ghost going for a few more seconds. They do quite a lot of physical damage onto this Lesh. They jump on top of him with the damage. It's enough to get the kill. Here comes Yuma again. Stormhammer going forward onto Eki. A couple of right clicks. Gets a kill. 4 for 1. They catch Low Skill, the big target. They prevent any reinforcements from saving him. And all of this started when they thought they could make a play onto Divine Llama. It turns out he was the one setting up a plays for his team.
Yeah, I think that was a little test from Low Skill. He's like, how strong am I in comparison to the Underlord? He went in with Mantis Style and freshly popped mirror images. Tried to get the kill with the Orchid. Wasn't able to get the kill, so he just had to fall back, and unfortunately for Low Skill, that meant that the rest of the cavalry was able to come in and be able to help him out, and he stayed alive even after getting a Ice Blasted, who does have the shard, so Eki picked that up for me. I appreciate that. It gives me a little bit of extra information on how good it is. From what I've seen so far, I think it's broken. I think it's bonkers. I think it's very, very good, especially once he starts leveling this bad boy up a little bit more.
Dude, look at this. They're actually going to try and steal their obelisk. They're trying to steal Joey's obelisk. Let's see what they can get out of this. Lace, he shows himself in the fight, jumping forward. Does have the Echo Shell on top of him, but there's still more than enough damage. Ice Blast comes through, connects on the 2 targets. They toss forward the Ricky, but they want Larenov. Yuma going in with BKB, Godstrike, unable to get the kill just yet. The Adantic is chasing, activates his own BKB. Exorcism Ghosts have now elapsed, so they won't have the damage to kill off the Leshrac. but they'll be more than able to mop up Eki. As he dies, they cannot protect their Tormentor. And Joey's Tormentor should get taken away. Free shot for the side of the D2 Hustlers. And game 2 looking way better for them overall.
Yep. This game, I think they understood from game number 1 about the issues that they had, that they weren't being aggressive enough and taking the objectives of the map away from PuckChamp, because obviously a lot more objectives on the map now. Tormentors, Watchers, Roshan, you know, all these different areas of the map that you really want to take over and get, instead of just, you know, getting your towers and then going and farming yourself, because there's much more space on the map that players can farm. So you need to make sure that when you get one of these early advantages, that you take over one of the big objectives on the map, whether it be the Tormentors or the bottom side of the map. And you have to figure out which one that your team wants to try and play for, because you need to start to squeeze the rest of the team as one player you know, soaks up the map. You need to make it so like the cores from the enemy team do not have enough space for them to farm out together, especially when you're playing up against a Tricore. No BKB.
There's no BKB, so that's going to be a very quick kill that ends up happening. Yuma goes in with BKB also not at the ready just yet. He pops it eventually to bring down low skill. Will succeed in doing so. Tiny found a nice avalanche here. They just mop up Eki. Toss forward onto Yuma. They want to make sure that the Sven is in the middle of the fray, but he gets himself caught up with the split earth. Here's the magic damage from Larenov. He's the real carry right now. Can they kill Yuma? Yuma life stealing to safety. He almost got back into a point where he could fight back against Laze as well, but he does eventually get popped. Laze get caught out with the Fiend's Grip. He's losing mana because he already threw out the Chakram, so he's also not that dangerous once the Fiend's Grip ends. They mop him up, they kill him off, they get a team-wide. D2 Hustlers lose 2 of their big cores, but make PuckChamp pay for every drop of blood that they extract.
Yeah, that was crazy. You could tell Yuma was a little scared, but as soon as you hit the fuck it button as like a carry and you just stand and fight with like lifesteal, I think a lot of people forget how strong lifesteal is against other heroes. 24% lifesteal on a hero like Sven is crazy, especially when you're sitting there and getting a lot of these right clicks off with like Echo Saber. If you have a crit, you're going to feel really good. And you're just able to live through a lot of these fights. And the fact that he just stood there, was able to get the extra kill onto Larenov was crazy. I thought that he was definitely going to go down before Larenov goes down, and then maybe the Leshrac takes over the fight. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is enough for you to start to become a believer, but from what I've seen from Yuma so far, he's playing this well because they're playing fast. And I think that's the big thing for the Sven, is he hits this critical timing much earlier than what the Naga does, and the fact that he's a natural counter to her, he's got these big items, and now he's going for a massive damage item with the Daedalus, that, you know, once his Daedalus timing hits, God Strength is going to be very, very scary, and if they're able to close off low skill and really kind of corral him into a rough spot now with his Aegis, then it's going to be hard for them to try and play the map. They need to kill this in 30 seconds, because Roche will run away.
Nah, they got this. Not I am a believer from in that fight. I'm fully on board with like Sven at this stage of the game, you know? It's easy to get him online. With his God Strength, he does an outlandish amount of damage before the enemy team is ready. But what I really believe in, my friend, if I'm going to be completely honest, is the power of Pipe of Insight. If Divine Llama doesn't have Pipe in that fight, it's a very different engagement. But
true,
because he does, Larenov can't find himself being this overwhelming machine of damage. And they wind up being able to easily clean up the fight. At the same time, though, let me not deny Yuma. Yuma played well. And whoever made the call to toss him forward in the fight is also a genius. Just be like, guys, if I'm there hitting these heroes, they will all die. So shout out to them.
Very true. Also, feels bad, man. Theolacor lost the 50-50 roll up against Adzentic. He's Death Prophet player. So feels bad when it comes to the shard roll. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's tree grab against a fear. You're probably more happy that it went to the DP than it is to Theolacor, but it's nice to give these supports some net worth, man. They're sad. They don't have their tomes anymore. They don't just get their free golds from like vibing out. They have to get kills now. It's rough.
I mean, we saw in the previous game, right, that when core heroes are like level 20, we had support at level 11.
Yeah.
And even in this game, right, Sweeter Strong is level 10, Laser's level 17. So we see Eki also at level 11, not really that high up on the XP mark. Very easy pick off to make. I think it's a really big problem that we're not getting experience onto Eki though. Like the difference between level 1 and level 2 Ice Blast is fairly significant. So them not being able to find that for him means that whenever he does land it, it doesn't feel as impactful as it could be otherwise.
Yeah, I wonder where all their wisdom runes have been going. I wish that was something we could see in like the post game. It was the amount of wisdom runes you would get. Whether it's just D2 Hustlers taking over that side of the map, or whether or not it's just PuckChamp just like forgetting about the wisdom runes every 7 minutes, and someone just like walks across and goes, "Oh, hey, this is cool," and they get the wisdom rune.
I'm like, "Oh, this is nice. Hey, thank you."
Yeah, it's like you greedy calls all the time. They just walk in and be like, "Yes, thank you."
We need to find out all of the stat sides. I wonder if they've been working hard today to add the shield runes, to add the wisdom runes, or if they're all slacking, just playing Dota. Imagine.
Playing the patch themselves.
So we actually haven't spoken that much about neutrals this game. And remember the question I was asking you in game 1? How many can be on the same team? Or in the same game, rather? This game has 4 faded brooches. 2 per side. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of nuts.
That's why I was confused as to why Iceberg brought this item back in, especially as a tier 1 item. Like, what? Like, I don't know what's going on. The fact that there's 2 Philo Stones on the side of PuckChamp as well is kind of crazy. I feel like you could probably have... I feel like you could probably have every hero in the game have the same neutral item if they all pick it. Like, I understand everybody has their individual choices, but I'm sure there's some permutation of, you know, an insane amount of odds to have 10 heroes have the same 5, well, not the same, well, one item that's the same in all 5 of their choices, and for them to then pick it as well.
All right, let us know in chat.
Extremely low.
Everybody in chat, let us know how many you've seen in one game. Down bottom, they're just going to make a quick run onto Laranov. Dude, that was... Woo!
Yeah, right. This fan. Big boy. Oh, he's going Harpoon. Let's go.
Dude, this Harpoon... When I read Harpoon, right, I was like, okay, there's so many heroes that buy Echo Saber that are just way better now. Like, they just look so good.
I think the crazy thing is, so I played a game today, and I played Juggernaut with a Harpoon. Don't blame me, guys. I won. Okay,
you played Jug? Oh, my God.
I played Jug Harpoon. It felt amazing. It felt insane. The amount of time... Oh, no. Low skill.
Nice, man.
Okay. It's a little bit of a bravado test. But the fact that, like... I thought it was going to be an item for these cores that don't like building Blink, just as, like, a gap closer. But now that I think about it, it's more for these heroes that like building Blink as well. Because you blink in, you get your first initiation, they force stuff away, you Harpoon them back. Absolutely obliterate them with Harpoon.
Mid lane, Sweden Strong is getting obliterated by the damage from D2 Hustlers. They take him out. Eki's been doing his best to try and intercept some of these ganks, but you're playing an Ancient Apparition. Your escape options are not that of a Marana, so he's been punished quite heavily and quite often. Will he be allowed to TP out? He does. The Oracle can't get there in time with the Avalanche. Still though, that's a 12k gold lead for D2 Hustlers. They're closing in the map right now. Yuma feeling incredibly strong, just finished off the 4 Harpoon. And I think one of the issues for PuckChamp is that unlike in game 1, where they had Marana and they have this Bounty Hunter, you know, heroes that can, like this Ricky can still sort of play the edges of the fight, but Eki just can keep getting caught out. And if he dies, that's just it, right? It's not like you can buy back, well, I'm going to throw in a Moonlight Shadow, I can come back with a stun. All you have is like buy back Ice Blast and hope to God they're still in the same location.
Yeah. And you can see now that D2 Hustlers, they're feeling a little bit less confident with the Aegis going away from them now, so they want to try and play this nice. I don't know if anybody saw that, but Theolacore just pulled an entire crit wave and brought it to Yuma. That is
like a boss.
That is some support mentality right there. I feel like most other tinies would have just Avatossed the crit wave and gotten out, but it is like, hey Yuma, you like hitting crits, bro? Let's get this. I do want to have a quick little check up on some of the items that we have coming up. It is interesting that we have the Dandelion Amulet for the Timbersaw. I think this makes him insanely strong at staying alive. There's also a Gossamer Cape for Adzantic, so it means that the first attack from the Nagathorn isn't going to go too far. I don't think it's that broken for Adzantic right now, just because there's not like a PA or like a Wraith King or a Sven that like dodging that first attack is like allows you to react, right? So it's pretty good with the move speed that he gets, but I mean, Fated Brooch does the exact same thing, but just gives you mana as well, so maybe that might have been better for Adzantic. I like that we have the Vindicator's Axe as well for the Sven, because he loves both of those, and I'm pretty sure, quote me if I'm wrong here, anybody, that Master Madness procs the 30 damage for you from Vengeance.
It should. It should.
Yeah. So basically you get 30 damage every time that you pop Master Madness.
Uh,
And then if you ever get stunned during Master Madness, you get 15 armor. So you're like, hell yeah. And plus you're playing against an Orchid as well, so you will be silenced. And same with Ricky. So like you're playing against a lot of heroes that will silence you.
Yeah. All right, let's see his indeed, plus 30 damage. I was looking at his damage. He did get the plus 30 when you're silenced up. Down bottom, Naga and Laze, they need to play very carefully as they're being smoked into. I'm very glad Laze went back for the Butterfly. He was building Aghanim Scepter first, and I was very skeptical, but Butterfly forcing an MKB out of the Sven feels good. And the Sven is going to go on to Laze right now, forcing him to use BKB. Will attempt to mount an escape. Yonoko throwing forward a tree, and they've actually got them in a pincer maneuver with the Dark Grip, but they're turning back. They want to try and bring down Yuma. Even through his BKB, he cannot survive against this. Brought down by Laze. They jump onto the Bane as well, killing him off. Buyback onto the Ancient Apparition. Eki wants to involve himself in this fight. They want to try and save Laranov. Laranov found an amazing 2-hero split earth. They're still chasing him though with Adzentik, and Adzentik should be able to find this kill. He does get it. The ghosts are also going hand here on top of this Timbersaw. In the meantime, Yonoko and the gang, they're busy holding this Naga Siren in position. And now Low Skill forced to Song and try and escape. Does he have the TP? He does, but Eki, not so lucky. So he's going to force back onto the high ground. Not going to even bother leaving behind any vision because he doesn't have any. Just gets brought down by Adzentik. This Death Prophet, man. They forgot how strong she can be even in this new iteration of the patch. She does 8,600 damage in that one fight. My god. That's so much damage.
Yeah. So I think maybe AP is strong. Very strong.
That seems right.
The fact that she does more damage when they're closer to you, and the fact that she's able to constantly just stay on top of a lot of these heroes. Like watch this fight, right? Like, Yuma pops his BKB early because he thinks that this is going to be a fight that he needs to try and play around with, and then he just gets kited out by the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast. But it's all about Adzentik. The fact that he has Ghost going the entire time, he's just able to stand there with, I think he got like 8 casts of Spirit Siphon off. The fact that he's just able to stay alive so long. Solo zones out 2 cores by himself, kills them both, and then turns around and gets the extra kill onto Eki, all while Low Skill has to just TP away from him. Like, this hero, I think, is insanely strong right now, and probably will be what teams are thinking about coming into their next couple of series, especially for Western Europe. The fact that a lot of these teams did really like Death Prophet already, and now they're just showing once again that this hero didn't really get touched. She got changed a little bit, but she's still bonkers.
And honestly, for me, when I was looking at the patch notes, I was like, y'all didn't address Spirit Siphon? Okay. Still an S tier hero. This spell is genuinely incredible. Like, every time I see it in action, we saw it in that last fight, I'm just like, wow, this exists, huh? Okay. Seems legit to me. And, you know, with the new buff up that you were mentioning with the Exorcism Ghosts, the closer they are, the more damage they dish out. That means inadvertently your Axe is also crazy strong if she's right next to you.
Very
that
true.
would do damage, bring in the next iteration of damage. Spirit Siphon Axe, can't wait to see it. And it might be coming later on in this game as Roche is about to respawn. It's only the one with the cheese coming soon, but PugChamp don't want to let it happen for free as they smoke up. It's a 5-hero movement. What can they find here? Sweden Strong taking the circuitous route so he can try and get a better angle of vision. And now they smoke on D2 Hustlers. They find the Pit of Malice onto one. Iona for the job behind Eki and Laranov, but they can't burst them just yet. Sweden Strong, he will die on the edge of the fight. Eki dies as well after dropping down the Ice Blast. Yonoko, the only one falling low on D2 Hustlers as his life gets taken away. I don't think D2 Hustlers mind too much. They just buy back instantly on Yonoko. Yuma looking for a blink target. He has blink. Low skill? Be very careful, my friend. Be very, very, very careful. And they just gonna go back into the pit here. PugChamp still want to try and fight this. They have Song available. Chakram can scout out who's in the middle of the pit. And yeah, like you mentioned, there's no more BKBs. Yonoko, though, he finds Low Skill. Can't find the toss back. Sweden Strong getting caught out yet again. And this is a dieback on a Ricky if he goes down. And indeed he does. Mega kill streak for Adzentik. Eki is about to respawn. Has the Ice Blast in 3 seconds. Would he try to throw this in from downtown? He TP to the tier 2 tower. And they come up the hill. D2 Hustlers, they want to force this fight. Low skill. Goes first onto Hakoda. Pops his BKB, but he gets himself grip for his efforts. And here is Yuma trying to beat down onto him. Doesn't have access to a God strength anymore. So doesn't have enough power to punch through the BKB. But they will do it when the BKB elapses. Divine Llama with the wicked 6 streak. But now Lays realizes that he has to try and run somehow. Nice little force off there from Eki. Timber chain away as well. And Lays staying alive for the time being. Unfortunately, Eki will not be so lucky. He dies. But the more important thing is that D2 Hustlers have officially secured the Aegis and dramatically won their team fight.
Yeah, this is probably what they were expecting from game number 1 here for D2 Hustlers, but the change now is Adzentic does a lot of damage. He's starting to become the carry for this team as well. Yuma. The thing is, when you have a dual core like this, even if you are against a tri-core, it's a dual core where you have to pay attention to the Sven. And if you don't pay attention to the Sven, he's going to cut you to pieces. But you have to deal with the Adzentic DP, and it's like these two dual cores, they both require your fullest attention to deal with them in a team fight, because otherwise they tear you to pieces. Whereas for PuckChamp, they've gotten to the point now where their Sven is good up against the two cores in the Leshrac as well as the Nagasar, and that he can kind of just run in there and deal with them, and they have to, deal with him in turn. And that just means that DP can put her emphasis onto the Timbersaw and even onto like things like the AA and the Ricky. So I like how D2 Hustlers are making sure that in these fights as well that they're not putting their DP and their Sven in the same kind of channel, right? Like you don't want to have both of them fighting next to each other on the same kind of target. You want to make sure that Yuma's going either onto the back lines or even onto the Nagasar, and while Adzentic gets a little bit of a flank and comes in on a different angle, so you can pull apart the attention that PuckChamp need to give these cores, especially when you're this far ahead, when you're 12k above, all your cores are feeling very, very happy. You've got a lot of mitigation with the Underlord, and you just force the frantic nature of this game to put more pressure onto PuckChamp than there actually is in the game. And that just means that you're able to win these team fights. And now they win a team fight, they abuse Fiend's Gate, they get themselves another Tormentor kill, they get themselves their final ag shot, I believe, in the game. No, Theolacor still lost the roll, which is hilarious to me, but still ends up being a better one than all the other ones, so they're probably pretty happy with how this is going. So yeah, D2 Hustlers, I think they figured out what they did wrong in game number 1, and they've really pulled it back here for game number 2.
Yep. One of the things that we also see vastly improved over game 1, Yuma. We see low skill win for this butterfly as expected on the Nagasar, but Yuma itemized against it. Didn't buy MKB, but did go in for this Bloodthorn. So once they can place this Rend, it'll guarantee that all the things will have True Strike.
Ooh.
And also you can, now that the BKB has changed, you can place this before the BKB duration ends.
Yep.
So that as soon as it finishes, low skill is suddenly in a very huge heap of trouble. Does still have an 8-second BKB though.
Radiant's middle tower
What?
is under attack.
Did anybody else see that interaction with Yules and BKB?
What, that he
he Yulesed him while he was BKB'd, but he wasn't able to move.
Uh-huh. Replay, please.
Yeah.
Replay, please.
I'm pretty sure.
Por favor.
I don't know, like that was weird. Dude, the way that they changed BKB, the interactions that I found in 2 games of casting, wild. Redonkulous.
They're going to need some redonkulous interactions here for PuckChamp if they want to save their base, as they're being pushed into. Ghosts are flying everywhere. Tier 3 tower in jeopardy. They did finish off a Hex on this Timbersaw, and the Nagasar is slowly but surely split pushing on the other side of the map. So they might trade tier 3 for tier 3. And Bane went back, so they actually have a slight numerical advantage if the Naga returns here for this fight. But they'll be happy to just take the tier 3. This is massive. The fact that this Naga was able to solo zone the entire team so that they couldn't go up the hill. If they end up winning this game, Fluke, this will be the play. It'll be this moment that changed everything for them. Especially if they can catch some kills right now in the retreat during the smoke.
Yeah, especially because she got a lot of damage on the range racks as well.
Yuma stop to farm. Yuma might just stop to be killed off because here's a Hex. They have the damage potentially. BKB will come out, and there's gonna come the TP. Nobody has a bash. No one has any way to cancel this. Still though, you did force him to use BKB. Is now down to 6 seconds. Closer than expected.
Yeah. It's definitely a clap back here from PuckChamp, and I agree with you. I think the way that Low Skill played that previous fight, getting himself some objective kills, and if he gets that range racks, then that just means that the range crits for that bottom side of the map are going to be, I don't want to say worthless, but they're like they become very not important for D2 Hustlers to try and deal with, right? Because the gold from them scales half as much as what it used to, and obviously it being a super creep, it's worth less than what a regular creep is going to be worth. So it is definitely going to be a rough time to try and deal with that bottom lane most of the time. But it's still kind of crazy that it's like it's 10,000 lead for D2 Hustlers, but it feels like this game is kind of even, right? Like it feels like depending on how these fights go and who really like kites out the BKB from this fan, if they can deal with Adxantic early on in these fights, that PuckChamp can really come back into this. But I mean, D2 Hustlers, they've been playing these fights to a T. They may have, you know, potentially been a little bit out macroed by low skill, but I mean, that's probably the only blip on the radar that I've seen from them so far.
I think for me, one of the big things about how this game is going for them is how well they were able to do against Lorinov early on. He's been sitting at the bottom of the net worth of these cores for pretty much most of this game. I think there were blips where he was a little bit ahead, but they made sure that he's not enjoying himself as he was in game 1, and has translated quite greatly into ensuring that they can reliably kill him in these fights. He's died 5 times already, certainly not looking to die more. However, the later this game goes, Fluke, eventually if Leshrac gets like Octarine, if he builds another E-Blade, this is another phenomenal game for E-Blade. And if he gets tanky enough, I start to worry again for D2 Hustlers. So they need to keep their foot on the gas right now. They're attempting to do so with the smoke. Sadly, they don't find anything. They've already TP'd out. They've left some vision behind them as well on the side of D2 Hustlers. So D2, yeah, don't farm their jungle, but PuckChamp has also been bought a little bit more time.
Yeah, this game really has started to grind down to not much, right? And as you said, the Sven's eventually going to get out carried because he relies so heavily on his BKB. They're going to start getting the HP that they need as well. Low skill is playing around with this Trickster's Cloak on the left-hand side of this map. I think they know that he's around here somewhere. Oh, low skill, he walked the high ground.
Oh no, low skill. Does he get off the song anyway? He does, but they've got BKB on Yuma. He might still survive this, actually. He's going to try mate. I don't know about that TP. I mean, BKB was about to finish on Death Prophet and the Sphere. It's an awkward decision to make. Mid lane, they jump speed and strong, should be an easy kill. And we're talking about how they might get to a point where they can out-carry D2 Hustlers. That doesn't happen if everybody just keeps dying. As they bring down speed and strong, Eki is certainly going to be dead to rights as well. Yuma with the double kill. Man, PuckChamp.
All right.
2 steps forward, 4 steps back as they find themselves having to defend the high ground yet again with the tier 3 tower. Unfortunately though, there are no ghosts. I say that, never mind. Adxantic refreshes, go straight into the exorcism, and they're probably going to force some buybacks and or get a lane of racks for themselves.
Yeah, Lorinov popped BKB as well, so that's that's rough. Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to fight this, right? Because they usually try and rely on BKB CDs, but Adxantic Refresher Orb, so he's going to have his back. He's got the Ghost running as well. Yuma, he's the one that is lacking the BKB, but it's going to be very hard for them to initiate, especially if they did buy back on any of their heroes. It would have been hard for them to play around them, but low skill does respawn. They don't lose too much. It is just 1 lane of rack, so we've seen in the past you're able to come back from this. It's not the worst, not the end of the world, but I think Roshi is super important for these next couple of fights.
Not only have we seen in the past, we saw in the last game that 1 lane of racks isn't enough. D2 Hustlers were 2 lanes of racks up before they lost their first one, and still ultimately lost the game. So can never take anything for granted in Dota 2 right now, especially with everything being changed up. They smoke up on PuckChamp, looking for somebody to be able to jump on. Yuma just bought out for a Refresher Orb, so he will have a dual Bloodthorn, but more importantly, dual BKB and dual God Strength for the fights.
He's going to be hard to kite around for 12 seconds. They do have... Does Net go through BKB? No, it does not. I think it's the Ags that goes through BKB, right?
Yeah. The Ags reload, it should. And they're going on to Adxantic. He TP'd into this fight, wanting to force it, and it looks like it might have been a decent idea. They're going in onto Lorinov. Yuma already got off the BKB, so he can cleave him down even through the sleep. And now they want their attention towards Sweet and Strong. He doesn't have a way to escape this. They have the vision for him. Toss forward. Ooh, Eki. TP's out just before any kind of spells come in from the Bane. They didn't have Nightmare or Grip though, so he probably escapes anyway.
Oh, low skill. They ganked him with Fiend's Gate.
Dude, is he actually dead? Low skill? He doesn't have Song anymore. He does have BKB. And he has TP out in another 20 seconds. They're gonna still try though. They know where he's at. They're smoking for him. Goes in with the Trickster Cloak. Trying to hide under the cover of darkness. They really want this kill.
Oh,
this is so worthwhile. They got him. Dude, 8 seconds. 8 seconds. Can he survive 8 seconds? There's the BKB. Song TP in 3, 2, 1. And he's got it. He's got it. He's safe. He's safe. No,
he has no song.
He doesn't have Song. He doesn't have Song. Oh, God. I didn't realize he still doesn't have Song. My bad. Well, the cooldown's a bit too long. He popped it on the top side of the map. Comes bottom. It's still on cooldown for another 15 seconds. And he's dead, my friend. That is no a buyback available, but DP, Underlord, they're already beating onto your tier 3 tower, so you're gonna have to buy back sooner rather than later if you have any hope of only playing against one lane of super creeps.
Yeah, that was a bit rough there for low skill. I think this is something that a lot of people really do forget about with Underlord is Fiend's Gate, like just getting ganked by Fiend's Gate. Especially now with the twin gates as well, you have to worry about the top to bottom rotation. Can be very, very scary, but Divine Llama has been showing us time and time again. This isn't the first time he's done this with Fiend's Gate. He's one of the players in the offlane that really abuses this this spell.
Yeah,
and you can see now, like they literally just Fiend's Gate into Roche Pit, kill Roche, and then if they do it, I mean, they won't be able to do it fast enough, but if they did it fast enough, they Fiend's Gate back down bottom, and then they're just like inside the base again instantly. But they can just walk here, kill Roche, go over to the twin gate, go back bottom, and walk in through that bottom lane. And it just means that they move so much faster across the map than anything that, you know, we've seen in the past. Even though the map is 40% bigger, it doesn't feel like it when you have these kind of global abilities.
Oof. Alright, so they've gotten themselves an Aegis on Yuma. The Sven looking very strong in this game. Also, shout out to Hakoda for how much farm he's been able to pick up on his Bane. Blink, BKB, and obviously the Telescope making a massive difference as well. Diolico's also been having a great game. Blink, Wind Waker this early on. Just everything coming clutch for D2 Hustlers as here they come for potentially the last fight. Underlord heads up the hill, but he knows he won't die here. Still has BKB, still has the Pipe of Insight to pop, and he knows he has backup as well. As into coming in with these ghosts. They want to get the second lane of racks here completed, and then finish off the range racks down bottom to get the full megas. Yuma jumps in, just wants the melee, pumps BKB to make sure that this can happen. They got hit with the Ice Blast, but what do they care? Not enough damage to bother them.
Oh,
they jump in right now, they get the Hex out onto Yuma. Can they kill him in this duration though? The answer is no. He's still alive, getting healed up. There's gonna be a Song of the Siren popped by low skill, but they don't kill anybody during this song. This is just to bail Lauren off out of trouble.
The song meant that Sven survived, man.
Yeah, it does.
They songed when he had double chakram on him. Oh, that's just a little rough. They have found Hakoda though.
I'm not sure if Hakoda even dies that easily. Like he dies, but that was a bit of effort from them to bring him down. Still though, at least they're playing away from their base. That's the most important thing for me right now. They're only one range rack short of being megaed completely. So the last place you want to be is on your half of the map where it's easier for D2 Hustlers to invade the base and make that happen. Yeah.
And now they kind of just have to be on the aggressive for PuckChamp because there's one racks left. It's the range racks before you get megaed. At that point, even with the Timbersaw, I don't think you're really going to be able to outlast these fights just because it's so hard for you to try and do the damage up against these guys just because it feels like that there is a little bit too much survivability from them, especially with the Death Prophet. So, yeah, it definitely feels like they need to try and get some sneaky stuff. Finally, Thiola Core gets his Aghanim Shard. Congratulations. So he's feeling good that he now has no charges on his
Is he
free
the
grab.
last one in the game to get it? Yeah, he is. It's the last one in the entire game to get it.
No, yeah, true. To be fair, a lot of the other ones are actually like really good for the heroes that they're on, whereas like Thiola Core's is like Garbonzo. Like he's just like, why do I even care? You know?
Like, what have you done for me lately? I guess that.
To be fair, if this game goes like 70, 80 minutes and he transitions to like Ags Daedalus,
Oh shit.
I'd feel good about it.
They were doing a Dark Rift play. They thought about it. They were gonna do some cool stuff top, but nobody home. They've already left on the side of PuckChamp. No Aegis to collect either. Well, now it is about how everything that matters now is buybacks. That's the only important statistic for PuckChamp. Let's just smoke up. They're gonna find a Coda. This should be an easy kill for them. Doesn't have an Aeon Disc, has no way to prevent this from happening. And as he dies, D2 Hustlers still feel strong enough that they might contest this area, but we'll see how far PuckChamp want to go. Sadly, they did pop the Ice Blast. If they still had Ice Blast, maybe they can aggress into this, but it feels like they kind of need this against some of these tankier heroes, especially the Sven and the DP. Otherwise, there's too much sustain between the Spirit Siphon of this DP or just Sven being Sven. Although Sven doesn't have any lifesteal himself anymore though, so that could be a window of opportunity for them.
Yep. So now we are looking at the state of the game with 20,000 golds. I still haven't seen Sven harpoon someone. Have you?
Yes, he harpooned twice, I think.
Oh, okay.
Once in that fight just in front of the Roshan pit, and then once in that massive blowout that they had around bottom.
I gotta pay more attention to Yuma. Harpoon favorite item.
And I think he used it, if I'm not mistaken, onto the... At some point when we were taking down the Tormentor, the Joey Tormentor, I saw that it was on cooldown, so I imagine he might have used it then. I'm not sure.
Yeah, true. Could probably even just use it if you're like running around the jungle, right, or something like that. It's like 19 seconds. Costs no mana, which I think is crazy that it costs no mana.
Yeah,
but...
I agree, it's nuts, dude. We'll see if he uses it now, though, as they're gonna smoke up, looking for a fight. Aegis is about to expire. Oh, Bane popped BKB as a Coda. Got jumped on, but here they go onto low skill. Yuma really wanted to try and find a kill. Didn't get anything just yet as they blow up a Coda first and foremost. And now we're coming back onto Divine Llama. Divine Llama's about to die. Eki does get taken out, but it's still not going to be good enough. And Yuma certainly wants to watch himself. Exorcism going all around here for Adzentic. He's trying to chase down some of these targets. Yuma brings down Speed and Strong. And here Adzentic gets hit with the Ice Blast. Gets hit by a low skill. Low skill is going to be able to bring him down. He's dead. Does have buyback though. In the meantime, Divine Llama pops BKB on the left side of the fight, looking for Laurenoff. Won't be able to find him. BKBs and TPs out. Blaze in the midst of Yuma and Theoloco will find himself getting burst down by the Sven. So that is a very chaotic fight that ends up happening here. It does require a buyback out of this Underlord. Buybacks on the supports as well on PuckChamp. But in the grand scheme of things, I would much rather be in the PuckChamp side of things after that fight, as they get the lion's share of the gold, but also a massive amount of experience.
Yeah, that was a very, very messy fight for both these two teams. There wasn't really any concentrated fronts for them to fight around. It was hard for them to lock onto any of these heroes, but the big thing for me is PuckChamp baited all of the BKBs. That was double BKB from both the Death Prophet as well as the Sven. They did a beautiful job at cutting the Sven away from the Death Prophet and forcing it so they could focus on one of these cores one at a time. This is what I talked about a little bit earlier, is like when you have these two cores that I like this in regards to the Sven and the DP. If you're able to separate them, if you're able to make it so you can just focus on one of them at a time and, you know, kite one of them around, force one of them to use things disadvantageously, then it really does mean that it mitigates the mental gymnastics that you need to do in a team fight and be like, okay, now I need to try and do this against the Sven and then do this against the DP so I can kill her or I can kill the Sven or, you know, get away from the Sven, all that kind of stuff. And if you're just focusing on a DP and just say, all right, as long as I stay away from her Spirit Siphon and she doesn't get all this healing off and then we hit her with an Ice Blast, she's going to die. And that's exactly what happened. She did die. So yeah, it's a little rough. Can we... Well, hold up. I was just like, I just checked Eki. It's 55 minutes and he's level 16. What?
Dude, I was about to bring this up and
Sven
say,
is
you
28.
You said it, bro. Lack of experience in this game for these supports. They're struggling. Bane is also level 17. 55 minutes into the game.
Dude. Sven is 28 and A is 16. That is... Oh, that is cap, man. These support players, they are down bad, bro. Down bad.
Hating life right now. So I mean, this is what happens. Games like this, your cores are taking everything from you. I feel especially bad for Hakoda. Look how close he is to 18. He's like, guys, I've almost got level 3 Fiend's Grip, boys. It's so good. Just maybe have a creep here or there. No, the creeps are mine. He's got it now.
Dude, low skill took the wisdom rune from Eki. It was 2.2k experience. That would have given him a level and a half. God, give him the wisdom rune.
Low skill needs 25, my friend. That's what's up.
Ah. Yeah, but surely you want level 18 Ice Blast. An extra 1%, 32 damage for us, an extra 12 damage per second, and it lasts an extra second on top and does 400 extra damage, like 100 extra damage, and 10 seconds less cool. Like, come on.
Roshan! Agent Roshan! Dude, he's almost started the fight with the big bash. Alright, Eki's dead. Gets jumped on. Aeon Disc will be there. Sweet and Strong dies first. We get off a Fiend's Grip on our Timbersaw. Will Yuma be there to supply the damage? And indeed he will, but the Split Earth from Laranov bails out the Timber. Timber will live. Low skill. Try to go in with the escape after getting off the Song of the Siren, and he TPs out to safety. Has the bots too, so that goes really, really quickly. At the same time, though, they have caught Laranov. He does not have BKB TP, as his TP is still on cooldown for another 9 seconds. And he is very dead. But at the same time, this Bloodstone making this a more difficult affair than D2 Hustlers thought it would be. They still managed to bring him down though. Had they had vision on this high ground, at the moment that Roshan bashed Yuma, that would have been a sick time to engage the fight. But sadly, they didn't have the immediate jump, and they end up not being able to capitalize on that slight moment.
Yeah, and you can just see the issues when you're fighting in these tight little choke points as well, playing into these heroes. I think they did a beautiful job. Oh, there's a fight bottom. Divine Llama, he brought back, I'm pretty sure.
Divine Llama did indeed buy back, so if he dies here, it's a dieback. Adzentic though, he still has access to a buyback if needs be, but the question is, does Low Skill? And Low Skill does, because Low Skill is indeed about to die here, taken out by Yuma. Gonna be a massive streak now beyond godlike for the Sven, and they get some megas at the same time. While this is happening, Theoloco is busy finishing up the range racks by himself, and they dark rip forward. Look at my man's Divine Llama go. They get the quick pick. Oh, they're looking for it onto Eki. Still alive for a moment. 3 more seconds until he had his Aeon Disc. He dies before it comes out. Laranov and Nagasai both forced to buy back Fluke. These are the big heavy hitters on the side of PugChamp, and now if they die again, the game just ends.
Yep, this is Struggle Street right now. Oh, Theola caught 3-man avalanche.
Finds
they got the grip too.
The grab onto Low Skill. They find the Fiend's Grip. BKBs were popped though, so they can maybe turn this fight around. They're going in with the damage. Laranov will find himself caught up with the Nightmare. Low Skill forced into the Song. But there's a BKB from Hakoda. He blinks forward. He nightmares up Low Skill. There will be an Abyssal Blade coming forward, but Yuma coming forward with damage as well. Low Skill has no more tools to defend himself.
Oh,
he just goes down. They still have the grip available for this Lesh Rack. They jump on him. They should be able to kill him off. Lays will throw in an impressive looking chakram. It almost kills Yuma. It actually does kill Yuma, but that's only life number 1, my friend. He's coming back for some more. They do bring down Divine Llama. The Ice Blast plus the damage from Lays, more than enough to kill him. But unfortunately, as Lays dies, he's the only one with buyback still remaining on his squad. He will use it, but 2v5, or 2v4 rather, I don't know if you can make this one happen. This would be the hold of the Sentry Fluke. And they go in, Hex, onto Sven, but at the same time, Theoloco jumps in, tossing Eki towards the Death Prophet. This time around, there is going to be an Aeon Disc to keep the Bane alive, or the AA alive. Bane is still very healthy. And Lays can't do anything. They're just ignoring him. They're like, well, what now, mates? You can pull up, you can try and stop us, but you do not have the damage. And if you jump us, you don't have the HP to survive said jump. You will be able to just quickly pick off this Bane Elemental. This time Hakoda not looking so healthy. Does buy back though. Theoloco jumping in, finding the Avatars onto Eki. And Eki right in front of Yuma. They clean him up. That is just one less hero to worry about. Lays does pop his BKB. They really want to kill this Timber. He really wants to defend his base. They're definitely not going to allow him to do so though. As Sven almost dies to some of the chakram damage. Sweet and Strong just came back just to die. And they throw back Lays. They take away his life. They take away this game. And they force us to a deciding game 3. GG, well played is called. D2 Hustlers have done it. The nice patch comes out at the very end there. Divine Llama's like, Good job, Ice Frog. Good job.
Yeah, this patch is long. This patch is very long. The average games of today have been, what, like 50 plus minutes or something like that, which is absolutely nuts. That I understand that, you know, new patches can kind of bring people to not be able to understand when they can and can't end the game, but sometimes in these new patch days, you can get into a game where a team just finds something broken and the game ends in 20 minutes, right? But this just hasn't happened. Both these two teams are going tooth and nail in it and really just putting up a heck of a fight. And it feels like at no point that you're ever really out of the game. Even if you are the team that is behind, it seems like that there's one team fight that you can take and you get a lot of gold to come back in. We saw it in game number 1. That was a big gold swing that was able to get off the back of like 1 to 2 extra fights. D2 Hustlers, they did a really, really good job at trying to deal with these tanky dual cores, but I think for me, Laurenov, it really just didn't have a game this time around. That was the one thing against this tri-core, is the fact that they just didn't have the Leshrac to be able to do the damage for them. And at Xantic, man, I mean, what a player. He had a rough game 1, wasn't able to scale properly, and now he comes in with his Death Prophet and deals quite handily with them. So these tanky cores that can deal damage, Timbersaw, Death Prophet, are going to be very, very scary in this patch if there's not, you know, like an A or a B patch that's going to happen within the next week or two. So looking to see D2 Hustlers trying to put a lot more priority back on this Death Prophet once again, with how strong it has been, and maybe get rid of the Ancient Apparition, which was a good hero, but I think there definitely needs to be something changed with some of these heroes to be able to give them a little bit more of the network. To be fair, I think he did die a decent amount of times, so that's probably why he doesn't have the experience. But the fact that he's level 16 and Sven is like level 28, level 29 is kind of ridiculous. Like even in the previous patch, if you were getting smacked that hard, you still wouldn't be that far behind.
I mean, the fact that he ends an hour-long game at level 17, doesn't have the level 3 ultimate. At the end of an hour-long affair, that should not be happening. To be fair, he was also the only person in the game sub-level 20. Everybody else had more than him. They did not prioritize giving him any sort of room to flourish in this game for Eki, unfortunately. So his ability to have meaningful impact in these fights absolutely got taken away early on. Like you mentioned, Laurenov didn't have a game either, so he was protracted into when he could actually get involved in the game. By that point, he's a few items behind. Way too much strength on this Yuma Sven, who, shout out to him, had a very good game on the Sven. Itemized correctly, came out of the lanes decently, farmed like a demon, and dealt an outstanding amount of damage. But I will not feel comfortable seeing anybody else other than Xantic as my MVP for this game. Like, the other core also had a fairly dominant performance. Like 45 kill involvement is no joke whatsoever. But this Death Prophet, she had 34 kill involvement, or 44 rather, without only dying twice. Just what more can you want out of a hero? Dominated the game, took the tower very early on, kept killing off the Leshrac, didn't die herself, bought the right items to force the fight to elongate and focus onto her so that Yuma can come in for the cleanup. Just perfect game from Xantic from start to finish.
Yeah, especially when Xantic, when I look at this roster, he's been one of the real standout players for me. They've all been really, really good players in this tour of the DPC, but the way that he's been able to play a lot of these mid lane matchups has really, really impressed me, and I think he's got a long career ahead of him. He seems like he's very hungry to perform as well, which is a good thing for this team, and a good thing especially if they do go in towards Division 1, because you need to have that extra bit of hunger to go and take it to those big teams up in Division 1. So the way that they're playing right now, they did have a little bit of a stumble, losing you know, a series or two here or there, but now they're definitely going to try and clean this one up. It is, to be fair, one day at the patch, so nobody really knows what's going on, but when you get these heroes that are comfort heroes for these players, you just allow them to play their own game. And, you know, a player like Xantic, I think you need to put him on these carrier kind of heroes and not have him be this kind of enabler mid lane.
Well, he was carrying this game pretty hard, enabling his team through damage and offense from the mid lane. So we'll see if they can do so yet again for game number 3 and ensure that they get the 2-1, put them literally one game away from guaranteeing a spot into Division 1. Or if PuckChamp will still hold on to their spot here in Div 2 and make game 3 a very interesting affair. Given how these games have been going, get some coffee. We're going to be here for a while. So see you soon for some more Dota 2 action in just a couple of minutes. Game 3, the finale of the night, coming shortly. So don't go anywhere. Dota resumes in just a moment.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome back one and all here for some Dota 2 action. We round out this day with PuckChamp versus D2 Hustlers. We round out the day with the third game. We've gone the full distance. And of course, this is the first day of 7-3-3. This is a legitimately new era. There's been a lot of times in this series where I've looked and been like, this feels very unfamiliar. But we're going to get used to it. This is our home for the next while. And we're going to see exactly how all these games pan out. Right now though, Fluke, it is down to the wire. D2 Hustlers, if they win, then that means that Ancient Tribe has to beat them to force tiebreakers. If they lose, then whoever wins between them and Ancient Tribe guarantees the slot into Div 1. And then, of course, PuckChamp, if they win, they get to at least stay in the division a little bit longer. But if they lose, then suddenly we're in a tiebreaker just to remain kind of situation. So all to play for. What do you think the momentum has shifted towards right now between the two squads?
I definitely feel like that D2 Hustlers have a much better momentum coming into this game number 3 because they started off both games really, really well and they just kind of fumbled the bag a little bit. In game number 1, they let PuckChamp come back into the game. They didn't really scale as hard as they needed to. They weren't able to kind of close out the map up against this Nagasaran who got really, really big and was hard for them to deal with without like an MKB and all that kind of stuff. I think they changed some of their heroes up a little bit as well, which I really liked for them. It just gave them a lot more purchase in this game number 2 and going into game number 3. I think they've got a lot more heroes up their sleeve as well, and also if they win this series it gives them more of a safety net. So I think that's a big reason why they really want to win this series. At the end of the day, the result doesn't exactly matter when it comes to getting towards Div 1 and Div 2 because they still have to beat Ancient Tribe, as you said. But going into that final series, if you have the safety blanket of you go to that series versus Ancient Tribe and the worst thing that happens means that you get to play them again in a best of 3 with an extra couple of days of, you know, patch reading and all that kind of stuff, then that just makes you feel a whole lot more at ease if you're D2 Hustlers.
Yep. D2 Hustlers, it's always easier to get the guaranteed path into Div 1 than have to take the long circuitous route. And like you say, getting that safety blanket would make a huge difference. For PuckChamp though, this is when they need to show what they're truly made of. Their back's against the wall. A lot of their players have made the move from playing in Eastern Europe. They've come into Western Europe, and let us see if they'll be able to get some victories to justify having made that transition and show this region exactly what they're made of. We're getting into the second draft right now between these two sides. PuckChamp have yet again selected Radiant. The side of D2 Hustlers have yet again selected to go for second pick. And before we get into the game, Fluke, what have you made of Radiant versus Dire in this series? Have you seen any meaningful differences just yet that make you believe that there's a bit more parity between the two sides?
Yeah, I think Radiant is definitely stronger when it comes to farming from what I've seen so far. I think a lot of the Dire safe laners really don't like that top part of the map. To be honest, it feels kind of icky to be there, if I'm being honest. Like, it just feels like a weird place on the map to be, just being able to farm those camps up there, whereas the Radiant side feels a little bit more natural to be on that bottom half of the map. So it could be one of those things where it just feels a lot better to be on the Radiant side. There may be a little bit of faster patterns to play on the Radiant side, and I think most players, if Radiant and Dire are like relatively even when it comes to like their win rate and how they move around the map and stuff like that, they're just going to naturally go towards that because playing from bottom to top feels a lot better than playing from top to bottom, just by the way, the nature of MOBAs. So that could just be a little bit of a comfort thing for them. Whereas I really like the D2 Hustlers are sticking to the second pick because, again, it's very early on in the patch. So like, I don't think anything really stands out as Omega broken that you really have to just be like, oh crap, we really can't let them have like, say, Lena of patches of the past.
I kind of have this feeling that Beastmaster might be that hero. That hero feels stupid busted right now. It being a universal hero means you get much more out of your wild access because they decrease the mana cost as well on that spell. So you just get way too much right-click damage as the game goes on. Primal Roar's like whatever because of the nerfs, but you just also have access to be able to take over these creeps once you buy a Helm. And the creeps in the game I think are really, really good to try and get for yourself. I'm glad PuckChamp did pick this Enchantress, but D2 Hustlers go for a response we've seen many, many times against the Ench with the opening pick Mirana. They followed this up with Clockwork, which looked very, very good for them in game 1. And I will say, one of the big things for them, I think, about grabbing this Mirana, not only is it good against the Enchantress early on, but you're denying it away from Eki. Eki's Mirana has looked very, very good, but now he's going to be forced to either play this Enchantress or demonstrate his skill at a different hero. And really, you can feel the difference when PuckChamp has Eki on a comfortable Mirana and when he doesn't.
Yeah, very true. I think that has been their standout hero for a little bit here as their pos 5, because I don't think you really need all too many like traditional 5s anymore with the way that you're able to play these lanes. You're able to just kind of lane out with the, you know, if you right click, throw some spells here and there, and it still feels pretty good for the Mirana. And as you said, she can farm really fast. She deals with the Enchantress as well. And I think Moonlight Shadow is going to be one of those ultimates, or one of those abilities that's going to be annoying to deal with. Like, invisibility itself is kind of annoying, but the way that the map is now, that it's 40% bigger, you can't cover as much, you know, as much as these like pathways as you usually could, and you have to carry a lot more dust, and it's going to get to a point where your carries are a whole lot more slotted because they don't want to carry the dust, and then your support's going to have it, and that one time that you don't have it, then you just are able to get away scot-free or even get a good gank off. So I think Mirana is definitely going to be in the forefront for a lot of these teams for a long time. Just with the way that she scales, can build a lot of these different items and do really well. But I also think Dragonite is going to be one of those heroes that we'll probably see a whole lot more of. So how good he was to be able to scale, and I don't think his tank ability really got nerfed all too hard.
Nope. He's still pretty beefy. So I think DK is perfectly fine. He actually has more strength than he used to in the previous patch. So he's actually tankier than he used to be. Can still occupy a bevy of different roles. So I like what I'm seeing right now from PuckChamp. And also another thing about this Mirana hero, you were talking in game 1 about how Ricky is a lot better given the all additional pathways you can take. That sort of applies to Mirana as well. This hero being able to just hide in more pockets, get off more arrows from locations you could possibly not see coming, and of course getting leaps into key locations to plant vision, very, very good. Another one thing I want to see in this draft though is D2 Hustlers. What's going to be the mid hero for them? Because I have a feeling that PuckChamp are going to ban out the Death Prophet. I can't imagine that they would allow that hero to go through. Like, they're banning some of the better heroes from D2 Hustlers. I would be shocked and amazed if they let Death Prophet through as well, just given how good he looked in the previous game.
Yeah.
She did too well. At the same time, maybe PuckChamp try to take the gamble and roll the dice that D2 Hustlers won't pick it on the 15, but that feels to me like a bit too much to ask for. Like, I think you have to get rid of that hero or have an excellent plan in mind ahead of time for dealing with her.
Yeah, I think if you're going to have that gamble, you're going to have like a really sick 1-2 response, right? Like, you're going to have to make sure that like you come up with a really good idea for 16-17 to be able to just say, all right, we're going to go AA +1 and DP is not going to matter to us. We're just going to blow her up in these fights. She doesn't matter, and you can have it, and we're just going to get this good counter, and you can't really respond to it with your final pick of this second phase. So we'll see what this final ban is going to be here from PuckChamp. It's either going to be Death Prophet or maybe a hero along the lines of like I think Puck has really started to grow on a lot of these different players with the right click build coming back. You know, you go Witchblade, Shard, Aghanim Scepter is really, really good as well. And you know, you just go in, do your natural stuff as Puck, but then you can also follow up with a lot of this extra right click damage. The Dream Coil isn't as good as what it used to be, but still, I think it's more about the fact that Puck's just going to do a lot more damage. They get rid of the Slark, though.
Okay. Here's another answer, right? They might be going for Drow. Drow or Nature's Prophet, one of these heroes. Drow is... Oh my god, Drow is even better right now, dude. Holy smokes. You pick Drow, DP or something? Or just get DP, maybe. I don't know, but either way... You get I like the fact that they get Terrorblade on the side of D2 Hustlers, so they have an answer to the Death Prophet if it comes out against them, and they have some degree of protection if the so they're ready for the DP. They know that they have a way to push down towers already, and if they add DP to that, it gets way stronger. But this is when PuckChamp, you pick Drow +1. You'll decide on the learn-off hero at the end of the draft. That way, you have this Drow Ranger that's amazing against both Terrorblade and Death Prophet, and now D2 Hustlers might not pick Drow, but then at the same time, they've already got Clockwork, so they have some kind of gap close into the Drow Ranger as well. It's complicated. What do you think?
I wonder if they're thinking about the Naga Siren again. If they go like Naga +1, but then they could just get less racked, and then you feel pretty bad. What's another good TV hero? Okay, I like the Snap. They could or potentially just go like Snap Zeus here. And just be like, okay, we're going to go Thunder Hands, and we're just going to try and deal with the Terrorblade that way. We got a lot of percent-based damage. It's good against the Death Prophet because you can constantly just try and stand there and fight her with Thunder Hands. So, wouldn't hate to see it. I think it could be an interesting playstyle for Lorinov, who hasn't. I mean, the game number 2 was a bit of an anomaly from him. I think he was definitely expecting to be able to be in that game a little bit more. He was playing into a Sven, which is very, very hard for the Leshrac naturally. So I really hope that they just try and give him a different hero here to try and play the game that he wants to play.
The decision, I guess, now is going to be, do we pick a hero for him now because he doesn't have last pick? And they go Faceless Void. All right, so here's an old school classic that we haven't seen in a while. Snapfire with the Faceless Void. You get damage for the Enchantress as well into the bubble. This way, you know, everything's been changed in terms of the lessening of the durations of stuns, you know, all these kind of things that make it much more difficult to chain disable these heroes from 100 to 0. But the duration of Chronosphere hasn't been changed that much. 0.25 seconds is all that it's been changed by. And it's given how good Chrono can be, that's not that significant. And you prevent them from doing, they can't do anything inside the Chronosphere. So I kind of like this. I'm okay with this. And so far, you know that you're either laning against Clockwork or Morana. Either or, you always have Time Walk in the laning phase. So you shouldn't die or get too pressured by either of them. For the most part, you'll be okay here. It's still a very volatile hero, though. What do you make of this here? How do you feel about the Void for PugChamp?
Yeah, Void's another one of those heroes that I've played a boatload of. I played a game of him today, and he felt a little different. I will say that. Obviously, a time lock missing out on 0.15 of a second means that you need a little bit more attack speed to be able to, I don't say chain lock people because, I mean, that's not really what the hero is about. But, you know, the fact that it's like half a second now means that, you know, you might not be able to just stay on top of them for as longer. You need a few more stats to be able to deal the same kind of damage that you used to. But Chronosphere being able to freeze ability and item cooldowns is kind of cool. I mean, I think it's kind of negligible, the fact that it's only like 4.75 seconds at max level. Then it's like doesn't really matter all too much. Can kind of just be one of those things where maybe you might see a fringe case where Chronosphere stopping cooldowns enables you to be able to kill somebody because they don't have BKB for an extra couple of seconds or whatever. I think the biggest thing for me is he turns into a really scary hero with time dilation against a lot of these heroes that spam spells. So I don't think it's much so about like these big cooldowns, much more about these heroes that have very short cooldowns that he's able to abuse with time dilation, because Chronosphere prolongs the duration of time dilation on units. So, you know, you blink in Chrono, you time dilate everyone. They don't get their abilities back for 8 years. And then some heroes that rely on spamming the spells can't really do much. So I'm interested to see what it's going to look like. He is playing into a Doom, which kind of sucks. Lincoln Sphere is pretty good these days, so it's not going to be that scary for them. I think PugChamp, they have to just play super fast, you know, like I think they have to try and get this game off to a rip roarer so they don't get kind of overwhelmed by this like Doom TB lineup, and they can fight out. And if this game goes uber late, then they're okay with that too, because Dragonite as well as Faceless Void both scale really, really well. So yeah.
I think actually what's interesting as I'm looking at this draft is this combination of Snapfire and Faceless Void is actually better than it used to be. Primarily because you can get damage through BKB. So if a target does get off the BKB inside the bubble, you can still kill them. The Morty's Kisses will still land on them. They will do damage reliably, like even if it's reduced damage. But more importantly, this time lock. Like it's one of these things where, yes, it pierces a debuff spell immunity, but you also have a situation where you're always getting this damage out. And yes, it's less stun, but the damage can still be significant inside the bubble. So between that and Morty's Kisses, heroes can't die. Edge can't do anything if BKB is up because it now blocks pure damage Sedge. But like you mentioned as well, Faceless Void, building Lincolns for this hero has never been a bad thing. I'm okay with this, but I still want something else for Lorinov to set them up for success. And PugChamp, they ban out OD and Tiny for the mid lane matchups. D2 Hustlers have removed Zeus and Puck. So what options are still in the pool here? Storm Spirit's still in, Invoker's still in, Primal Beast is still in, Void Spirit, God. That hero. I mean, it might actually start to be good now. It might actually start to be good now.
I think that hero is good. They go for a monkey. So is it Dragon mid and like a monkey off lane?
It might be Void off lane. Or what they could do, right? They could try to mix up the matchup. And then
like they just have good lanes, right? And you don't think of them as an off laner. You think of them as just kind of two carries, and they've just had two good lanes because like Snap plus any of those melee heroes, Ench plus any of those melee heroes, they're scary lanes, man. Like they are scary lanes. The one issue is they might run into a problem if they have to get their supports to buy their auras for them. But like Monkey into Doom, unplayable.
Hold up, brother.
What?
Is this not off-lane Snapfire? And then Monkey King is the 4 for the game.
I wanted to have a cool idea with this new patch, man. Come on. Let a boy dream.
No.
I was trying to explain it like it was actually good and not like an Omega Grief. But yeah, I do see that. I think Monkey as a 4 really does a good job at dealing with the Doom, and then Snap can be this hero. Did she get... Right, let me just triple check. I've got the patch notes up here, so let me just check. Snap. Yeah, have to take Snap Fire.
Oh my god. They got the 24 Death Prophet. Oh no.
It's not that scary of a DP game because you have Chronosphere, I think is the biggest thing for me. You have Chronosphere and you have burst damage to be able to deal with it.
It's still Death Prophet, man.
Yeah, I saw what DP was able to do in that previous game, and that's the one issue that I have is that Adzantic seems to be on something today, and Loranov, it's not the greatest of matchups for you as a Dragonite. It's pretty rough, but at the end of the day, you are playing with a Faceless Void, and I've known never to count out a Faceless Void because all it takes is one good Chronosphere and you turn a team fight. Like literally one good Chrono, and it doesn't matter what the enemy team has. You can turn around a team fight, especially with the massive amount of physical and magical damage that they have on a lot of the heroes. They can take towers really fast. They can take Roshan. They've got decent lanes. Their mid lane might be the only issue for me. But yeah, I like what PuckChamp have, but I'm still going to have to lean towards D2 Hustlers. They've got 3 heroes that they've played a boatload of. They haven't done anything too outside of the box. They really want to win this series, so they have the safety net going into their final series up against Ancient Tribe. And yeah, they want to get a Div 1, man. These guys are super hungry.
I mean, they've been trying to get into Div 1 for quite some time now, beating their heads on the door. There's always been 1 or 2 teams just preventing them entry, but they've gotten into playoff situations in the past. Haven't been able to make it through said playoffs, but they've been in the mix to get into Div 1. We'll see if this time around they can get themselves closer and closer than ever before and actually make the full leap. This draft, I personally am with you that I prefer the D2 Hustlers draft. I think it's much easier to play. However, like you said, you can't count on a Faceless Void, especially when it's going to be an hour-long game. He will find his farm.
True.
He will get his money. D2 Hustlers, if they want to win, they have to try to figure out a way of ending the game much faster than that, because this game late starts to become quite problematic for their lineup. There's so many heroes that scale on PuckChamp. This DK actually scales incredibly into the late game. So does Faceless Void. So does Enchantress. So I am concerned for them on the side of D2 Hustlers if they can't end the game early. And Fluke, you've mentioned so many times that you don't like seeing these off-lane snaps because they don't scale throughout the game. If this game goes late enough, he's going to get 20 in a data list, my friend. So anything could still happen in this game 3. PuckChamp and D2 Hustlers. D2 trying to go up. PuckChamp just trying to stay here. Let's figure out who has the better of the matchup. And for the first time in this series, D2, nobody's smoking. They're just casually strolling out of the base. They're chilling. Trying to make sure that their nerves are as calm as possible before the game kicks off.
Yep, just chilling, going slow. One thing I will say about offlane Snap now is she is a universal hero. So universal heroes generally will have more damage than they would have if they were, just a strength hero. Even though they get 0.6 from all their stats, it's the fact that they get the bonuses from all of their stats. Yeah. So they get a lot of damage. The trade-off is they have tiny base damages, so if they have no stats, they really don't do much. So it is going to be an interesting scaling option for them because Lays obviously really wants to get Guardian Greaves, probably still wants to get Shard, just for that extra bit of damage. And you want to try and... I don't want to say you want to buff up your Mortimer's Kisses, but you have to realize that this game, like as the Snapfire, you're probably not going to be like one of the damage dealing cores inside of the Chronosphere outside of your cookies. So, I mean, outside of your globs from Mortimer's Kisses. So, I would like to see him try and play around that, but, I think once he gets Guardian Greaves and a BKB, maybe I could see like a cheeky Dragonlance into like a Daedalus. Could be pretty cool.
Alright. I could see that. D-Lance, Daedalus. At some point, there's going to be several D-Lances. At the very least, Enchantress is going to build one into a Hurricane Pike for Eki.
Yeah.
But let's see how this game goes as we are now finally underway. Game numero tres. For all the marbles here, PUBG need this, D2 Hustlers need this, and we just want Dota. You know, we just want this, so we feel good.
Yeah. We want good Dota. We want fun Dota.
So where's the kill lanes in this game, Master Fluke? Tell me where to pay my attention towards.
I think bottom can be a little volatile between these heroes. Faceless Void can either have extremely free lanes or extremely hard lanes, depending on how much they pressure him in the early levels of Time Walk. So I think bottom can be extremely volatile, but I think top is where the kills are going to come from. Like, you're playing a Monkey King 4 and a Snapfire. Early on, you've got a lot of damage, you've got a lot of combinations with the Monkey with the Fire Snap cookies, so top is definitely where they need to put their attentions.
Okay, we see that actually happening right now as they were harassing Yuma. They went in with the Boundless Strike combo before Scatter Blast was back online, but it is proof of concept, demonstrating the danger that Yuma is going to be in for a large portion of this laning phase. And once they hit level 2 on these heroes, then you have Boundless plus Jingu in tandem with the Scatter Blast plus Fire Snap Quickie. So be careful, Yuma. Watch your positioning, my friend.
Especially because Monkey did just get buffed as well. So his Jingo is just straight up better. Obviously, Boundless got nerfed because all stuns did. But yeah, all of his spells got changed.
Oh, who's get the first blood? Well, Sweet and Strong will have an opportunity to show us exactly how he got buffed up here as he finds himself the first blood. That was so close. There was a cool place, a leap to dodge the initial Fire Snap Quickie, but not enough damage in the opposite direction. Big kill to get, because you do not ever want to be playing 4-position Monkey King and starting from behind, but starting from ahead, this feels really good.
Yeah, getting yourself first blood is monstrous, right? And I think there's also some really cool items that he can try and go for as well moving forward. I think, you know, Disperser is one of those items that he can potentially try and look for. He can even try and go for Harpoon himself a little bit later on if you want to try that. There are some, you know, natural items, things like the Rod of Atos that he can try and go for if he wants to try and be like a setup hero for his team. It's kind of really up to Sweet and Strong to see how he feels, and with some of the rotations of some of these neutral items as well can really alleviate some of the issues that this hero has early on.
For now though, still just going to be providing support, doing his job on this side of the map. Just tangoing up with Hakoda a little bit, forcing him back. Solo zoning these heroes as level 2 Monkey King, as you do, down bottom. They are looking for the auto core here, and they should be able to find this kill. Oh, no low skill! Oh, he didn't go all the way in, Fluke. He thought he had the kill already, so he just backed off. The auto core is going to be allowed to live.
Yep, sometimes it happens to the best of us, right? Like, you expect the damage to do a certain amount, and it just doesn't, and then you go, well, I kind of done goofed. You always try and min-max, especially with these pro players. Always trying to min-max their time, and sometimes you just you miss out on kills.
Oh no. Well, now that Clockwork is dead though, they might try to put pressure onto Divine Armor. Low skill. Doesn't actually want smoke with this Doom. With the level 2 Scorched Earth going. Just backs himself away. He's out of regen as well, so this lane suddenly just became a lot more dangerous. Just
yeah, it is hard. It is very hard for Divine Armor to try and pressure this lane, just because low skill will always have Time Walk available to him. It's going to be hard for them to try and dive him too with time dilation now as well.
Massive wave of free farm underneath the tier 1 tower here. And Faceless Void, not one of these heroes that minds doing this all that much. You have a fairly decent animation, decent amount of damage. Every now and then you get the bash for a last hit. So you can do this all day. Force this into me, please, daddy. And if I take too much damage, I just time walk away most of it. So a lot of farm going to be going the way of low skill as a result of what's happening in this bottom lane.
They made a rotation now from Eki. He's made his way towards the top lane.
He hasn't shown himself just yet, though. Did they? Oh, they did, yeah. They have an Observer Ward by the Twin Gates. I mean, we spoke about this, right? Having to make sure that you get this vision on the Twin Gates as much as possible. This was their death knell in Game 1, where a lot of big moves came from PUBG, utilizing the Twin Gate. But they've adapted on the side of D2 Hustlers. They're prepared for this. They have the active vision.
Low skill is trying to just trade with Divine Armor here, but he's got a ring, so he's got 5.25 extra HP. He has to be careful to not use his Time Walk too early because the Core can punish him. But, you know, these lanes are going pretty even across the board. Nobody's really streaking ahead just yet. 5 minutes in, nobody's really been able to take a big advantage out of the laning phase. I think, Loranov is doing a good job at not being abused by Adzantic. Dragonite is one of those heroes that really can be abused early on. And you're going to see if they can do some bit of damage here to the Death Prophet.
God. She has the best spell in the game. Spirit Siphon, so there's no point to try to make
he went
this
to level
happen.
6 and leveled up Dragon Tail, not Elder Dragon form.
I mean, it's complicated, right? Because just with the enchant slow, I don't think they get that kill onto the DP rather, before she gets back to the tower. So maybe he felt if I can stun the DP before she gets off the Spirit Siphon, then we have some extra damage with level 2 Breathe Fire and Impetus shots. It's I don't begrudge him too much for this one. It's he'll get it at level 7. That's fine, bro. It'll be okay.
Yeah, I would have been less annoyed about it if he did stun her before she got the Spirit Siphon off, but he stunned her after max duration of the Spirit Siphon. But is what it is. Small gripes. It's fine. He'll get level 7 soon enough. He's not going to be a support who's like level 2 at 20 minutes.
There's a secret nerf that if she gets stunned, it cancels out the Spirit Siphon. Bottom lane,
that'd be the best way to stop that hero.
Yet again. Well, best way would just be to delete the hero from the game, but we don't get what we want, unfortunately.
Now with bottom lane with Divine Llama, now that he has this Vanguard, he is very, very tanky. He's got a lot of creeps to choose from as well here. Probably just going to go for the Ogre Frost Mage, get himself a little bit of this Ice Armor. Hakoda!
Is he dead? Nope, CP's out. No.
And he yoinked the Wisdom. Oh, actually, no, he didn't. Sweden Strong got it. Okay, I was going to say that's a big brain play. This is something that we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of, is supports putting their attention towards these Wisdom runes at level 7, considering the supports don't get tome anymore. So if you fall behind, i.e. you're rotating around the map and haven't been able to find kills, much like Sweden Strong, you're going to be behind. Like you're just going to straight up be behind, and you need to try and get these Wisdom runes out on the proper heroes. And if your +5 is able to just kind of wander around on their right hand side of the map and just meander in and yoink a Wisdom rune, I mean you're winning super hard.
One of the big things as well about the presence of these Wisdom runes, if supports are clamoring to get those, it means they're not ganking mid. So we have even more static matchups in this mid lane. Good stuff. Mid laners should be very, very happy to be playing 1v1 for once, as we have Ghosts available on one side, Dragon Form available on the other. I don't think either team is going to be too happy if they don't get a massive kill off a rotation, because it means the opponent can just pressure the tower with an ultimate. And they're making their move now. Adzantic and the crew. He actually just lost his courier. It was carrying a token as well for a neutral item. It was not a small pickup by any stretch of the imagination. And they saw the Crypt Orb, they know that she's down here. At the same time, Dragon Form gets popped middle. This is not worth it for D2 Hustlers. They need to get some kills out of this. They make the jump forward onto Sweden Strong, but help is coming. Lays will go in, dropping the Morty's Kisses after they've already popped Chronosphere, and they've already used one Spirit Siphon. They get off the other one, but it might be too late. Sweden Strong finding the stun onto Adzantic. Adzantic finally does die. Doom goes out onto Lays, but Lays has already used most of his spells. He doesn't really care. Big use of the Impetus shot to take out the Clockwork, and Divine Llama can do nothing but watch as 5 heroes at 9 minutes are bottom to bring down this Doom. PuckChamp bring everyone, but everybody managed to defend the tower.
Yeah, that's a smart play there from Low Skill. He understands that as long as he gets the Chronosphere off, then his Snapfire is able to deal the damage for him. They did a lot of damage towards the Death Prophet. They just take the Twin Gates, they go back up towards top, and this is where it's really going to start to feel good for PuckChamp, because they are 5-0 right now, Snare, and that is
nice.
5 more kills than what their 2 Hustlers have. And unfortunately for them, they're not starting out the way that you'd hope, especially with the way that the scaling is right now up against PuckChamp. They've got this Faceless Void who's going to be scary. Dragonite's going to be scary as well. So they really need to try and pull this one back and see if they can get something in these lanes. They are doing well when it comes to the net worth, though. I think that's the big saving grace for them, is they're not like massively far behind, but if they get some of these return kills, then things can really start to go their way.
We're gonna see how far they can go. They would still like to be able to get a tower at the very least. Haven't been able to pick that up anywhere on the map. Lays is fine on top because the Holocaust does not have level 6 just yet. So they've defended all their towers. Middle, they're pushing in once they have the DK form available again. Eki This is another hero. Honestly, I think this hero is first pick, first ban material every single game. Enchantress just feels way too good right now. The enchant was already busted in the previous patch. Creeps are stronger now in the jungle, so it's even better. And the axe feels quite good. It doesn't give you, you know, the axe shot, I mean. You know, it doesn't just give you the little friends, but also allows you to control multiple creeps. So that's just a flat out buff for this hero.
Yeah, especially with the way that there's so many neutral creeps around like almost all the time. Definitely little friends can be pretty important to be able to play around with if you have some of these skirmishes near some neutral camps. So I see how it looks, and obviously it's going to be busted against it, you know, teams that have summons. So
oh no, Sweet and Strong lost
that the Midas?
It was carrying it was Monkey Kings. It was carrying wards, a blood grenade, and I want to say a wand. No, he has wand on him. There was something else he was carrying. He's gonna die though. But the Midas did get delivered earlier on. Low skill's been farming away with this. And D2 Hustlers utilizing the law of numbers. They overwhelm down bottom. All three of their cores are here. And they just take away the tower. Heads up.
Imagine if Sweden Strong made it out going through that twin gate. I would have called twin gates broken. I would have been hollering. That would have been crazy. If he just goes, yeah, 5 heroes, see you later.
Dude, you know what's really farmed in terms of it being crazy? Laranov is really farmed this game. I mean, look at him go. Midas,
got a super early Midas as well.
Dagger. Yeah, this is what I love on DK. Like, you buy Midas as soon as possible so you can keep scaling. And we've spoken about this, right? That the durations of these games are just going longer and longer and longer. So being able to scale like that, very, very good. And Hakoda, I'm glad you enjoyed being able to kill that courier, buddy. This is going to cost your life. Oh, maybe not. He actually saves the leap for the fire snap quickie. And they didn't want to use it initially for the chain disable. But he still dies. There's no way he's out of this. Breathe fire. What? Laranov. A bit slow on the reactions today. Doesn't manage to catch out Hakoda as he TPs out to safety.
Yeah, Fog of War is a pesky little thing. Is sometimes you're expecting them to be able to see around the trees. I thought that maybe he might just like breathe fire like randomly, considering he has an arcane rune, but isn't able to catch out. So it means now that Hakoda was able to get out freely. Still dope. Very, very farmed here on Laranov. 6.5k net worth. He's got Blink Midas. Feeling pretty strong with how this game is going. Eki, a big thing for him on the Enchantress, and the reason why I feel like that this Enchir is going to be strong, you can farm. Yeah. You can farm neutrals. And I think supports that aren't going to be able to farm neutrals really need to be able to fight, and fight a lot, because otherwise they really fall behind when it comes to the net worth. So, Laranov, they're going to start the fight here. He does have a Vanguard on the Dalai Lama, though.
He does have it, but it's not going to protect him against these Morty's Kisses. As they rain down, the Theolocore did his best, using hookshot to cancel out the Morty's Kisses, but there's a limited amount you can do as a clockwork. He's done his duty. We'll just try to flee away from the fight. If he's allowed to, though, Fire Snap Quickie allows Laranov to close the gap. Beautiful power cogs from Theolocore. Just as the stun was about to land, they get the pushback. That'll keep him alive. But it's only Doom that dies. The depressing thing about that Doom death is they lose the tier 1 tower immediately afterwards. And he just picked up his Midas. Like, Doom's game is only now beginning, so really wanted to be able to use that Midas for a bit more farm. Not allowed to do so. Starting to feel a little good right now for PuckChamp. A 2k gold lead, and they've only now suffered their first death on the game.
Yep. They are feeling pretty good with how this game is going. But again, we have seen these early game leads. We have seen them really start to peter out. So I'm not going to count the chickens before they hatch just yet. Still are playing into a Doom, Death Prophet, Terrorblade as well. These heroes can do a lot of work in this game to be able to pull back some of these fights. I think to me, from what I've learned over these last 2 games, is winning fights is very important now.
Yeah.
Like, very important. It feels like that's how you get a lot of your golden experience on the map, is just being able to win these team fights and win them handedly, because then it just enables you to take over a lot of these secondary objectives, including the extra gold that you get from winning the fight and them not being able to farm on the map as well.
They might go fight once they have Blink Dagger available for this Doom. Divine Llama. He actually might be in danger here. He's getting sieged on. He didn't take the gate. He might die. Enchant to slow him down. He does not have a BKB. They've got Morty's Kisses in 13 seconds, so they don't have the full combo, but they do have the Chrono if they want to pop it, and indeed they do. They throw it out. Here's the DK as well to ensure they have the damage. And Laze ends up finding the kill. So this Doom is also not going to be having the best of times because Faceless Void already building into a Lincoln Sphere. So we'll have a way to be able to counter out the Doom. And honestly, if I look at this D2 Hustlers draft, there aren't that many long-range, very easy Lincoln's Piercers for them. So once he gets this out, becomes extremely difficult to kill him.
It's actually going to be sick versus the Terrorblade too, right? Like Doom, TB.
Yeah, can't reflection you, yeah?
Yeah. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be sick. They did get the arrow though.
He's...
yeah, okay,
Monkey
dude.
King, what a hero. Alright, bro.
Yeah, right, sick.
This feels fair and balanced, completely. We catch you with hookshot arrow and you just jump away from us? Alright, cool, bro. Nice.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, that's rough. That is... I was like, oh, okay, Sweden Strong, you're dead. They're going to put pressure on the T2 tower. But they just... Yeah, they just couldn't convert on it. And these supports that are really pesky and really annoying are probably going to be some more things that we see, like this Enchantress, Monkey King, Marana, Clockwork. Soaks the arrow.
Okay. Speaking of Marana, there's going to be... Oh, nice tree cut coming in from Theoloco. Otherwise, there would have been a Wukong. They still kill off this Marana. Sweet and Strong, though, does die prior to being able to get off the Wukongs. Revenge will be found, though, as Theoloco brought down by Eki. So 2-for-1 exchange. Ha! Sweet and Strong is like, you fools! Now I get to keep my Wukongs for the next fight.
Yeah. So, again, just a team fight, just... I mean, a fight going the way of PuckChamp while their cores are still farming. To be fair, T2 Hustlers, they also have Yuma who's farming, so they've been able to take over the top 2 net worths. Not by much. The one issue that I'm having now is Lays is slowly starting to fall behind the other cores of D2 Hustlers. And this time around with, you know, the Snapfire, she can scale with like this right-click builds if you go like uber late, but DP, Doom, TB, all 3 heroes that love to scale. So this game could potentially get to a point where PuckChamp, you know, it's like they have a really strong early game and then they've got a little dip and then it goes back up to them as the game gets uber late because you have Faceless Void and Dragonite, right? So they have to make sure that they get enough out of this early game advantage that they have with their Snapfire, where she's really strong, where Mortimer's Kisses does a lot of work, where this Guardian Greaves is kind of like the game breaker for them. And they get a lot of team fights off the back of like, you know, Dragonite plus Chronosphere. Before it starts getting to the scary point where DP, Doom, and TB have like their big hippies, they're strong, they've got like 1 to 2 items on the top of that, they're not really scared of anything that comes through from PuckChamp.
Let's see if they're scared of this though, as PuckChamp is finding themselves up against a smoke rotation. Theoloco does die first. Very beautiful start to the fight by Eki. Plants out the Observer Ward and eats the first arrow and the hookshot. Here comes Sweet and Strong. As we spoke about, he still has his Wukongs. Triggers it out right now. But I don't know if they want to keep going for this fight. BKB was popped by Atlantic. But that BKB will eventually elapse. That was also the usage of the Exorcism Ghost. Laranov thinking about giving chase, but his team seems to be able to dissuade him. 1-for-1 exchange. Let's see. So they used Ghost for that one, Moonlight Shadow, and Hookshot. Enemy team uses Dragon Form as well as the Wukong's command. I'd say probably it breaks in favor of PuckChamp overall. But D2 Hustlers did still get a little bit of the gold advantage out of it because they were a little bit behind in net worth.
Yeah, so they'll get a little bit of the gold advantage, but as you said, it's like the advantage of not having to deal with Ghost or BKB now. So it means now that BKB is down to 8 seconds for Atlantic. Yuma and Divine Llama are both farming at the same time, so they're not really losing out all too much on that. Like the Doom is going to be one of those heroes that he's going to exponentially farm faster than some of these other heroes, just off the nature of Midas and Doom, that he's able to just scale really fast, and Scorched Earth does a really good job at you just being able to push out these waves. So he will be able to create a very large gap between him and Lays, because Lays isn't able to farm as fast as he is, and then that's when it's going to start getting scary with this Tricore.
Okay, Yuma.
He dodged the Boundless.
He did dodge the Boundless. Very nice usage there of his Manta style, getting himself out of trouble. You know something that I just realized? Oh my god, was that half damage? Holy shit. Hakoda. Won't take another one of those, my friend. So you're talking about Lays not necessarily being able to scale that well on the Snapfire, and I wholeheartedly agree. And it looks like PuckChamp agrees as well, because Sweet and Strong and Eki are building carry items, fam. They are going to scale in his stead on the Snapfire. They're about to bring down Hakoda. Vision. How you jump on a tree while you're stunned, I do not know, but Monkey King is able to do it. And now they smoke up. They're gonna go look for a fight. They know that they are playing 4v5. Their two big combo heroes aren't nearby though. They don't have the Chrono, they don't have the Morty's Kisses. So we'll see what they can find. Nice scan on the high ground. But even better block from Theoloco. He comes in, breaks the smoke, provides space and cover for the Doom and the Death Prophet to get back to safety.
Yeah, this is a really scary support combination, especially when they've had a good start. So Eki as well as Sweden Strong, two supports that I feel like usually have pretty good early games. They're very good laners and been able to transition that to enable their cores. And now that they're turning into kind of carriers themselves, it could be a scary game.
Oh no, Divine Llama couldn't find the full connection onto Lays. The Force Staff was there before the Doom could emerge. So now he's in trouble. Gets slowed down by the inhibit from this Diffusal Blade. They jump him. There's the Dragon Tail stun. They're going on him, and Lorinov sets up for the kill. They find him and bring him down. Agentic forced to flee away from the Morty's Kisses. And they're still chasing for the fight though. Sweden Strong has Boundless Strike in 3. How much further forward can he get here? Doesn't want to over-aggress. Still have quite a long time in the daytime here, so they can't even go steal a Roche from the top side of the map. It is all the way down bottom. Sweden Strong has found vision though, so he's trying to force a fight here. They've gone in. Yuma won't be the one stunned up. Lorinov stuns up the Mirana instead, and Hakoda gonna die to a breathe fire, but Lorinov stuck inside the power cogs. He's gonna get eaten alive by the right clicks of Terrorblade. They will be able to find a double kill thanks to the Exorcism Ghost. Sweden Strong. Dude, no way. Please die. Like, this can't be allowed. Oh my god. What? You're gonna get out. What? Okay, so you can just leap onto trees that are off the map. Seems fair and balanced. Ice Frog has thought of everything. And now, Fluke, they still have Exorcism. They still have Meta going. Guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna take the Twin Gate and go see Roshan.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that's balanced. That is, that's sick, I guess. Wilds.
Dude,
I'm the hero of the game who could do that, by the way, which is the stupid part.
Yep.
But yeah, they're a little bit overzealous there from PuckChap. I think they felt like there was not as many heroes around them as they first had thought. And they went for a little bit of a poke. Sweden Strong, they probably could have just left him. If I'm being perfectly honest, they probably could have just told him, hey, you know, you're dead. Unfortunate. We'll try and come back with you once you do respawn. But it was just a good response from D2 Hustlers. They put a lot of heroes there. They didn't have to commit all too much. It was BKB being popped by Lorinov. He's the one that gets caught out. They take down the DK. They transition that into Roche. So this is what I talked about, where it's really important for you to have these Team 5 victories. Like, look at this. There's just trees everywhere. They're all. Can he go around the entire edge of the map? That's sick.
Oh my god. Actually,
probably this bottom part is a bit rough.
Oh my god. Yeah.
This is sickening. Monkey King enjoyers are pogging out right now. They are like, hell yeah, brother.
I actually want to now, after this, I'm legitimately going to go in the test lobby. And I want to see if I can traverse the whole map without touching the ground once.
Yep, you probably can.
I probably could right now. All right, seems good.
That's
I don't see any problems
disgusting.
with this. Also, that's disgusting. The fact that Sweden Strong baited them into the fight, then he has the temerity, the audacity to survive it. At least die with us, bro. You got them started, you got us all killed. He's like, all right, I'm leaving, bye. And he's going to get them started into another fight right now. They're going in. They do have Morty's Kisses coming back in about 7 seconds. BKB popped in by low skill. They might not even need said Morty's Kisses. They get the damage out onto Divine Llama, and they just heads up, bring him down. Theoloco bashed? Yes, he is. Whew! That was almost a survival on the clockwork. He dies this time around. All right, Sweden Strong, you're back in our good graces. That's fine, bro. It's chill.
Yeah, and this is the scary thing about playing into these support monkeys is they can just give you vision, like a lot of vision, and it's hard for you to deal with it because you can't just naturally find him out with like a sentry, like, you know, the invis heroes or some of these other heroes that kind of just walk their body in. He's sitting up on the trees, and it's hard for you to find him if you don't see him before he pre-places himself onto a tree.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought that was potentially going to be a fight, and that's the hard part about playing into Monkey is he's just sitting on a tree constantly and you don't know where he is. So it's very hard for D2 Hustlers to confidently move into certain areas of the map because they don't know if they're just walking into a Monkey King who boundless strikes two of them. And like This is the sad part for Hakoda, is literally the two supports, if he goes anywhere near them, he dies.
Yeah. You can't survive. And to make matters worse, if he ever finds Eki, he might just die. He can't leap away too fast. Because if you double leap, you will die to the Empressor shot. Rough place to be. They're gonna smoke up though, on the side of D2 Hustlers. Theoloco moving about with that Xantec and Yuma, but I don't know if they actually want to fight right now. I think I mean, they just got the Eye of Skadi on Yuma. Blink Dagger's so close though for Xantec. Maybe you finish this item first and then you go try and look for a fight. For now though, PugChamp, they're just busy dealing with Joey. Joey's Obelisk is dead. And they get the Aghanim shot. Little friends are available now.
Both of them nearly died to the Tormentor, by the way. Eki got munched and Low Skill had to time walk away. That was spice. That was some spice. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're doing your Tormentor, even if it is Joey's one, you have to be careful. 2 heroes, no bueno. 3 heroes, probably still no bueno. So just send everybody there.
Yuma doesn't have BKB. Will take quite a bit of damage here. They stole his illusion. What's really funny is that now that she has shard, she can steal both the illusions, but she's gonna find herself getting caught up with the Sunder. She can't heal herself up in the same fashion. The team needs to come in to help. Morty's Kiss is raining down. They will be able to at least find the clockwork, but now the fight might be breaking out in its entirety. There's a Doom out, but the DK already got off the BKB. Manta dodged onto the Boundless Strike yet again. So, Yuma actually earns a tip from Sweden Strong. Sweden Strong is acknowledging. He's like, alright bro, that's actually pretty sick. Well done. But this fight, 1-for-1 only supports. I'm gonna take this if I'm on the side of PugChamp, defending a tier 2 tower. D2 Hustlers, I think they need more. They're coming in for more now, as they're utilizing these ghosts. Lorinov doesn't have his BKB. Sweden Strong does get off the Wukong's command, but it's not enough to keep the DK alive. As he loses his life, Arrow dodged at the last second by this low skill Faceless Void. They get off the Chrono, but Divine Llama found the BKB first, so they can't throw in additional damage here. The heroes that are alive have to retreat, but Divine have to be careful. Nice little silence from the DP to ensure that there's no more impetus hits onto DK, onto the Doom rather. All right. Good stuff. D2 Hustlers, they get more. Oh, adds a tick. Ooh. Be careful.
Dude, the Gossamer Cape saved him.
Because it dodged.
I don't know if it would have killed him.
3.5 second cooldown. Yeah, it actually did dodge that attack.
He dodged 2 of the impetus attacks. That was sick.
No.
That was very epic gameplay.
Don't you love how close this game is? It's perfectly balanced. Game 3, that feels like it's 50-50 right now.
All these games have felt 50-50, man. What do you mean? They've all been at this point of the game where there's like minimal net worth between both these two teams. It all comes down to how the team fights get executed. It all comes down to who's able to eke out advantages from one another. This whole series has been like this. This is probably stressful for these players. Low skill.
For context of how much stress the series has caused, they started playing this game at 9 o'clock. Low skill. He's not playing this game right now though, as he is sent back to the fountain. Has some time to consider his options, think about his life. He did buy the recipe before he goes down though, but big deal Flute, they killed him while Midas was off cooldown.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Massive Pitus. Oh, I can see it in the chat now. There's Keck W's everywhere. Oh no. Getting some PTSD. This is not good. But that just goes to show that their initiation onto the Faceless Void is like them killing him is independent of whether or not he has Lincolns. So that's a good thing now for D2 Hustlers, is they know that they can kill their Void, especially when they're starting to get to the point in the game where Yuma's feeling strong. So he has Skadi now, his Aegis has got reclaimed, he's got 2.8k net worth. Probably could go into like a Hurricane Pike, maybe something along the lines of like he's got Silver Edge queued up, so I wouldn't hate to see that either. Enables him to kill the Ench in the backlines and even kill the DK. So can be a strong, scary boy. I feel like this game he has definitely understood that BKB kind of sucks. I think that item full stop kind of sucks, but it's not like he gets BKB and he's able to walk around a team fight. For him, if he BKBs, he's just going to get chronoed anyway, so he's going to try and play the outskirts of the fight and say, hey, Divine Llama, thanks for copping the chrono for me. And then he's going to try and kill people in the backlines. They do have a, let's see if I can say it right, Paviz? How do you even say that?
I think it's Paviz, yeah.
Paviz? Yeah, so they have that item, which is a 300 HP absorb for physical damage.
Maybe? I don't know. Also, I hate to disappoint you, mate. Literally, while you were talking, Yuma queued BKB.
Did he? Dude. I was sounding so smart. Come on, bro.
While you were mid-sentence, he's like, actually, while we've got a pause here, let me queue BKB.
I mean, it does save him from Sapphire cookies and stuff and being like dragon-tailed, and I don't know, I guess it's pretty good against like Enchantress, right? Because it blocks impetus. It is good, I guess. I'm just very fearful of him being... I guess we saw in the previous fight, right? Like the Divine Llama got chronoed while he had BKB on and he didn't die.
Yeah.
So... could at least be a deterrent whilst you get chronosphered. Could be quite nice. The Olacore gets himself the shard as well, so the rocket, the jetpack is ready. This thing is nuts. This thing is so cool. I love jetpack. It's awesome.
We'll see what they're going to be able to do once the next tormentors come up. So, actually, wait. They get stronger and stronger, right? So how about this? The first one can be like Joey's tormentor. The first two are Joey's tormentors. The third one is just a regular tormentor, and then 3 and 4 can be Obelisk the tormentor. There we go.
I think if you like, because it scales like exponentially, right? So it's like the first one reflects like 70% of damage, and then the next one is like 85%, and then I think it's like goes up to like 99 or some shit, right?
Yeah.
Like it gets very spooky if you don't have massive amounts of people there. So yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. I'm sure there's going to be some anime aficionados in the chat right now that are like, well, actually.
Oh my god, dude, look, what is this? Oh my god.
It's... I hate that he's found it now, and he just uses it. Go on, Sweden Strong, go on the bottom side of the map, bro. Do it.
Oh no. Well, we obviously D2 Hustlers, they still feel strong right now. They might not have access to an Aegis, but there's a fair few items that they do have access to. The triple BKB timing has been online now. They have a very nice hookshot that they find Eki on. They should be able to find this kill. He tried to force-staff forward. Unfortunately, he force-staffs into power cogs, and they should be able to mop him up on the Enchantress. They pop Ghost for this one, and they find Laze as well. Laze did not get off his BKB on the Snapfire, so Laze will die. 2 heroes in the grave. There is buyback on Laze. But D2 Hustlers would certainly love to find a tier 3 tower off the back of this. What sucks though is they are going to be playing into Chrono, so it's not the easiest uphill fight in the world. Duration on the Ghost about to finish. There's Wukongs as well. Yeah, I think you give up the idea of a tier 3. Just poke it a little bit until the Enchantress comes back, and then you probably have to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, it's definitely just seeing what resources you can pull out of them. You at least got Wukong's command, so maybe you can see that there's going to be a team fight that's going to happen soon. There is the fact that you do not have Metamorphosis now. You still have Doom, though, so Divine Llama is going to be able to utilize that, but getting the kill on a low skill is going to be hard because you need to blink, wall stomp him, and then you don't really have a way of getting through the Lincoln, so that's why you can see that Divine Llama is going for the Ag Scepter. Did get nerfed a little bit, I believe. Yeah, Ag Scepter radius from 325 to 300.
Yeah.
Little
25. Yeah. It always, Dota always shocks me with how big of an impact these radial differences make. You're just like, wow, like, that 25 is definitely going to make a difference. But for now, he hasn't gotten it just yet. Still needs quite a bit of farm to get there. He might even stop over for the Shivas first. And Roshan is up. It's been scouted by both teams though. Rocket also scouted the fact that Pachep is attempting to bring the big man down. And this is the new and improved Roshan. Doesn't just keel over like a wet noodle. Takes quite a while to actually kill. They get sentries down in various locations. They realize they can't take it fast enough. So they back up. This is also Ags do... no meta. This is Ags on the DK. Oh, they find Clockwork. Yoloko. Very quick pickup onto him. Try to hook shot out to safety, but won't be able to do so. Sweet and Strong. Thinking about chasing for more, but I think right now they're probably comfortable enough to just finish off the Roche. Where is Laze? We need your little shredder, buddy. Arrow. Flies forth. Kills the Hellbear Smasher. So that's some attack speed taken away. So this won't go as fast as they wanted to. Wukong's command. Triggered out by Sweet and Strong. Laze, please, dude. Little shredder. Thank you. They get that out. They're going to be jumping in for a fight. The Doom does fly in and connects onto Lorinov. And Lorinov also gets arrowed for his troubles. He's still alive right now, though. Metamorphosis back in 3 seconds. Adds and Tick goes right in with the do, or the DP, Ultimate, Exorcism, and BKB. Not gonna be enough though, as she finds herself inside of this big ass Chronosphere. The bubble stores are up, they kill her off. Now they throw in the Morty Kisses onto Yuma here. Yuma does have BKB and has Sunder. So certainly not somebody that you want to be fighting with right now. Low skill trying to go this way and that in the fight, able to get himself away with the time walk outside the pit. And Lays just looks for the BKB TP out. So they lose both supports. They get the DP and they get the Aegis and they escape. All right, you'll take this. And they sort of reset the game, Fluke. We are back to where we've always been, 50-50 between D2 Hustlers and PugChamp.
Yeah, that was an interesting fight. I thought that was going to go way worse for D2 Hustlers. That was like, oh no, yeah. They threw out the Doom randomly onto Lorinov. He was able to tank it. They, you know, walked in with a Death Prophet. There was nobody really around, but you can just see the damage that D2 Hustlers have, right? Like, they've still got a decent amount of damage here. They're able to kite a few people out. Sweden Strong tried to go for a manly 1v1 up against Divine Llama. Unfortunately for him, it didn't end up being a 1v1 because the Ola Core did just respawn. So it is now at a point where we are looking at this game and it's all about team fights. That is all it is. It's all about winning these team fights now. And I don't think it really matters that, you know, the net worth is heavily favoring D2 Hustlers, because we've seen what happens when you get Chronosphered. We've seen what happens when, you know, some of these other spells are able to kind of catch you out and blow you up. You know, if you get doomed out on PugChamp, maybe they doom like the Snapfire, then the Chronosphere doesn't have that much damage. They've got a lot of mitigation as well. Like, there's so many different things that can happen. It all comes down to execution for both these two teams.
Divine Llama sitting inside Moonlight Shadow would have loved to execute Lays and remove him from play on the map, but didn't feel like he had the necessary damage and doesn't know what kind of allies are hiding in wait behind the snap. So he will temper himself, doesn't do anything. Unfortunately, that does mean that this Moonlight Shadow will go to waste. Not going to achieve all that much for D2 Hustlers. And PugChamp are like, alright, sweet. They're pinging this tower in the top lane. They either want the tower or they want to fight. But they'll definitely be happy to get both. As Faceless Void, he reveals himself in front of the tower. D2 Hustlers, they don't know that his team has all but abandoned him. They're going on some faraway adventure here. This is some next level posturing coming in from this Faceless Void. And he gets caught all by himself. I don't know what the hell is happening here, Fluke. The entire team comes rushing back to the top lane, but they left him all by his lonesome. He's actually gonna die. He gets doomed, he gets the kill, and he popped BKB before he died. Oh no. They're on the chase now. They want Sweet and Strong on the boys. Lorinov TP's out. Lays able to make it away. Nobody else gets caught, but Fluke, what the hell happened? What the hell was this?
I don't know. The shrug emoji? Like, I have no idea what he's doing there if his team is ganking towards mid. Like, you're pushing a tier 2 tower by yourself. That was... I don't know. I really don't know. That was not it, Chief. That was definitely not it. Like, you didn't have any vision on D2 Hustlers. They had no idea where they were. And he's just standing on a tier 2 tower. And the thing is, when you're taking these tier 2 towers now, you're not freely able to do it because there's so many flank paths. Like, you're literally 360 degrees around this tower. You can get ganked. Like, there is a path for a Mirana to shoot an arrow from. There's a path for the Clockwork to hook you. The Doom can just blink out of the trees. Same with the Death Prophet. Like, yeah, that was... I don't know. I mean, good job from D2 Hustlers for capitalizing on that. But at the end of the day, that was... Yeah, that's a question. That's definitely going to come up in the team meeting at the end of this, I think.
Eki died to a neutral creep. Oh my god. Oh no, he died to... Okay, this is the third one, right? Oh, this is an actual Tormentor. It's actually Obelisk or Tormentor. Not yet a Kaiba Tormentor, but definitely Obelisk. He's out here.
Yeah. That was...
Oh no.
Did he seriously think he could kill it by himself? 2.5k shield? Like, where?
Interesting decisions have emerged in the last 2 minutes from the side of PugChamp. That's for sure.
Maybe they're just like... Maybe they're just having a bit of... Like, I don't want to say having a bit of fun because it's the wrong word to say. I think they were getting very confident from what they had, right? Like, they're getting extreme... Look where Sweden Strong is!
Yeah, I see him. I see him.
Oh, bro. Anyways... I think they were just getting really confident. The fact that they felt like they did okay in that team fight. They had an Aegis, they have Cheese. you know, their Faceless Void's getting strong. It's going to be hard for, you know, Yuma to deal with him soon. And now they got punished pretty hardcore for it, for a little bit of a lapse in concentration. And yeah, that's the only thing that I can think of is they're just, you know, they're having a laugh, they're goofing around, they're like, yeah, we feel really strong. And then in reality, this game is much closer than what it really feels like it should be. Because we've all been in games like this, right? Like, you feel good, and then you throw one fight, and you're like, well, here's what it is.
Games doesn't feel good anymore.
Yep.
And I see some smoke plays. Both teams want a little bit of action. Moonlight Shadow triggered in by D2 Hustlers. It's PugChamp. They just smoke up. Ideally hoping for some control back on their own side of the map. They should be able to find some of it. This area of the map still feels really good to farm, but I think D2 Hustlers have also done a very good job of preventing PugChamp from just camping down here and farming this well area so easily like they did in game 1.
Low skills top by himself. Again.
No, he's TPing out this time. Woo! So what happened is he hit the gate, right? And I think what I think is honestly happening, I think there's just a little bit of miscommunication where they are communicating about what they want to do next, but not necessarily what's the trigger for it. Like, all right, when exactly are we making this thing happen? So he was just a little bit too advanced, thinking 2 steps ahead instead of just 1. This time around, he does come back in time. On top, they should be there in time to defend the tower as well. They want to try and kill Theoloco while they're at it. He's taking quite a bit of damage, but here comes Anzantic blinking into the fight, into the Wukongs. They haven't gotten out the Doom just yet. There's the Chronosphere. Where's the Morty's Kisses from Lays? They're coming down. They're doing the damage. They have to pop the Aeon Disc from this Death Prophet, and her BKB is now down. She needs to be careful here. Impetus shots kill Clockwork on the north side of the fight. DP trying to escape, but look at Eki go. Eki is doing so much work in these fights. We'll end up getting eviscerated by the Terror Blade of Yuma. And Yuma trying to end this fight off right now with all of his illusions. They need to be careful about the turnaround though. They don't have the Chrono anymore, but this Faceless Void is still kind of scary. Laranov has Blink Dragon Tail stun now. And Metamorphosis is about to end. Only about 10 seconds left in the duration, so it's time to leave this fight. D2 Hustlers is 2 for 1, and they want more here, Fluke. They're not satisfied. They still have a Doom online with Divine Armor. They still want the tier 2 tower. It's so low. Doesn't seem like they're gonna get it though. Metamorphosis is over. They don't have ghosts. Heroes are respawning. It's time to back up. So who actually comes off the better in a fight like that?
I definitely feel like that's D2 Hustler's favorite. There was a Chronosphere, Mortimer's Kisses, nobody died. That was the big moment for me, was the fact that it's gotten to the point now where this is what I touched on at the start of the game, where the early game looked really good for PugChamp, then they have this little bit of a dip, and then it starts to go back up towards them when heroes really start to get like 6 slotted between both these two teams, and you have a plethora of different items now to play through for your Dragonite and your Faceless Void. But this is now they're in the dip. They need to make sure they survive this dip and don't throw away the game too much, because Yuma is a scary hero right now. He's almost going to get capped out. He will have a Aeon Disc very, very soon as well, and I like the way that he's playing these fights as well. He knows that he can't get Chronosphere. He knows that he needs to play the edge of the fight. So he's just sitting inside of Silver Edge and then just waiting until he sees the Chronosphere come out. Then he comes out of his Silver Edge, he pops his meta, he punches people in the face, and then these supports are going to have some issues dealing with him, especially after Wukong's command has already been used from Sweden Strong. And he can kite out this Dragonite really, really well. And yeah, Yuma's playing really, really well this game on one of his signature heroes on the Terror Blade. And Xantic is really enabling that by just being this Death Prophet in the front line with an Aeon Disc, right? Like Aeon Disc, pop BKB, pop her Ghost, and say, kill me if you can.
Honestly, this Death Prophet, the way that they're utilizing this hero is making me remember exactly why I wanted him to ban it, dude. It's just been way too good. Are they? No way. They're not going to take this Twin Gate. They're stacked up like they want to. Are they waiting for somebody to come in on the other side? Okay, Divine Llama's coming. It's a trap! It's a trap! Don't do it, Divine! He doesn't do it. He doesn't. They don't see any of these heroes. They don't know where they're at. And they scan. Alright, they know. No, they die scan. They know that the trap has been set. So are we just going to have posturing around the Twin Gates? I mean, I'm all for it. Do it, boys.
It definitely can be an interesting way of playing the game, because there is a slight animation when people are coming through it, so you will be able to see where people are coming. The Terror Wave now, though.
No. They found Lays. Does have buyback, though. And it just feels like D2 Hustlers is so much more decisive in exactly what they want to do, because PuckChamp, they made the call to retreat from this area, but they still, Lays as well as Eki still stuck around for a little bit. Like Eki plopped down the sentry, they were thinking, hemming and hawing, what do we want to do here? Just takes too long to mount an escape, and now low skill. The one benefit he has is that he knows Divine Llama has already used the Doom, so he can get himself out to safety. Had that not been the case, and or Theoloco at hookshot, that would be a dead faceless void right now as well. And this game feels like it's just falling apart, Fluke. Like the decision making from D2 Hustlers is putting so much pressure on the side of PuckChamp.
Yeah, I definitely think, you know, once you get to this stage of the game, it really comes down to the decision making of your cores, and I really think that that Yuma is on one today. He really wants to get towards Division 1 and show that he's a top tier carry player, and he's playing a hero like this, and can be a big carry performance from him too.
Still though, they haven't done the important thing, which is breach the base. We are playing Defense of the Ancients though.
Very true.
Despite the new map changes, despite the new hero changes, it is still ultimately a game with the same objective, destroy the Ancients. And so far, PuckChamp still has all 3 of their racks. Mid lane, they get a quick jump here onto Eki. That was a Silver Edge break, so they should be able to bring him down. And Xantic credited with the kill thanks to the Crypt Swarm. And they're going to force a buyback, most likely through this mid lane. They still have Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. Would be a perfect time to try and utilize it to get a lane of racks. They jump sweet and strong. They do get him onto the low ground up on the base, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. He gets chewed through and killed. There's going to be dual buybacks from both supports. Lays also found himself doomed up, but that means that there's no follow-up onto these Morty's Kisses. The solo or the Chronosphere does absolutely nothing. Sweet and strong needs to be careful. If he dies, it's a dieback. Theoloco actually caught multiple heroes of his team inside the power cogs. Jump forward by Laranov. He doesn't get off BKB and it's still on cooldown. Lays finally throws in the Morty's Kisses with the Wukong's command being there as well. But Yuma strong enough to just go challenge Sweet and Strong and kill him inside his own Wukong's. Unstoppable streak for the Terrorblade. The Edge, she's back inside the base trying to throw in these impetuses. They are going to hurt if they land, but they can't land through the Yule Scepter. D2 Hustlers, they know that they're playing 4v5. But they also know they no longer have access to meta. It's just finished, and they do not have exorcism anymore. So how will they try and make this push? Or should they even? Well, they can now that they got the refresher on the TB. But maybe they fake back, and they try to force PuckChamp to chase them, and then they turn around onto it with their full metamorphosis.
Yeah, I mean, you can do the old classic fake back. They have Terror Wave up in 40 seconds, so they will have a small amount of metamorphosis. The older core tries something there on Eki, but he's going to get punished for that.
That's actually huge. That changes the game. If he doesn't die there, then maybe they pop the refresh. Maybe they try to go forward. But because he does, even as he's dying, Yuma immediately backpacks the refresher. He's like, well, I'm not going to use this right now. Time to retreat. Keep the farm going. Still, though, taking a good fight is nice, but you want to be able to finish off the base. But he's getting problematically large here, Fluke. This Yuma TB starting to feel like he's unassailable. And the scary part was, that was his first BKB usage of the game.
Really? Damn. Cheers! It was. That's crazy that he's been able to survive this long without having to... Well, not so much survive. It's crazy that he's been feeling confident enough in these teamfights to be able to not pop his BKB. 6-0-12 as well. He's a big, scary boy. Getting the Ags off the last Roche as well was huge for him, because that Terror Wave meant that the Faceless Void got terrored out of his Chronosphere, and that's the issue now with the... I know it's going to sound stupid, but the 0.25 change to Chronosphere is... like, you can't have that moment of indecisiveness anymore, because like you need to have just that little bit of extra attack speed to be able to take down these much tankier heroes in the late game, that you need to make sure that you're using as much of this lockdown as you possibly can. And the fact that he didn't BKB meant that he got feared out of it, and then the Chronosphere's on cooldown and you've got BKB and you're a Void, and you're like, well, this feels kind of bad. So it is hard for them to play these fights properly, especially with how tanky Yuma is. I don't think anybody dies in Chrono anymore. I don't think you kill these 3 cores. If I'm being honest with you, like, I don't see how they cut through 3.8k health on Lama, even, you know, if he gets a BKB. 3.3k on the DP is a little bit easier, but she has Aeon Disc, and she has an AC, so she's not going to die. TB has almost 4k HP, so you're never killing him. So...
Okay.
It's like, do we just have to wait until like 60, 70 minutes for low skill to have 7 items? You know, like, it feels like it's so hard for PuckChep to win this game, even though they have technically the better scaling.
Alright. Well, I'm glad Eki's the one that's dying, because Eki might have something to say about this. Here's how you kill these heroes. Check this out, right? So,
yeah.
You find your target. Let's say it's some Terrorblade. So you Hurricane Pike him, so that this Enchantress is dealing out all those extra shots, right? And then right after he gets Hurricane Pike, you immediately chrono him, and then on that same spot, you drop like all the Morty's Kisses, and then after the Morty's Kisses are done, at the end of the chrono duration, you pop Wukong's command, and then Laranov jumps onto him, Dragon Tail stun him, Breathe Fire him, and then maybe he dies. Maybe he dies. It's possible.
Maybe you have the little Shredder in there as well, just to get the extra little damage.
Yeah.
So
Of course, yes.
yeah, and that's the point of the game that it's gotten to, right? Where you have to have these extremely convoluted chain stuns to be able to catch out a TB, and with the changes to a lot of these stuns, with the extra HP you get from strength now, like, these heroes are so much stronger. Like, a TB, this is 2 games in a row. He hasn't bought Satanic. He hasn't bought a HP item, and he has almost 4k health.
Like a mouse.
It's like, yes, he has a 300 HP talent. Whoop-de-doo. He has almost 4,000 health, bro. Like, it is crazy that this series has shown me that heroes are insanely tanky now. They're all just huge. And that's why, like, these barriers are super important for a lot of these squishies early on to get them to the point where they can actually survive, because it gets late game and you have an Agicore who has 4,000 health. Good luck killing him.
Yep.
Like, how are you supposed to deal with it? And I think the only way that it's looking good now for T2 Hustlers is they have 34,000 net worth higher than what PuckChep do. So they're literally just beating them down with items.
So many items. They have everything they could possibly want. There was a big smoke move. 5 heroes came out through this bottom lane for PuckChamp, but they do not find any targets. And there will be Moonlight Shadow in the opposite direction. It looks like they might actually want to head through the Twin Gate for this one. Roche is not up for another 80 seconds at least. They're thinking about it. They're picking it out. They throw a rocket to the other side to make sure there's no trap waiting for them. And they're going to try to go through this gate and force a fight themselves.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They
Dude, look at how everyone's just playing 5 heroes. Everyone's just clumped up, waiting for something. They're like, we don't want to get caught out, boys. This is a scary moment.
I think this comes back to the way the map's designed, right? The Twin Gates and all these different avenues that aren't lanes means that you don't know where anybody's coming from. Like, you can't ward up all the standard places that people like to walk around. Like, you can't put yourself in a good spot where you're able to, with a high enough certainty, eliminate where the enemy team is going to be. That's why, you know, we see these teams hovering around the Twin Gates. We see these teams hovering around the outside edges of these lanes as well, because they know that it's going to be hard for them to figure out where people are if they're not in these weird little nooks and crannies.
One thing that's also been fun to see in this game is just how many of these supports have been too busy with the team that they can't go pick up some of these wisdom runes. So a little bit behind on the experience department. They will be kind enough for D2 Hustlers in the top lane to leave one. Oh, never mind. Mirana's on her way. She's like, can I get one? Please, I'm almost level 20. They're like, go away. Screw you. Get your own one.
That's it. It's like, halfway towards level 26. I'll take that.
Awesome, dude. So Moonlight Shadow from the one side. They just come in with the smoke on the other. And D2 Hustlers, though, they fake back with the smoke. They draw the line going towards the southeast. Will they be able to find anybody? This game feels close to ending if they can find 1 or 2 more good fights. And looks like they're going to find them here, Fluke. They don't see them coming. PuckChamp. Oh no. Rocket Flare gives the vision. They need to run. They need to get the hell out of here. They need to do it now. They're dropping behind some Manta illusions just to try and scout things out. Shivas popped. BKB with the Doom. They're available for the Doom. Fire Snap Quickly will try to make sure that they get low skill out of this, but they don't have enough ways to do it. They forced off him away at long last, but it comes too late. He dies, forced to buy back almost instantly. Lays also dies as well, and they want to return to this fight. They want to try and make sure that they have some impact here. Sweet and Strong gets himself feared out of his own Wukong's command, so he can't keep the presence going. will be invis
They
up
don't
for a
have
second,
TPs.
but will end up dying. And they don't have TPs on the Void and or the Snapfire who brought back. They lose Sweet and Strong. They have now lost Eki. Look where Laranov is. Look how much distance they have to cover if they want to be able to catch up to him. He at least picks up the Wisdom Rune on the way out. Will TP. And, oh, look, they caught Yuma. He's inside the Chrono. Secondary bubble. Second bubble. Low skill. He didn't have the mana. Oh, no. They have to TP home right now. That was a combination. They bought back for that combo fluke, and now they have nothing left.
Bruh, that feels so bad. That feels so bad for PuckChamp. I'm gonna have a quick look at the Dota Plus. Okay, it's actually not as bad as I thought. It's 84% towards details. Maybe hasn't updated, but yeah, like you buy back in a situation where you have an outpost to TP to, right? Like you can TP to that ready outpost, but you don't have any TPs. It was like 6 seconds until both Blaze as well as low skill could TP back into the game, and oh man, that's depression central right there. That's no bueno. They were in a good spot and they just lost a few too many fights. That death in the top lane, yeah, that feels really bad now when you go back and you look at it. I don't think that was the end all and be all for them, because I'm pretty sure that Yuma was doing everything in his power to be able to win this game the way that he is playing. So it's rough going out there. And now that it's 55k net worth at 52 minutes in, it is a insurmountable lead. I think I would say there's just too much gold on the side of D2 Hustlers. Like all their heroes are 6-slotted.
I wouldn't say that it's... I definitely would not say that it's insurmountable. It was insurmountable, or that it was that one death. For me, you know which death actually changed the game for me? Do you remember when Sweet and Strong was hunting these heroes behind the tier 2 tower? And then he finds CB. Yeah, and then Laranov died as well. Because that delayed Laranov's next item. He was uber delayed on getting the Ags because of that death. And then not long afterwards is when the low skill death happens in the top lane. And then not long after that, they lose Enchantress. And she hasn't had a game since. Like just all of these small cascading effects. And speaking of Enchantress, well, as discussed, she hasn't had a game. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. As she gets killed off by Yuma. TP'd in. Terror Wave to cancel out the TP. Godlike streak. With no buyback on this Enchantress either.
Yeah, Eki unfortunately is dead for not too long. So level 17, so that's one of the positives of being a support that gets no experience, is you respawn really fast. But now it is Yuma, 15 seconds till he has Refresher. 3 minutes still left on this Aegis. He can just walk up, pop his meta, and how are they going to fight him, man? Like, they can chrono him, but he's got Aegis. It doesn't matter. Also, Faceless Void doesn't have a big enough mana pool to double chrono.
Nope, he cannot. Well, he can now. He can now, but he can do nothing else.
Yeah, it's like, if he time walks and chronos and refreshes and chronos, he can't BKB.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I think he just has enough to BKB.
He can get BKB, time walk, and the chronos out. But he has to be very careful about using time dilation. He should ignore that spell. Eki.
And he has to be on intreads.
Yes, he has to be on intreads, to make that move.
Yeah.
Eki dies. No buyback still. By the way, this is... Oh, okay. Laranov goes in, gets the stun. Yuma gets followed up on with the Bounder Strike. Sweet and Strong. Able to get a decent enough Wukongs. And there's two heroes caught inside the bubble. That's the first one. Can they take the first life of Yuma? Yes, they can. They drop the second one right now to ensure the Yoloko dies. He, of course, has an Aeon Disc. And now Divine Llama blinks in with the AoE Doom. They have no way to play against this. Low skill gets feared out. He tries to time walk to the low ground, but he can't reach it. He will die. 2 minutes in the grave without buyback. D2 Hustlers are on the brink. They can taste Division 1 right now. And they just need to get over the line against PuckChamp to almost make it a reality. Mega Creeps will make that particular challenge much easier. The Sweet and Strong found a 2-hero Bounder Strike. Needs to be careful though. Jumps away. Playing on the edges here, but don't think it's going to matter too much. Laranov finds a stun onto the Terror Blade, but the passive comes back, and here's going to be the power cards onto Lays. Not enough to hold him in position though. D2 Hustlers, how badly do they want to end this here and now? Or how patient are they to wait for the next go around? They still have 80 seconds without having to worry about a Faceless Void. That probably makes the decision for them. However, Metamorphosis, 15 seconds remaining pretty much. Will they stick around for this? putting the damage onto the tier 4 towers. They really want to try to close this one out right here, right now. They jump forward. Divine Llama looking for Sweet and Strong. They should be able to get the damage out onto the Monkey King. He's dead. Does have buyback though. Forced to use it instantly. Lays in the middle of all these heroes. He does not have buyback, so if he dies, he's just gone for 100 seconds. Sweet and Strong doing his best. And between the Wukong's command and the impetuses of Eki, they actually killed the Terrorblade, but he has more than enough money to just buy back into this one. Yuma's coming through. Laranov doing his best to try and zone back at Xantic, but his best is certainly not enough. As D2 Hustlers overpower PuckChamp, they take the victory. GG, well played. Division 1 beckons for them. Relegation beckons for PuckChamp. But really long, drawn-out games beckon for all of us in 7.33.
Yeah, that boy, it is. I got up at 3 a.m. local, and it is now almost 10 a.m. And we did one best of 3, dude. We did one. God damn, these games are long, dude. I don't know what it is. I really don't. Especially because you can see how much gold you get from these team fights. Like, it was like one fight and they were 3k ahead, then they win a fight and they're 13k ahead, and I'm like, how does that happen? Like, how do you just get so much gold out of one single team fight, and then they just end up just snowballing constantly out of control and winning these team fights? But it never feels like that these team fights are so one-sided. So whether it's something to do with, I don't know, a lot of the net worth just not being as important as what it used to be or whatever, but I mean, D2 Hustlers, they stay strong. And they finish out their tour here 5-1. Not finish out their tour. They continue their tour 5-1, and now they have one final obstacle to secure themselves into Div 2. So the only way that they are not going into Division 1 is if they lose to Ancient Tribe, and then they lose out the tiebreakers. So they've secured themselves a safety net, and that's the biggest part here for D2 Hustlers. That's why this series was important for them. And unfortunately for PuckChamp, that's 1-5, and there is only 2 other teams that can get to 1-5. So it's going to be rough. It is going to be very, very rough now for PuckChamp to have a hope of staying in Division 2. One of the 3 teams between OG, Ivy, and PuckChamp are going to be, well, 2 of those 3 teams are going to be relegated here. So, I mean, there could be a world where OG get relegated here in Division 2 and we could see PuckChamp or Ivy stay in, but I mean, that's a long time to be able to... a long time away, and right now, D2 Hustlers, they're the ones that are on top of the world, it seems. Certainly are on top of the world. They had a little bit of a stumble when they found themselves playing earlier in the tour. Their only loss that they suffered 2-0 up against ITB. It wasn't looking great, but since then they've recovered in excellent fashion. For this game, who do we shout out this game, fam? Because okay, it has to be Yuma, right? Yuma. Yeah. Let's allow it. We don't often give shout outs to carry players here, but let's give it to Yuma. Excellent Terrorblade performance. Farmed really, really well. His itemization across the entire series has generally been very, very good. He had a phenomenal performance on Sven game too. And for me, in this game, one thing I loved about how D2 Hustlers played is we never really got to see Death Prophet and Terrorblade inside the same chronosphere. It pretty much never happened throughout the entire game. So if one of them's inside the bubble, the other one's outside of it, dishing out damage, and vice versa. Clean performance. The one death that he had, only the one death, right, came at the tail end of the game. And honestly, he didn't have to die. He was sort of just didn't care. He could have ended this game completely clean with a 26 KDA. But he still has 26 KDA. He just has that one death to sully it all. Great performance from D2 Hustlers. And also, do you want to know something interesting, Fluke? We're talking about like how even these games have been today. This third game, not only did it eventually become very lopsided in favor of the side of D2 Hustlers, it's also the most lopsided game we've had so far in this DPC tour. 62k gold lead is the highest that we've had at the end of the game. So D2 Hustlers, man, they came alive as this game went on and on. But I think when you pick Doom, DP, Terrorblade, you're ready for the late game. Yeah, I mean, 62k, and it was crazy that there still felt like that there was a way into that game for PuckChamp as well, right? Like, I think this new patch is going to take a while for teams to figure out, you know, when they feel like they're strong, when they can actually crack high ground. Maybe we might be in for like a 55-minute average patch. Who really knows? There's still plenty of games to go in Div 2. There's still plenty of games to go in other tournaments as well. We've even got the major on the horizon too. So there's going to be a lot that these teams are going to have to work out. And, you know, thankfully for D2 Hustlers. They didn't get this patch to ruin their hopes to go towards Division 1. At the end of the day, they still were going to have a chance no matter what, but it was more the fact now that they have guaranteed to at least play tiebreakers to go into Division 1.
Unfortunately for them, they have been here before in a tiebreaker situation to get into Div 1. But this time around, they are certainly looking a lot cleaner. To find out exactly what they have planned for those potential tiebreakers, but hopefully not for their sake, we have Divine Llama, the mind behind the madness that is the side of D2 Hustlers. Divide. Congratulations on the dub, fam. Firstly, right, you're this close. You're one series away, basically, from going into Division 1. When I spoke to you last season, you were mentioning how you're trying to make sure that your team stays focused on a game in, game out basis, not worry too much about the future. Is that still the case when you're this close, when you know how important that last series is going to be? Oh, no.
Is he muted?
Oh, no. Divide.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry, I was
awesomeness
sorry.
can't be contained
Okay,
by the
my fault.
microphone.
I can hear him.
Oh, I can hear
Yeah,
him.
now you can hear me. Okay.
The voice of
So-
God, it's Divide.
Yeah, it was my own fault. It's hard to stay focused when you're just a canary in a coal mine. Like we're just guinea pigs. We're playing career designing games on like a brand new patch that was like has been in the works for 2 years. It's insane. It's a good moment to reflect on life, and like remember that life is only temporary. It's all good. You just gotta look what's ahead of you. Look at the game, see what you can do. The patch is really, really confusing. There's the map is.
Hello?
Oh, wow. He just transformed for a second.
Atlantic
Damn.
absolutely came in and just obliterated him, sent him to the Shadow Realm.
It's like, this is my place now. I'm taking it, He
We've
sent
had
him back
way
into
too
the
many
tormentor.
Yu-Gi-Oh references today. I don't know what it is.
yeah.
I don't know what's in the water, boys. Something.
Chat's gonna give us grief for that one, for too many Yu-Gi-Oh references, Right now, of course, he's trying to get out of the Shadow Realm. He's seeing what trap cards he has available for Divine Llama. But one thing I do like about what he mentioned, though, Fluke, is that he did make mention of the fact that fairly or unfairly, they are the guinea pigs, right? Some of the first set of teams, like literally, if you think about it right now, today, they've been, 10 games of professional Dota? A few of them in EPL, which doesn't really count. There've been 6 DPC games. So there's less than 16 teams basically have played Dota on the new patch in a professional setting. That's a huge difference. Captain's mode is out from ranked, right? So you can't even go practice in that particular fashion. It kind of has to be in your scrims or in officials. So they're the ones showing us the way. And it's been very interesting because Europe has been extremely close, long games, except for this third one today, of course. And in Southeast Asia, for contrast, it's been very stompy, fast games. So there's no through line where you can say, oh, this is the exact meta of what this patch is going to look like. And because of it's too different. He also said it there, it's a confusing patch, right? And there's a lot of changes that I read. I'm like, the knowledge I've gained over all the years of playing Dota, especially through osmosis and stuff, just not applicable anymore.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of one of the things with a massive patch like this. Like I said it at the top of the show, right? Like this is probably one of the biggest patches that I've seen in years, and it is very hard to be able to come into a game like this. But I mean, props to them. I think they brought in some really cool ideas. They, brought out this Terrorblade a couple of games in a row that I think is a really strong hero with the changes of reflection and all that kind of stuff. The way they moved around the map was really cool. The way they used the twin gates and the Roshans and all that kind of stuff. I think it was really cool. They eventually found their footing, and it looks sick. And I think at the end of the day, you're probably going to be pretty happy with the experience they get here going into the next series and even potentially into Division 1.
Yep. And I think it also is a very good thing for confidence, right? It's one thing to be like, guys, we're very uncertain about this new patch, but then you play it, you lose a game, and then you come back in the series. That makes you feel like, all right, we're actually starting to get a handle of this. You're going to feel really good going into your next series because you know that you can deal with challenge as well as being able to deal with when things are going well, how to close out a lead and ensure that one doesn't happen to you. I am a bit... I did want to ask him exactly what happened in the PuckChamp series because the team did seem a little bit off there, but I have a feeling that they're probably gonna... I feel a feeling we might end up talking to them when they play Ancient Tribe, but I can't say that because if Ancient Tribe get this dub, and Ancient Tribe has been a team that have gotten upsets before, then we have tiebreakers. Guaranteed tiebreakers. So what we are right now, Fluke, we have 4 games left, 2 official game days remaining, and we still only have 2 pieces of information. And those information pieces are that Alliance and Into the Breach are safe. They're going nowhere. They're not being promoted. They're not being relegated. They're safe. OG, Ivy, PuckChap, still in contention for relegation. Ancient Tribe, Secret, and D2 Hustlers, still in contention for promotion. So there's 3 teams on either side, only 2 slots available. Before we close out the show, give me your prediction. Which 2 teams are going up and which 2 teams are going down?
Predictions. I want to say things are going to get spicy. Hopefully Puppy isn't watching the stream right now. I really hope that Ivy beats Secret in the next 2 days, because then we can have triple tiebreakers for promotion and relegation. That would be sick if that does happen. But I think from what I've seen right now, probably I would say Team Secret and D2 Hustlers are going to get promoted, and then relegation. I have faith that OG can pull together. They are playing against Alliance, though, which is a team that is currently safe. So at the end of the day, for Alliance, it doesn't matter the result of the series for them, but it matters a lot for OG. So maybe in a game like that, you might see a little bit more experimentation from Alliance, considering that they're going into a break. The fact that Division 2 is over, there's not really much for them to play. Maybe they scrim a lot of the Tier 1 teams going to the Major and stuff. But yeah, that last series is going to be super important for OG to stay in the tournament, whereas Alliance, there won't really be much left on the line. Whereas for Secret versus Ivy in the next couple of days, that's important for Secret, so they can lock that in. They don't have to play tiebreakers. They go 6-1. All right, things look awesome. And Ivy, if they get the dub, then there is potential for them to have tiebreakers with OG to be able to stay in the division as well.
So early on, we did have Divine Lama for just a second, but the one who yoinked the cable, who's going to be joining us now for a second, Azentic, mid lane extraordinaire for the side of the D2 Hustlers, will be joining us for a quick interview right now. Good sir, Azentic, we were talking to Divine just a little bit. What's up? Actually, for you, my question is, how did the enemy team let you have Death Prophet on 24 pick? Were you smiling ear to ear when you're like, hey guys, this hero is still in the pool?
No, I have no idea. I think they just forgot about it. I don't know. It was like, I just wanted to play it again.
Just give me DP. Good hero. On to more serious matters though, Azentic. Obviously right now you guys are very close to guaranteeing a slot into Div 1, contingent on your final series against Ancient Tribe. The series that you ended up losing prior to this against Into the Breach, you guys didn't necessarily seem like you were on the same page or playing at the same level that we've come to expect this tour. Can you talk to us about what might have been happening that made you guys not be able to play at your maximum level in that series?
I think that we went into the games with a bad idea and bad prep. We prepared for like the wrong things. We didn't respect our opponents enough, I think. Yeah, pretty much that. The problems that we had after that series, we did work on. They were like relatively simple.
Okay. Do you have any specific plans in mind for your final series of the tour against Ancient Tribe? Is there any specific draft that you're cooking up, or you're just going to try do what you've always been doing, even though it is kind of a new patch, so who knows?
Dude, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Even in this game, I have no idea what's happening. Like, the map is so big, and there's just so much happening. Like, the jungle is quite literally a jungle now. It's like, it just never ends. Like, there's some guy in the trees, there's no high ground wards, you can't see anyone. It's like the abyss. I have no idea what's happening. It's so hard to play the game. No one plays mid, everyone just plays side lanes in the trees. Like when you watch it on the stream, you might like see, oh, why didn't they just like jump them? You see everything, right? But you don't see anything. Like especially at nighttime, you don't see anything in these trees. It's awful. It's like, good lord, Naga as well. Like you just could never catch Naga. Like it's impossible.
Is there anything about the patch that you do like that you feel, oh yeah, that was definitely a good change, and I'm glad it's in the game right now?
I like the patch a lot, actually. It's just, oh my goodness, is it like, this map is just like, there's so much at the same time, you know, like, when you play the same game every day, like 10 games a day, you do like 12 hours into the game every single day, you just got like a muscle memory, you just have intuition about things, and then suddenly everything is like different. Like, I think this is like bigger than, like with 7.0 when they released that. There's just so much stuff at like the same time, and it's so overwhelming. Like I don't know. Everything is just so chaotic in these games, you know. Like we're having to
confusing
like
patch.
we're having to like take in all of the new things at the same time as trying to like remember to do the things that we've been learning for like the past like few weeks. So like we've been practicing things and we also have to learn about new things as well. It's such a mess. It's like absolutely insane. The games are like, I don't know, everyone's just like going crazy. I'm getting lost on the map all the time.
Chaos.
Like I'm walking like somewhere, and I'm like, guys, I don't know where I am. I'm lost. I literally get lost on the map. I don't know where the hell I am. I'm like in the trees, in like the main jungle. I'm like looking around. I can't see anyone. I'm like stranded in the jungle. I have no idea where I am. It's just insane. The map is so big.
In before IceFrog adds a GPS into the game, Mr. Fluke, Professor, what you got for ads into
the game needs a GPS. Yeah.
I feel like I got lost a couple of times when I was casting the games. I was looking at some of the lanes and I'm like, I didn't even know where these guys are. So I couldn't imagine what it's
honestly,
like for you guys. As
like,
Tobias said, it was like.
Sorry, you can continue. Sorry, I can go.
All good.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah, you can go.
I feel even worse for my teammates, right? Because the mid lanes like stayed the same. It's just like they added a couple of new runes, you know, around mid, but side lanes it's like hell on earth for them. Like everything is different. There's like different trees, there's runes, there's these like there's just so much stuff. But for mid it's like all the same. It's just after the laning phase I'm like, what the hell do I do now, you know? I just leave mid and I go to a jungle and I get lost.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like it's hard to figure out what to do after laning phase when there's so much stuff to do as well, right? There's a lot of just camps everywhere. It is interesting that we saw you guys kind of come with. I feel like your drafts weren't really kind of out of the box when you came into this game. Was that something to just mitigate the amount of stuff that you guys had to learn? Was more about like, let's just stick to the heroes that we've played recently that we know are good in our hands, and we'll try and figure out the rest of the patch and not have too many of these weird new heroes for us to play?
Yeah, I mean, the patch came out like when the series started. It was like less than 24 hours ago, right? So we're just picking the heroes that we're comfortable on, and like the ones that we practice. We're not really gonna try any like crazy new heroes. We're just gonna like pick the things that we know, because if we picked heroes that we didn't practice on top of there being a new patch, it's gonna be even more chaotic.
All right, I've got two last questions for you as well. So first one, are you going to play Muerta mid, and do you think the hero is good? And the second question is, throughout the entire tour, what do you think that you've most improved on as a player?
First question, I don't think I'm going to play Muerta. I don't think it's my kind of hero. I think it's pretty farmy. Like, you just farm a lot on it. It's just not really how I like to play. Could you repeat the second question, please?
Throughout this entire tour, what do you think that you've improved on the most as a player?
Individually?
Yeah, individually, yeah.
I don't know. Adapting to new patches. I have no idea. That's a new feat in itself, you know. Like, they just drop a patch in the middle of it. Everyone's on like equal grounds, you know. So it's fair play, like all around. You can't really say anything. But I'd say that if it wasn't for the patch, I'd say maybe laning or something. I don't know. I think I've been doing okay in my lanes. Pretty happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you certainly have adapted really, really quickly to this new patch, and y'all looked clean, especially in game number 3. Can't wait to see you in your series against Ancient Tribe, the decider of going into Div 1. And y'all have been, especially Divine Llama's been working towards this for quite a while. So good luck, have fun for that series, and thanks for giving us your time tonight, Zantic.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me.
Cheers.
Hey, take it easy. That's a Zantic, mid player for the side there of the D2 Hustlers, one step away from getting into Div 1. And that's something that I like the fact that he mentioned how sad he feels for his teammates, right? Because when you watch these games, we even spoke about it in the cast, right? That mid is actually just the mid lane right now. It's just mid laners playing 1v1 heads up, the odd rotation here and there, but none of these exactly time, exactly at 6 minutes, exactly at 4 minutes, this is going to happen. He's just chilling, just doing his thing. So this makes me think that the teams that we'll see like in the next couple of weeks that have these superstar mid laners, they must be loving this patch right now, because they're like, all right, sweet. I get to dumpster my opponent knowing for a fact that he's not going to have that much help to help him ameliorate the situation he's in.
Yeah, I think now that I look back at it, I don't think I watched a single mid lane out of those 3 games. I was just watching the safe lanes the entire time because they're the fun spots. That's where you get to see all the cool stuff with the lotuses and how the creeps work, how the pools work, what all the warding looks like. And yeah, mid lanes were generally just 1v1s, and there wasn't really much. I think it was game number 2, there was a little bit more action towards the mid lane over some runes and stuff like that, and teams started to get back into that natural rhythm. But that's something that we didn't really talk about, right, is what Azantic said, where with this new patch being dropped on it, not only the fact is it such a massive patch, but it also makes them think about this new stuff, that they start to forget about the small things. And that's why I think sometimes we saw some mistakes between both of these two teams, right, is where you're just forgetting about these small things, about understanding where your teammates are in comparison to you, tracking cooldowns, understanding where you need to be at what time, all that kind of stuff can really start to fall by the wayside, because most of your brain power is going, what do I do with a Lotus? When do I get this experience rune? Like, why do I have to go fight a Tormentor? Like what's going on? And that's why I think sometimes you can see a few more of these mistakes come out, and that's why I think D2 Hustlers had a bit more an advantage coming into this series, because they've just looked better overall as a squad.
Yep, we definitely saw. I mean, there was one big gank that they messed up because they didn't have a sentry ward for the Ricky. It happens. Well, that is done and dusted for tonight. The side here of D2 Hustlers, one step closer to Div 1. PuckChamp still in contention to find themselves relegated. We do have a set of games that we were sort of discussing earlier. This is going to happen on Sunday. The penultimate day of this tour, the spring tour of Division 2. We end the day with PuckChamp versus ITB. A relegation game, because if PuckChamp is able to win that game, they go 2-5, and they will be putting into the breach. We're safe right now, 3-4, but then they could force a tiebreaker between themselves, Ivy or Old G, to go down. Of course, the second series of the day, Ancient Tribe versus D2 Hustlers. This one is for all the marbles. If Hustlers wins, that's it. It's done. The 2 slots at the top are locked in. If Ancient Tribe wins, it becomes a 2-1 affair. We go to tiebreakers, and then who the hell knows what happens next. I personally, D2 Hustlers has looked cleaner, but as Antic mentioned it, Fluke, it's now even ground. Ancient Tribe also are playing on a map that they haven't necessarily played officially. And the important thing is that at that point, D2 Hustlers, they have tape on them, right? We have seen how they play this particular patch. We do not have that kind of tape for Ancient Tribe. So there's a slight advantage for ATT to try and force these tiebreakers. Based on what you've seen play-wise from them, do you think what would you give the odds towards their squad being able to force a tiebreaker situation?
I think from what I've seen out of Yuma in this series, I think he is a player that you can very much give him comfort heroes, and he seems to adapt really, really fast to the map. I think the way that he was playing the map and farming was really, really good. He was getting highest net worth on all of his heroes throughout the entirety of that series. He looks really good. That game number 1, I think, was a little bit of an anomaly. The fact that it went super late and they just got kind of caught out in some of those fights was a little bit scary for them. But yeah, I think Yuma is going to be a big X factor for D2 Hustlers. And Ancient Tribe, they looked really good as well, but as you said, we don't have any tape on them, so I don't know if they've got weird ideas that they're cooking up over these next couple of days, because one disadvantage for D2 Hustlers is they had to play today, and that means that they, for the next 2 days, maybe you want to try and give your players a break. Maybe you don't have as many scrims for the next couple of days as well. There's going to be, a few of these other tournaments that's floating around as well, so there's just going to be a lot more emphasis on D2 Hustlers to try and find something different, because you don't want to fall back to the same stuff and get caught out from Ancient Tribe.
I mean, ATT, they played the first series of the day, and I don't think that counts because of how close it was to when the patch came out. You're just sort of playing Dota. It's not the more considered style that you could see from a D2 Hustler. So although Ancient Tribe did play, the tape I think is much more valuable for D2 Hustlers. And of course, the first series on Sunday, Ivy versus Team Secret. As much fun as I had with Jay and Vincenzo on the mic, I don't think this one is going to be going in their favor. I think Team Secret have sort of found their footing. They found exactly the right look, and they figured out the puzzle. So they should be the first team to secure the slot into Division 1 from Division 2 here in Western Europe. With that, though, we are going to be closing out the day. Thank you, everybody at home, for joining us for these last several hours with these very long, elongated games here on the new patch. Of course, the new patch is going to be reigning supreme from here on out, so you don't want to miss any of the action that takes place here. From myself, Snare, with Professor Fluke, we had the boys Aries and Daynok earlier on. We've of course got the PGL crew, we've got our observers, and we've got you at home. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Please make sure that you hydrate before the next set of games. Keep a positive attitude about the game, even though it's confusing. And remember to not just love this game, love yourself, love those around you, and come share that love with us on Sunday as we continue and round out this tour here in Division 2. We'll see you later for some more incredible Dota 2 action.